Chapter 1. Traversing the most despairing time and space. West City. The ruins of the Capsule Corporation. Within the shattered laboratory. As usual, Bulma was repeatedly poring over her research notes. The time machine should be functioning properly, but why hasn't Trunks returned after such a long absence? Suddenly, a stranger burst into the room in a flurry. The young man was drenched in sweat, and without waiting for Bulma to inquire, he hastily introduced himself. "Hello, Doctor. My name is Gavin, an ordinary Earthling currently residing in an underground shelter across from the Capsule Corporation. This is our first encounter. I know you do not recognize me, yet I am well acquainted with every detail of your life. I apologize, but I cannot disclose the reasons behind my knowledge at this moment. However, to prove I am not a lunatic and that my words are not mere pranks or nonsense, it is necessary for me to verify certain information with you. Your name is Bulma, your father is named Brief, your mother is called Panchi, and you have a sister who is a writer named Tai. At the age of 15, you befriended Mr. Son Goku during the summer vacation, embarking on an adventure to seek the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Goku destroyed the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, defeated King Piccolo, repelled the invading Saiyans, and vanquished Frieza and his father. Oh, and you visited Mr. Piccolo's homeland, Namek. After the adventures on Namek, you fell in love with Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, though you were never formally married. You bore a son named Trunks, who was born in the year 766 of the age. Before Trunks was born, your dear friend's son, Goku, tragically passed away due to a viral heart disease. Following that, two ultimate bioengineered weapons, androids 17 and 18, created by the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army under Dr. Gero, emerged, leading to the deaths of your companions, friends, and the warriors who protected Earth in their battle against the androids. The entire world was nearly devastated by these two monsters. Eventually, after 2 decades, you successfully created a time machine and a remote control to halt the androids' actions, thereby averting this apocalyptic crisis. Bulma gazed at the young man in astonishment. Even her closest friends might not know the intricacies of her family background. Moreover, those who had shared adventures with her in her youth had long since passed away. Memories of her comrades flooded her mind, and she felt a pang in her heart. Could it be that some among them had survived? But why had they not come to her sooner, allowing her to endure such hardship? No, in these most desperate 20 years, only Trunks had remained by her side. The matters concerning the time machine and the remote control could not possibly be known to anyone other than her and Trunks. Silently, Bulma placed her hand on the handgun resting on the table. The young man continued his narrative. When Trunks returned with good news and your research findings, intending to traverse back in time to the moment before Goku's death to alter the course of history, he was ambushed and killed by Cell. After seizing the time machine, Cell transformed into an egg and traveled to a time a year earlier than the machine's intended destination. Rest assured, with Goku present, the crisis in that timeline will surely be resolved. However, this timeline's Earth faces a new crisis, with peace remaining a distant dream. Though the young man spoke rapidly, his demeanor remained calm, and his thoughts were clear. He showed no sign of pausing. Bulma's heart raced suddenly, and in a swift motion, she stood up, pressing the handgun against the young man's forehead. "Wait, what did you just say?" Trunks was killed by an ambush. That is impossible. If he is truly dead, why have I not found his body? On what grounds do you assert he was murdered? The clothes he left behind were perfectly intact, without bloodstains or signs of struggle. The young man shuddered, raising his hands defensively, and hastily explained, "Cell's tail can completely absorb any creature, including hair, nails, and bones. Those killed by him leave behind nothing but their clothing. I refuse to believe it. He has merely been missing for a year." Thud! The handgun slipped from her grasp, and her vision blurred in that instant. Bulma felt as though the world was spinning, and all her strength had been sapped away. Gavin was taken aback to see the woman's face streaked with tears. The situation was somewhat unexpected. It appeared that Bulma was unaware of any information regarding Cell. She was even oblivious to her son's demise, prompting Gavin to quickly apologize. It was entirely his fault for not being adequately prepared, having inadvertently stepped on a landmine. With a sigh of resignation, He found himself at a loss for how to offer comfort. Information about this timeline was already exceedingly scarce. No matter how closely he dissected the original text, Gavin could not glean any more details. He had been enjoying instant noodles at home, watching a sports match, when he found himself transported into the world of Dragon Ball. And not just any world, but this most despairing timeline. Without Dragon Balls, without the Z Fighters, without a time machine, without Senzu Beans, and without the coordinates to the new Namek. Crucially, his current identity was merely that of an ordinary Earthling, lacking any combat prowess, not even reaching a power level of 5. Without Scion blood, and devoid of the necessary systems or golden fingers typical of time travelers. Wasn't he destined to be cannon fodder? Gavin felt quite distressed, yet he had no avenue to voice his grievances. He was clearly the one who needed comforting. However, witnessing Bulma's sorrowful tears, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. She bore too much weight in this timeline. After a moment of hesitation, he offered his shoulder to Bulma, who buried her cheek in his arm, quickly soaking his shirt sleeve with her hot tears. Once Bulma's emotions had calmed slightly, they silently parted ways. After weighing his words carefully, Gavin spoke earnestly. "Dr. Bulma, this is not the time for sorrow. A new crisis has already arisen. In the years since the androids were defeated, martial arts tournaments have been held across the globe. These tournaments are entirely manipulated, concealing a significant conspiracy beneath. The mastermind behind it all is a man named Babidi. He is scouring the world for powerful warriors, seeking to seize their strength to unseal an ancient demon. Once the demon is freed, the entire Earth, and indeed the entire galaxy, will face the risk of destruction. We must act before Babidi gathers enough energy to accomplish his goal." In this world, Gavin had no one else to turn to for assistance. Bulma was his only hope. Bulma suddenly lifted her head. "Who exactly are you? How do you know so much?" "My identity is indeed that of an ordinary Earthling. As for why I am aware of everything that has transpired here, it is because I happen to hail from the timeline where these events occurred. In order to survive, to protect myself, I stand with you. So please trust me." The concept of traversing time and space was not particularly difficult to grasp in the Dragon Ball universe, especially for a scientist like Bulma, who had created a time machine. What else will happen in the future? All I know are the events that have already occurred. As for what will transpire in the future, that became unpredictable from the moment we met. Bulma furrowed her brow. "So, you sought me out because you have a solution to the crisis and require my assistance, correct?" It seemed she had tentatively placed her trust in him. Gavin nodded appreciatively. Conversing with an intelligent person was indeed a relief. "Precisely. However, I cannot guarantee that this plan will succeed." "What is your plan?" "To locate the Elder Kai and have him bring Mr. Goku back to the living world for a day." Chapter 2. Seeking the mysterious Vegetosade. For Gavin, the simplest solution was to find the Elder Kai and have Goku return to the mortal realm for a day. Then, they could instantaneously travel to New Namek, find Porunga, and make a wish, or bring back a new Supreme Kai. As long as they had the Dragon Balls, they could gradually restore the world to its former state before the androids appeared. As for the threat posed by Majin Buu, it was even simpler. All they needed to do was inform Goku about the information from the Kaishin realm, allowing him to unseal the Elder Kai, who could then contact the god of destruction, Beerus, to deal with a mere Majin Buu. Surely a single finger from Beerus would suffice, right? Even if they couldn't reach Beerus, or if Beerus were unwilling to intervene, they could use the Patera earrings to summon the mighty Vegeto. Of course, before Vegeto made his appearance, they would need the Elder Kai to unlock Goku and Vegeta's potential. At that point, with the mysterious Vegeto in action, wouldn't he easily overpower Buu? Thinking of this, Gavin couldn't help but smile. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so lecherous?" Bulma said, her face filled with suspicion as she stealthily reached for the handgun on the ground. "My plan is as follows." Gavi briefly outlined his intentions. Upon hearing the plan, Bulma's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. "Is that so-called god of destruction, Beerus, truly as terrifying as you've described?" Gavi cast a peculiar glance at her. "Slapping a god of destruction, you're far more formidable than he is, you know?" Eventually, The mighty god of destruction almost became your family's caretaker. The god of destruction stands as a figure at the pinnacle of the universe. When he unleashes his full power, he can obliterate the entire cosmos. His strength is beyond question. The crux of the matter now lies in whether the first step of the plan can succeed. Otherwise, all subsequent efforts would be rendered meaningless. Though the plan appeared quite promising, Gavi dared not let his guard down. "Doctor, do you know where the fortune teller resides? She possesses a castle in the desert. I visited it in my youth, and I still have some recollection. How far is it from here?" Despite being a longtime fan of Dragon Ball, Gavi had little knowledge of the geography within. His focus had been entirely consumed by the antics of a group of perpetually battling, dyed-hair monkeys. "If we take a flying vehicle, it won't take more than 2 hours." "Excellent. Let us make haste." "Why the rush? The fuel for the flying vehicle has run out, and even if we replenish it, it will require time." The sooner he could meet Goku, the more at ease Gavi would feel. The apocalyptic atmosphere of this world was overwhelmingly oppressive. Each day felt like a precarious existence, leaving him with an acute sense of insecurity. Upon hearing of the lack of fuel, Gavi's heart sank. He had no desire to traverse by land, as it would consume too much time, not to mention the unpredictable dangers that lay ahead. This was not an era of peace and tranquility. One could never be certain that someone wouldn't eliminate him for the slightest gain. "Our time is limited." The seal on Majin Buu may be lifted at any moment. Once that happens, it would only take seconds for humanity to face annihilation. Gavi was worried that Bulma did not grasp the severity of the situation. Panicking now won't help. Purchasing fuel requires time. Bulma sat down at her computer and opened a web page. Gavi blinked and hurriedly leaned in closer. Survivors often communicate and trade supplies on this forum. As Bulma explained, she sifted through the trading information. A super rare blue-skinned dancing bullfrog for 10 kilograms of compressed food. Long-term high prices for snacks like soda and cream-filled biscuits, even if they are past their expiration date. It doesn't matter. Found it. Bulma lightly tapped the keyboard. In a post labeled "fuel for sale," she left a message to place an order. Is it really that easy? Gavi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now we simply wait for them to deliver. Bulma stood up. "They'll go prepare the goods for trade. You wait here for me." "Sure. By the way, Doctor, may I use the computer for a while? This forum seems quite intriguing." "Of course." After Bulma left, Gavi quickly browsed through the forum. To understand this timeline, extensive online exploration was essential. Under the post about exchanging the blue-skinned bullfrog for food, he indeed found a mix of insults and mockery. Is the original poster insane? People are struggling to get by who would trade so much food for an ugly pet. The original poster should just slaughter it for food. Though I wonder if it would be poisonous. I've never seen a bullfrog of that color. The color could be dyed. This original poster is clearly a fraud. I've reported him to the administrator. Exactly. Those antennae on the bullfrog's head look completely fake. Hey, the little creature has quite a unique appearance. Gavi glanced at the accompanying image in the post before swiftly scrolling away. The next message caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Red RR. The avatar of the original poster in the thread about purchasing soda and snacks bore a somewhat familiar emblem. Gavi was suddenly taken aback. Isn't it the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army? They have stubbornly persisted until now. Gavi was keenly aware of the movements of this notorious villain organization. They might very well be concocting a scheme that endangers the world once more. What could their intent be in acquiring soda and snacks? Those items, at this point, must have been expired for at least a decade. What was once consumable has long been depleted, rendering them as nothing more than luxurious remnants with no practical use in the present. After all, rarity defines value. And in an era of food scarcity, how much processed snack food from the civilized age could possibly remain? I can't make sense of this. Gavi lamented as he rubbed his temples, his thoughts somewhat obstructed. In the 2 days since his arrival in this world, he had lived in constant fear and had not slept at all. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive after all. They were merely useless snacks. What harm could they possibly do? Moreover, anyone could use an avatar like that. After indulging in a bit more online browsing, Gavi rubbed his dry eyes. Why has Bulma been gone for so long? Rising from his desk, Gavi exited the laboratory. Before long, he stumbled upon Bulma, crouched in a dimly lit corner of the corridor. At her feet lay a picture frame, showcasing a radiant photograph of Trunks and her. Both smiling brightly, Bulma's face was pressed against her knees, and her shoulders trembled slightly. In Gavi's memory, Bulma had always epitomized an independent and formidable woman. He had not anticipated this fragile side of her. The tragedies of Dragon Ball seemed to converge in this future timeline. In another future, Bulma was slain by Black Goku, leaving Trunks motherless. In this timeline, however, it was the mother who had lost her child. Gavi could deeply empathize with Bulma's sorrow. Yet, the threats of reality did not allow him to linger in melancholy. "Doctor, is everything prepared?" Bulma paused momentarily, responding with a subdued hum as she picked up the picture frame, wiping it gently before hanging it back on the wall. "Once the Dragon Balls are restored, everything will get better," Gavi reassured her, meeting her swollen eyes with a comforting gaze. The two returned to the laboratory in silence. The wait was excruciating, especially when hope felt tantalizingly close. Beep, beep, beep. A horn echoed from outside. Gavi and Bulma jolted in unison. "It's finally here." Chapter 3. Babidi's martial arts tournament, madam. "The goods you requested have arrived," announced two delivery men as they unloaded a large metal barrel from their vehicle. "Thank you for your effort. Here's what you asked for." Bulma opened a box designated for the universal capsules, retrieving the last capsule and handing it to the men with a hint of reluctance in her demeanor. Gavi observed with curiosity. Although the Capsule Corporation had long since ceased operations, the resources amassed during peacetime should suffice for Bulma to indulge for a lifetime. Why did she appear so pained? As Bulma watched the delivery men depart, it seemed she sensed Gavi's thoughts. "If we flaunt our wealth, wouldn't we be in grave danger? Wealth should not be displayed." Gavi couldn't help but admire her cleverness. Those who survived in a post-apocalyptic world were anything but ordinary. After explaining, Bulma's expression dimmed. Previously, under Trunks' protection, she hadn't needed to be so cautious. Many times, she had attracted trouble, relying on Trunks to resolve issues when others coveted her possessions. The vast territory of the Capsule Corporation had remained untouched solely due to Trunks' formidable strength. Bulma retrieved a new small box from her pocket, neatly arranged with 4 rows of universal capsules, at least 30 in total. Gavi rubbed his eyes vigorously. During a brief online session earlier, he had gleaned some understanding of the current market prices. An empty universal capsule could be exchanged for an equivalent amount of food. Not to mention, the capsules likely contained items of greater value. Even in the apocalypse, Bulma remained the wealthiest woman on Earth. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be capsule number 12, Bulma declared, selecting one and pressing the button atop it before tossing it onto the ground before them. With a bang, the air expanded with a muffled explosion. Like a magic trick, once the smoke cleared, a sleek, compact aircraft materialized. The pinnacle of technological advancement in Dragon Ball. Gavi was awestruck by witnessing capsule technology in person. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't grasp the underlying principles. "We can depart now. Is there anything else you need to prepare?" Gavi snapped back to reality, noticing Bulma had already fueled the aircraft and was leaning against its hull, smoking while observing him curiously. "I have nothing more to prepare. However, I might need to consider some form of payment for the fortune teller." "You truly understand that avaricious old woman," Bulma said, extinguishing her cigarette and patting the 2 bulging travel bags at her feet. "I anticipated this. Currency is merely worthless paper now, and there's an abundance of it." Gavi hesitated, unsure how to respond. Bulma chuckled lightly. "Even if I require supplies, I am prepared." Reliable. It seemed Bulma was more invested in enlisting the fortune teller's assistance than Gavi himself. The two settled into the aircraft, in the 3rd section. Fastening his seatbelt, Gavi hesitated before speaking up. "Doctor, in the event that the plan does not unfold as I envision, please do not lose heart." Bulma's movements momentarily froze, but after a brief pause, she responded with nonchalance. "Strange, why would I lose heart? Your plan has instilled in me a hope that surpasses the combined hopes of these past 20 years. This is the most beautiful hope I have encountered, and I will certainly do my utmost to realize it. Surely you feel the same?" Gavi had sought Bulma's help, He did not consider that his proposal was also what she yearned for. Facing Bulma's retort, Gavi raised an eyebrow. Oh, now we are partners with a shared interest. Above the desolate city, Gavi cautiously peered downward. The entirety of West City lay in ruins, with collapsed buildings as far as the eye could see. The streets were overgrown with weeds, having languished in neglect for an unknown duration. In this lifeless city, there appeared to be no signs of human activity. However, having emerged from an underground shelter, he knew better. Most of humanity had been slaughtered by the androids number 17 and 18, yet a small number had survived. Although the crisis posed by the androids had passed, the habits of those who had lived underground for years could not be altered in a short span. Humanity truly was a resilient species. Greetings, Earthlings. Suddenly, a sharp voice resonated in the minds of the two. Who is speaking? Who are you? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. The aircraft began to shake violently as it plummeted toward the ground. Gavi, equally alarmed by the sudden turn of events, urged, Doctor, ignore that for now. Stabilizing the aircraft is paramount. Bulma reacted swiftly, pressing several buttons on the control panel to steady the craft. Once she activated autopilot, her hands relinquished the controls. Did you hear that voice too? What is happening? Bulma glanced at Gavi, her heart racing. Before Gavi could explain, the voice returned. There is no need for you to search for me. For I am not present among you. I am communicating directly with each of you through magic. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Babidi, the greatest sorcerer in the universe. I hereby extend a formal invitation to all capable warriors on Earth to partake in the latest edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The venue shall be West City, with the event commencing at noon 3 days hence. The rules of the competition will mirror those of your previous tournaments. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to address me. Oh, and simply repeat my name in your mind, and you shall communicate with me. Someone has reached out to me so soon. I imagine you're curious about what questions they might pose. So I shall share the dialogue with all of you. A voice that did not belong to Babidi interjected. Might I inquire what prize the victorious participant will receive? A prize. Let the winner become my subordinate. Becoming your subordinate. What sort of prize is that? Who would want to participate in your tournament? Oh, is it my fault for not being clear? Once the martial arts tournament concludes, I shall obliterate the earth. Those who become my subordinates will not only survive, but be granted immense power. What? You can destroy the earth. Who would believe such a thing? Everyone, close your eyes. I shall transmit an image to you. Bulma promptly closed her eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, Gavi followed suit. Before Gavi, from a bird's-eye view, appeared an island, atop which lay a vast, abandoned city. You see this city. If anyone doubts my ability to annihilate the earth, they should witness what is to become of this city. A tall, monstrous figure with a light red complexion suddenly materialized above the city. Allow me to introduce this individual in the sky. He is my formidable aide, the Demon Realm King Dabra. Dabra, be gentle. I do not wish for the earth to be destroyed all at once. Rest assured, Lord Babidi, I'm always careful in my approach. A sinister smile crept across Dabura's face as he inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a blinding red flame, more brilliant than the sun, erupted from his mouth. In an instant, the entire city vanished without a sound, consumed by the crimson light, leaving behind only a massive, dark pit on the island. Did you see that? Even if you Earthlings hide underground, you will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 4. Everything will be all right. A chorus of trembling and excited voices arose. How is this possible? Is it an illusion? No, it is real. That was the city on the southern island that I witnessed that red light from the ship, and a hurricane stir the nearby seas. Lord Babidi, with such powerful subordinates at your command, why do you wish to annihilate the earth? Indeed, we Earthlings have not wronged you, and our world has just endured a calamity, leaving us utterly defenseless. Whatever you desire, you may take directly. There is no need for Earth's destruction. I came to Earth for a singular purpose, yet this one task has led to my prolonged stay of 6 months. My time is precious, and despite such a lengthy duration, my gains are scarcely half of what I could have achieved on other planets. Can you comprehend my frustration? Babidi's voice turned somewhat gritted with teeth. Thus, Those who wish to survive should participate in this martial arts tournament. This is your final opportunity. With that, Babidi's voice faded from the minds of the people. Inside the spacecraft, Bulma furrowed her brow. This bastard, what does he think our lives are worth? Doctor, remain calm. This is what I refer to as the crisis on Earth. We have merely 3 days left. We must devise a plan for our response. Babidi's ultimatum had somewhat alleviated the weight on Gaby's shoulders. At least they no longer had to be in constant fear. However, 3 days was still a pressing time frame that it seemed that the sequence of wishes for the Dragon Balls must be executed flawlessly. Goku, Vegeta, the Supreme Kai, and Piccolo were essential to resurrect. The Supreme Kai and Piccolo held the highest priority, necessitating the use of the Dragon Balls from Namek. The Dragon of Namek, Porunga, could grant 3 wishes, but the initial stipulation was that only one person could be revived at a time. The Supreme Kai and Piccolo's lives were intertwined. Reviving Piccolo would likely restore the Supreme Kai as well. Once the Supreme Kai and Piccolo were resurrected, Earth's Dragon Balls would naturally reactivate. However, a crucial point to note was that this timeline's Earth had not welcomed the new Supreme Kai. And Earth's Dragon Balls had not undergone modification. Thus, the dragon could only grant one wish. Although Earth's dragon could resurrect numerous individuals at once, it came with significant limitations. Those who had died over a year ago or had already been revived once could not be resurrected again. Furthermore, to truly revive an individual, one needed to preserve the deceased's physical body. Otherwise, they might return as grotesque skeletons, which would be rather unsettling that Trunks' remains had disintegrated, and future Gohan had perished many years ago. It seemed that Earth's Dragon Balls could not revive any significant figures. Nevertheless, having the Dragon Balls was better than having none. They could either restore the ravaged Earth back to its former glory or be utilized to enhance their strength, which would be quite advantageous. The other 2 wishes of the Namekian dragon could be employed to resurrect Goku and his companion. However, Goku's body was still afflicted by illness, a matter not to be overlooked. Doctor, do we still have the miracle cure for viral heart disease? Yes, I have prepared plenty of it, Bulma replied with a gentle by the way. Have the Dragon Balls from Earth been collected together? If we need to gather them anew, time will become even more pressing. Oh no. After the Dragon Balls entered a cooling period, Mr. Piccolo sacrificed himself in battle against the androids. The Dragon Balls in their cooling phase turned to stone and cannot be detected by the Dragon radar, making them impossible to gather. If we could utilize instant transmission, gathering them temporarily would not consume much time. Once Goku returns to the living realm, we will have much to do, Gaby mused, stroking his chin. I wonder if we can accomplish so many goals in just one day. As long as Goku is revived, everything will be fine, Bulma firmly believed, then pressed the accelerator. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up. The spacecraft expelled a long trail of white smoke as it sped away from West City. When Gaby disembarked from the craft, his legs felt weak and his head spun dizzily. It was his first time flying, and he was already nervous. Bulma had accelerated the experience. Fortunately, during the days of his arrival, he had nothing to eat, which spared him from nausea. Amidst the boundless yellow sands, a sapphire blue lake shimmered like a jewel. A palace was constructed within the lake, a marvel of human ingenuity. How magnificent! Does the fortune teller truly possess such wealth? Gaby muttered softly. I could see the palace entrance. A pale, pink little ghost flitted over. Are you two here to see the fortune teller? Indeed. Bulma stepped forward to reply. Gaby, still recovering, appeared utterly exhausted as he dragged 2 travel bags stuffed with currency to the palace door section, for he felt both dizzy and famished. Upon seeing the coins glimmering through the zipper's opening, the little ghost's eyes lit up. Please, come inside and rest in the palace. No, we urgently need to see the fortune teller. Gaby dared not relax until the crisis was resolved. The little ghost wore a troubled expression. Why Master has gone to visit a friend. I do not know when she will return. What? How long has she been gone? Bulma and Gaby's faces paled instantly. The first step of their plan had encountered an unexpected setback. Calculating the time, it must be nearing 6 months. Can you contact her? The little ghost retrieved a phone and tapped on it. After a moment, it looked regretful. I cannot reach her. She is likely in a very distant place. Where do you think she might have gone? My master's friends are mostly not on Earth. She has likely gone to another planet or perhaps the underworld. I cannot specify the exact location. Did she leave any instructions before departing? Gavy's spirits plummeted. She mentioned that the living realm was too dangerous and that she would stay with an old friend for a time. As one capable of traversing the realms of life and death, as well as predicting the future through divination, the fortune teller possessed an acute sense of danger. Did she truly not tell you when she would return? Think again. Gavy remained hopeful. If the fortune teller could return within 3 days, everything would be all right. The little ghost tilted its head, pondering for a moment at why Master really did not mention ITD. You recall how much time typically passes between her returns from her travels. Gavy's despair deepened. IT varies. Since over 20 years ago, my master has frequently gone to visit friends, sometimes for months or even years at a stretch. Gavy held his forehead. This is disastrous. The fortune teller has clearly gone to the underworld for refuge. It seems unlikely she will return before the Earth crisis is resolved. Yet, such matters were unpredictable. Little one, we will leave our contact information with you. Please notify us at the first moment she returns. All right. A trivial matter. Leave it to me. The little ghost promised confidently that Gavy's initial plan could be deemed a failure to be on the safe side. Before departing, he and Bulma instructed the little ghost that if the fortune teller returned within those 3 days and could not reach them, she should immediately bring Goku back to the living realm for a day, then have him use instant transmission to find them at Capsule Corporation. The 2 travel bags filled with money were left as a retainer at the fortune teller's palace. Gavy, what should we do now? Bulma's sparkle of hope seemed to fade. Doctor, do not lose heart. Even in the absence of the fortune-telling elder, I possess a secondary plan. Although a new strategy has emerged, it remains merely an alternative, lacking the perfection of the primary plan. Chapter 5. Yearning to cling to the angel's leg. What is your contingency plan? Inside the aircraft, Bulma inquired with curiosity. There are numerous alternatives. Yet currently, there exists but one feasible option. Gavy rubbed his perpetually grumbling belly and asked, by the way, Doctor, do you have any food with you? Of course, I always carry provisions with me. Bulma retrieved a capsule case from her pocket and tossed one into the cabin. Bang! Boxes filled with food were neatly arranged throughout the cabin. Gavy promptly vacated the co-pilot seat and began sifting through the boxes. He muttered to himself, compressed biscuits, not suitable. Beef jerky, not quite right. Chocolate bars, perhaps acceptable. Braised pork canned food, quite good. Instant noodles, a marvel. To be on the safe side, he requested hot water from Bulma and sampled every flavor of instant noodles, hearing the continuous slurping sounds emanating from behind. Bulma felt a twinge of guilt that, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were so hungry to know. Doctor, you misunderstand. I am not consuming these noodles merely out of hunger. Gavy paused his slurping to explain, I am savoring their flavors. Satisfying my hunger is merely a side effect. My true intent lies elsewhere. Although the noodles had expired over 20 years ago, their good preservation ensured they had not deteriorated. The taste far surpassed that of Kong Shuaifu's products. Gavy was genuinely astonished that the instant noodles within the Dragon Ball universe could be so delectable. However, to provide an objective evaluation, he only began to savor them in detail after consuming 4 or 5 bowls. Truly, they were a top-tier delicacy capable of conquering the taste buds of a deity. This world is indeed saved. Gavy's spirits surged. He solemnly stacked several unopened boxes of noodles together and commenced a summoning ritual. Mr. Whis, this delightful creation is known as instant noodles. They are exceptionally delicious. Mr. Whis, come and indulge in the finest delicacy in the entire universe. Mr. Whis, if you desire to partake, do not hesitate to contact me. Mr. Whis, this food is located on Earth in the Northern Galaxy. It is a treasure you have yet to experience. Mr. Whis, if you do not hurry over, you may miss out on this culinary delight. Gavy believed in the principle of celestial beings being aware of earthly calls. As long as he kept uttering the names of the divine, they would become aware. Moreover, in the resurrection saga of Frieza, Bulma had successfully contacted Whis using the offering of food. Once Whis was contacted, everything would improve. At that point, the angel could whisk Beerus from the god of destruction's planet to Earth in under an hour. Then, considering the allure of the food, there would be no conflict with any principles of neutrality. Even if Whis truly wished to remain uninvolved, he would undoubtedly discreetly suggest to Beerus to protect Earth through the hand of destruction. all for the sake of continuing to enjoy Earth's cuisine. Gavi chanted incessantly for nearly an hour, and the aircraft was nearing West City. His voice was nearly hoarse, yet he received no response. Mr. Whis, Lord Whis, guiding angel Whis, servant of the god of destruction. Whis, Whis-kun, Whis-san, Whis-appa. Bulma, who had been listening to Gavi's incessant mutterings, could no longer contain herself. Who exactly is this Mr. Whis you speak of? Can he truly save Earth? Mr. Whis belongs to the angelic lineage, a being of divine caliber. He is both the master and servant of the god of destruction. Beerus, servant? Bulma inquired, puzzled. You may think of him as akin to a cat owner-esque caretaker. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Are you saying that this angel named Whis treats the god of destruction, who stands at the pinnacle of the universe, as a pet? That is merely a metaphor. A metaphor. I certainly did not mean it in that way. Doctor, could you refrain from being so blunt? Gavi was nearly terrified. If those two entities overheard him, he would not fare well as, oh, your contingency plan hinges upon this. Summoning these two using instant noodles to save our Earth? Yes. As long as we can contact Mr. Whis within the next 3 days, we shall be saved. In truth, Gavi was not fond of relying on other strengths to resolve problems. However, the human body of Earthlings destined him to be unable to attain the power to defeat Dabra and Majin Buu through training alone. He currently had no choice but to depend on others for protection. Besides Whis and Beerus, who else could vanquish Dabra and Majin Buu? A sudden spark of inspiration struck Gavi. His eyes glimmered as he cautiously asked, Doctor, may I pose a question? What is it? This may evoke painful memories for you. Gavi expressed with concern. Please do not hesitate to ask. Is your sister, Tais, still alive? Gavi spoke seriously, his tone grave. This was a matter he needed to confirm. I do not know. She has been missing for over 20 years. Throughout these years, I have tried to contact her, but to no avail. Is there any other information regarding your sister? For instance, what did she say during your last meeting? Where had she previously resided? Bulma pondered, rubbing her temples. She once resided on an island in the south. She seldom returned to the Capsule Corporation, mostly living outside. Oh, it seems she befriended an extraterrestrial. Gavi's eyes brightened. Let us search for her at the places she once lived. Are we going now? Gavi contemplated. Time was of the essence. This matter was as crucial as contacting Whis. Yet it was even more urgent. Indeed, we shall go immediately. If we locate Tais, we can reach out to Galactic Patrolman Jace through her. Although Jace's strength is not remarkable, the Galactic Patrol he is associated with has been established for millions of years. Though this organization operates discreetly and appears to possess average power, that is merely a facade. Even the Supreme Kai entrusted the Star Eater Moro to their custody. This illustrates the formidable backing of the Galactic Patrol. Furthermore, within their ranks, there exists a hidden identity, an angel in training named Mels, who has descended to the lower realms for experience. This makes the Galactic Patrol another significant ally in Gavi's eyes. If he could connect with Jace, Earth could also be saved. However, the Galactic Patrol members traverse the cosmos, and their journey to Earth will also require time. Thus, Gavi was eager to locate Tais. Along the way, Gavi shared with Bulma all the information he knew about the Galactic Patrol. Are you saying that the elite member of the Galactic Patrol named Mels is actually an angel? Is also Mr. Whis's brother? Indeed. It is precisely for this reason that Earth has gained a glimmer of hope. Gavi, I am genuinely curious about the nature of the time and space you originated from. How do you possess such extensive information? You would not be interested. Gavi hastily deflected. Bulma pouted. I know this is your secret. I won't pry if you choose not to reveal it. I apologize. However, Gavi and Bulma exchanged sincere glances as she continued. You found me and brought me hope. I truly feel fortunate. Haha. We are partners, are we not? Gavi did not wish to waste time during their journey, so he prepared a steaming bowl of instant noodles and continued to call for Whis. Chapter 6. Departing for New Namek. How strange. Despite the prolonged and uninterrupted calls, there was still no response. Do you not think it's somewhat disrespectful to use instant noodles as offerings to summon the divine? Bulma voiced her thoughts. Perhaps, Gavi replied uncertainly. The allure of instant noodles may not be sufficient. Once we return to the Capsule Corporation, I shall bring out my cherished delicacies to try to, if that fails. I can also barter for a top chef signature dish. Sounds reliable. Having Bulma by one side is indeed a blessing. As long as the matter pertains to finances and resources, no challenge seems insurmountable. With superior offerings at hand, Javi momentarily ceased his summons for whist. He reclined in the passenger's seat, resting his eyes against the backrest. During the 3 days of his journey, he had neither consumed food nor dared to sleep. Now, having satisfied his hunger, he required a brief respite. In less than an hour, the craft began to circle and decelerate, prompting Javi to open his eyes. We have arrived at our destination. Bulma's expression was somewhat intricate. Below lay a diminutive island, albeit significantly larger than the one housing Master Roshi's abode. Though modest in size, the island was replete with features: a small forested hill, a dock, a helipad constructed over the sea, and a viewing platform towering several meters high. However, what captivated Javi most was the enormous, lid-like communication device situated on the island. Standing in front of the dock was a single-story house, evidently the residence of Tais. The aircraft gently descended onto the helipad over the water. Bulma leaped from the aircraft, traversing the soft sand to ring the doorbell. IT was broken. "Doctor, there's no need to ring. This place has been uninhabited for many years." Having circumnavigated the island, Javi naturally noted the absence of any signs of life. The iron components of the house were rusted, and the potted plants in the corridor had withered away. Bulma's demeanor turned somber as she gently turned the doorknob. With a creak, the door swung open with ease, unleashing a wave of musty air. Inside, the floors and surfaces were coated with a thick layer of dust, and the walls and ceiling were marred with mildew. Javi immediately opened all the windows and doors to ventilate the space. What could have befallen my sister? Bulma brushed the dust off a picture frame on the desk, staring blankly at the photograph. "Doctor, that massive communication device. Your sister must have utilized it to communicate remotely with the Galactic Patrol's Jack." Bulma carefully repositioned the frame. "Is there anything you require of me? Let us first search for any unique communication tools. If all else fails, we can peruse the landline's communication records." The two tacitly decided not to broach the subject of ties again and began scouring the house for clues. "Found it!" Bulma exclaimed with fervor. Javi's heart leaped upon seeing the object in her hand. "Tea first. I thought it was a teapot. The receiver's shape is quite peculiar, resembling a bun." Javi admitted he had misjudged it. Yet, Bulma, following his hint, discovered the oddly shaped communicator. But how does one operate this? Faced with the strange devices from the Dragon Ball universe, Javi felt utterly perplexed that IT should work like this. Bulma lifted the bun-like receiver and pressed a few buttons, producing a series of beeping sounds. Truly, Bulma is a genius. No, she has always been a genius. We have a response. Bulma joyously pressed the receiver to her ear, and Javi leaned in with anticipation. "Hello, this is the Galactic Patrol headquarters. How may I assist you?" It wasn't long before a voice responded from the receiver. "Jack, is that you?" Javi's heart surged with excitement. "Are you looking for Officer Jack? I'll connect you to him right away." "Thank you. Things are looking up. Everything is going to be all right. Earth will be saved." Javi and Bulma exchanged glances, each reading the other's elation. "Hello, this is Jack. Who am I speaking with?" "Greetings, Jack. I am Bulma, Tai's sister." Immediately, Bulma and Javi succinctly briefed Jack on the crisis threatening Earth. Majin Buu. That name sounds somewhat familiar. I recall now. Isn't that the one who wreaked havoc across the galaxy 500,000 years ago? While Earth falls under my jurisdiction, I must admit, I cannot handle that Majin Buu. Advice is to evacuate Earth promptly. The situation sounds dire. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. As an elite of the Galactic Patrol, I have a busy schedule. Javi felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. How could someone so timid hold a position in the Galactic Patrol? "Wait, we also wish to inquire about Mel's." Javi interjected. "Mel's? The elite Officer Mel's? How do you know him? Why the sudden interest? He is a tad busier than I am. We have pressing matters to discuss with him. Officer Mel's and the other Galactic Patrol members are occupied capturing prisoners who have escaped from the Galactic Prison. I doubt he has time to attend to you. Among the escapees, there is one particularly troublesome individual that Javi's heart sank. Could it be that boss? Yet, This concern was separate from Earth's imminent peril, as long as they refrained from drawing attention. The remote little planet in the northern galaxy would likely remain unnoticed. However, the likelihood of Mel's coming to their aid seemed to diminish considerably. After all, that boss could obliterate planets with ease, and his destructive capabilities rivaled those of Majin Buu. Rubbing his temples, Javi felt a headache brewing that it would be wise to personally contact Mel's to confirm the situation. Hey, Jack, you do realize that Earth, which falls under your jurisdiction, is in trouble, right? You can't just pretend you don't see it. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction with Jack's dismissive attitude. After a moment of silence, Jack's voice came through again. I will report this matter to headquarters. Moreover, in light of Taiza's connections, I can arrange for your evacuation from Earth. What a reckless attitude you have. Bulma's forehead throbbed with indignation. I refuse to flee Earth like a coward. I too shall not abandon Earth, Javi asserted firmly. While fleeing might be a means of survival, he quickly deemed it unwise. Remaining on Earth allowed him to implement other plans. Earth possessed capsule technology, android technology, time machines, Dragon Balls, and Senza beans, valuable assets he had yet to utilize effectively. Once he found a feasible plan, leveraging these resources to turn the tide was certainly within reach. Leaving Earth and departing from Bulma. Where could he, an ordinary person, go? What could he possibly accomplish? Indeed, it was Bulma's presence that instilled a profound sense of security within him. By the way, Jack, if you genuinely wish to do something for Earth, set off for New Namek immediately. New Namek. Is there such a planet? Jack sounded perplexed. Indeed, there is, and it lies within the Milky Way. If you search diligently, you will surely find it in the original tale. Since the North Kai could vaguely sense the location of New Namek, it indicated that its position was not beyond the bounds of the galaxy. It remained within the Galactic Patrol's jurisdiction. Locating this planet would undoubtedly pose no issue. Understood that I will check the database for its coordinates. The waiting period left Javi feeling apprehensive. He had previously been trapped in a mental blind spot, fixated on the belief that only reviving Goku, the protagonist, could alter the trajectory of this world. Seeking the coordinates of New Namek could have easily involved the Galactic Patrol. He could even reach out to the North Kai, or the Kaioshin, for assistance. He wondered whether the current Kaioshin, Shin, had arrived on Earth to thwart Babidi's revival of Majin Buu. This individual, who had ascended to Kaioshin only after the Great Kaioshin was absorbed by Buu, and the other apprentice Kaioshins perished, though somewhat unreliable, held a significance on par with the Dragon Balls. The old Supreme Kai has been sealed within the sword for countless ages. His divine position was inherited by his successors long after his disappearance. The life of the God of Destruction is intrinsically linked to the newly ascended Supreme Kai. Speaking of which, Beerus truly possesses remarkable fortune. When the Grand Supreme Kai led the 4 apprentice Supreme Kais into battle against Majin Buu, he was not directly killed, but rather absorbed. This fortunate turn of events allowed the slumbering God of Destruction to escape peril. However, Beerus' streak of good luck appears to have reached its end. Although the current Supreme Kai Shin is kind-hearted, his impulsive nature leads him to reckless actions. During a fierce battle with Dabra in the time of the Great Time Space, he sacrificed himself. In the timeline of the protagonist, he disregarded Beerus' warnings and recklessly crossed over to the Great Time Space to confront Zamasu. Gavin is now worried that this hot-headed individual might charge headlong into trouble with Babidi. While the Supreme Kai boasts several hundred million in battle power, it pales in comparison to Dabra, let alone against Majin Buu. It would be inconsequential if he were to lose, but should he be killed, it would result in the simultaneous demise of Beerus, who shares his life force. This would plunge Whis, the angel serving as the God of Destruction's guide, into a state of slumber, thrusting the situation into true jeopardy. Contemplating this, Gavin couldn't help but feel anxious. Yet, for the moment, he could not find a means to contact the Supreme Kai and would have to wait to consult Meru's later. The silence was broken when Jack relayed good news. I've located the coordinates of the planet you mentioned. You want me to head there now? What is it that you require me to do? How long will it take you to arrive? If Jack can only reach the destination in 3 days, then the wish to Shinran on Namek must be altered. Restoring the destroyed Earth would become the top priority if he can arrive within 3 days. The resurrection of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo would take precedence. Although it is possible to select a Namekian to inherit the position of the deity, Gavin is uncertain how long that process would take. Otherwise, he would prefer to appoint Dend from Namek as the new guardian of Earth. Dend is capable of significantly upgrading the Dragon Balls of Earth. It remains uncertain whether the Dragon Balls of Namek in this timeline have undergone modifications by the newly appointed Elder. In the original Buu saga, the Earthlings exterminated by Majin Buu were resurrected by the upgraded Purunga. The enhanced Purunga can revive all significant individuals in a single sweep. However, even if the Namekian Dragon Balls have not been improved, they still represent Gavin's greatest hope. It is estimated that it will take around 3 days. This is already the fastest speed of our galactic patrol ship. Jack understands the gravity of the situation. 3 days. The thought of it leaves Gavin breathless. However, looking on the bright side, Babidi's martial arts tournament might last more than a day, as long as they can find a way to prolong the tournament for a day. There might still be hope. Gavin immediately informed Jack about the situation with the Namekian Dragon Balls and explained the sequence of the 2 wish options if Earth is already destroyed by the time of the wish. The first action would be to restore Earth, followed by resurrecting those who died on Earth over the past 25 years. If mass resurrection isn't feasible, priority will be given to reviving Bulma and Goku, and then having Goku bring a Namekian named Dend to Earth to inherit the role of Guardian. Reviving Bulma is crucial as she understands Gavin's plans and possesses essential items such as the Dragon Radar and special medicines. Reviving Goku is beneficial as he can use instant transmission to gather the Dragon Balls at the fastest pace, but he must be diligently training in the afterlife, and upon resurrection, he would represent a significant force for Earth. Dend's importance is self-evident that if Earth still exists, attempts will first be made for mass resurrection. If that fails, then the Supreme Kai and Piccolo will be revived, followed by Goku and Vegeta. This is all I need to do. Right? Jack confirmed once more. If the situation develops as I anticipate, then yes, that is correct for now. With the communication device allowing instant contact with Jack, Gavin's anxious heart finally settled a little. Then I shall set off. Good luck, Jack. After severing the communication with Jack, Gavin once again dialed the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Hello, please connect me to Meru's. Beep beep. This is Meru's. Upon hearing Meru's voice, Gavin felt a surge of energy. Mr. Meru's, the situation is urgent, so I won't engage in pleasantries. Please forgive my rudeness. Not at all. I appreciate directness. Meru's tone was humble and amiable. The graceful and serene demeanor of the angel race naturally surfaced in Gavin's mind. I would like to request your assistance in contacting your brother, Mr. Whist. It seems you have uncovered my true identity. Meru's appeared unfazed. My apologies. I truly have no other recourse. There is no need to apologize. This matter was initially concealed by me, so being discovered is of little consequence. However, I am unable to assist you in this regard. Why is that? Gavin instinctively inquired. Because my brother fell into a state of slumber 6 months ago. What? Does that mean Lord Beerus has been slain? Gavin's emotions were now beyond mere shock. The mightiest being in the universe, Beerus, has been killed. The god of destruction had never left his planet. The issue cannot lie with him. Thus, it implies that the current Supreme Kai was killed by Babidi's group. Gavin instinctively considered this possibility. Supreme Kai Shin had not even sought assistance this time. The moment Babidi appeared, he rushed in, effectively handing himself over. Not only did he implicate Beerus and Whis, but he also wasted the Patera earrings. Gavin was at a loss for words. Resources? The name Babidi rang a bell. However, the Supreme Kai was not slain by him. The culprit is a scion who devastated the southern galaxy. Indeed, the Supreme Kai had been no wonder Whis had been unreachable that Gavin's mind grew increasingly muddled. A scion who destroyed the southern galaxy? Isn't this the premise of the old movie version of Broly? Furthermore, the original concept of Broly is practically a bug. His battle power doubles as he ages. This timeline is over a decade later than the original Buu saga. This means that Broly's additional years of life have multiplied his power by tens of thousands, if not more. What level of battle power does he possess now? The crisis with Buu remains unresolved, and yet another Broly emerges. Moreover, this Broly embodies the purest, most bloodthirsty nature of a scion, a quintessential villain. Wait a moment, I heard that Mr. Meruz, you are pursuing a group of escapees from the galactic prison. One of them isn't named Moro, is it? Gavin probed cautiously. You are indeed aware of a secret connection between the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction, and it seems the Moro prison break incident was anticipated by you. At that moment, Meruz's tone seemed tinged with curiosity. Gavin felt a wave of frustration. In this timeline, devoid of the protagonist Goku for over 20 years, formidable foes have not merely vanished but have accumulated. Of course, not all bosses remain. At least Frieza and Cell do not exist here, right? The Earth in this world lacks the Dragon Balls needed to resurrect Frieza. Cell has also ventured into the protagonist's timeline. No, speaking of Cell, Gavin suddenly recalled a possibility. The soda and sandwich cookies acquired by the Red Ribbon Army must be Cola and Oreos, right? This is clearly meant for Dr. Gero's grandson. Goodness, could it be that all the bosses are converging in the same era? If I were Earth, I would self-destruct immediately. I refuse to play along. Observing Bulma beside him, her brow unfurling with a glimmer of hope for the future, Gavin felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the cruel truth. Chapter 8. The slumbering android regarding Dr. Gero's grandson. No substantial threat has yet arisen. For now, Gavin must focus his energy on Babidi. Mr. Meruz, Earth is facing some troubles, and I hope to receive your assistance. Gavi briefly recounted the matters regarding Babidi and Majin Buu that I shall set forth immediately, hurrying to Earth at the utmost speed, albeit in the capacity of a member of the Galactic Patrol. I hope for your understanding and request that you keep my true identity confidential from others. Angels must maintain a position of neutrality. Although the reasons are unclear, Gavi is already mentally prepared for it. I comprehend that you agree to come, and I am truly grateful. There is no need for formality. I have my own reasons for traveling to Earth to defeat Moro. We must harness the power of Majin Buu. Please bear with us for 70 hours of your Earth time. 5 million years ago, the Grand Kaishin did not perish directly, but was absorbed by Majin Buu, and he remains dormant within Buu to this day. Moreover, Meruz can temporarily awaken the personality of the Grand Kaishin residing within Buu. Consequently, it is highly likely that Majin Buu will ultimately confront Moro. It presents a win-win scenario. Furthermore, the timing is precise. Clearly more reliable than that of another Galactic Patrol member. Can you reach Earth within 3 days? Indeed, Babidi is supposed to host a martial arts tournament. Perhaps I shall arrive in time to participate. This news greatly invigorated Gavi. Majin Buu versus Moro. It remains uncertain who would emerge as the stronger of course. Prior to Meruz's arrival on Earth, Gavi must ensure that Babidi does not lift Buu's seal. Yet, he currently has no one else to rely on. The distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. It seems that only that method remains. Upon concluding the communication with Meruz, Gavi and Bulma immediately boarded their aircraft to return to Capsule Corporation. The communication device used to contact the Galactic Patrol was also brought back in the capsule. Doctor, are you aware of the location of Dr. Gero's secret research facility in the suburbs of North City? That place rings a bell. Bulma brushed her long hair. Really? I wish to see it. If Gavi's memory serves him right, that research facility contains the blueprints for the creation of Android 17. The technology of androids is undoubtedly a significant asset in the Dragon Ball universe. The ultimate creation of android technology is Cell. Should Bulma master this technology, their chances of survival within the time before Meruz's arrival would greatly increase. That place has already been destroyed by Trunks. What? Gavi was taken aback. Fear not. Before its destruction, we managed to retrieve valuable items. What items, pray tell? The blueprints for Android 17. I utilized these blueprints to create a controller capable of halting the actions of those two monsters. Gavi sighed in relief. Bulma truly did not disappoint. By the way, along with the blueprints, we also retrieved Dr. Gero's computer and an unused android. Who is this unused android? Gavi's curiosity was piqued. Who could this dormant android be? Android 16, 19, 20, or perhaps 21? Gavi immediately dismissed the last possibility. Majin Buu has not yet made an appearance. How could it possibly be 21, who is fused with Majin cells? Allow me to show you. Under Bulma's guidance, they arrived at the underground freezing chamber. I chose not to have Trunks destroy him, as I wished to keep him for research. Within a stasis pod lay a robust, and imposing man. Indeed, it is Android 16 that this android was considered a complete failure by Dr. Gero. Unlike 17 and 18, who underwent cellular modifications directly on ordinary humans, he was modeled after Dr. Gero's eldest son, relying on chips and mechanical operations for his artificial intelligence, essentially making him a robot. Although Android 16 possesses immense power and infinite stamina, he has a profound appreciation for nature, which is entirely contrary to Dr. Gero's original intent in creating him, but he is not a villain. We can activate him. Gavi stroked his chin. Really? Although I have removed the bomb within him, could this not be too perilous? Bulma expressed her reservations. Certainly, we shall not activate him now, but rather once we have attained a means of self-defense. Gavi, being inherently cautious, was unwavering in his approach to self-defense. What do you mean? Bulma was perplexed by Gavi's implication. Of course, I refer to augmenting our bodies. Just as with 17 and 18, we could transform ourselves into androids, gaining formidable combat abilities and boundless energy. No, I have no desire to become such a monster. Gavi, if you wish to become that way, I can offer you some assistance, but I shall refrain. Bulma's stance was resolute, her tone tinged with resentment. How could she accept becoming an existence akin to her adversaries? After all, androids had slain her parents, friends, and loved ones. My apologies, Doctor. I fail to consider your feelings. Gavi had initially envisioned that becoming an android would provide him with an ally in combating Babidi. Yet he had not anticipated Bulma's intense aversion to androids. This could hinder Bulma's full commitment to researching android technology. How could he persuade her? Should he appeal to her sense of humanity? Yet the sacrifices she had made were far too great. Gavi pondered deeply, struggling to find sufficient justification. Time was already short for the two of them, and thus, Gavi's android plan might face complications that I hope you can understand my predicament. Bulma said bitterly, "Partners must understand one another." Gavi smiled nonchalantly. After all, battle is a man's romance. It seems quite normal for them to lack resonance on this matter. This minor episode would not impede Gavi's subsequent actions, and he proactively shifted the topic. Doctor, West City is becoming increasingly unsafe. It would be wise for us to temporarily relocate from here. Due to Babidi's martial arts tournament, an influx of people will continue to pour into West City. For two ordinary individuals to remain in Capsule Corporation, in Gavi's view, is overly conspicuous and exceedingly perilous. Capsule Corporation stands as a prominent target, easily attracting those with ulterior motives. Leave here. Is there anywhere on Earth safer than my home? The underground of Capsule Corporation is fortified with a secure shelter, equipped with comprehensive facilities, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to intrude. That location offers greater security and contains what we urgently require. What we urgently require? Just tell me directly what you need. Bulma blinked in confusion. Doctor, what we need is time. Chapter 9. The genius scientist Bulma, Gavi, briefly explained to Bulma the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber within the temple. Does such a miraculous place truly exist? This version of Bulma, although she had heard of the temple's existence, had never visited it. Indeed, spending a year inside allows only a single day to pass outside. This way, we shall have time to research android technology and augment our bodies. Even if Gavi is a combat genius, with the physical capabilities of an ordinary Earthling, it would be impossible to match Dabra after a decade of training. However, by becoming an android, the enhancement in strength would reach levels he could never attain through arduous training. Furthermore, androids like 17 and 18 possess physiological structures akin to normal humans, enabling them to marry and have children, with long lifespans and eternal youth. Once we eliminate the bombs and brainwashing implanted by Dr. Gero, we would be treading the path of human genetic ascension. This technological avenue within the Dragon Ball universe left Gavi astonished. According to your account, that wondrous room can only be entered twice in a lifetime, with a cumulative time not exceeding 48 hours. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly before entering. Precisely, I possess the necessary equipment and materials right here. When Trunks destroyed Dr. Gero's secret research facility, he salvaged all the useful equipment. It seems that matters have become considerably simpler. Indeed, Trunks is the most reliable scion, to be honest, among those Gavi wishes to revive. After Goku and Piccolo, it is Trunks. We require a separate room to serve as a laboratory, preferably one equipped with a gravity chamber. The environment within that space is sweltering during the day and frigid at night, with gravity set to 10 times that of Earth. Gavi, however, is not particularly concerned about the environmental issues of the hyperbolic time chamber. He suspects that the version encountered in the Buu saga underwent modifications by Bulma, eliminating the previous restriction of allowing only 2 individuals to enter at a time. When Goten and Trunks were training inside, Piccolo brought Buu along. The notion that Bulma could alter the hyperbolic time chamber is not merely a baseless assumption on Gavi's part. During the Cell Saga, Vegeta entered the chamber twice, training there for a full 2 years. That be why the time of the Zamasu saga, Vegeta once again ventured into the hyperbolic time chamber for an extended training session. Additionally, the plot of Super's anime mentions that Bulma made enhancements while repairing the hyperbolic time chamber, which had been damaged by Buu. Modifying the internal environment of that space is certainly within her capabilities. In summary, this woman is undoubtedly the most versatile scientist. For this reason, Gavi has always believed from the outset that Bulma could master the technology of the androids flawlessly. This conviction underpins his confidence in pursuing this plan. Gavi, it seems you have an extensive understanding of my household, Bulma remarked suspiciously, casting a glance at him. Cough, cough. How could that be? Gavi hurriedly shifted the topic. Doctor, time is of the essence. Let us prepare our supplies and depart swiftly. Gavi quickly moved to divert the conversation. Bulma seemed uninterested in probing further into his secrets. It had been many years since the gravity chamber was last utilized, and he had nearly forgotten it existed. That device was specifically crafted by Dr. Brief for Vegeta. Now, both individuals associated with it are no longer present. He wondered if Bulma would feel nostalgic upon seeing it. Gavi instantly regretted bringing it up. However, upon reflection, in the short hours they had spent together, this version of Bulma exuded resilience and open-mindedness, rather than a melancholic disposition. Furthermore, she appeared to consider every detail meticulously. Such a teammate is indeed worthy of trust. Is there any way I can assist? Gavi inquired, eager to contribute. No need. You can wait here while I quickly gather the necessary items, she replied. During the waiting period, Gavi found himself restless. He once again opened the computer on Bulma's desk. He remained preoccupied with the matter of the Red Ribbon Army. Did they still harbor ambitions of world domination, even in this apocalyptic scenario? He accessed the Survivor Communication Forum and once more came across a post featuring the red RR emblem avatar. The comments section had accumulated numerous messages, all requests for trade. However, the poster was quite cautious, leaving no hint of their location, merely stating that the buyer should wait for them to arrive. After perusing for some time, Gavi found no useful leads. Hopefully, he was just being overly cautious, and he closed the post. Logically, the cell created by Dr. Gero in this timeline had left the time machine only a year ago. Since his creation, he had not made any significant impact. The Red Ribbon Army might not fully comprehend the terror that Cell represents. Perhaps they had no intention of recreating such a monster at all. Yet, their clandestine actions raise questions. Gavi rubbed his temples in contemplation. Based on the content from the superhero movie, he recalled that the new base of the Red Ribbon Army was established within 2 interconnected craters, which should be easily locatable on a satellite map. Such natural wonders are likely quite rare, making it feasible to pinpoint this organization's stronghold. What are you searching for on the electronic map? Unbeknownst to him, Bulma had approached from behind and inquired curiously, a coal-colored cat perched on her shoulder. Nothing much. Gavi was reluctant to reveal his concerns about the Red Ribbon Army to Bulma. After all, without relevant evidence, voicing his suspicions would only serve to heighten her worries. Gazing at the ashtray brimming with cigarette butts on the desk, he sighed inwardly. Bulma was already under considerable stress. Adding to her burdens might lead her to smoke even more. If she were to develop a lung condition at a critical moment, it could jeopardize their plans that I used to refrain from smoking. But ever since my companions departed, Gavi expressed his understanding. Life was challenging, and one must find ways to distract oneself. Doctor, are we ready to set off? Yes, indeed. Everything is packed, this little black cat. It's a family pet. I couldn't bear to leave it behind. Upon exiting Capsule Corporation, Gavi rubbed his eyes in confusion. Had some of the buildings inside diminished in number? Bulma shook the capsule case in her hand. Ah, I see. Gaby instantly grasped the situation. How we get to the temple? Bulma asked as they settled into the cockpit of the flying vessel. Above Karen Tower, the flying machine glided steadily through the air. Gaby borrowed Bulma's computer, continuing his discreet search for the Red Ribbon Army's base. Regrettably, he still yielded no results. Stretching lazily, he feigned indifference and asked, "Doctor, do you know of any locations with interconnected craters or lakes?" Craters? I don't usually pay attention to such matters. However, statistically speaking, if they're naturally formed landscapes, there shouldn't be too many remaining. Bulma swiftly analyzed the crux of the issue. According to crater theory, the probability of two shells landing in the same spot is exceedingly low. The same holds true for meteors. Moreover, as time passes, the environment gradually changes. Some ancient craters and lakes will inevitably become obscured and vanish. The phrase "the sea turns into mulberry fields" encapsulates this notion. Oh, you need my assistance in searching? Bulma tilted her head in inquiry. Please do. Gaby thought it unacceptable to neglect the matter of the Red Ribbon Army. He had no choice but to enlist Bulma's help. Chapter 10. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber, setting the flying machine to autopilot mode, Bulma took the computer and swiftly entered information. Moments later, she exclaimed, "Gaby, I've marked all the locations you mentioned on the map. They are in these areas." Gaby leaned closer, examining the display Bulma had pulled up. To his astonishment, none of the locations bore any resemblance to those he had in mind. How could this be? Doctor, are there no other places? That's all. These are the only locations I found based on the criteria you provided. Damn it, so it truly is impossible to locate them? Gaby felt a twinge of frustration. Wait, could it be that the Red Ribbon Army has altered the optical camouflage shield surrounding their base to resemble something else? If that were the case, it would naturally evade detection on real-time maps. Doctor, can we search for geological formation from a longer time ago? Bulma nodded slightly, her fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard. There are no such locations. Furthermore, I meticulously compared the sites of destruction caused by the androids with the original terrain. Sites of destruction? Gaby smacked his thigh in realization. He had overlooked the impact of battles on the environment. Whether it was Master Roshi obliterating the moon during the early martial arts tournaments or Nappa's devastation of cities during the Scion invasion, each event constituted a substantial alteration of Earth's environment. Those two adjacent craters must have been formed during the course of battle, right? To create such enormous abyss-like pits, how much energy must have been unleashed? Energy blasts, self-detonation, shock waves, or perhaps wave attacks. Gaby suddenly recalled one of the most iconic battle techniques from Dragon Ball. The vivid memory of the memorable clash of wave attacks surged to the forefront of his mind. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus Perfect Cell. It dawned on him that the new base of the Red Ribbon Army was established atop the battlefield where Cell and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan had fought. No wonder he and Bulma had been unable to find such a location despite their exhaustive search. It was simply because this battle had never occurred in the future timeline. Consequently, he had no means of locating this villainous organization as hideout based on the relevant Dragon Ball plot. He was also unable to preemptively thwart their nefarious schemes. Addressing the situation with the Red Ribbon Army would necessitate a step-by-step approach. I apologize, Doctor. It was my mistake. There is no need to continue the search. Such a place simply does not exist. Recalling the monumental clash between Sheru and Gohan, Gaby once again felt the weight of impending doom pressing upon him. In his memory, the strength of Dabra was on par with that of the lightning-fast Sheru. Even after becoming an android, it seemed improbable that he could rival Dabra. Was there any means to weaken the Demon Realm King? Gaby pondered deeply. Heaven above, what an imposing tower! Beside him, Bulma expressed her awe. As he snapped back to reality, he beheld a towering edifice that appeared to pierce the heavens, soaring into the clouds. Doctor, the top of Karen Tower is still above the clouds, Gaby remarked. Bulma immediately ascended the aircraft. After navigating through the mist, their vision cleared remarkably. The pinnacle of the tower was now laid bare before them. Is this truly the summit of Karen Tower? Bulma inquired, gazing upward. To the very center of the tower's apex was an oval platform. The platform was divided into two tiers, supported by a dozen robust pillars that upheld the arched dome. Indeed, Dr. Gavi affirmed, but alas, it appears that this place has been uninhabited for many years. One wonders where Master Karen has gone. Gavi felt a twinge of regret within. The mystical senza beans could only be cultivated by Master Karen, and regrettably, he had long since vanished. In the future world's side story, the dialogue between Trunks and future Gohan had mentioned the absence of senza beans on Earth. As for the reason, aside from the gluttonous factor of Ichiro, it was undoubtedly tied to the sudden disappearance of Master Karen. Perhaps locating him would allow for the beans to be replanted. The whereabouts of Master Karen were briefly mentioned in the Super anime, where Ichiro noted that Master Karen had sacrificed himself to save himself during Black Goku's assault. In this timeline, devoid of Black Goku, it stands to reason that Master Karen may very well still be alive. However, restoring the supply of senza beans was not the most pressing matter at hand. Isn't this the temple? Bulma asked, slightly puzzled. No. The temple floats above Karen Tower, Gavi clarified. The aircraft swiftly glided over the platform, continuing its ascent. Above the tower's dome, a straight red rod extended into the horizon. This rod, of course, was the Rui Bang. In the past, those wishing to ascend to the temple had to first pass Master Karen's test to earn his approval. Moreover, once a human aircraft approached the temple, it would be repelled. Now, with the connection to the temple through the Rui Bang, and with the god having perished alongside Piccolo, Gavi speculated that the barrier preventing aircraft from approaching had likely dissipated. Otherwise, he and Bulma would have had to ascend the Rui Bang. Wow. It seems there is something up there. Moments later, the two passengers in the aircraft discerned the object above them, a gigantic hemispherical platform. Is this the temple? Gavi murmured. He was astonished that a palace truly existed at such heights. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. A shadow stood solitary at the edge of the vast circular plaza, as if watching over or waiting for something. Upon seeing the figure, dark as coal, wrapped in a white turban and clad in a robe, Gavi felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Mr. Bobo is still alive. Bobo also noticed the visitors in the aircraft. I recognize him. He is Mr. Bobo, Bulma exclaimed, waving enthusiastically in the Namek saga. It was Mr. Bobo who had guided Bulma to the spaceship where the deity had once resided and taught her the language of Namek. Mr. Bobo grinned widely and waved back. Then he produced a handkerchief to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye, gently choking back emotion. After all these years, I finally see hope for the revival of the deity. The aircraft smoothly descended to the center of the plaza. Mr. Bobo approached. I already understand your intentions. Bulma expressed her surprise. You know we intend to borrow that miraculous house. I'm always aware of everything happening below. Mr. Bobo nodded, a look of compassion on his face. Due to certain constraints, I cannot interfere in mortal affairs. In the world of Dragon Ball, gods and their servants are invariably bound by various limitations. Gavi had mentally prepared himself for this. Please follow me, Mr. Bobo said, clasping his hands behind his back as he led the way. Gavi curiously scrutinized the enigmatic figure ahead of him. In his recollection, Mr. Bobo was a mysterious individual. He had lived for ages and assisted numerous deities. Even the dragon was brought to life after Mr. Bobo sculpted its likeness and entrusted it to the former deity. Although Mr. Bobo's combat power was officially recorded as only 1030, his combat philosophy touched upon the threshold of the Ultra Instinct technique. Gavi speculated wildly in his mind. Could this fellow's true combat power be 10 to the 30th power? Nonetheless, there was no doubt that Mr. Bobo was an excellent teacher. Perhaps after becoming an android, he could seek Mr. Bobo's guidance on combat and training. After meandering through the temple's interior, the trio soon halted before an ancient stone door. Is this the room of spirit and time? Before entering, Gavi posed an important question. Mr. Bobo, could you modify the gravity inside to match that of Earth? Certainly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Bobo replied. After a brief pause, he nodded gently at Gavi and Bulma. Remember, the time spent inside must not exceed 48 hours of real time, or the exit will vanish forever. Chapter 11. Mastering Android Technology. Mr. Bobo, could I trouble you to look after this cat for 2 days? A coal-black feline had been following the trio. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Mr. Bobo nodded. He then reminded, once you enter the room of spirit and time, your connection to the outside world may be severed. It's best to address any important contacts beforehand. Gavi marveled at Mr. Bobo's reliability. This capsule contains a communication device to contact the Galactic Patrol. Please set it up in the plaza. This phone is for the fortune teller's servant. If they call, please inform us at once. Mr. Bobo nodded, understood. With arrangements made for external matters, it was time to enter the room of spirit and time. Gavi pushed open the stone door and stepped inside without hesitation. After squinting his eyes to adjust to the light, he found himself in a vast expanse of pure white space. Everything around was constructed of unblemished white. Nothing existed here. Even the air felt significantly thinner. A profound sense of solitude enveloped him, making Gavi quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, to his right, Bulma was turning her head, surveying the area. This place is so spacious. Indeed, the area we inhabit is comparable to that of Earth. He replied, the temperature fluctuates between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius. Therefore, we must construct our experimental facilities in separate rooms to cope with the environmental temperature differences. Bulma frowned. Yes, as for the location, let us choose one near the exit. Gavi, lacking confidence in his willpower and mental fortitude, worried about losing himself in the depths of the space or encountering hallucinations. Being able to see the exit at all times would provide him with some comfort. Within the room of spirit and time, provisions, water, and accommodations were all available. However, the conditions were certainly inferior to those Bulma had brought in through the capsule. Bulma retrieved the capsule box. With a series of thuds, a dozen buildings quickly surrounded the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Gavi stared in awe. This is a luxurious suite, and each room has a bathroom with hot water. We shall reside here. This building is an independent restaurant, while the adjacent structures comprise a swimming pool, an entertainment room, a gym, a storage facility, and a cold storage. To be by the way, that spherical building is the gravity chamber you mentioned. As for the most crucial laboratory, it is the largest hemispherical structure in the center, which is divided into 3 levels and includes a component processing factory. All buildings are equipped with independent energy sources and are managed intelligently. Is this woman transformed from Doraemon? Gai rubbed his eyes vigorously to ensure he wasn't hallucinating. All right, let me review the materials related to the androids once more. You can take this opportunity to explore the surroundings. Gai still underestimated the profoundness of the world's richest individual. However, now is not the time for reflection. He pushed open the laboratory door. A casual glance around revealed that the interior space was far more pristine and luminous than he had imagined. Numerous unidentifiable devices and high-tech instruments were meticulously arranged within. Truly, it is a place befitting top-tier scientists. Gai took a general tour of all the rooms on each level, feeling a slight joy in his heart. The android project is bound to succeed. As for visiting the living quarters, restaurant, or swimming pool, he had no interest under the looming threat of reality. Having familiarized himself with the experimental site, Gai sought out Bulma. Intending to make his final persuasion, gazing intently at Bulma, he spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet resolute. Doctor, technology itself is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder's intent that determines its impact. Before Gai could finish his thought, Bulma interrupted. I know what you're worried about. Rest assured that I believe your request for me to research this technology is solely for self-preservation and not to harm others, since I have promised you. I will give it my all. Bulma's stance had softened, yet she still seemed hesitant about becoming an android. If we truly succeed in saving the world, your deceased companions will be revived. As soon as Gai's words fell, Bulma lifted her head, her face, weathered yet still radiant, filled with confusion and disbelief. Gai, I don't understand your meaning. The dead do not endure the ravages of time. They will return in the same state as when they departed. Upon hearing this, Bulma appeared to recollect something, chuckling softly. But they have no reason to disdain me, an elderly woman who saved them, right? Gai slapped his forehead, bewildered by Bulma's sudden obtuseness. Doctor, your reasoning is flawed. What I meant to say is that the android technology not only endows individuals with immense power and infinite energy, it can also grant eternal youth and prolonged life. Bulma remained silent. Standing still for a long while, Gai glimpsed a peculiar spark in her eyes. Seizing the moment, he continued, Doctor, your companions have been gone for at least 20 years if they were to be revived. Although their age would remain the same, their appearance would differ vastly from yours. Should these individuals attend your birthday celebration, the scene might become somewhat awkward. How old are you this year? At least 55. Right? Bulma's forehead bulged with veins, angrily interrupting Gai. Enough? Gai, if you dare deceive me, you will pay dearly. With a dramatic flourish of her white robe, Bulma stormed over to her computer chair, seizing the research blueprints for Android 17. The Spirit Time Room's enormous hourglasses on either side of the entrance silently flowed with sand. Chapter 10. 2 months swiftly elapsed. Bulma had now fully mastered the essence of Dr. Gero's android technology. During Gai's time following Bulma's teachings, he developed a unique understanding of this technological pathway. Though he contributed less, even the most brilliant scientists cannot do everything alone. Assistance from aides is essential. Gai played such a role. With all theories firmly grasped and preparations complete, today marked the day for them to enter the training pod and officially undergo transformation. Gai had intended to lie down in the pod filled with green nutrient solution. However, he suddenly sensed an odd atmosphere in the laboratory. Through the pod, he observed Bulma at the workstation, her expression contorted, occasionally emitting unsettling sounds. Could it be? Oh no. Chapter 12. Time Travelers. Could it be that Bulma was experiencing mental contamination? Although there hadn't been reports of characters from Dragon Ball encountering issues in the Spirit Time Room, the possibility existed, and Gai had always been vigilant about this. When one will is weak and concentration falters, hallucinations or other bizarre behaviors may arise. Worrying, Gai quietly climbed out of the pod and stealthily approached Bulma. As he drew closer, he finally discerned the situation. Bulma, seated before the computer screen, bore a foolish grin, murmuring to herself, "Adjust my age one last time. It really is the final adjustment that, being able to become young is wonderful. Let us make my eyelashes a tad longer. Tighten my skin a bit more. Make it bouncer, ha ha ha. Here and here, make them larger, firmer, and perkier. Carefully circumventing the training pod, Gai silently positioned himself behind Bulma. It turned out she was modifying the numerical values of various body parts on a 3D preview model. "Gai, haven't you already entered the training pod?" Bulma exclaimed, startled by the unexpected presence behind her. Gai instantly recognized the issue. Looking at the display, showing Bulma's latest version of her modified appearance, he couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was undeniably Bulma's youthful visage at 16. Not only had her age been modified to an absurdly low number, but certain features had also been significantly enhanced. Unbearable. Gai covered his face. Bulma was simply too shameless. Nevertheless, ultimately, no harm had come from this. He had no ground to criticize her. Moreover, deep down, he surprisingly didn't mind it too much. "Bulma, enough? Not only are you wasting time, but such reckless modifications will adversely affect combat." After 2 months of close companionship, Gai could now naturally address Bulma by her first name. "I wondered why you seemed distracted today. Turns out you were doing this behind my back." Gai was exasperated by Bulma, who usually acted so rationally, wasting time at such a critical moment. Over this time, he had been anxiously racing against the clock to absorb relevant knowledge, fearing that he would run out of time and ultimately lose his life. Sighing deeply, Gai lamented, "Well, after all, she is the woman who wished upon the Dragon Balls to eliminate Crow's feet. I should have been somewhat prepared for this." Though his tone was cold, he had no intention of reproaching Bulma. He merely wanted to remind her that it was not yet time to relax. "I apologize. I haven't participated in any battles and didn't realize that such modifications could yield negative effects." Bulma twisted her fingers, her expression awkward. "I will revert everything immediately. This one can stay," Gai casually remarked, as he too was a novice in combat. How would he know where the detrimental effects on battle lay? Bulma cast him a puzzled look. Gai felt a pang of guilt. "What I meant was, wouldn't reverting back also waste time? It's just a shell. Let it remain as it is. That works too." Bulma and Gavi, in unison, let out a long sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, the two of them, one after the other, lay down in the incubation pod, slowly closing their eyes. Gavi pressed the button to close the pod door. silently wishing that when they awaken, they would successfully acquire the formidable power of androids that in West City. Two figures cloaked in thick robes concealed their entire forms. Had we successfully returned to the world before Dabra and Zamasu appeared? The first to speak had a voice that was crisp and melodious. There shouldn't be any issues with the timeline. The other figure gently wrapped an arm around the waist of the person beside them and soared into the air. Strange, it seems many people are gathering in West City. I noticed that too. Let's head to Capsule Corporation and inquire about the situation. To Capsule Corporation. We'll get to see Dr. Bulma again. Indeed, but we must conceal our identities and avoid disturbing their lives as much as possible. Aren't you planning to reveal yourself to the doctor? There already exists a pair of identical versions of you and me in this world. Revealing ourselves to her would only complicate matters for others. True, our original world has vanished. In a hidden corner unnoticed by the two, a shadow lurked, watching intently. After finally finding a timeline where Beerus does not exist, I never expected to run into you again. Your presence is unforgettable, Trunks. If it weren't for this feeble body of mine, you would be doomed. Once I seize the perfect body, I will come to deal with you. The shadow lightly twisted the silver ring on their finger and vanished without a trace. At the entrance to the room of spirit and time, the clock ticked steadily. With each passing second, it emitted a subtle sound that in this tranquility, time seemed infinitely stretched and prolonged. Gaby found himself in an extraordinarily long dream. In this dream, he was obliterated by Frieza. Leaving no trace behind, he was pierced through the abdomen by Cell's tail, reduced to a desiccated husk. He was strangled to death by Broly's arms, blood spilling from his mouth. He was petrified by Dabra's saliva and shattered into pieces. He was turned into a cookie and ground to dust by Buu. Then, the nightmare began to take a different turn. The youthful and alluring visage of Bulma appeared. Suddenly, Gaby was jolted awake by the sound of the pod door sliding open. To his astonishment, a vibrant young girl was leaning over him, examining his body. Bulma had truly regained her youth. The sensation was akin to a once-aged film goddess suddenly returning to her 18-year-old self. Leaving Gaby in awe. Gaby, your physical condition is quite impressive. The girl, donned in a white lab coat, had her long aquamarine hair simply tied back. Despite the loose-fitting outfit, her figure was undeniably striking. Bulma, have we succeeded? Gaby felt a twinge of anxiety within. Transforming himself into an android was a crucial step in preventing Babidi from reviving Majin Buu. He hoped that their efforts would not be in vain. The first phase of the transformation was remarkably successful. The initial stage of android modification involves upgrading all normal cells within the body to supercells. This allows a human to directly surpass their previous physical limits and become a super warrior. Supercells not only possess a formidable self-repairing capability, but also serve as the vessel for a nanoscopic energy reactor. By absorbing air through the pores, the absorbed substances can naturally fuse within the reactor inside the cells, providing the body with nearly limitless energy. However, it is not truly infinite energy, as even elementary students understand that matter and energy are conserved. The rate of energy production within the cells far exceeds its consumption. This elaborate system, which integrates human cells, operates with remarkable complexity, yet runs in an orderly fashion. And no wonder Dr. Gero referred to Bulma as a genius. Gaby could hardly contain his eagerness to test the power of the androids. How long have we been in the incubation pod? Bulma raised a finger, explaining that the minor modifications to the cells took them an entire year. I thought only a few days had passed. Within the room of spirit and time, a year equates to a single day in the outside world. The two had spent a year and 2 months in this space. Calculating this, less than a day and a half remained until Babidi's martial arts tournament commenced. I wonder if anything significant has happened in the outside world during this day and a half. How are Mir's, Gak, and the fortune teller doing? Is there any new crisis on Earth? Let us step outside and test our physical attributes. The two exited the laboratory and moved to a spot slightly distant from the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Gaby clenched his fists gently, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His veins bulged as he threw a punch into the ground. Boom! Debris flew, and a large crater formed on the hardened surface. However, the force of the action was reciprocal. Gaby wildly shook his hand. Grimacing in pain, Bulma, apologetic, reminded him that removing pain sensation was part of the second phase of modification, and it was best to avoid injury for now. Seeing Gaby's predicament, she simply tested her own physical strength, revealing a satisfied expression on her face that we could explore how to fly. Flying was humanity's ultimate dream, and Gaby eagerly anticipated this step, but how could he harness the energy within to achieve flight? Gaby focused his mind, envisioning himself as a bird soaring through the skies. He felt his body becoming lighter, as if gravity could no longer bind him. But how did I do that? Your feet are actually off the ground. Bulma's astonished voice echoed in the distance. Suddenly interrupted, Gaby glanced down and was startled to see Bulma had become a tiny in his vision. Why am I so high up? In a moment of panic, he forgot the sensation he had just experienced, and his body began to plummet rapidly. Thud, Gaby landed in an undignified heap. Rubbing his aching face, he was overwhelmed with joy. Flying was indeed that simple. With a bit of practice, he would master the skill in no time. Bulma, flying is easy. You should try too. Just imagine yourself as a gentle breeze. Gaby chuckled inwardly, eager to see Bulma's attempt. Bulma's attempt went smoothly. Having learned from Gaby's experience, she levitated just under a meter before her ascent halted, spinning gracefully at that height. This is really simple. So this is what flying feels like. After practicing flying in the air for a while, they had both become adept. Next came the energy blasts. For Gaby, who had no prior close combat training, energy blasts might become his primary combat method moving forward. Bulma, let us keep our distance. I'm worried I might mismanage the energy and accidentally harm you. Any attempts at this stage are extremely perilous. After patiently waiting for Bulma to retreat from view, Gaby's blood surged with excitement. At this moment, he could hardly contain himself. He felt even more exhilarated than when he was flying. The postures and techniques for energy blasts were already second nature to him, all leading up to this moment of explosive revelation. Firmly grounding himself, Gaby struck a pose and shouted with fervor, Kamehameha! Next move, he pressed his 2 fingers against his forehead. Masenko! Another move. He raised one arm high, palm flat, ki burst, yet another. Standing on one leg, twisting his body, he clasped his left palm over the outer side of his right palm. Gallic gun. Gaby then proceeded to attempt special beam cannon, Kamehameha, final flash, and solar flare. With each attempt, he unleashed a passionate roar. Yet, not a single energy blast was released. Damn it. Where did it all go wrong? Gaby lay back in defeat, questioning his very existence. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Startling Gaby. Could it be that Bulma succeeded in her attempts? I, a mere novice in the second dimension, still haven't achieved anything. How can I endure this? Swiftly flying towards Bulma's direction, the gray smoke rising from the pit had yet to dissipate as Bulma stood before it. Incredulously twisting her hands, she had indeed succeeded. A pang of envy stirred within Gaby. Gaby, your shout just now was quite loud, but I couldn't quite catch what you were saying. Were you addressing me? Bulma gently smoothed her disheveled hair, her face betraying confusion. Cough, cough, cough. No, I wasn't saying anything. It's just as well you didn't hear me. Gaby nearly choked on his own saliva to his surprise, despite the distance separating them. Bulma had sensed his presence. Could it be that becoming an android enhanced one's hearing? Fortunately, she had not discerned the content of his shout. Otherwise, Gaby would have been at a loss on how to face her afterward. Quickly redirecting his thoughts to the matter at hand, he inquired, Bulma, have your attempts been successful? That is quite simple. Really, it's nowhere near as dangerous as you suggested. Bulma looked at Gaby with a puzzled expression. I must have overthought it. Could you teach me this simple method? Was this woman also a genius in this regard? Gaby felt a twinge of resentment, but had to concede his defeat to Bulma. Launching an energy wave requires mobilizing every cell in your body, directing the gathered energy through the meridians. First, attune yourself to the energy circulating around your cells. Consciously gather it together. Bulma's words illuminated Gaby's understanding. Unlike flight, launching an energy sphere necessitated utilizing the body's circulatory system. It seemed his knowledge of androids was still superficial. Following Bulma's method, Gaby quickly formed a light sphere the size of an egg in the palm of his hand. When he hurled the sphere to the ground, it created a small crater. Although he had succeeded, Gavi felt no excitement. He still needed to explore further, striving to familiarize himself with the android body before leaving the hyperbolic time chamber. However, the modifications for the second phase were not yet complete, preventing him from fully immersing himself in training. The second phase of modifications included the suppression of pain, the addition of an emergency stop device, and the installation of explosives, controversial features that Bulma had scheduled for this phase. Notably, the energy signature of androids could not be sensed by others. This was due to the cells of androids being able to perfectly shield internal and external energy leakage. For Gavi, this was advantageous, as he would no longer need to expend effort learning how to conceal his own energy signature. Gavi, I feel that the modifications in the second phase will render us increasingly less human, and many of these changes seem unnecessary. This issue had been discussed multiple times, yet Gavi had his own considerations. The malevolent sorcerer Babidi possessed the ability to manipulate hearts, one of his most notorious powers. As long as there remained a trace of malice in one's heart, that fiend's magic could exploit it, corrupting the mind. In the saga involving Buu, figures such as Dabra and Vegeta, whose strengths far surpassed Babidi's, were nevertheless enslaved by him. This was a matter Gavi could not afford to overlook. Chapter 14. The arrival of future Gavi as a time traveler. Gavi could not afford the naivety of the Sun family, who had remained pure across 3 generations. The threat of Babidi's control magic loomed over him, far more significant than that posed by Dabra, and considerably more perilous. That fiend could amplify the darkness within a person's heart while lurking in the shadows, subsequently enslaving them. Such tactics were insidious and vexing for Gavi. Thus, he intended for Bulma to install an emergency stop device and explosives within him, just in case. Bulma, there's no need to suppress pain. I require the feedback of pain during combat to gauge my physical state. Bulma nodded gently, concern etched across her face, yet she replied, however, Babidi's control magic is insidious. We cannot afford to be careless. The remaining 2 modifications are sacrifices we must make to defeat him. If you insist, I will carry out these modifications that I believe that once the crisis is passed, I can remove these 2 devices once more. Bulma agreed with an unusually grave expression. The 2 immediately commenced preparations for the second phase of modifications. For Gavi, as long as the modifications were incomplete, Hiko the leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his other hand and menacingly threatened. Swoosh! In the next moment, his vision blurred, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. A sharp pain shot through his wrist as he realized his gun had somehow fallen into the hands of his adversary. The young man then crushed the firearm effortlessly with a single hand, reducing it to mere fragments. Had the weapon been destroyed by bare hands? Was this individual even human? Glancing around, he saw that all his subordinates lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Spare my life. When we arrived, there was truly no one here. The leader's legs weakened, and he dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Are you a local of West City? The young man asked, suppressing his inner turmoil with an indifferent tone. The leader, unsure of the young man's origins, could ascertain from the rising chests of his subordinates that he was not malevolent. If he were truly a villain, he would have slaughtered them all by now. Yes, I originally resided in a nearby shelter. However, due to the influx of outsiders seizing our territory, I ventured out in search of a new base. Please, spare me. I vow never to set foot here again. Everything we found inside will be offered to you. The young man, maintaining a calm demeanor that betrayed no emotion, inquired, what happened to the original inhabitants of this place? It is unjust. When we arrived, we found no one here, not even a trace of supplies. The leader lamented, his face a mask of despair. Had it not been for the undisturbed environment, I would suspect that this place had been thoroughly plundered. No signs of destruction. Could it be they merely relocated? The young man soared above the Capsule Corporation, observing the surroundings. His scrutiny revealed that the situation was indeed as the leader had described. However, his keen eyes detected numerous signs indicating recent habitation that if they had moved, it had not been long ago. But where could they have gone? Chapter 15. Mastering the prince's combat technique logically, with Trunks safeguarding Bulma. The 2 should have comfortably remained here without any need to relocate. Was there a crisis on Earth forcing them to abandon their home? Contemplating this, the young man's brow furrowed. Swoosh! the young man reappeared before the leader. Upon seeing his expression, the leader trembled in fear, lowering his head even further, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. Have terrifying monsters emerged on Earth again? Why, yes, the leader stammered, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Is the creature named Babidi? Or perhaps Dabra? Yes, yes. Those two, the leader exclaimed, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. You must have seen it too, right? A flicker of concern crossed the young man's face as he realized he might have arrived too late. Missing crucial information. Moreover, the emergence of Babidi and Dabra preceded his timeline by considerable margin. That I witnessed that being named Babidi declare his intention to host a martial arts tournament, threatening all of humanity to participate, and then proclaiming his intent to annihilate Earth. The leader explained, casting furtive glances at the young man, growing increasingly anxious. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression hardened. Not only had the timeline advanced, but the actions of Babidi in this reality diverged significantly from his memories. Nevertheless, hosting a martial arts tournament was indeed a method to amass the energy needed to unseal Buu. He could not allow this creature's scheme to come to fruition with his current strength. He was more than capable of defeating Dabra. As long as these two monsters appeared, he was confident he could vanquish them. After ascertaining the time and location of the tournament, the young man allowed the leader and his gang to leave. Seeing her companion's furrowed brow, the long-haired woman expressed her concerns. Trunks, should we immediately contact Lord Kaioshin and inform him of the situation on Earth? The young man was none other than the future Trunks, who had endured the Cell Games and Zamasu's human extermination plan. His companion was Mai, one of the last two survivors from his timeline. Following their shared experience with Zamasu, they had lost their world. Instead of settling in the main timeline, they had decided to return to a time before Dabra and Zamasu's emergence, driven by an unknown urge ignited by Goten's words. Remembering Goten's sentiments, Trunks felt a twinge of pain in his heart. If I were there, surely the future world would be safe, if given the chance. He longed to witness the world restored to peace. Because of Trunks, he yearned to meet the future Bulma. Every word from Goten felt like a dagger, piercing his already wounded heart. Though spoken without intention, Trunks aspired to forge a peaceful world through his own strength. Goten, this time, I will not let you down. The image of a one-armed man loomed in Trunks' mind. Lord Kaioshin has been monitoring Babidi's movements, and he will undoubtedly appear at a critical moment. Moreover, we currently have no means to contact him. Let us first search for my mother and the alternate version of myself. The hint of bitterness crossed Trunks' face. Section 13. The hyperbolic time chamber, two figures intertwined, their silhouettes melding in a cacophony of light and shadow, producing a resounding boom. Boom! After a fierce clash, the two figures separated. Bulma, behold my prince's combat technique, Gavi declared, his palms alternating in a rapid push, the speed dazzling to the eye. In an instant, countless energy blasts erupted from his palms, weaving an impenetrable net that surged toward Bulma. Damn it! Not this again! Bulma's exasperated voice emerged from the thick smoke. Surrender. If I create distance, you will be exhausted by my endless energy blasts, Gavi proclaimed triumphantly. Clearly, his combat prowess, having perused a Dragon Ball script, outmatched Bulma, a prodigy who could only fall under his dominion. Have you forgotten? I possess the same energy as you. Moreover, I have mastered all your techniques. Bulma retorted with a huff, employing the same strategy as Gavi. The two engaged in a fierce clash of energy waves, neither able to gain the upper hand. The endurance of the android's body was remarkable. If this continued, they could fight fiercely for days without tiring. While their bodies remained unfatigued, their eyes would succumb to visual strain. Just as Gavi began to relax, the number of Bulma's energy blasts suddenly surged. Launching a counteroffensive, his pupils constricted. Bulma, too, had harbored strength in reserve, returning Gavi's impending attack with his own. Boom! 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 Countless energy blasts struck the protective barrier surrounding Gavi, creating a deafening explosion. Just as Gavi was momentarily stunned, Bulma shouted, bursting forth from the dust cloud raised by the blasts, her fist crashing against Gavi's barrier. The shield shattered, forcing Gavi to retreat hastily. Not bad. This time I won't hold back, Gavi marveled. landing and assuming a fighting stance. Kamehameha. Even as Bulma exerted her utmost to disrupt the energy blast, she could not prevent the release of the Kamehameha wave. A robust, pale blue energy beam shot forth from Gavy's palms. Protective shield. Realizing the peril, Bulma swiftly conjured a spherical energy shield. Boom! The entire space was engulfed in chaos. The violent energy wave seemingly the only source of light. Bulma struggled under the impact of the shockwave for a minute before calling for a halt to the match. No more. No more. Gavy immediately ceased his assault, a smile gracing his face. So, shall we call this a draw? Of course. Our battle record remains 10 matches with 10 draws. A voice of defiance emerged from Bulma. The maximum energy output of both individuals was identical, with no significant disparity in their attacks. Simultaneously, this value was far surpassed by their energy regeneration rate, rendering it as though they possessed infinite energy. Logically, in such circumstances, prolonged combat would yield no clear victor. However, Gavy was an ardent Dragon Ball fan. Whether it was experimenting with techniques or devising strategies, he held a distinct advantage if he could not surpass Bulma under these conditions. It would indeed be utterly unreasonable. The crux of the matter lay in Bulma's tendency to halt the match just as defeat seemed imminent, with justifications so compelling that Gavy found himself unable to refute them. In his previous viewings of Dragon Ball, Gavy had vaguely sensed certain inconsistencies, notably the exceptional quality of the character's attire, which rarely showed signs of damage despite their fierce battles. Now, this anomaly had been rectified. Gavy's own clothing had disintegrated into ashes during their initial confrontation. The attire he currently wore was sourced from Bulma, albeit having been changed multiple times, the Bulma situation was considerably worse than Gavy's. While he was unbothered by being shirtless, Bulma could not afford such a luxury. The ultimate outcome of their battles hinged not on their endurance, but rather on the inability of their clothing to withstand strain. This led Gavy to repeatedly cover his face, exclaiming that he could not bear to watch. Bulma adeptly exploited this flaw, compelling Gavy to concede that their matches ended in a draw. This was a key reason why the two had yet to determine a true victor. Chapter 16. Preparing to leave the hyperbolic time chamber. The second phase of modifications had long been completed, and Gavy and Bulma had spent the last month acclimatizing to their enhanced physical prowess through practical combat. Gavy discovered that, as his understanding of his body deepened, the potency of his energy blasts surged significantly. His physique also exhibited subtle changes, with the emergence of defined muscle contours, although not as explosively pronounced as Goku or Vegeta. This enhancement was nonetheless considerable. This revelation filled him with joy. He had previously assumed that, after becoming an android, he could not elevate his strength through training. Clearly, this was a dated and rigid notion. On the eve of the Universe Power Tournament, Android 17 had mentioned that his power had increased due to training with the likes of the small cell. He ultimately survived until the end of the tournament, making substantial contributions. The crucial point was that, had he not possessed commensurate strength, he would likely have been dismissed as mere fodder by the other formidable fighters. Gavy, on the other hand, had merely undergone a brief training period to ascertain that his strength had indeed improved. Perhaps Bulma's modifications to this technology played a role in this development. He found the android body to be fascinating, with numerous aspects worthy of exploration. Even more astonishing was the fact that during their energy clashes, both he and Bulma noticed a marked intensification in their combat compared to previous encounters. As the chief engineer behind this technology, Bulma explained that as they adapted to the android's power or as their physical training progressed, the output of energy would likewise increase. She also posited that the maximum output would rise in tandem with their growing strengths, ultimately resulting in the energy recovery rate lagging behind, thus shattering the current illusion of infinite energy. However, she deemed it premature to worry about this just yet. Their training had only just commenced, and they had a long way to go before reaching the limits of their current forms. Gavy speculated that they would need to attain at least the power level of Lightning Cell before encountering the issue of energy recovery falling short. Even so, Gavy was sufficiently satisfied with the strength of the androids. After all, when the time came, he could not possibly rely solely on energy blasts, which were highly energy-consuming. Training in close combat must be prioritized without delay. Gavy, send me a piece of clothing. Bulma's request interrupted his musings. Gavi, too lazy to make another trip to the room, simply removed his white shirt and tossed it to Bulma from a distance. Although they had spent the majority of their time in slumber, they had been companions for nearly 2 years. The initial formality and awkwardness from their first meeting had long since dissipated. Whether a super friendship had blossomed between them was unclear to Gavi. But the bond of camaraderie was undeniably solid. Borrowing clothing was hardly a matter of significance. Dressed in her new outfit, Bulma approached with grace. The men's shirt was oversized, adequately covering her essential areas. Yet it did little to conceal her alluring curves or restrain the rhythmic movement of her more prominent features. It was all Bulma's fault for shamelessly enhancing certain aspects of her physique, causing Gavi to feel dizzy with every step she took. The shirt, being thin, barely concealed the rounded contours of her form. Coupled with her long, straight, and exquisitely pale legs, Gavi immediately shielded his face, exclaiming that he could not bear to look. The style, the aura, it was in stark contrast to the serious and composed demeanor she typically presented in her lab coat. He truly could not bring himself to look. As Bulma passed by Gavi, she was incensed. "Gavi, your fingers are so wide they could encompass an entire galaxy." With that, she dashed back into the room, leaving Gavi momentarily stunned. If only Meru's could guide him in his training. He wiped away the blood that had inexplicably begun to flow from his nose, and a resolute determination gleamed in his eyes. He must become even stronger, with less than a month remaining in the hyperbolic time chamber. He reflected on the nearly 2 years he had spent traversing this world. How swiftly those 2 years had passed. Gavi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, accompanied by a twinge of powerlessness. Even as an android, endowed with a qualitative leap in strength, he remained woefully inadequate in the face of the numerous villains in the Dragon Ball universe. Judging by the current circumstances, Dabra loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. Not to mention the likes of Broly and Moro, whose levels of threat were far beyond his reckoning, that he was uncertain of the extent of the original Broly's current power, but Moro was undeniably formidable. In the original narrative, Moro was ultimately defeated only after having his most crucial abilities sealed away by Meru's, sacrificing himself, and subsequently succumbing to Goku in a perfected state of Ultra Instinct. Having absorbed the full divine power of the Supreme, Gavi's current strength was likely marginally greater than that of Trunks upon his initial temporal traversal, hovering around the mid-level of Super Saiyan 1. He could only speculate how many tiers separated him from Ultra Instinct. Ultimately, Moro had advanced far beyond his current iteration. Gavi had no intention of lingering in the hyperbolic time chamber any longer. Despite the encouraging pace of his growth and his successful mastery of techniques, such as the Kamehameha, the energy sphere, and the energy cutter, he remained constrained by the insufficiency of his training time. It was overly unrealistic to expect to catch up to Dabra within such a limited time frame. Even Goku and his comrades had undergone countless life-and-death battles and years of arduous training before achieving their breakthroughs from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, without guidance, Gavi found it exceedingly challenging to enhance his close combat skills to defeat Dabra in a head-on confrontation. He would need to find a way to directly diminish his combat capabilities. Diminishing combat capabilities? A sudden epiphany struck Gavi. He seemed to have stumbled upon a potential strategy. But how exactly could he lower the opponent's strength? Instances of weakening adversaries in the history of Dragon Ball seemed few and far between. However, Gavi recalled instances of reducing one's own combat power. The most vivid memory was during the battle on Namek, when Jinyu exchanged bodies with Goku. At that time, Jinyu's combat power had reached 120,000, yet he was unable to overcome Goku's power of 180,000 in his Kaioken state. After inflicting severe self-harm, he utilized the body swap technique, resulting in his combat power plummeting to a mere 23,000. While it is indeed true that Jinyu could not execute the Kaioken technique, the more significant reason lies in his inability to adapt to Goku's physique. This ultimately hindered him from unleashing the full potential of his body. Later, when Jinyu attempted to swap bodies with Vegeta, his technique struck the Namekian frog that Goku had thrown, resulting in a body exchange with the frog. As the destruction of Namek loomed, Porunga teleported everyone except for Goku and Frieza to Earth, which included Jinyu. Thereafter, he lived on Earth in the guise of an alien frog in the Dragon Ball Super arc featuring the resurrection of Frieza, Jinyu exchanged bodies with Tagoma, thereby becoming even more formidable. After lamenting his tragic fate to Frieza, he showcased a newly developed pre-battle pose. Ultimately, Jinyu met his demise at the hands of Vegeta, achieving the latter's long-awaited 5-kill point. One cannot help but wonder if this pitiful and helpless Jinyu still survives in this world. If only he could seize the body of Dabra, perhaps the troublesome Demon Realm King could be easily vanquished. Chapter 17. The abilities of Captain Jinyu. During dinner, Gai and Bulma sat across from each other, each enjoying the delicacies Bulma had preserved. Gai, Bulma began, "In my spare time recently, I have been contemplating the principles of this remarkable spatial structure, yet it necessitates external research for a period of time. However, this is not my area of expertise, and I can only implement some modifications based on the existing foundation." Gai nodded gently, satisfied with Bulma's efforts and not wishing to impose further demands. "Well, let's put that on hold for now. Researching the hyperbolic time chamber externally won't yield results overnight, especially with less than half a day remaining before Babidi's martial arts tournament begins. With such limited time, attempting to improve the time chamber seems rather fanciful. By the way, the development of the battle suits has been completed. Although our physiques are robust, our current clothing struggles to withstand the impacts of combat, leaving us in quite a predicament during training." Bulma opened a box on the table. The battle suit was designed in accordance with the original style of Frieza's army, lacking shoulder pads and thigh guards, retaining only the torso armor. The inner lining was a black bodysuit, complemented by a pair of gloves and combat boots. The suit's excellent elasticity and defensive capabilities were secondary in Gai's eyes. However, as Bulma pointed out, ordinary clothing proved inadequate and easily damaged. It would not do for the two of them to face the risk of their garments tearing during battle. Gai found it somewhat puzzling that Bulma had not crafted one for herself first. However, upon reflection, he understood that male battle suits had readily available templates, while designing a female battle suit required considerably more thought. "Bulma, are you familiar with Captain Jinyu? He was once a blue frog." Gai sought to glean information about Jinyu, his curiosity piqued by the question that in the original manga The Namek Saga, Bulma did not actually encounter Jinyu. However, Toei Animation had forcibly inserted a scene in their original adaptation where Bulma's body was exchanged with Jinyu's. At that time, Jinyu, having been bested by Vegeta, attempted to swap bodies with him, but his beam struck the Namekian frog thrown by Goku's pleading. He narrowly escaped death at Vegeta's hands. Subsequently, the Jinyu who had exchanged bodies with the Namekian frog happened upon Bulma. Bulma perceived this frog as intelligent and seemingly eager to communicate, leading her to create a device for translating animal languages. Her astonishment, upon donning the device, the frog's first utterance was a spell for soul exchange. Jinyu then seized Bulma's body. Fortunately, Gohan, with his wits about him, uncovered the enemy's true identity on the battlefield. When Jinyu sought to exchange bodies with the more powerful Piccolo, Gohan hurled the frog that was Bulma into the path of the exchange beam, allowing both to revert to their original bodies. "Jinyu, that wretched blue frog, is named Jinyu." Bulma's expression darkened as she recalled unpleasant memories. Gai couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Bulma indeed had a rather unfortunate chapter in her past. However, Bulma's experience would simplify matters, sparing Gai the need to elaborate on Jinyu's unique abilities. This frog had resided on Earth since the battle on Namek. That scoundrel came to Earth? Has he resumed his wicked ways? Bulma questioned, puzzled by Gai's implications that I cannot ascertain whether he has done wrong. But to defeat Dabra, we might need to leverage his extraordinary abilities. Gai explained how unfamiliarity with a new body could lead to diminished combat power following a body swap. "You wish for that frog to seize Dabra's body?" Bulma quickly surmised Gai's intentions. "Indeed, the pressing question now is whether you could devise a frog attractor or some similar device to help me locate Jinyu. With Earth being so vast, where might I find the frog Jinyu has become? As a diminutive frog, his chances of survival in this post-apocalyptic world are slim. He might have already fallen prey to the desperate survivors seeking to cook him for sustenance. After all, the diet of those in the apocalypse is far more diverse than in times of peace." Upon this realization, Gai found his hopes dwindling. After a moment's contemplation, Bulma spoke. Creating an attractor for the corresponding species is not particularly challenging. However, deploying them globally would require an astonishing number of devices. Just the two of us could not produce them in a short time. However, I might be able to utilize a computer to search for his whereabouts worldwide. True to her reputation, Bulma quickly devised a plan. Gai regarded her with admiration. Searching on the computer, "What do you propose? Gai, have you forgotten? We can post a bounty on the Survivors Forum, if the reward is substantial enough. Someone will surely assist us in the search," Bulma reminded, crossing her arms. "Wait, what are the distinguishing features of an alien frog?" Gai rubbed his temples, recalling something significant that I can never forget that creature's appearance. Blue skin, red eyes, with a pair of antennae on its head, and it is larger than the typical earth frog. Bulma gritted her teeth, recalling the past with distaste. "Wait, I feel like I've seen something like that before." Gai pondered intensely before suddenly slapping his thigh. "Someone has already posted it for sale on the forum?" "Really?" Bulma exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Gai finally remembered. While borrowing Bulma's computer to surf the internet at Capsule Corp, he had seen a post selling blue bullfrogs. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the link and glanced at the image to at the time. His mind was preoccupied with reviving Goku and the other protagonists. Intending to rely on them to resolve the impending crisis, he had dismissed the peculiar-looking creature as merely a gimmick from unscrupulous sellers. Yet, 2 years had swiftly passed. No, wait, at most, only 2 days have elapsed in the outside world. However, the situation was dire. It was entirely possible that Jinyu had indeed been caught and eaten by those who sought sustenance, leading to utter catastrophe. Indeed, I must find him at once. He may be in grave danger. Gai swiftly donned the battle suit Bulma had prepared for him. "Wait, let us go together." Bulma immediately stood up. "No, Bulma, you stay here, that I need you to create a device capable of translating animal languages. Furthermore, continue the development of the battle suits. Once you have completed these tasks, we shall reunite." Bulma's face was filled with concern. "But Gai, I cannot help but worry for you. Do not fret. I shall return swiftly." Gai grabbed the computer from the table, gathered some supplies from the food storage room, and hastily departed the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma watched him leave, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 18. The Rescue of the Alien Frog Jinyu outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Gai promptly logged into the forum, using the computer, and quickly located the post selling the blue bullfrog. The post was still active, and the accompanying image allowed him to immediately confirm that it was indeed the Namekian frog. The pair of antennae on its forehead remained etched in his memory. Upon reaching the bottom of the post, he discovered that the transaction had been completed. Jinyu had already been sold. Gavy's pupils constricted. Upon reviewing the address provided in the buyer's message, he bolted out of the temple without so much as a word to Mr. Popode. He leaped off the edge of the square and soared directly towards the direction of Shidu. Casting a glance upward, he noted the sky was a pitch-black expanse. Gavy recalled vividly that by noon the following day, the Babidi martial arts tournament would commence. He felt an urgent need to reach the location where Jinyu was held captive and rescue him. The buyer had stated his intention to dissect this unique blue bullfrog. Half a day had already elapsed since Jinyu was sold. It was highly likely that the optimal time to save him had slipped away. "Jinyu, you must hold on." In his heart, Gavy silently cheered for Jinyu. The sky was overcast, devoid of any moonlight. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed as Gavy exerted every ounce of strength, propelling himself forward. After nearly 20 minutes of flight, he finally arrived in Shidu. With a resounding crash, he landed on the solid city pavement, creating a large crater. Touching down on a street, he began searching for road signs to confirm his location. Extracting a paper map of Shidu from his pocket, he quickly pinpointed his position and immediately sped towards his destination. His form left a trail of afterimages as he darted through countless street corners like a bolt of lightning. The explosive sound of air bursting followed his disappearance, shattering numerous windows in the chaotic gusts. Fortunately, the desolate city streets were devoid of pedestrians. Despite his terrifying speed, no accidents occurred, since becoming an artificial human. Gavy's reaction speed and dynamic vision had undergone a radical transformation, reaching a level unattainable by ordinary individuals. Flying at supersonic speeds through the cluttered urban ruins posed no challenge for him. The waves created by his passage roared like a monstrous beast, resonating throughout the streets and alleys. Many survivors hiding underground, drawn by the commotion, curiously ventured back to the surface, their eyes wide in astonishment at the devastation that resembled the aftermath of a tornado. Such a tremendous disturbance left many in shock, momentarily recalling the two demons that had once nearly brought about the world's destruction. That a minute later, Gaby abruptly slowed down and came to a halt outside a residential area. It must be around here. However, just after taking 2 steps, Gaby suddenly sensed something amiss. He came to an abrupt stop, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The dimly lit street was eerily silent, devoid of any figures. Save for the occasional call of an owl, the "Who's there? Don't hide in the shadows. Show yourself," Gaby called out sharply, his eyes sharp as blades, lacking the ability to sense his opponent's presence through their aura. He could only scrutinize his surroundings. I never imagined I could conceal myself so well, yet you still found me. Earthling, a chilling laughter echoed that Gaby's brow furrowed. He recognized that voice. This person? How is this possible? His mind reeled, a horrifying suspicion surfacing in his thoughts. Could this person be? To the north, in the land of extreme cold, snow and wind howled. Amidst the boundless whiteness, a towering ruin stood out ominously. This place was deserted. However, beneath the ruins of Marsluda, a vast base had been established. Within the base, personnel wearing red double or armbands were bustling about. This was the secret base of the Red Ribbon Army. Established by the orphan of the former army commander, the current leader, Mazida. In a lavish office, a man with slick black hair sat behind a desk, with a mustache on his upper lip and clad in a crimson suit. He was none other than Mazida, the supreme leader of the Red Ribbon Army. Despite sitting upright, his short legs swung freely in the that moment. He was perusing documents on his computer. A heavy expression etched across his brow. This world will finally return to our grasp. A smile crept onto Mazida's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence and anticipation. "Sir, your coffee is ready." A knock suddenly echoed from the office door. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a tall man with a rooster comb hairstyle and glasses, dressed in a vibrant red suit and matching casual shoes. "Carmine, how many times must I remind you? I detest coffee. Bring me a cup of tea instead." Mazida glanced at him, his tone slightly impatient. "Sir, have you forgotten?" The bespectacled man shrugged, placing the coffee on the desk, his demeanor calm. "Our tea supplies were exhausted while trading for those snacks." Mazida frowned, dismissing it. "Once the development of the Selm Axe is complete and aids us in conquering the world, we shall acquire whatever we desire." A hint of malice flickered across his face. "If it weren't for that capsule company, Bulma and her associates looting Dr. Jero's secret laboratory, our Red Ribbon Army would have already achieved world domination using Cell, the ultimate bioweapon." Mazida lifted the coffee cup, taking a small sip, his expression turning grave. What perplexed him was that after Bulma's Group C Cell, there had been no developments at all. They could have utilized Cell to bend the entire world to their will. He found it hard to believe that the heiress of the Capsule Corporation harbored no ambition. Could it be that she still had not managed to gain control over Cell? Summon Doctor Hyde to come here. Mazida leapt from his office chair, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Wait." The bespectacled man elegantly produced a remote control from his suit's lining, pressing a couple of buttons. He then stood silently to the side, unable to resist glancing at the tuft of hair that floated past behind the desk. Mazida emerged from behind the desk, striding to the floor-to-ceiling window. He stepped onto a stool, surveying the sprawling underground base below. The base was vast, equipped with an array of facilities. There were even numerous fighter jets, mechs, and armored vehicles stationed as military assets. His gaze fell upon a massive spherical incubation chamber. Inside, a towering humanoid monster lay encased in a hard, chitinous shell, its surface dotted with spots. The shell outlined muscular contours, bestowing it with a certain aesthetic appeal that a pair of sharp wings sprouted from its back, and its long tail resembled a pendulum's end. The creature's eyes were tightly shut, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. "What a perfect creation!" Mazida murmured in awe. Chapter 19. The Resurrected Cosmic Emperor and His Son Sir. "Dr. Hyde has arrived," the bespectacled man reminded in a low voice. A plump little man entered the office, donned in a white robe and a snug hood, his entire body wrapped up tightly, leaving only a small portion of his face visible. He bore a round face that was perpetually adorned with a hint of a confident smile, exuding an amiable aura. He was a scientist, the son of the late Dr. Gero's second son, making him Gero's grandson. Before Hyde could enter, Mazida had already leapt onto his office chair. Straightening his posture, he inquired, "Dr. Hyde, when will Cell Max be completed?" "That's hard to say. Perfecting it will require a considerable amount of time." Hyde replied, resting his chin on one hand. "Did you not claim it would be finished soon?" Mazida frowned. "What has been completed is merely its physical form, if what you seek is a mindless monster that knows only destruction and slaughter. Its current power would indeed astonish you. However, if you wish to fully control it, more resources will need to be invested in developing a mental control device," Hyde stated, crossing his arms and casually seating himself on the guest sofa. Taking a bite of a sandwich cookie from the coffee table. "Cell is the culmination of your grandfather's lifelong research and his greatest work. The might of Cell is beyond doubt. You must understand this." Mazida retorted with a cold huff, clearly dissatisfied with Hyde's attitude. This crucial research outcome was stolen by Bulma of the Capsule Corporation, plunging the entire world into crisis. We are developing the more powerful Cell Max precisely to counter this crisis. Even if you say so, I am powerless to hasten the progress. Moreover, when it comes to dealing with that ordinary cell, my gamma androids will suffice. Hader shrugged, requesting a glass of milk from the bespectacled man, and lamented with a face full of regret. "What a pity. The 2 androids from your Red Ribbon Army that went out of control have deprived my Gamma of a grand opportunity to showcase its capabilities." Mazida gulped down his coffee fiercely, his tone unfriendly. "If you hadn't squandered your energy on those 2 Gamma androids, perhaps Cell Max would have already been completed. Cell has grown gradually by fusing various cells, and the process inherently requires a considerable amount of time." Hader patiently explained, then once again showcased his confident smile, stating, "Rather than saying I wasted energy, it would be more accurate to say I made full use of the waiting time to develop Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. "Enough. I don't care. I only wish to activate Cell Max," Mazida bellowed in fury, disregarding decorum. "Otherwise, I shall revoke all your research resources. I understand your urgency, but isn't there an opportunity tomorrow to prove the strength of the Gamma androids?" Hader shrugged, taking a small sip of milk, maintaining his confident demeanor. "Perhaps once they reveal their true capabilities, you will no longer be so fixated on Cell. That martial arts tournament organized by Babidi is indeed quite captivating." Mazida calmed slightly, squinting his eyes. "In that case, we should send Cell Max to participate in the competition, to showcase our strength to the world and announce the return of the Red Ribbon Army." "I am afraid Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 have already set off to compete," Hader said, stirring a biscuit in his milk with an easygoing expression. "Rest assured, they bear the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army on their armbands. And they too can boast of your prowess. In the dimly lit residential area of Shidu, 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged, cloaked in dark robes. Their true appearances were obscured, leaving only their outlines vaguely discernible." "Who are you?" Javi inquired, alert. The presence of the 2 seemed formidable, imparting an unmistakable sense of pressure. "The attire you wear seems somewhat familiar. Are you perhaps affiliated with the Frieza force?" The taller figure spoke, his voice deep and raspy. The instant he uttered those words, he launched an attack towards Javi. His movements were as swift as lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, he closed in on Javi's side, extending his right arm to grasp at his chest. Javi's expression shifted, quickly sidestepping to evade. However, the opponent's attack was astonishingly seasoned, instantly maximizing his speed. Just as Javi thought he had evaded, the left hand of the assailant shot out, gripping his shoulder. "Ugh!" Javi let out a muffled groan, his captured shoulder erupting in excruciating pain. As if it were being crushed by an overwhelming force, he immediately summoned all his energy to activate a protective shield. Forcing the massive hand off his shoulder, Javi unleashed an energy blast towards the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, using the opportunity to distance himself from his adversary. Little did he expect that his true first battle would arrive so abruptly. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Javi contemplated, should he fight or flee? Who was this towering figure? How do you know of the Frieza force's attire? Answer my question first, and I shall respond in kind. The imposing figure who had injured Javi's shoulder spoke in a low tone. The opponent remained stationary, seemingly devoid of any immediate intent to attack. After a brief moment of contemplation, Javi slowly replied, I am Javi, a warrior recruited by the Frieza force on Earth.O. Mr. Javi, may I inquire which legion you belong to? Who is your legion commander? On which planet is your base located? The small figure spoke, his voice low and tinged with a hint of malice. I serve under the aid of the third star domain Sorb, currently stationed on Earth. I have been dispatched to this planet to seek methods for reviving Lord Frieza and Lord Cold. For reasons unknown, Javi was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger, yet he maintained his composure. Upon hearing Javi's words, the small figure fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, he resumed. In that case, he abruptly lifted his head, a cruel smile curling at his purple lips. Those who deceive me shall meet their end at my hands. With a fierce shout, the small figure lunged towards Javi with blinding speed. Javi's eyes widened in shock as he propelled himself off the ground, narrowly escaping the small figure's ruthless assault. Yet it seemed as though his opponent had anticipated his maneuver, transforming into a dark shadow that relentlessly pursued him. Delivering a vicious punch, Javi hastily defended himself, but an excruciating pain shot through his right arm, as if it were about to shatter. This foe's strength was equally terrifying. Javi's complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he realized he had no strategy to counter the approaching threat. Just then, the small figure suddenly halted his assault, narrowing his eyes at Javi. Mr. Javi, can you now speak the truth? I speak only the truth. Chapter 20. The Return of the Ginyu Force. Slurp, slurp. The small figure stepped forward. Mr. Javi, are you still unaware of the current state of the Frieza force? Javi indeed had no grasp of the Frieza force's situation. He could not fathom where things had gone awry, as his lies had been instantly exposed. Upon hearing the small figure's sinister laughter, he vaguely guessed the identity of his opponent. After their brief confrontation, he confirmed it was Frieza. The very fact that Frieza was alive astonished Javi to his disbelief. Even his father, Cold, was still alive. How could that not instill fear? Moreover, their power was terrifying. In Javi's understanding, the strength of the androids should easily overpower the duo before him. However, the reality was starkly different. Their speed and striking power during the attack clearly overshadowed Javi. Could it be that these two have undergone rigorous training over time? Regardless, at present, he was in no position to challenge them. Frieza and Cold, are you not dead? Why do you still appear here? Javi's voice remained calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Oh ho ho, you have indeed unraveled our identities, which is why you resorted to such deceitful tactics to gain our trust that we are alive, thanks to Son Goku. That detestable scion's pity is utterly nauseating. Frieza's expression darkened, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. After my father and I fell to him, he spared the soldiers of the accompanying army. Cold scoffed disdainfully. The Scion son Goku possesses strength, but is profoundly foolish. Our race's tenacious vitality far exceeds his imagination. It wasn't long before the soldiers found our severely injured bodies and returned to the headquarters for treatment. However, what I did not anticipate was that a mere fatal injury would take over 20 years for the Frieza force's technological prowess to completely heal us. Cold's eyes glimmered with madness and ambition as he spoke. When we awoke, we discovered the vast cosmic empire we had once built lay in ruins. But give us a little time, and we shall reclaim dominion over the entire universe. Everything we lost, we shall rebuild. We will not express gratitude for Son Goku's mercy. We initially intended to exact revenge, only to find this fellow had even severed our bloodline. Nonetheless, during our year of surveillance on Earth, we unexpectedly uncovered the whereabouts of a former member of the Frieza force, hence our arrival here at IC. So that is what transpired, Javi comprehended. He could not help but reflect on how excessively kind Goku was, defeating his foes yet oblivious to the necessity of delivering a finishing blow. Unlike the decisive and ruthless manner of Daz, who would have simply turned this father-son duo to ashes, this chain of events led to a catastrophic error in Goku's claim of seeking methods to resurrect Frieza and Cold. For they had never truly been slain. Instead, they had merely been left in a state of near death for over 2 decades. How could resurrection even be a topic of discussion? He had genuinely not anticipated this. This timeline had indeed become a calamity. The threat of the malevolent sorcerer has yet to be dispelled, and now a pair of cosmic sovereigns, a father and son, have emerged. Furthermore, I have learned from Myers about the disturbances caused by the Star Eater, Moro, and the Transcendent Broly. Why does Earth suffer so many calamities? The appearance of Frieza and his progeny here, undoubtedly, has its purpose. Their objective seems to revolve around Jinyu. However, as Gaby contemplates this, he begins to doubt its plausibility. With the current strength exhibited by this father-son duo, why would they traverse vast distances to confront a mere Jinyu? There must be a deeper reason at play. Mr. Gaby, we have resolved your inquiries. Now it is your turn to enlighten us, Frieza declared, arms crossed leisurely as he leaned against the stone wall. Wait a moment. Captain Jinyu is in your custody? Indeed. Now, I find myself even more curious about your identity. Mr. Gaby, I hope your explanation does not disappoint. Frieza raised a finger, condensing an energy sphere that he hurled into the sky. Instantly, the night over West City was dispelled by a blinding radiance. I end the brightened scene. Gaby beheld a blue frog dancing in the depths of the community. Jinyu, a wave of despair washed over Gaby. The mission had utterly failed. Jinyu had been intercepted before him, and he was powerless to alter this outcome, even placing himself in peril. Nevertheless, among all the villainous bosses, Frieza and his son were the type one could engage with in conversation. They were not the type to mindlessly scream and annihilate planets without cause. Gaby's mind raced as he spoke solemnly. I am not an ordinary human. Rather, I am an android engineered by the Red Ribbon Army to vanquish Son Goku. Frieza scoffed. No wonder your strength far surpasses that of other Earthlings. Gaby continued. After our Red Ribbon Army was decimated by Son Goku, we sought vengeance. Yet to our astonishment, he succumbed to illness before I could complete my development. That my hatred for Son Goku is certainly no less than yours. We privately refer to him as Scum Goku. Gaby seethed. Frieza furrowed his brow at this remark. Scum? Gaby nodded. Indeed. If it were not for him, we would not have spent decades seeking a means to defeat him. The Red Ribbon Army could have dominated this planet much earlier. In fact, when you and your father descended upon Earth, we even contemplated an alliance with you. Listening to Gaby's words, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. As a true upper echelon being, Frieza's thought process clearly differed from that of ordinary individuals. He focused solely on the crux of the matter, unfazed by Gaby's narrative. Through nearly a year of monitoring Earth, he had acquired a more detailed understanding of this planet. Frieza's voice dripped with skepticism. Your organization managed to create a warrior as formidable as you in merely a few decades. Gaby quickly clarified. This is a monumental technological achievement that consumed the entirety of the Red Ribbon Army's efforts. However, I am not the sole super warrior within the organization. Frieza squinted. It seems your ambitions are grand. Seeking to conquer the entire planet, perhaps even the cosmos. Gaby hastily waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. We no longer possess such strength, especially after learning you and your father are still alive. Our current dilemma is that Babidi intends to obliterate Earth at the conclusion of tomorrow's martial arts tournament. I have come here seeking a means to save the planet, to amplify the credibility of his deception. One must blend truth with falsehood. Frieza and Cooler fell into contemplation. Chapter 21. Frieza's invitation. Frieza smirked. A derisive laugh escaping his lips. Destroy Earth? Does Babidi and his minion, Dabra, truly believe they have the capacity for such an act? Cooler placed a massive hand on Frieza's shoulder, affectionately. Had it not been for Frieza's plans, I would have already dispatched that pretentious little imp claiming to conquer the universe. Frieza subtly brushed off Cooler's hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. This time, Father can spectate. I shall ensure the name of the cosmic sovereign echoes from Earth throughout the universe. This father-son duo appeared to regard Dabra with utter disdain. After recovering from their injuries, they had likely engaged in rigorous training. Gaby blinked, sensing a glimmer of opportunity. But, Lord Frieza, Lord Cooler, Babidi also possesses a loyal servant known as Majin Buu. Gavy's tone was fervent. I have heard that Majin Buu's strength is extraordinarily terrifying, capable of absorbing others into himself. Even gods have fallen to this creature. It seems no one can defeat him. Frieza waved his hand, interrupting Gavy. I am more aware of Majin Buu's might than you are. My father has warned me about this long 8G. But you think we would come unprepared. My current strength is not what it was when I first arrived on Earth. If I were to unleash my full power, Earth would likely disintegrate in an instant. Ho ho ho, could a mere aura truly render Earth unable to withstand it? Gavy found this concept difficult to fathom. Yet Frieza was undoubtedly a genius-level individual. Merely 4 months of training had allowed him to elevate his power to match that of the Super Saiyan Blue in his golden form. From the perspective of Saiyan transformations, there were several stages to traverse, from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3, and then to Super Saiyan God, and so on. The duration of Frieza's training in this timeline remained unknown, as did the extent of his experiences. Gavy realized that the development trajectory of this world had significantly deviated from his expectations. His advantage as a time traveler was rapidly diminishing. All he could do was continue to stoke the flames, diverting attention toward Majin Buu. However, Majin Buu possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely. As long as a single cell remained, he could come back to life. Cooler, evidently, was uninterested in Gavy's ramblings, speaking with supreme confidence. You can always trust Frieza's combat prowess. Moreover, in terms of talent, we have a family member who surpasses him, a relative of Frieza with even greater talent. Gavy's mind instantly conjured the image of Cooler. This individual was Frieza's brother, possessing one additional transformation stage beyond Frieza. The metallic Cooler from the movie The Ultimate Battle of 100 Billion Energy Warriors had left a profound impression on Gavy. In both of Cooler's movie appearances, he was not directly defeated, but rather fell victim to plot-related deaths. The fourth form Cooler was pushed into the sun during his clash with Son Goku, while the metallic Cooler detonated due to energy overload after absorbing Saiyan energy. Majin Buu would ultimately serve as a mere pawn for their manipulation, but a smug smile spread across Cooler's face. A pawn? Gavy immediately grasped the implication. He understood. The ambitions of this father-son duo were indeed vast. They intended to utilize Jinyu to manipulate Majin Buu. At that moment, a flicker of despair ignited within Gavy. Mr. Gavy, you are the strongest human I have encountered on Earth. Might I extend to you the honor of inviting you to join my legion? Frieza said, hands clasped behind his back, leaning slightly forward in invitation. The king was indeed a seeker of talent. Gavy pondered seriously the possibility of joining Frieza as grand enterprise. With a formidable ally behind him, his life could be secured. He could traverse the cosmos, engaging in battles across planets and relishing the thrill of combat. Eventually, he could become a figure of reverence and dominion. Looking at it this way, it seemed quite appealing, yet he wondered about the fate of Earth. Reflexively, Gavy inquired, what of Earth's destiny? Earth is indeed a splendid place, and why Father and I have resolved the dilemma concerning the suppression of powers through our research into the planet's historical data. However, I must apologize, Mr. Gavy, Frieza replied, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes were icy and impenetrable. Due to the exceedingly unpleasant memories we have retained from our time on Earth, my father and I have decided to obliterate this planet immediately after we conclude our business. Upon traversing to the Earth of Dragon Ball, Gavy developed a profound appreciation for the term home. A traveler is inherently solitary, lost amidst the vast cosmos, unaware of where true belonging lies. This planet, sharing a name with the one he departed from, became a symbol of his longing for home. A denizen of Earth, he felt a sense of belonging only when his feet touched its soil. Moreover, Earth harbored many cherished connections that weighed heavily on his heart. How could he possibly allow others to bring about its destruction? Joining the ranks of the villains was indeed a misguided path. Deep within, Gavy had resolutely rejected the notion, yet his exterior betrayed a semblance of indecision. Could Earth not be incorporated under the dominion of the Legion? After all, many within my organization yearn to serve your esteemed self. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone exceedingly courteous, yet his words were laced with an icy chill that Mr. Gavy. Witnessing the fireworks that Earth has to offer up close is, I must say, one of my most anticipated and valued aspects of this endeavor. Cooled with a confident smile, chimed in, "As long as your companions possess strength comparable to yours, my son and I will welcome them with open arms. You need not fret about finding refuge after the destruction of Earth. Countless planets with superior environments await your selection as a new stronghold." Gavi pondered an escape plan in silence, his face betraying hints of hesitation and struggle. Ultimately gritting his teeth, he replied, "Very well. I hope the environment of the new planet is even more conducive to life than Earth." Lord Cooled, a satisfied smile crept across Cooled's visage. "Gavi, you are indeed a clever individual." Suddenly, a blue-skinned frog leapt beside Gavi, pointing at him and croaking excitedly. Frieza chuckled, noting that Captain Ginyu seemed impatient to acquire a new body. "Curse it! I was so worried about your safety." Gavi felt a surge of frustration at Jinyu's grotesque form. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated eliminating the unsuspecting Ginyu, venting his rage while simultaneously thwarting the father-son duo's plans. However, he quickly reconsidered, opting to abandon the reckless course of action. To strike now would mean an irrevocable rupture with Frieza's family, plunging himself into dire straits. Should they truly conspire against him, given their displayed might, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, their words hinted at a formidable strategy. They might have already attained the golden transformation. Even the black gold form was not beyond the realm of possibility. A true man, born of heaven and earth, must possess the ability to yield and to endure. In his heart, Gavi felt a tinge of bitterness. He was no fool. Recognizing that Frieza's words were a test of his reaction, in contrast to himself, Frieza evidently placed greater trust in his veteran employee, Ginyu. If his response failed to satisfy, his situation could quickly deteriorate. Would he truly become that wretched, unattractive frog? How could he survive in such a diminished state? What was meant to be a ruse to utilize Ginyu now threatened to culminate in the loss of his own body. Gavi was compelled to improvise. "Even in this remote corner of Earth, I have heard of Captain Jinyu's esteemed reputation and have regarded him as my idol. It would be a tremendous honor to lend my body to the captain. My lord, I must confess, I once fantasized about joining the Ginyu force." Gavi donned a facade of excitement, declaring, "To this end, I have even prepared the most powerful pre-battle pose for your esteemed self to enjoy." Embarrassment be damned. In his desperate bid to avoid becoming a frog, Gavi was willing to go all out. Yet, as a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he had never learned the awkward dances of the Ginyu Force members. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that? Super Saiyan masked hero, Gavi boldly appropriated the creative idea from Goku's son. This pose, featured in the opening of the Dragon Ball Buu saga, was something he had seen countless times and could execute flawlessly. Yet he was uncertain if it would meet the aesthetic standards of those present. Would it awaken the king's dormant memories? The pose comprised a total of 14, all exuding a rather flamboyant flair. As he struck the poses, Gavi felt his cheeks burning. Meanwhile, Ginyu became increasingly animated, hopping about and gesticulating as if guiding Gavi's movements. Cooled stood there, bewildered, although he couldn't comprehend the display. It seemed quite imposing nonetheless. Frieza's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, as if recalling something. He swiftly seized the erratically bouncing Ginyu, stating, "Captain Ginyu, Mr. Gavi is an important new member of our legion. It would be quite rude to seize his body." Gavi secretly exhaled in relief. Remaining in the company of Frieza's family was perilously dangerous. He needed to extricate himself swiftly. "Lord Frieza, are you satisfied with this pre-battle dance I devised?" Gavi asked, his face brimming with anticipation. Ginyu, caught in Frieza's grip, nodded approvingly at Gavi, even giving him a thumbs up with both claws. Gavi, however, ignored Jinyu's endorsement. If circumstances allowed, he would gladly eliminate that detestable frog. "Ah, quite spirited indeed," Frieza remarked, his smile appearing somewhat forced as his lips twitched. Gavi's eyes gleamed with hope. "Are you certain? Do you believe I am worthy of joining the Ginyu force?" It seemed he had narrowly avoided the calamity of body swapping with Ginyu. Frieza's forehead twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Ginyu, trapped in Frieza's grasp, looked as if he might burst from the pressure, his eyes bulging and face reddening. Frieza released him with irritation, tossing the flailing frog aside. "Ahem, The selection for the force can wait until tomorrow after we conclude our important matters. Will tomorrow's operation require my companions and me? Gavi inquired at an opportune moment. Frieza furrowed his brow. You? Gavi straightened his back, his expression earnest, his tone sincere. Yes, we can assist you from the shadows. Frieza chuckled coldly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Very well, but you will need to sign up for the tournament and fight with all your might. Why Lord will not toil over tasks that can be delegated to subordinates. Gavi's heart sank. Frieza was indeed aware of the information regarding the unsealing of Majin Buu. The process of unsealing required the collection of vast amounts of pure energy. In Gavi's estimation, even if Babidi absorbed all the energy from Earth's inhabitants, it would still fall short of the necessary threshold to release Majin Buu. This timeline was not akin to that of the protagonists, where Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta conveniently provided the required energy, judging by Babidi's frantic proclamations about destroying Earth. It was apparent that he was still far from amassing the requisite energy for unsealing. However, the situation had changed. Frieza and his son intervening was clearly aimed at controlling Majin Buu's body. They would undoubtedly assist Babidi in achieving his goal at this stage. Gavi was left wondering if the energy of the androids would meet the criteria. This was crucial for determining whether he could unleash his full potential during the battle. With the realization of Frieza's plans, the complexity of the situation escalated, leaving Gavi uncertain about which side to prioritize. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "No problem. I will rally everyone to participate." "Very well, Gavi, you may take your leave. My father and I have some important matters to discuss." Cooled waved dismissively. "Do not forget to bring your companions tomorrow to register for the tournament. My father and I will assess their qualifications for joining the Legion." "Yes, my lord." Gavi responded with a respectful B.O.W. As Gavi departed, Frieza's expression turned contemplative. "Father, what do you think of this fellow? A rather eloquent young man. Our Legion is in need of capable individuals, so having him join would be advantageous." Cooled stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Humph. The red satin ribbon organization behind him piques my interest." Frieza's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Had we not labored tirelessly for 6 months, we might have fallen into that young man's trap. Indeed, any organization capable of threatening our family's dominion must be eradicated, just like the scions of your... Cooled's cruel laughter echoed ominously. Speaking of scions, the memories linger on. Our influence in the southern galaxy has been nearly obliterated by that arrogant scion. 68. 5, 6, 0, 5.3 Had it not been for the necessity of confronting him, we would never have ventured into such a desolate and remote area to seize the body of the demon Majin Buu. Kurd's tone was chilling. If only I were granted a little more time to train, then even those exalted deities would not stand a chance against me. To Frieza's voice carried a hint of regret. Yet a smirk of satisfaction danced at the corners of his lips, hoping that Majin Buu's power would not disappoint us. "You have indeed mastered that transformation with remarkable skill." Kurd gazed at Frieza with admiration. "Ho ho ho! It took me 6 months of arduous training to fully comprehend it." A profound pride surfaced on Frieza's visage. "I eagerly anticipate your performance at tomorrow's martial arts tournament." Patting Frieza on the shoulder, Kurd squinted and added, "Before that, should we not seek out a suitable body for Jinyu that can speak?" Frieza glanced at the unconscious frog lying at his feet, its belly exposed, and coldly replied, "No need. I've already dispatched someone to deliver a ready-made translation device." He then sighed helplessly, wishing that Captain Jinyu's personality could be improved. Chapter 23. The Fortune Teller's News in the Southern Region. On came House Island. The waves crashed against the shore, producing a gentle rustling sound. As night deepened, the silvery moonlight cascaded over a young couple seated on the rooftop. Their hair danced slightly in the sea breeze. "Trunks, your expression has been quite off since earlier. Has something occurred?" Mai looked at Trunks with concern a moment ago. 2 powerful and sinister auras emanated from the direction of West City, but they vanished just as quickly. Trunks' expression was grave. "Are they enemies? How strong are they?" Mai asked nervously. "They are likely enemies, slightly weaker than me," Trunks sighed. "But what?" Those 2 auras felt familiar, as if they belonged to adversaries we had faced before. Upon hearing that the opponent's auras were not as formidable as Trunks's, Mai felt a slight relief. "Who do you think they might be?" "I do not know. It seems that the time and space we are currently in are vastly different from what they once were. Pain flickered across Trunks' face. Ever since their arrival in this timeline, they had been searching for Bulma and Trunks' whereabouts. Yet to no avail, and no signs of battle were found near Capsule Corp. And crucially, they could not sense either of their auras that a dreadful conjecture formed in Trunks' mind. Could it be that this timeline is where I was ambushed by Cell? Had my mother and another version of myself perished at Cell's hands? During the Cell saga, through a series of probing questions from Piccolo, the Z-Fighters learned of a future timeline where such a scenario existed, that Cell traversed time in the year 788 of the age. While the current timeline is 1 year after Cell seized the time machine, the timing aligns. Trunks felt a growing certainty in his deductions. Could it be that this timeline has also been altered by my presence? Is Earth in peril? I furrowed her brow and inquired. Not at the moment, but a complex gleam flickered in Trunks' eyes as he recalled those two auras. Gazing into the distance, Trunks murmured, if I am not mistaken. Frieza and Kurd from this timeline are still alive. Huh. Who are they? I gasped, her eyes filled with worry. Are they strong enemies? This father-son duo once ruled over a significant portion of the universe. Their strength is terrifying. Trunks took a deep breath. In the timeline where Goku is alive, I entirely eradicated them. Yet in this timeline, they should have met their demise at Goku's hands. What do you plan to do? I anxiously grasped Trunks' arm. Since they dare to appear on Earth, I will find a way to eliminate them. Trunks' gaze turned fierce, and no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. I looked earnestly at Trunks. We will always be together. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, then realized, feeling the warmth of Mai's grip on his arm. He softly said, Thank you. There is no need for us to express such sentiments. Let us get some rest. Tomorrow may bring a fierce battle. Trunks spread a blanket on the rooftop and lay down. Mai followed suit, curling up against Trunks' waist, resting her head on his chest. The two lay quietly on the rooftop, neither uttering a word. Whoosh! Gavi raced through the night sky, leaving a long white trail in his wake. He pushed his speed to the limit, as if attempting to tear through the very fabric of reality. After encountering Frieza and his son, an unprecedented sense of despair enveloped him. Frieza, Kurd, Gula, each one of them, standing alone, represents the pinnacle of power in the universe. Now, they're all converging on Earth. He had to accept this harsh reality. Gavi's expression remained eerily calm. He kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, and upon noticing no signs of Frieza and his son in pursuit, he slightly reduced his speed and veered toward the sacred temple. The temple emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Gavi landed lightly in the plaza, finding Mr. Popo already waiting at the entrance. Gavi, I am aware of everything that has transpired. Gavi could not discern Mr. Popo's expression. He remained silent, merely nodding faintly, burdened with thoughts that be why the way. Before you left, someone called for you. Mr. Popo smiled, his lips stretching wide. That Gavi's eyes brightened. Who is it? A Galactic Patrol officer named Gak, and another who claims to be the servant of the fortune teller. The Galactic Patrol officer Gak is linked to the Dragon Balls of the new Namek. Meanwhile, the fortune teller is a key figure in Gavi's initial plan. At this moment, they contacted him nearly simultaneously. There's a glimmer of hope. Gavi felt a surge of optimism as he followed Mr. Popo into the temple. However, the Beerus of this world has vanished, leaving Earth without its greatest ally. This planet still faces an imminent threat of annihilation. And the strength of powerful warriors is the key to turning the tide. With this thought, Gavi's mind expanded significantly. There are many methods to enhance one's power through the Dragon Balls, and making a wish to the dragon is the most straightforward approach. Moreover, the old Kaioshin, sealed within the Divine Sword, can also significantly boost one's combat abilities. Due to Jinyu's connection, Gavi even considered the possibility of wishing to swap bodies with the enemy. Even if Frieza achieves his black gold form, Earth would not be without a fighting chance. Even if he experiences discomfort after the swap, it could directly weaken the enemy's strength. Once accustomed to his new body, the tables could turn, and Earth's crisis could be resolved smoothly. To be honest, Gavi felt somewhat reluctant about seizing the bodies of those bizarre extraterrestrials. However, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, he could not afford to hesitate. If it came to that, whom would he wish to swap with? Frieza? Kurd? Gula, or perhaps Majin Buu? Broly. Regardless, once the Dragon Balls cooled down, he could wish to revert back to his original body. Gavi pondered deeply as he followed Mr. Popo into the living room. Who should he contact first? It must be the fortune teller. Goku's instant transmission allows for rapid traversal across the stars, making him a crucial link to North Kaioshin and the new Namek. Furthermore, Goku represents a formidable fighting force in the defense of Earth. The return call was quickly connected, and a voice on the other end belonged to a small spirit. Is this Bulma and Gavi? The fortune teller has returned, and she is aware of your requests. Wonderful. Please let her take the call. Gavi exclaimed eagerly. The fortune teller has already set off to summon someone named Son Goku. Excellent. Gavi felt a surge of excitement within, clenching his fist tightly. This was the best news he had heard since arriving in this time. Bulma remains within the hyperbolic time chamber, and, calculating the time, she has less than an hour left. Gavi decided to wait until she emerged before sharing this good news with her. Chapter 24. Arrival at New Namek after hanging up. Gavi's previously tense heart finally eased a bit. Next, it was time to focus on Gak. Earth is in dire need of warriors, and Barunga could just be the solution to this problem. Apart from Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo are also pivotal forces. Although their strengths may not quite measure up to Goku's, the intervention of the old Kaioshin could significantly alter the situation. Moreover, the existence of the fusion technique allows even the somewhat weaker characters to play crucial roles. When Tien fuses with Kairatsu, would it be called Leiji Tien or Tien Kairatsu? He should be able to attain Super Saiyan level, right? And what of the fusion between future Trunks and future Gohan? Could it potentially give rise to the most stable Super Saiyan in history? This fills Gavi with anticipation. If only the Patera earrings were available, Vegito would undoubtedly be the most formidable character. Alas, the Kaioshin has already forfeited, seemingly depriving Vegito of his chance to shine. It remains to be seen whether the Proud Prince would be willing to partake in the fusion dance and merge with Goku. Though Gogeta gained the title of King of Waves during his battle against the ultimate one-star dragon in GT, he displayed remarkable decisiveness and reliability when confronting the evil Spirit Bomb and the new Broly. His appearance also ignites Gavi's enthusiasm. He silently resolves to persuade Vegeta and Goku to fuse, no matter what it takes. Beep, beep, beep. Gavi is momentarily taken aback as he notices the communication device on the coffee table flashing with light. It is the communicator from the Galactic Patrol. Mel's or Gak? Gavi swiftly grabs the receiver. Hello. This is Gak. Gak. Have you arrived at New Namek? Indeed. However, Gak's voice sounds somewhat frantic, and the situation here appears rather grim. What has happened? Gavi's anxiety escalates. Living beings have been detected on the entire planet. The Namekians are a drastically sparse race, numbering fewer than 1,000, residing in isolated villages. Gavi furrows his brow and explains, You must search thoroughly. What I mean is, everyone on this planet is dead. As Gak continues, his voice grows quieter. I saw a corpse being swept away by the river. How is that possible? Gavi's heart races. What about the Dragon Balls? You know, those glowing orange glass spheres? Or even spherical stones will do. I checked as soon as I arrived, and there were none of those things you mentioned. Gak sighs. Then becomes puzzled. Strangely, none of the corpses bore any injuries. Corpses without injuries. In an instant, Gavi comprehends. He had overlooked a crucial factor at the outset. Moro is aware that New Namek holds Dragon Balls. In the Dragon Ball Super Manga's Moro arc, among the escapees who broke out alongside Moro, there was an individual who was a former member of Frieza's army. He had once accompanied Frieza to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Ultimately, he was defeated by the Namekian warriors in battle and was killed by Zabo as he was deemed worthless. Consequently, when the protagonists wished to resurrect those slain by Frieza's gang, he was included among them. Having distanced himself from Frieza's army, he was arrested for crimes on a planet under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol and later became one of Moro's subordinates, after providing Moro with intelligence on the Dragon Balls. They began to search for the location of New Namek. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Moro has already visited this planet and drained it of its life energy. Perhaps he even utilized the Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 wishes. In the original narrative, Moro only used 2 wishes, one to restore his magical powers to their peak, and the other to release all prisoners from the galactic prison. However, in this timeline, Gavi remains entirely oblivious to the wishes granted to Moro. The deluge of bad news has left Gavi numb. If I am not mistaken, this planet has indeed been visited by Moro. Gavi speaks gravely. This is also a significant matter for your galactic patrol. Be sure to report it promptly, Moro. Gak's incredulous voice responds, I will contact the other team members right away. Wait, the Namekians may not be truly dead. You must find a way to rescue them. Understood? I will first move them to a safer location. Although Moro currently poses no threat to Earth, he has directly disrupted his plans on New Namek, compelling him to take the situation seriously. First, it is essential to ascertain Moro's true intentions. Point one of his wishes should entail restoring his peak magical abilities. What about the other wishes? Immortality, restoring youth, becoming the strongest in the universe. There is one more thing I wish to ask you. Gavi contemplates as he inquires of Gak through the communicator. Has there been any report of a mass prison break at the galactic prison? Gak replies in confusion. No such notification has been received. If such an event occurred, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar throughout the galaxy. How could there be no news? By the way, why do you ask? In other words, the other two wishes of Moro remain a mystery. Gavi finds this uncertainty particularly vexing. IT indicates that his advantage as a time traveler is rapidly diminishing. Initially, Gavi believed that without the original timelines Goku and Vegeta, those colossal power sources, Moro's rise would be somewhat delayed. However, it seems he has underestimated the situation. It's nothing. I entrust the rescue of the Namekians to you. I will check in with Mels. The absence of a Dragon Ball from New Namek is an immeasurable blow to Gavi. Consequently, those who have perished cannot be resurrected. Moreover, the aspiration to grow stronger has evaporated. Gavi immediately dials the Galactic Patrol's number, requesting to speak with Mels. Beep, beep, beep. The line only produces a busy signal. Gavi repeatedly dials 10 times. Yielding no response whatsoever. Is the signal poor? Or has some mishap occurred? Considering the time, there are less than 12 hours remaining until Mels is scheduled to arrive on Earth. Furthermore, there are only 10 hours left until Babidi's martial arts tournament commences. If he intends to reach the venue early, Gavi's time grows even tighter. Why can't I get in touch with Mels? Could it be that he's learned of Moro's return to power and gone to thwart his malice? Gavi cannot help but feel anxious. Picking up his phone, he dials the number for the little ghost once more. Yes, indeed. Once Grandma returns, I will need her to make another trip. Gavi patiently explains to the little ghost on the other end of the line the urgent need for warriors on Earth. We have prepared the compensation that Grandma requires, so please assure her not to worry about that. Alright, so the individual's grandma needs to bring back are Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, and the Supreme Kai, correct? Considering that those who have died once cannot be resurrected again without their souls being completely shattered. Gavi does not include the relatively weaker Z fighters in this count. Moreover, the significance of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai no longer lies in the Dragon Balls. What Gavi currently requires is their combat prowess and wisdom. Chapter 25, Mr. Popo's Teachings Indeed. It is they, Gavi affirms, please, I implore you to convey my new request to the fortune-telling grandma. No problem. The little ghost's voice emanates from the receiver. After hanging up, Gavi takes a few deep breaths. There is little more he can do at this point. Mr. Popo has been quietly listening. Gavi glances at Mr. Popo and offers a wry smile. Mr. Popo, please refrain from mentioning the situation on Namek to Bulma. The inability to resurrect her deceased loved ones would undoubtedly be a cruel blow to Bulma, who has just glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Every planet must eventually confront its fate. Earth, too, may not evade this calamity. Mr. Popo's expression darkens, but I will not give up, Gavi declares as he turns to walk towards the plaza. Mr. Popo, while there is still time, please teach me the methods of sensing energy and combat techniques. Gavi has long been aware of his shortcomings in combat experience. During his brief skirmish with Frieza and his father, he gained a clearer understanding of the disparities involved in terms of timing. Offensive strategies and real-time responses, he was thoroughly overwhelmed by the two that he failed to exhibit his true combat potential. The method of sensing energy is equally vital. It would allow him, lacking sensing capabilities, to gauge the strength of his opponents through their energy and lock onto them during battle. Very well, Mr. Popo steps forward. In that case, I shall impart all that I have learned to you. As the dark clouds dissipated, a silvery gray mist settled upon the square before the temple, illuminating the two figures standing at its periphery. You may attack first, Bobo declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. However, Mr. Bobo, my current strength and speed far surpass yours, came the reply. Although there was no combat power detector, one could roughly compare the strength of characters based on the classic transformations of the Science. The power of the androids, upon their debut, was at least sufficient to overwhelm a Super Saiyan in its second stage. Gaby speculated that his own power was only slightly inferior to that of a Super Saiyan at full capacity. Even without any close combat techniques, his sheer strength and speed would be enough to dominate him. Bobo. And no matter, Mr. Bobo smiled, as long as you refrain from flying and unleashing energy blasts. Understood, Gaby nodded, no longer hesitating. In an instant, he dashed toward Bobo, raising his right fist to strike directly at Bobo's face. With a slight smirk, Bobo bent his legs and leaned back to evade. The punch, missing its target, struck the tree trunk behind Bobo, causing it to splinter and debris to scatter. Gaby came to a sudden halt, the stones beneath his feet cracking like spiderwebs. Such formidable strength! Mr. Bobo's eyes widened in surprise, only to return to his calm demeanor as he sighed softly. Yet, no matter how powerful, if you cannot land a hit, it is of no use. Gaby had merely been testing the waters and had not unleashed his full potential. After all, with combat power in the hundreds of millions, facing Bobo, who barely exceeded 1,000, it was difficult not to worry about accidentally delivering a fatal blow. Mr. Bobo was someone Gaby deeply respected. He contemplated suppressing some of his strength to gain a more intuitive understanding of his own combat and experience during this sparring session. Otherwise, relying solely on his physical prowess would defeat the purpose of learning. Gaby propelled himself off the ground, launching an assault toward Bobo. His movements were as swift as lightning, his fist aimed directly at Bobo's chest. Yet, he merely blinked and felt a dull ache in his chest. An irresistible force then sent him soaring through the air, crashing down onto the ground. The entire square trembled as debris flew everywhere. Bobo remained stationary, unfazed, while Gaby failed to grasp what had just transpired. Though your physical prowess is astonishing, your approach is far too rudimentary, Bobo stated calmly. I simply evaded your attack and nudged your body slightly. Interesting, Gaby muttered as he rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust, he began to understand that in battle, one must utilize finesse rather than brute force. The exhilaration of unleashing full power was undeniable. Yet it forfeited the opportunity for tactical adjustments during an attack that he needed to learn restraint. Gaby retracted his aura, akin to a cheetah retracting its claws, slightly bending forward. Mr. Bobo, I shall be serious now. Before he could finish his sentence, Gaby vanished from sight. He moved rapidly around Bobo, searching for an opening to strike. Bobo's expression remained serene, as if Gaby's movements had not captured his attention in the slightest. With a swift motion, Gaby struck from behind, throwing a punch, but this time he left room for a change in tactics. Bobo had evidently anticipated his move, suddenly appearing on Gaby's right side and executing a sweeping kick. Gaby redirected his fist, raising his elbow to block. This blow could likely break Bobo's leg. Gaby thought, his heart racing, but it was too late to withdraw his attack. A sharp crack echoed as a figure was sent flying. Bobo's leg had somehow evaded Gaby's elbow and struck him squarely on the nose. After landing, Gaby launched another assault, aiming his knee at Bobo while meticulously observing his opponent's movements. Indeed, it seemed as though Bobo calculated every step he took, anticipating the direction and trajectory of Gaby's attacks. How was he able to do this? Bobo's physical attributes appear to be significantly inferior to his own. In the instant they collided, Gaby felt a faint sting on his cheek before he was sent tumbling to the ground. After crashing down, Gaby sprang back up and seized Bobo's ankle. Yet, Bobo displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he swiftly clenched his fist and struck Gaby's wrist at an exceptionally precise angle. Gaby's hand involuntarily released its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Bobo slipped free from Gaby's hold. "You see," he said, shaking out his arms and stretching his limbs, "I mentioned before that your attacking style is far too clumsy." Undeterred, Gavi pressed on. At least he had made contact with Bobo for the first time. It mattered not that he was unable to overpower him. This only indicated that there was ample room for growth. Once more, Gavi charged forward, and the two became entangled in combat once again. Gavi was perpetually the one being sent flying after each clash. He could not comprehend how Mr. Bobo, with such apparent physical disadvantages, managed to achieve this. Yet he firmly believed that such practice would rapidly enhance his combat skills. The temple trembled violently. Having just exited the hyperbolic time chamber, Bulma rushed out of the temple. Her eyes fell upon the row of fallen trees, illuminated by moonlight, and the square riddled with craters and gashes. She stood in stunned silence before shouting at the two who were locked in battle. "Gavi, Mr. Bobo, please stop fighting." Bulma's arrival prompted both combatants to cease their skirmish. "Gavi, Mr. Bobo, what on earth are you doing?" Bulma grasped Gavi's arm, concern etched across her face. "Bulma, this is part of our training." Gavi reassured her immediately. He dusted himself off and turned to Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, let's conclude our training in combat techniques for now. I cannot absorb too much at once." Bobo looked puzzled. "Gavi, by the end, you had managed to suppress your physical prowess to match mine. Why not simply defeat me? Because I wish to explore fighting you under even lower power levels." Gavi admitted, somewhat sheepishly. "Gavi, you are the most gifted warrior I have ever trained," Bobo declared earnestly. "What I may have taught you might not suit you, yet you undoubtedly possess a combat talent that transcends the ordinary." Bulma exhaled in relief, though she still found it hard to believe. "How long have you been fighting?" "You've utterly destroyed the square." "Less than 10 minutes, Bobo replied, a hint of admiration on his face. "You are a natural-born warrior. Perhaps you truly can create miracles and defeat those formidable foes that you're too kind." Mr. Bobo, Gavi did not revel in the praise. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret. "I apologize for the damage caused to the square during our initial bout." Gavi pondered. Was not combat talent akin to a golden key bestowed upon every ardent Dragon Ball enthusiast in the martial arts realm? The culmination of countless generations of martial arts wisdom over 5,000 years. And the myriad styles and techniques had surely imprinted some essence in his mind. Coupled with the theories gleaned from watching anime and the many battles observed, all that remained was the process of testing his skills in real combat. It matters not that if Earth were to face destruction, the temple would not escape unscathed either, Bobo replied with a warm demeanor. Upon hearing Bobo mention the potential destruction of Earth, Bulma grew anxious once more. Gavi promptly explained to Bulma the circumstances surrounding his failure to retrieve Jinyu. So, Frieza and his father have returned to Earth. They also seek to assist Babidi in unsealing Majin Buu. Bulma's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, moreover, their strength has increased significantly. They are exponentially more troublesome than Babidi. What should we do? Bulma fretted. Can we stop them? It may not be easy, Gavi sighed. Furthermore, they have a more gifted relative lurking in the shadows. What should we do now? Bulma asked, her anxiety palpable as she turned to Bobo, seemingly hoping he would offer assistance. Bobo's lips moved slightly as he reassured. Do not worry. Gavi has already contacted Baba the fortune teller. Your companions will soon return to fight alongside you. Gavi smiled, adding, Baba has gone to fetch Mr. Goku. Sun June. A faint smile blossomed on Bulma's face, yet tears streamed down like a torrential flood. Gavi gently cradled Bulma's face against his chest, his voice low and soothing, assuring her that as long as Mr. Goku returned, hope would still linger. He refrained from mentioning that Trunks too needed to return within 24 hours. The plan to utilize the new Namekian Dragon Balls had crumbled, leaving him unable to resurrect those who had once perished. The only course of action left was to await Goku's return. Bulma nodded, her voice choked with emotion as she hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Gavi, you're injured. Upon turning to see the slight damage on his left shoulder's battle attire, Gavi dismissed it with a wave. It's merely a minor wound, and it has already healed. This was the result of their skirmish with Frieza and his father. Fortunately, Gavi's body possessed astounding self-healing capabilities, allowing him to recover from such an injury in less than 10 minutes. I made several spare battle outfits, all stored inside. Bulma said, pressing a capsule into Gaby's hand. "Thank you, Bulma." Only then did Gaby notice that Bulma was also clad in battle attire. The styles of their outfits differed significantly, though both featured the same colored bodysuits underneath. However, Bulma's armor had front and back panels at the waist, and the chest plate was split into two halves, barely covering 2/3 of her figure. This design accentuated her already ample curves. The material of her bodysuit was undoubtedly top tier, yet it seemed almost too thin and snug. It not only outlined Bulma's perfect physique, but also revealed even the slightest rise and fall of her breath and pulse. Even when standing still, the soft curves seemed to quiver like pudding, as if they could spring forth at any moment. Gaby sighed, finding it utterly difficult to avert his gaze. This battle attire, in conjunction with Bulma's figure, was simply tantalizing. "Gaby, you were right before the modifications. I failed to consider how this alteration would affect my agility in battle," Bulma admitted, adjusting her chest plate. "I shouldn't have been so capricious." Watching Bulma's movements left Gaby somewhat dizzy. There was no changing what had been done. He could only accept the reality. Faced with such a topic, Gaby realized he was at a loss for words. Why fault? Bulma confessed, her cheeks flushed. "I was solely focused on remedying the shortcomings of my youth." "Well, it's understandable. Everyone yearns to reclaim their youth and rectify past regrets." Gaby sighed heavily. Feeling somewhat helpless, he could only remark that she was indeed a woman who considered the Dragon Balls as tools for transformation. Gaby subtly shifted his gaze, intrigued by a different aspect of their battle outfits. The front and back panels at the waist concealed crucial areas, a modification that was indeed necessary. Otherwise, it would be far too distracting. It was obvious that, due to the bodysuit's snug fit, her form would be laid bare for all to see. Gaby shook his head gently, pondering that perhaps the lab coat suited Bulma far better. Taking a deep breath, he diverted his attention from Bulma. "Mr. Bobo, please teach us about sensing ki." "Follow me," Bobo replied, hands clasped behind his back as he led the way. The three arrived at the center of the plaza. Bobo opened his palm to reveal a small orb emitting a soft blue glow. Ki is an expression of energy in its various forms, and to perceive its existence, one must possess a certain level of sensitivity to it. As Bobo released the glowing orb, it floated gracefully in the air, circling around Bobo's body. Gaby immediately concentrated, conjuring an energy sphere in his palm. However, as soon as the sphere left his hand, it plummeted and exploded. Suddenly, Gaby recalled the ki blast used by the god of tea. If he could manipulate the energy sphere to float, rotate, and change direction, wouldn't that prove his ability to sense ki? Moreover, discerning another's aura was merely a sophisticated application of ki. With renewed focus, Gaby formed another energy sphere and concentrated, using his mind to control its movements. The sphere flickered in his palm like a candle flame. Suddenly, it contracted into a small orb, wobbling as it floated toward him. Gaby began to understand. Ki was indeed the amalgamation of spirit and energy. "You're quite astute. You've already begun to grasp the essence of ki perception," Bobo remarked with a nod of approval. "Now, close your eyes and attempt to locate my position." Gaby complied, slowly shutting his eyes, silently attuning to the movements around him. The cool night breeze rustled the leaves of the trees. Where could Mr. Bobo be? In a moment of contemplation, Gaby sharpened his focus, recalling the sensation he felt while manipulating the energy sphere. Soon, amidst the darkness, he seemed to open a third eye, perceiving a faint white light. The glow was weak and dim, as if it might extinguish at any moment. He opened his eyes, glancing to his left. Indeed, Mr. Bobo stood there. Bobo's mouth fell open in astonishment. Incredible. In less than 10 seconds. You've mastered the technique of ki locking. "Mr. Bobo, please move further away," Gaby requested, closing his eyes once more. This time, locating Mr. Bobo took a bit longer, perhaps due to the increased distance. Nonetheless, both sensing range and speed could be enhanced through training. Without opening his eyes, Gaby charged toward the direction where he sensed Mr. Bobo's presence. Smack! Bobo's palm met Gaby's fist. Gaby had tempered his strength to be beneath Bobo's. The astonishment on Bobo's face was unmistakable. "Your talent truly surprises me." Gaby remained calm, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Bobo. Let us continue our earlier sparring." The two figures intertwined once more. Bobo, intentionally guiding the flow, evaded and maneuvered, refraining from launching any attacks. Meanwhile, Gavi, with his eyes tightly shut, found his surrounding environment growing increasingly vivid, even more so than if he were using his sight. He concentrated entirely on predicting Mr. Bobo's movements. However, every time Gavi aimed to strike, Bobo deftly evaded the blow by the slimmest margin. This scenario repeated several times. Gavi found himself baffled. Why do I always miss by such a narrow margin? Because you lack judgment of the battle's dynamics, making it difficult to accurately predict my evasion path, Bobo explained softly. Gavi pondered this, feeling a mix of understanding and confusion. But what does it mean to grasp the dynamics of battle? After a moment of silence, Bobo replied slowly, for instance, when I intend to attack, you instinctively defend or dodge. However, if you choose to target the weakness I expose, you can also neutralize my offensive that I understand, Gavi said earnestly, internalizing his newfound insight. He charged at Mr. Bobo once more. This time, Bobo remained still. Gavi swiftly approached, delivering a straightforward punch. Bobo sidestepped, using his palm to deflect Gavi's fist outward. Yet he did not merely block. In that instant, he harnessed the force of Gavi's punch, redirecting it to send Gavi crashing back against the ground, carving a trench in his wake. Clutching his sore right arm, Gavi paused in dazed contemplation for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. Using finesse over brute strength, that was brilliant. Mr. Bobo's martial prowess is indeed remarkable. Precisely. Learning to leverage your opponent's strength is invaluable. Bobo grinned. Do you have any further questions? Gavi shook his head. That I now know how to defeat you. Mr. Bobo. Gavi's gaze was tranquil, yet his body surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Bobo, with a calm demeanor, lightly tapped his toes and soared into the air like a swallow skimming over water. Gavi had long anticipated Bobo's leap and was well prepared. He abruptly lifted his knee, thrusting it directly towards Bobo's midsection. The sudden change in tactics was too swift for Bobo to evade while still airborne. Whoosh! Crack! Gavi's strike landed squarely. Victory at last. A faint smile played upon Gavi's lips as he opened his eyes, only to find Mr. Bobo, with his prominent brows and large eyes, absent. Instead, a large hand gripped his knee firmly, and a stranger stood protectively in front of Mr. Bobo. The figure wore a solemn expression, yet the distinctive crab-like head and the halo above it betrayed his identity. I am Wukong. May I ask who you are? Gavi slowly retracted his leg and replied calmly, I am Gavi. The two extended their hands and shook. Hello, Mr. Bobo. It has been a long time. Wukong withdrew his hand and greeted Bobo, then exclaimed as if discovering a new land. Ah, you are Bulma? How have you become so youthful? Old friends reunited after a long separation. Bulma gazed at Wukong, with tears rolling down her cheeks. Sun-kun, you have returned. Mr. Bobo's eyes also glistened with tears as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his cheeks. Choking back emotion, son Wukong, is everything well on the other side? Only Wukong beamed with a radiant smile, as innocent as a child. Gavi silently observed the trio's long-awaited reunion, his heart a tumult of emotions. Both Bobo and Bulma were old acquaintances of Wukong, with Bulma having forged a deep bond with him since childhood, a true childhood friendship. Regrettably, her dear friend Wukong had succumbed to illness over 20 years ago, leaving her in the realm of the living, bereft of companionship. In the end, it was Bulma who remained alone, desolate in a world of despair. Yet this was not the time for reminiscing in Gavi's plan. There were numerous tasks that Wukong needed to undertake. I apologize for interrupting your reunion, but the situation is dire. Gavi quickly relayed the crisis facing Earth to Wukong. Wukong's expression grew serious. I've already heard the general situation for Bobo. I never imagined that scoundrel Frieza would return to Earth to wreak havoc again. This time, I will not let him escape. Gavi harbored grave doubts that Frieza had already attained his golden transformation. If so, Wukong might not be his match. Mr. Wukong, may I inquire as to which stage your Super Saiyan transformation has reached? In this timeline, Wukong had not experienced the Cell Games and had passed away before the arrival of the androids. At the time of his death, his power had surely not reached the full potential of Super Saiyan, nor even the third stage of Super Saiyan. However, Gavi believed that as a martial arts enthusiast, Wukong must have tirelessly trained in the afterlife. The question remained as to what level of strength he had achieved. The Super Saiyan God transformation was out of the question, as it required the gathering of 6 righteous Saiyans. Furthermore, the absence of Wukong's tail ruled out the possibility of Super Saiyan 4. Contemplating Super Saiyan God, Gaby specifically counted on his fingers the surviving Saiyans, only to find that it was indeed a lost cause. In the timeline of Dragon Ball's protagonists, even gathering 6 Saiyans was a struggle, let alone in this timeline, where the Z Warriors had seen a significant decline. Are you referring to the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan? Wukong asked in surprise. No. What you're referring to is Super Saiyan 2. Can you transform into Super Saiyan 3? The one where your hair grows long and your eyebrows disappear? Gaby inquired, curious. You mean that transformation? I can do it. However, it is somewhat strenuous, and my body might not handle it well. Wukong frowned slightly, puzzled. How do you know about this transformation? I was planning to use it to startle Frieza. I know many secrets about the Saiyans. Wukong fixed his gaze on Gaby. Would you like me to transform into that form now? Gaby decisively declined. No, I have a rough idea of your current strength. Chapter 28. Wukong. The harbinger of hope. Can Wukong's return bring about any change in the situation? According to Gaby's initial plan, he intended for Wukong to go to the Kaioshin realm to lift the seal on the old Kaioshin, and then summon Beerus. However, after a series of events, the opportunity to ally with Beerus had slipped away. Fortunately, there remained the old Kaioshin, who could awaken one's potential beyond its limits. This was a method of power enhancement within the Dragon Ball universe, with a significant increase in ability. Moreover, the old Kaioshin possessed a pair of Patera earrings, further emphasizing his importance. However, reaching the Kaioshin realm now posed a significant challenge. In the original Buu saga, even the North Kaioshin was unaware of the existence of the Kaioshin, let alone the location of their realm. Wukong had only sensed Gohan's energy while training in the Kaioshin realm, allowing him to teleport there. Now, it seemed that the Kaioshin realm was devoid of living beings. Without any living energy, mortals would likely be unable to access that place. This made the prospect of seeking the old Kaioshin's assistance unfeasible. Another task requiring Wukong's intervention was to revive Earth's Dragon Balls. However, the new Namek had encountered calamity, with the life energy of the entire planet absorbed by Moro. Even the Namekian Dragon Balls had fallen into Moro's hands, severely undermining Gaby's plan to resurrect Piccolo and Kami. Fortunately, there was still another method to revive the Dragon Balls. Finding a Namekian to take on the role of Earth's new Kami, Gaby pondered aloud. Mr. Wukong, can you instantly teleport to the new Namek? New Namek? You mean the new home of the Namekians? Wukong asked, confused. Exactly. After parting from Earth, I lost track of where they went, which planet they now inhabit. Wukong's expression turned solemn. In the Cell Saga, Wukong had located the general vicinity of New Namek through the North Kaioshin, and then sensed the Namekian's energy to find the planet. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed Wukong's face. Are you implying that you want me to bring back a Namekian? I hope to have him serve as Earth's new Kami. Gaby explained. This way, Earth's Dragon Balls will be reactivated. Wukong instantly understood. He placed his fingers on his forehead and solemnly stated, that is indeed feasible. I will seek the help of Lord Kaioshin. Wishing you success. Gaby offered his blessings. Whoosh! Wukong's figure vanished from sight. I could see that moment. Gaby's heart brimmed with anticipation. Yet Bulma suddenly noticed an issue. Gaby, shouldn't you remind Wukong to ask the Namekian dragon to revive everyone? Gaby's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he intended to conceal this bad news from Bulma, but now the situation left no room for evasion. Fortunately, after reuniting with Wukong, everyone had regained a flicker of hope. Perhaps this is for the best. Gaby recounted the emergence of Moro in detail to Bulma. After listening, Bulma's expression remained remarkably calm. Gaby, thank you that I know you kept this news from me to spare my feelings. Among comrades, there is no need for thanks. Gaby felt a pang of guilt, realizing that it was his fault for hiding the truth. This version of Bulma had endured too much suffering, becoming resilient and mature. Perhaps he could afford to trust Bulma a little more. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill. Though Gaby's battle attire was light and nearly weightless, it provided warmth against the cold. He stood side by side with Bulma, informing her of the fortune teller's impending return with several Z warriors. He also elaborated on his subsequent plans. Bulma brushed aside her wind-tossed hair, her expression complex. Gavi, if it weren't for your appearance, I shudder to think how dire this world would have become. Gavi smiled. Have you forgotten? My initial purpose was merely self-preservation, but you have truly brought hope to me, to all of us. Even in such a desperate situation, you have never given up, have you? Javi paused momentarily, his gaze unwavering, yet his tone remained gentle, for I believe we will undoubtedly safeguard this world. Indeed, to protect. Bulma lowered her head, glancing at the elongated shadows cast by the moonlight. Bulma, while we await Mr. Goku's return, shall I teach you to perceive energy alongside Mr. Bobo? Very well. Javi remarked, energy is not an isolated entity. It is the product of the fusion of spirit and power. The energy continuously flows within you, and it can be controlled by your own spirit. Bulma listened intently, a faint smile gracing her features. The clouds drifted lazily, the wind rustled the trees, the moonlight was radiant, and the stars twinkled brightly. After a period of study, Bulma mastered the technique of sensing energy. A look of satisfaction appeared on Mr. Bobo's face. Javi calculated the time. It had been an hour since Goku departed. Why hasn't he returned yet? Javi wished to seize the moment to practice with Mr. Bobo a little longer. However, Mr. Bobo shook his head in refusal. Javi, the training is over. Bobo has little more to teach you, but I feel there are still many areas for improvement. Javi expressed his confusion. The remaining aspects can only be perfected through actual combat. Javi believed that the android's body still had much potential to enhance, but regrettably, the training time was too short to unlock its full capabilities. Although labeled as an android, he felt his existence should be classified as that of an evolved human. With all genes approaching perfection, that in terms of potential, it certainly should not be lacking. Under Mr. Bobo's guidance, he could also display his requisite strength in close combat. Nevertheless, in terms of power levels, there remained a considerable gap between him and Dabra. Since the conclusion of the Frieza saga, the power system of Dragon Ball had begun to unravel. That Javi's assessment of character strength could only be roughly referenced by the power levels at which Scions first transformed into their various forms. Concurrently, he categorized this level into 5 tiers. Taking Super Saiyan 1 as an example, it could be divided from weakest to strongest into beginner, intermediate, advanced, peak, and full power. Javi speculated that he currently resided at the peak of Super Saiyan 1. Meanwhile, during the commencement of the Cell Games, both Goku and Gohan had reached full power. That Dabra's strength was comparable to that of the lightning-infused Cell, at least equal to Super Saiyan full power, and possibly even on par with the initial stage of Super Saiyan 2. Should we return to the Hyperbola Time Chamber to continue our training and enhance our strength, perhaps a month of rigorous practice could elevate his power to a new tier. Just as Javi felt conflicted, whoosh, Goku's figure suddenly appeared beside Mr. Bobo. Mr. Goku, what is the situation over there? Goku frowned, apologetically stating, I'm sorry, but I cannot sense any Namekian energy from Lord Kai's planet. Chapter 29, Seeking the Namekians. Why don't you try here? Javi pondered. Perhaps sensing on Earth would yield different results than when on King Kai's planet. Goku raised his hand halfway, suddenly feeling embarrassed. On Earth, I'm not sure of the direction of that planet anymore. Wait a moment. Bulma immediately thought of a solution. We have a friend who is currently on New Namek. Perhaps we can determine the location through coordinates. Javi promptly dialed the Galactic Patrol's number, requesting to connect with Officer Jack. After a few seconds of ringing on the other end, an excited voice emerged. Javi, you were right. These Namekians are not truly dead. They are indeed a resilient race. Hearing the familiar voice delivering good news, Javi's brow slightly relaxed. Please tell me the coordinates of New Namek. Upon receiving the coordinates from Jack, Bulma immediately pointed to a direction. Over there. Goku faced the direction Bulma indicated, closed his eyes, and lightly placed 2 fingers on his forehead to sense. After standing still for quite a while, Goku remained motionless. Strange. Still can't find it. Perhaps it's because the Namekian's life energy has been drained, rendering their presence too faint, Javi explained. Opening his eyes, Goku said earnestly, I'm sorry. Perhaps, as you said, the distance combined with the faint energy makes it impossible for me to teleport there. Upon hearing this, Javi frowned slightly. What about Jack? Can you sense his presence? I don't know that guy. You must remember the energy signature of the other party. Goku replied with a somewhat helpless expression. If only we could shorten the distance. Javi sighed, his hopes dwindling. But Bulma snapped her fingers, her face lighting up with confidence. Javi, you reminded me. I have a way to help Goku reach New Namek quickly. Everyone looked at Bulma, awaiting her subsequent plan. Bulma took the communicator. Jack, please send me the coordinates of planets inhabited by life forms between Earth and New Namek. She pulled out a laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she spoke with Jack. Soon, the computer screen was filled with numerous red dots. Before long, Bulma presented the screen to Goku. Head to this planet first, then follow this route I've mapped out for you. Bulma is truly clever. This way we can continuously approach that planet until we sense the Namekian's energy. Goku marveled. Bulma smiled, crediting Javi for the reminder. I thought of it thanks to you. Upon hearing this, Goku grinned widely. You and Javi have such a telepathic connection. Javi felt somewhat helpless. He and Bulma had yet to establish an emotional foundation, so how could they have a telepathic connection? Goku's choice of words was rather odd. Bulma shot Goku a glance. Shoving the computer into his hands, hurry up and set off. We'll wait for your news here. Javi stepped forward to bid farewell. Safe travels, Mr. Goku. Goku nodded, taking the computer and beginning to sense the energy. Moments later, Goku vanished from sight. Just when everyone thought he'd gone far, whoosh, Goku reappeared. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Bulma, I don't understand the route on the computer. Everyone face-bombed. As expected of you, Goku. Bulma reacted quickly. There's no other option. Then I'll accompany Sunko on this trip. No, I'll go with Mr. Goku. Javi interjected. Bulma, you stay here and wait for fortune teller Baba, and keep an eye out for news about Mers. Bulma considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then I will continue to receive guidance from Mr. Bobo here. You must return safely. Javi took the computer from Goku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Mr. Goku, let us set off. Whoosh! Javi felt a darkness envelop him. And the next moment, when he opened his eyes, an unfamiliar scene unfolded before him. He had no time to examine the planet's environment, instead focusing on the computer. Directing Goku based on a route Bulma had pre-marked. Whoosh, 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 during the continuous teleportation between planets. Javi made it a point to observe Goku's movements closely. Instant transmission was undoubtedly the most coveted technique in Dragon Ball. Javi had fantasized countless times about what he could accomplish once he mastered it. Each time he indulged in these thoughts, he would become so excited that he couldn't sleep through the night. Nearly 10 minutes later, the red dots indicated on the computer were nearing their destination. Mr. Goku, we are now very close to our target. Can you sense the Namekian's energy? Javi reminded him. I do indeed sense some extremely faint energy. Goku replied gravely, hold on tight. This next instant transmission will cover a great distance. As Gavin felt his entire body become weightless, as if he were suspended in zero gravity, the sensation was fleeting, lasting less than a second. Before he could fully savor the experience, the grounding sensation returned. The scene before him appeared somewhat desolate, with withered plants scattered everywhere. The once vibrant river flowed quietly, seemingly devoid of life. They found themselves in a village. At their feet lay numerous Namekians, their green skin pale and their vitality waning. The arrival of the two drew the attention of a figure on the outskirts of the crowd. Swiftly, the figure drew a pistol from its waist and aimed it at them. Hello? I am Gavin. He promptly declared his identity. Aren't you on Earth? How could you possibly be here? Questioned the creature with egg-yellow eyes. Clearly perplexed, hi. I am Wukong. Wukong waved. We arrived here through instant transmission. However, Jack reacted as if facing a formidable enemy. Instant transmission was a forbidden ability in the universe. Gavin found it amusing. What? Are you going to arrest us? Well, since we are acquaintances, I can pretend I didn't see you this time, Jack replied, lowering his pistol and stepping forward to scrutinize them closely. You two don't seem particularly formidable. Are you refugees? Now you understand how dangerous Earth is, don't you? We intend to take an Namekian to Earth. Gavin explained the situation regarding Earth. Jack stroked his chin. It was indeed wise of me not to remain on Earth. I have heard of the evil Emperor's terrifying might even within the Galactic Police. They say he is frighteningly powerful. Wukong replied earnestly, I will definitely defeat that Frieza. Not just Frieza, but his entire legion is not to be underestimated. Your courage to oppose him is commendable. Jack seemed unable to comprehend that we have our own plans and are not without a fighting chance, Gavin stated. Coming here is part of that plan. Chapter 30. Stealing the art of instant transmission. Jack immediately became alert. Just don't have any plans to target me. I've done enough already. Don't you want to achieve merit and gain the recognition of the Galactic King? Gavin inquired. Jack crossed his arms. Adopting a serious demeanor. If there's no life-threatening danger, I might consider joining. Wukong inquired curiously. So you're quite strong? Huh. Jack scoffed. By your Earthling standards, no one stand a chance against me. How exciting. Why don't we spar a bit? Wukong said eagerly, rubbing his fists together. Now is not the time. We must focus on the task at hand. Gavin quickly intervened. The disparity in strength between the two was too great, and Gavin worried that Wukong might accidentally kill Jack with a single punch. By the way, although these Namekians are not dead, they have fallen into a deep coma. If this continues, they will eventually lose all vitality like this planet. A hint of sorrow appeared on Jack's face. Is there a way for the Galactic Police to help them? Gavin asked urgently. Jack nodded proudly. Of course. We have not only healers and treatment pods, but also the finest hospital in the galaxy. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Wukong asked, puzzled. My spaceship can only carry 2 people. And do you think it won't take time to return to headquarters? Jack raised his voice. I'm sorry. Wukong scratched his head, then said earnestly, then let us start moving them. Moving what? Jack asked, confused. Of course. We're moving these Namekians. Wukong chuckled. I can instantly transport them to the hospital. Jack pondered for a few seconds. You're breaking the law. It's a serious offense in the Galactic Code to use instant transmission to traverse star systems. Don't be so rigid. Wukong laughed as he playfully patted Jack on the back. Whoosh! A figure shot out rapidly. With a resounding crash, Jack became embedded in the mountainside. Gavin face-bombed in disbelief. When Jack finally emerged from the rock, his body was covered in dust and debris. Supporting his aching back, his eyes widened in shock, and his lips twitched slightly. What just happened? How did I have no power to resist? Just how strong is this Earthling? Wukong looked bewildered. That was unintentional. Forgive me. I haven't fought in so long that I lost control of my strength. Gavin quickly stepped forward, looking troubled as he reassured Jack. Mr. Wukong means that he won't be so gentle next time. Wukong immediately turned to Gavin, asking quietly, Is that what I meant? Gavin nodded with utmost certainty. That is precisely what you meant. Who doesn't know the notorious name of that scoundrel rot? This reputation must not be tarnished. Jack shot a wary glance at Wukong before stating seriously, Since this is to save so many lives, I can pretend I didn't see you using instant transmission. Jack, you will accompany Mr. Wukong to take the Namekians for treatment. Gavin promptly assigned, I will search for other survivors in the village. All right, then we shall set off, Wukong replied. He tucked 4 or 5 Namekians under his arms, then extended a hand toward Jack. Jack begrudgingly placed his hand on Wukong's, who then pointed in a direction. Whoosh! Wukong and the others vanished without a trace, ever since learning to sense energy. Gavin had been able to utilize this method to remember the energy signatures of the Namekians. After experiencing instant transmission and traveling dozens of times, he had gained some insights. Following Wukong's example, Gavin pressed his joined fingers to his forehead in his perception, there were faint energy signatures of over 10 Namekians at the extreme range. Let us head to that location. He planned to experiment once more. If he succeeded, he would acquire a highly functional ability. Gavin concentrated his mind on a single point. Whoosh! The world went dark before his eyes, and he felt as if he were spinning when the scenery came into view again. He found himself in a barren land, uncertain of his whereabouts. Gavin focused to sense the energy, sighing, The margin of error seems considerable. Let me try again this time. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Gradually, the surroundings began to clarify. Finally, a vision flashed through his mind, a scene with Namekians sprawled across the ground. Now, whoosh! The next moment, when Gavin opened his eyes, he found himself in a cave, and at his feet lay a disarray of more than 10 Namekians. I did it! Gavin rejoiced inwardly. then began to check the condition of each Namekian. All of them still had signs of life, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, after fulfilling his wish, Moro had absorbed the life energy and departed. Otherwise, the Namekians would have faced extinction this time. Wait, Gavin slapped his forehead hard. Speaking of surviving Namekians, he had overlooked a crucial individual, the one who had also created the Dragon Balls. I wonder if that person is still alive, or if anything happened to their planet. However, with just his own abilities, he couldn't locate them for now, that he would have to wait until he could ask Jack. The waiting became somewhat tedious, so Gavin decided to continue practicing instant transmission. The flora and fauna on this planet had perished, and the Namekians should be safe in this cave. After slightly camouflaging the cave entrance, Gavin began to search for the next location of surviving Namekians. A target. This time, he sensed only one energy signature. Following the previous method, Gavin once again initiated instant transmission. As soon as Gavi opened his eyes, a strong, pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, instinctively gagging a couple of times. He then focused his gaze around. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a young Namekian warrior, a gaping wound piercing through his chest, dark purple blood splattered across the ground. Not far off, a Namekian youth adorned with a metallic device was sprawled on the ground. Further within the village, a massacre had evidently taken place. Severed limbs and remnants of flesh littered the area. It appeared that dozens of Namekians had once thrived in this village. Yet now they were all deceased. Gavi gently covered his mouth and nose, frowning in contemplation. In other locations, Namekians had merely been drained of their life energy, devoid of such gruesome events. Thus, this location was likely where Moro ultimately made his wish. The surviving boy on the ground must have been captured by the enemy and forced to wear a translation device. During the wish-making process, he served as an intermediary to communicate with the Namekian dragon Purunga. This indicated that the boy was one of the few privy to Moro's wished-for content. Chapter 31. Moro's wish. Although Moro posed no immediate threat to Earth, comprehending the nature of his wish was crucial. This foreknowledge would prepare them for future encounters, helping to avoid being manipulated. Gavi detested encountering unforeseen factors. The priority was to ensure the treatment of this boy. First, he should take him to a more populated area for assistance. He murmured to himself that he lifted the Namekian youth from the ground, intending to execute an advanced training technique of instantaneous movement. As he had not attempted this before, he proceeded with extra caution during this teleportation. After visualizing the distant aura's representation in his mind, he waited for it to become clearer before utilizing his ability. When he reappeared in the cave, a flicker of joy surged within him. He had succeeded. His mastery of instantaneous movement had evolved. He could now facilitate short-distance teleportation while carrying others. Although he was currently unable to traverse planets through this means, with diligent practice, he hoped to one day reach the level of Goku. A fervent light flickered in his eyes, and Gavi felt invigorated. Next, he aimed to gather the scattered Namekians from other locations. This was both a rescue mission and a training exercise. Whoosh, 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 Gavi's figure flitted in and out of sight, appearing and vanishing with remarkable speed. Throughout this process, he not only deepened his understanding of instantaneous movement, but also honed his sensitivity to the auras around him. When Goku and Gavi crossed paths once more, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. How strange. Why are there so many Namekians crammed into this cave? Gavi refrained from answering directly. Mr. Goku, we must expedite the relocation of these individuals. Goku nodded in agreement. That rascal Gak didn't come along, so I can carry more people this time. With that, he hoisted a dozen Namekians on his back. Gavi also stacked 7 or 8 others, including the Namekian youth, onto himself. What are you doing? Goku inquired. Puzzled. All the Namekians on this planet are here. With my presence, I can transport more of them at once. Gavi replied with a calm smile, placing a hand on Goku's back. Assisting this boy, who was aware of Moro's wished-for content, was of utmost importance, and Gavi also wished to experience Goku's instantaneous movement up close once more. Inside the spacious and brightly lit hall, rows of treatment pods were neatly arranged. The first batch of transported Namekians had all settled within, receiving treatment in chambers filled with a transparent liquid. Upon arriving here with Goku, Gaby immediately spotted Gak leaning against one of the treatment pods, his expression pained. "Gak, please prioritize the treatment of this boy." Gak slowly lifted his head, his gaze toward Gaby tinged with resentment. "All the treatment expenses for the Namekians must be reimbursed by you. Isn't your Galactic Patrol the organization with the best benefits?" "It's merely a matter of treating a few Namekians," Gaby retorted. "Merely a few?" Gak questioned, then instructed the medical staff. "Nurse, please take this boy to see the healer. Oh, by the way, the healer's fees are 10 times that of the medical pod. I'm only temporarily covering this expense." Gaby promptly placed each of the Namekians he was carrying onto a stretcher, and a nurse approached, guiding the designated boy into a private treatment room. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, Gaby sincerely remarked, "Gak, when you come to Earth for a vacation, I will treat you well. By the time I visit next, Earth will have already been destroyed," Gak replied, his expression resigned. Gaby rested his chin on his hand, realizing he lacked confidence in safeguarding Earth. By the way, I have intelligence regarding Moro that should earn you merit before the Galactic King. Surely, this will offset all expenses. Gak's eyes lit up momentarily before he quickly regained his composure and asked, "What is it?" "It must hold value to me. Moro's wishes granted through the Dragon Balls," Gaby replied nonchalantly, "but we will only know the specifics once the boy awakens." With that, Gaby and Goku vanished, leaving Gak brimming with excitement. Upon returning to New Namek, Gaby discovered he was still unable to perform interplanetary instantaneous movement. It seemed that his attempts to learn through observation had proven futile. He would have to seek Goku's guidance. During the remaining time, Goku and Gaby transformed into diligent movers. Fortunately, this race was sparse, with fewer than 200 individuals. Before long, they had evacuated all survivors from New Namek. Upon returning to the hospital, Gaby reminded, "Gak, your spaceship is still on that planet. Aren't you going to retrieve it? When you head back to Earth, just take me along. I want to leave until I know the specifics of Moro's wish," Gak declared earnestly. The treatment room door swung open, revealing the Namekian youth emerging, his expression perplexed, as if unaware of the events that had transpired. "How did I end up here? Who are you people?" The boy questioned, bewildered. "I am Gak, a super elite of the Galactic Patrol." Gak stepped forward, brimming with pride. "These two are Gaby and Goku. The three of us rescued you, and your my name is Isuka." "Thank you all," the boy replied, offering an innocent smile and shyly expressing his gratitude. "Isuka, speaking of which, I have a question for you," Gak said, his expression filled with anticipation. "What was the wish Moro made using the Namekian Dragon Balls?" The boy appeared to recall something distressing, his expression turning fearful. "The wish, the content is, take your time. No need to rush," Gaby reassured him. Goku chimed in, "Don't be afraid. That guy will eventually be defeated by us anyway." Goku remained as naive and optimistic as ever. Gaby pondered the implications of Moro merely wishing to restore his peak magical powers. That alone would prove to be a challenge. Currently, on Earth, no warrior stood a chance against him. If he had wished for something like being the strongest in the universe or achieving immortality, that would be an existence beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Gaby prompted Isuka. Did Moro wish to restore his peak magical powers? "I remember now," Isuka exclaimed suddenly, excitement evident in his voice. The first wish was to restore his peak magical powers, the second was to maintain eternal youth and vitality, and the third was to possess an inexhaustible source of magical energy. Goku frowned. "It seems that Moro is going to be more difficult to handle than I anticipated." Gaby felt a sense of helplessness within. What was going on with Moro? He had used 3 wishes solely to enhance himself. Wasn't this a bit excessive? It left no room for survival. Luckily, the Galactic Patrol was there to stand in the way. Otherwise, Earth would face yet another calamity, and he couldn't help but wonder if Mers would be able to withstand it. With that thought, Gaby felt a pang of curiosity regarding Mers' whereabouts. However, the most pressing concern remained the revival of the Earth's Dragon Balls. Gaby solemnly asked, "Isuka, among your kin, is there someone named Dondi?" Chapter 32. Farewell. "The proud prince, how do you know my brother Dondi?" Isuka replied, astonished. Without waiting for Gaby's response, he began searching through the treatment pods. "Dondi is a good friend of Mr. Goku's son," Gaby clarified. "Found him. This is my brother Dondi." Isuka pointed excitedly at Namekian youth within a healing pod. Goku, astonished, exclaimed, "Wow, Donnie has grown so much." The youth lay quietly inside, his complexion a pale green, his eyes tightly shut. Gavi, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Jayak, he is the one whom Mr. Goku and I have come to find. Please, have a healer awaken him." The medical staff promptly opened Dandy's healing pod and transferred him to the treatment room. Watching his kin being wheeled away, Isuka appeared perplexed. "What do you need Brother Dandy for?" "Our planet is facing a grave crisis, and we require Dandy's assistance." Goku swiftly explained the dire situation on Earth to the Namekian youth. Upon hearing Goku's account, Isuka fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he looked up at Gavi and Goku, solemnly stating, "If what you say is true, and Brother Dandy can indeed be of help, he would surely be willing to go to Earth. By the way, Gavi, can Dandy really create Dragon Balls?" Goku asked, somewhat puzzled. "Absolutely. He is a non-combat genius among the Namekian race, possessing formidable healing abilities. He is the most suitable candidate for the role of Earth's guardian," Gavi declared with conviction. Regardless of whether Dandy could create and enhance the Dragon Balls, the significance of his healing abilities alone was immeasurable without the sins of beings. Moreover, according to the Grand Elder, Dandy, like Piccolo, is an excellent heir to the Dragon Clan. Gavi speculated that the Dragon Clan might be closely connected to the Dragon God Salam as the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Salam's status seemed to rival that of the Omni King. Unfortunately, his identity remained shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of his true origins. However, one thing is nearly certain. Salam shares profound ties with the Namekians. And with Dandy and Piccolo being among the elite, there must be valuable information yet to be uncovered behind them. Thus, Gavi resolved that, even if it meant forcibly bringing him, they must get Dandy to Earth. Within 5 minutes, the door to the treatment room swung open once more. "Are you Mr. Goku? Is that you?" the Namekian youth exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. "Ah, it is indeed Dandy." Goku marveled. "It has been so many years." "You have grown remarkably." "Yes, it has been over 20 years, Dandy replied with a hint of a youthful smile, before recalling something. "Gohan, Mr. Krillin, and Mr. Piccolo, how are they?" Goku, with a serious demeanor, responded, "They are no longer with us." "How could this be?" Dandy gasped in disbelief. Gavi quickly summarized the crisis facing Earth and the tasks that Dandy was needed for. "That we will discuss the details on our way," Gavi stated gravely. Isuka chimed in, "Brother Dandy, they rescued all of our kin from New Namek. They are our benefactors." "Thank you," Dandy expressed sincerely, though his expression soon turned anxious. "But what about my kin? This is the best hospital in the galaxy." "You can rest assured," Jayax said proudly. After hearing this, Dandy nodded in agreement. "All right, since the situation is urgent, we shall depart immediately." "Dandy, everyone hold on to my hand." Goku began to sense his energy to travel safely, "and I hope you can occasionally take me to visit Brother Dandy." "I will always miss you, Brother Dandy." Isuka waved goodbye to the group. Whoosh! The figures of Gavi and his companions vanished from the hospital hall. In the next instant, they materialized on an unfamiliar planet. "Apologies, Jayak. Instant transmission can only lead to places where I can sense life energy. We can no longer return to New Namek, and your spaceship must remain there temporarily." Goku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "You really are something else, you rascal," Gavi thought to himself, stifling a laugh while fully aware of Goku's innocence. "Damn it, that was my latest model of the spaceship." Jayak gritted his teeth in frustration. "My sincerest apologies, truly," Goku chuckled awkwardly. "How about joining us back to Earth?" Gavi suggested. Jayak firmly declined. "No. Then we shall leave you here on this planet." Goku probed playfully. "In a way. Take me back to the hospital," Jayak exclaimed in exasperation. "What a troublesome fellow." Goku sighed in exasperation, ultimately sending Jayak back. Once reunited, the three swiftly set off towards Earth. Whoosh! As the first rays of dawn illuminated the dilapidated plaza of the temple. The figures of Gavi and his companions appeared in an instant. "Gavi, Goku, you have returned." Bulma joyfully rushed over. Gavi's face lit up with a warm smile as he gently embraced her. "Have there been any updates from Granny Fortune?" Gavi inquired with concern after releasing Bulma. "Yes, she said we need to go pick someone up," Mr. Bobo replied from the side. "Have Gohan and the others returned as well?" "That's wonderful. I'll go to Granny's to bring them over." Goku's face was aglow with innocence, and no sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Gavi was about to inquire about Meru's when Goku reappeared, accompanied by several figures next to Mr. Bobo. Dondi was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of excitement. "Gohan." "Mr. Piccolo." Bulma's eyes welled with tears. "Trunks." "Gohan, I never expected to see you again." Mr. Bobo produced a handkerchief to wipe away his flowing tears. "Divine One, I am so happy to see you again. There should have been 5 returning, yet one was missing. With Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, and the Supreme Kai present, only Vegeta was absent." Gavi felt a twinge of curiosity about the whereabouts of the proud Saiyan Prince. "Vegeta cannot return," the Supreme Kai quickly clarified. "Evil souls that die are extracted to the afterlife, and once they have cleansed their sins, their memories are erased, allowing them to reincarnate. That I apologize. I never anticipated that the calamity from over 20 years ago would be so dreadful. I failed to consider preserving Vegeta's body to allow him to train in the afterlife." The Supreme Kai's explanation dispelled Gavi's doubts. Vegeta was initially a notorious villain, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent until his encounter with Frieza, where he was killed by the king, marking the beginning of his gradual redemption. Unfortunately, he perished at the hands of the androids before he could atone for all his sins. Vegeta's absence meant that this timeline would never witness the invincible Vegito and Gogeta again. A significant blow to Earth's combat capabilities. Perhaps in another timeline, we may meet again. Gavi sighed with regret. "I will do everything in my power to protect this timeline. Your Highness, you need not worry." Chapter 33. Reunite. As one, Trunks remained immersed in the joy of reuniting with his mother, his spirits only slightly dampened by the news of Vegeta. The people of this timeline seemed to have yet to form any significant bond with Vegeta. Piccolo, on the other hand, harbored deep-seated prejudice against him, believing that even if he were revived, he would not fight alongside them. "Uncle Piccolo, please be a little considerate of Trunks' feelings," Gohan urged cautiously. The Supreme Kai continued to clarify, "For everyone." Originally, Trunks could not return. His body was completely absorbed by a monster. However, at my request, King Yemma agreed to help him reconstruct his body to be. By the way, King Yemma took this crisis on Earth very seriously. And so, before departing, he specifically restored the arm that Gohan had lost. Gohan touched his newly regenerated arm, filled with gratitude. "Why haven't Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha returned?" Piccolo frowned slightly, standing somewhat apart from the others, appearing somewhat aloof. Gavi glanced at Piccolo. "Their power is insufficient to face the current crisis. I heard that Frieza and his father have returned to Earth to cause chaos." Piccolo scoffed. "Indeed, in addition to Frieza and his father, we must also contend with the troublesome Babidi and Dabra." Gavi stated gravely that it seems this will be a tough battle. "I am quite looking forward to it." Wukong eagerly rubbed his fists, exuding an unmistakable sense of impatience. The strength of the adversary was formidable. If we were to measure it solely against the power exhibited by Frieza upon his initial arrival on Earth, we would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. "Now, let us each disclose the levels of our respective powers." Gavi spoke with a grave expression, hoping that everyone would be forthcoming, for this crisis was pivotal to the fate of the entire planet. Subsequently, Gavi presented his own criteria for assessing strength and compiled the power levels of all present. At the pinnacle stood Wukong, who had broken through to the Super Saiyan level 3. Gavi dared not allow Wukong to transform and showcase his might, for the Super Saiyan transformation could significantly truncate Wukong's time on Earth. Additionally, he suspected that Frieza and his son, through a year of monitoring Earth, had already mastered the art of concealing and detecting energy. With Gavi's newfound ability to sense energy, he could no longer perceive the presence of the two on Earth. Consequently, he was deeply concerned that the explosive display of power from the group would expose their sanctuary to the enemy's gaze. One by one, the others revealed their power levels. After meticulous comparison, Gavi established a ranking. From highest to lowest, the order was Trunks at the peak of Super Saiyan level 1, Gohan at the peak of Super Saiyan level 1, Gavi at the peak of Super Saiyan level 1, and Bulma at the peak of Super Saiyan level 1. However, this was merely a rudimentary ranking of power levels and did not necessarily reflect each individual's true strength. When factoring in combat skills, Bulma's overall combat prowess was, in reality, considerably weaker than that of several others. "Mother, how did you become an android?" Bulma sighed, glancing at Gavi before resolutely stating, "This is a long story. And moreover, I wish to fight alongside everyone this time." Gavi had high hopes for Gohan's strength, only to discover that he had not even reached full power in Super Saiyan Level 1. Of course, it was also possible that the loss of an arm hindered Gohan's ability to accurately assess his own strength, given his immense potential. Gohan expressed his remorse. "I apologize during my time in the afterlife. I did not train diligently, and my strength has only increased marginally." Meanwhile, Piccolo had not even attained Super Saiyan Level 1. With a stiff expression, Piccolo scoffed, "Though I have tirelessly trained in the afterlife. The Mechacabra's method of power enhancement is not as simple as your Saiyan transformations." Gavi deemed it time for Piccolo and the Supreme Kai to reunite as one, even if he learned the Kaioken. The increase in strength would still pale in comparison to his Scion's transformation. Currently, Piccolo's power was insufficient to keep pace with the evolving circumstances. The Supreme Kai's existence was merely tied to Earth's Dragon Balls. Having already reached a state of death, even if he were to return to the mortal realm now, the Dragon Balls would not reactivate. Gavi then presented a more suitable successor to the group. "Lord Kami, I have brought back the new candidate for the Supreme Kai. His name is Dondi," Gavi stated candidly. This declaration sounded akin to a coup d'etat. Mr. Popo's face instantly turned tense as he clutched a handkerchief tightly in his grip. However, the Supreme Kai remained unfazed. "I understand. Piccolo and I, or rather, Piccolo's father, were originally one, but now that Earth faces a crisis, it is time for us to merge once more. Lord Kami," Mr. Popo called, his voice choked with emotion, revealing a hint of reluctance. The Supreme Kai's gaze was profound, as if he could see through the very fabric of existence. "The Namekian youth you have brought back is indeed worthy of inheriting the title of Supreme Kai. I can perceive the purity of his heart." It seemed as though a farewell was unfolding before their eyes, leaving Dondi somewhat bewildered. "To be honest, I never anticipated the day of our reunion. But now, faced with Frieza and his son, along with an ever-growing array of formidable foes, this is the ultimate manifestation of my worth." The Supreme Kai's aged form trembled. "Earth, now more than ever, needs strength." "How can you say such a thing, Lord Kami?" Mr. Popo replied, his emotions running high. "You have safeguarded this planet for over a century." "Enough, Mr. Popo. I've always been grateful for your care," the Supreme Kai affirmed. Fixing his gaze upon Piccolo, the time has come to relinquish the title of Supreme Kai and become a true warrior." Piccolo approached the Supreme Kai, his expression grim. "Even if you say so, the one who will dominate after the fusion can only be me. Of course, it should be you. You are younger and far stronger than I am. It is only fitting." The Supreme Kai's expression grew serious. "My role is merely to enhance your strength while imparting all the knowledge I have accumulated. Come, as the one who will lead, place your hand upon my chest." Piccolo furrowed his brow and placed his palm against the Supreme Kai's body. The Supreme Kai cast one last glance at Mr. Popo. "I can see that Piccolo's malevolence has completely dissipated, and I can trust him to receive all that I have to offer." Mr. Popo's lips quivered for a moment, but he could not muster any words of objection. "Farewell, Lord Kami." Piccolo's face bore a complex expression, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant white light enveloped both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai's once dull eyes grew increasingly radiant, and his previously stooped form became magnificent. Moments later, the light dissipated. Piccolo stood firm, while the space once occupied by the Supreme Kai was now void. "Goodbye, Lord Kami," Mr. Popo murmured softly. Piccolo's entire demeanor had transformed. His gaze, once dark and brooding, had softened considerably. An unprecedented surge of power emanated from him, causing the entire temple to tremble violently. "Mr. Piccolo, quickly restrain your energy," Gavi urged urgently. Piccolo regained his composure, and with a mere thought, the energy that had surged outward swiftly contracted, as if the recent events had never transpired. Trouble approaches. Two powerful and malevolent presences are rapidly closing in. Gohan warned loudly that it must be that Frieza. Yukong's expression was filled with anticipation. Bulma, we shall hold them off, Gavi decisively declared. Mr. Popo quickly summoned Dondi to activate the Dragon Balls. Chapter 34. The arrival of Golden Frieza, Yukong, and the others attempted to follow Gavi. But he resolutely refused. Frieza has seen your faces before. If you wish to avoid a senseless demise, remain here and protect Dondi. Bulma quickly grasped the situation. Only after the Dragon Balls are restored can the tide truly turn. At that point, you must relocate swiftly. We shall reunite at the martial arts tournament. The group hesitated momentarily. Gavi spoke with rapid urgency. We must also contend with Babidi and his minions, who are still lurking in the shadows. Until we locate his whereabouts, we should refrain from revealing our strengths. Having spoken, Gavi and Bulma leaped from the edge of the plaza, hastening towards Frieza's energy signature. If the temple were to come into Frieza's view, its discovery would be inevitable. The temple was a crucial stronghold for the warriors of Earth, housing not only the Room of Spirit and Time, but also the dragon's model, holy water, and other vital artifacts. Gavi's mission was to intercept Frieza en route. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he realized there was much he still wished to convey. Not only had he not had the chance to arrange a battle plan, but he also had yet to discuss the improvements to the Dragon Balls, the Kaioken, and the fusion techniques. All essential topics yet to be addressed. Moreover, he had only 1 month left in the Room of Spirit and Time, a time originally reserved for practicing critical techniques, such as the Kaioken and instant transmission. Who would have thought that the unexpected merging of Piccolo would disrupt his plans, turning his unfulfilled intentions into mere vapor? For now, he could only strive to send Frieza away swiftly and regroup with his companions. With the sound of slicing wind, Gavi and Bulma soared through the air. Moments later, they sensed the imminent convergence of 2 powerful energies. Gavi immediately warned Bulma, "Do not slow down." As both parties came into view, Frieza's group abruptly halted. 2 beams of crimson energy hurtled towards Gavi and Bulma. The two instantly conjured a translucent shield. In the next instant, the beams collided with the barrier in a thunderous explosion. The entire space reverberated, sending violent shock waves outward, uprooting countless trees in the forest below. Gavi and Bulma were forced to halt. Suspended in midair, "Oh ho ho ho. Is that you, Mr. Gavi?" Frieza's lips curled upwards as he surveyed the 2 individuals with keen interest. Bulma felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza. She trembled slightly. Gavi removed his protective shield and calmly addressed, "Lord Frieza, Lord Kurd, I never anticipated your presence here. This is the companion I mentioned. We are on our way to the tournament venue." Noticing the absence of Jinyu, Gavi felt a slight relief. He had been concerned that Jinyu might recognize Bulma as Goku's companion, potentially arousing Frieza's suspicions. "May I inquire your name, dear lady?" Frieza inquired, his smile warm as he regarded Bulma. "I am Bulma. Are you truly Lord Frieza?" She responded, seemingly grasping Gavi's intent as she too lowered her shield. A hint of astonishment crossed her delicate features, clearly indicating this was her first encounter with Frieza. Despite his monstrous appearance, Frieza's smile was exceedingly polite. "A pleasure to meet you. With a beauty such as yourself as a companion, Mr. Gavi is indeed fortunate." Gavi felt a sense of helplessness. Nothing had transpired between him and Bulma yet. So how could he be considered fortunate? The king's choice of words was rather misleading. Kurd cast a cold glance at Bulma and remarked, "Our legion does not recruit based on appearances. Gavi, do you comprehend my meaning?" "Of course I understand," Gavi replied, signaling Bulma with a glance. "Bulma, why don't you demonstrate your power?" Bulma understood the cue and concentrated, a pure white energy sphere forming in her palm. Kurd looked on in astonishment. The energy sphere grew larger and more radiant, illuminating the surroundings in blinding white light. Frieza chuckled in admiration. "Ho ho ho, what an immense power! An explosion of such an energy sphere would surely create a breathtaking display of fireworks." Kurd squinted slightly. "Bulma, is it? Cease your display. I acknowledge your strength, but I don't know how to stop." Bulma's panicked voice rang out. "Gavi, what should I do? What? How could this happen?" Gavi exclaimed, yet deep within his eyes flickered a glimmer of appreciation. Bulma was remarkably astute, managing to seize a moment to buy time in such a dire situation. The energy sphere continued to swell, distorting the environment in its scorching brilliance. How could she possess such astonishing power? Kurd's initial arrogance waned, replaced by a grave concern. Even Frieza's indifferent smile began to fade. The aura of destruction expanded outward, tearing at the very fabric of space, as if they were caught in the eye of a hurricane. Their forms swaying slightly, Gavi felt that Bulma could afford to cease her display. If it continued, it might become uncontrollable. If the energy were to explode and breach the crust, the entire planet would be doomed. Mr. Gavi, please find a way to make her stop. Frieza frowned at Gavi. All right, I shall try. Gavi responded immediately, darting in front of Bulma. Up close, he was taken aback to see Bulma biting her lip tightly. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead and neck, her entire body trembling violently. Her plea for help had not been feigned. This is dire. Gavi forcefully suppressed his rising panic, encircling Bulma with his arms, ready to teleport them away. Simultaneously, he shouted, "No, she cannot control it right now. It's about to explode. The Earth will be obliterated." What? Damn it! Frieza's eyes widened as he swiftly positioned himself in front of the impending blast, extending his arms in a protective manner. Everyone, step back. Bulma severed her connection with the energy sphere, and Gavi quickly lifted her, carrying her away. Frieza's dark cloak was instantly incinerated by the searing sphere. Revealing his true form, overwhelmed by the colossal energy sphere, Frieza found himself utterly immobilized. Frieza, don't resist. Kurd had already retreated to a safe distance. I refuse. The Earth is mine. Frieza's expression contorted with rage as he bared his teeth in a fierce roar. Gavi, having distanced himself, stood in shock. Could Frieza truly be risking everything to protect the Earth? Suddenly, a brilliant golden beam shot skyward, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. The Earth trembled and fractured beneath the radiant light, which was so intense that it rendered one's eyes unable to bear it. A terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the entire planet. Chapter 35. Dragon Balls. Activation. The anomaly on Earth drew the gaze of countless onlookers. The dazzling light was blinding, causing hearts to race wildly when touched by its glow. The entire temple quaked, swaying as if a candle flame in the wind, on the brink of being extinguished by this overwhelming force. Is this the power of that fellow, Frieza? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. How can there be such a vast difference between us? Trunks and the others, returning, gazed uncertainly towards the source of the beam, unable to fathom such unimaginable power. Has Frieza grown this strong? Dandy, focused on activating the Dragon Balls, trembled in fear, his mind blank, lips moving yet unable to utter a sound. Piccolo's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grim. He then shouted, "Dandy, don't falter. This is the opportunity Gavi and Bulma risked their lives to secure for us." Dandy snapped back to attention, continuing to chant the incantation for activating the Dragon Balls in Namekian. On came House Island. Trunks gazed in horror towards the golden beam. That aura belongs to Frieza, without a doubt, but I can't comprehend how he has become this powerful. Am I unable to protect this world again? Damn it! His face was etched with agony and confusion, having faced numerous setbacks since arriving in this world. Marin wrapped her arms around Trunks. Trunks, don't lose hope. As long as we find Lord Kaioshin and Lord Beerus, Earth can still be saved. In the lower decks of a colossal spaceship, Babidi's catfish-like antennae quivered with excitement. What a pure and immense energy! I never anticipated such a powerful being was hidden on Earth. Dabra frowned. Lord Babidi, that individual is exceedingly dangerous. His power far exceeds my own. Isn't that splendid? I now look forward to the martial arts tournament, as the seal on Majin Buu will soon be broken. Ha ha! In West City, within a dilapidated building, two figures seated across from each other, sipping tea, were also captivated by the astonishing aura from a far point. One gently stroked the silver ring between his fingers, murmuring, "It seems I have discovered a remarkably powerful entity. Should I wish to exchange with him? Compared to Son Goku, he falls somewhat short." The other replied indifferently, "Damn it, the other 6 wish orbs from this timeline have already been collected, disrupting my plans. This is inconsequential. After all, my original objective does not exist within this timeline. Vegeta, is he truly as formidable as you claim, worthy of utilizing the Super Dragon Balls twice? Indeed, in the northernmost region, beneath the ruins of Marsruda. Commander Mazida exclaimed, "Not good, Commander! Cell Max is exhibiting irregularities. A substantial quantity of cultivation fluid is leaking. How could this happen? Is it because of that golden beam?" Mazida leaped from his chair and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Surveying the entire underground base, within the massive cultivation tank, a terrifying red-green creature writhed, seemingly on the verge of awakening. "Where is Dr. Hito? Hurry and find a way to stop Cell's movements." In the golden beams of light, Frieza's form shimmered with a metallic luster, and no longer was he constrained by the energy blast. A subtle smile played on his lips as he gracefully raised his hand, effortlessly pushing the colossal energy sphere away from his body. With a sudden, forceful swing of his arm, he propelled the energy sphere into the sky with tremendous might. The dazzling orb instantly soared away from the planet, bursting into countless specks of light in the vastness of space. "This is the true me. What do you think, Mr. Gai?" Kurt erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "As expected of my son, this transformation has indeed made history. Our clan truly is the strongest existence in the universe." Gai felt a surge of hopelessness. The king had indeed transformed into his golden form. "Thank you, Lord Frieza, for coming to the rescue of Earth," Gai said earnestly. Frieza snorted, "Humph. I've always stated that Earth can only be destroyed by me. No one else." After saying this, Frieza immediately suppressed his aura, the golden radiance fading away as he reverted to his normal form. Kurd looked at his son, a look of pride on his face. "Frieza, you did splendidly. Gai, Bulma, you both performed admirably, well enough to hold significant positions in our father-son legion." "Wait, father!" Frieza interrupted Kurd, a cold glint flashing his eyes. "I can overlook Miss Bulma's recent offense towards me." However, Frieza narrowed his eyes. "It seems you deliberately obstructed my path just now. That certainly piques my curiosity. I guess there's something extraordinary in that direction." Frieza's gaze shifted towards the location of the temple. Gai's heart sank, though his expression remained unchanged. The king was certainly not easily deceived. "We did not intend to block your way. It was merely a coincidence. That place is a sacred site for Earth's martial artists, often frequented by powerful practitioners on pilgrimage. We had just concluded our visit to the sacred grounds." Gai strained to conceal the truth. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile crept onto Frieza's lips. "Is that so? Then let us proceed together to take a look." Bulma, still cradled in Gai's arms, glanced at him with a hint of urgency in her eyes. Gai felt a flutter of panic as well. He wondered if Goku and the others had managed to escape. He wished to continue stalling for time, but Frieza did not wait for the two, flying straight towards the temple. Kurd, however, lingered close to Gai and Bulma, seemingly waiting for them to make a move. Gai, resigned, could only follow closely behind Frieza. As the Kalen Tower came into view, several white beams of light suddenly shot forth from the sky. Frieza's expression hardened, and he immediately turned to chase one of the light beams, his speed reaching its zenith. Who could it be within that white light? Gai thought anxiously, hastening towards Frieza's direction. Seeing this, Kurd trailed far behind Gai. Moments later, the white light plummeted, and Frieza swiftly dove downward, crashing into the ground to halt his descent. Gai exerted all his strength to catch up, finally glimpsing the king's silhouette, and swiftly landed beside him. Just as he thought a comrade had been caught by the king, he found no one in sight and felt no aura whatsoever. However, when Frieza turned and opened his palm, Gai's heart sank. In Frieza's hand lay a glass sphere emitting an orange glow. It was a Dragon Ball. The reactivated Dragon Ball had fallen into Frieza's possession. Despair washed over Gai. Even the path to make a wish to the dragon had been blocked by the enemy. What should he do now? Chapter 36. The contest for the Dragon Balls. Oh ho ho ho. What a delightful surprise. Frieza narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty glint flashing within. I never expected the Dragon Balls of Earth to appear at this moment. He lifted the glass sphere, scrutinizing it closely. The semi-transparent sphere radiated a soft orange light, within which 5 red pentagrams were visible. Gai fell into deep contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, he must prevent Frieza from gathering the Dragon Balls. But soon, Gai's attention shifted from the Dragon Ball. With a thunderous crash, Kurd landed beside them, his eyes narrowing slightly. Frieza, is that object you hold the Dragon Ball? Frieza, in high spirits, chuckled, indeed. With this, I shall fulfill my wish for immortality. A confident smile crept onto Kurd's face. Our clan already enjoys longevity and unparalleled power throughout the universe, that I never imagined you would be interested in immortality, that I in truth, once we conquer the entire universe. I believe there are other means to attain endless life, even without the Dragon Balls. Father, your reign has come to an end. The universe is now teeming with powerful beings. The larger our empire grows, the more susceptible it becomes to challenges. As a ruler, I must prepare for the future. Frieza's expression turned grave. Kurd furrowed his brow. Even your transformation cannot suppress everything. Frieza toyed with the Dragon Ball in his hand, revealing a sly smile. Father, have you forgotten that arrogant scion from the South Galaxy? I suspect that the so-called Scion Empire behind him is not as simple as it seems. That scion's name Broly? Gai could not help but interject. Broly? I have not heard of such a name. Frieza tilted his head slightly, curiously regarding Gai. It seems you know something. Have you crossed paths with him? I have never laid eyes on Broly. Gai shook his head, pausing for a moment before speaking. But I have heard that Broly is a warlike, bloodthirsty, and cruel individual, a super warrior said to emerge once every 1,000 years among the Scions. Given time to develop, he could annihilate the entire universe. Frieza and Kurd exchanged glances, astonished expressions evident in their eyes. Mr. Gai, Frieza spoke in a low voice. To my knowledge, the Scion causing us trouble does not match the character you described, nor does he share the same name. The reason that Scion has been a thorn in our side is merely due to the support he receives from behind the scenes. Kurd, with an air of arrogance, scoffed. Humph. How could a mere Scion possess the terrifying power to destroy the universe? Gai, perplexed, noted, hasn't he already obliterated the entire South Galaxy? Kurd smirked. If he truly had the power to annihilate the South Galaxy, would he still need to hide in the shadows? Frieza smirked. Mr. Gai, according to our investigation, ever since the South Galaxy was destroyed, the true culprit has also vanished for over 20 years. In other words, the Scion currently opposing the King's Legion is not Broly. Are there other Scions surviving in this timeline? Gai felt a profound sense of confusion. Frieza cleared his throat twice, interrupting Gai's thoughts. Father, deploy the soldiers from the nearby star systems to this planet. We must unearth every last Dragon Ball on Earth, even if it means digging 3 feet in the ground. Kurd affectionately glanced at Frieza, nodding. Very well. By the way, I almost forgot something important. Frieza raised a finger, revealing a chilling smile. Let us investigate the source of those white beams that fell. I hope to encounter something intriguing there. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza soared ahead towards the temple once more. After sending a message via the scanner, Kurd urged, Gai, let us go as well. Gai frowned, pondering briefly before following suit. Meanwhile, on the other side of Earth in the far north, amidst the icy wilderness, the ruins of Misruta crumbled violently as the ground shook. A vast complex encased in thick ice rumbled to the surface that it opened like a slumbering beast, suddenly revealing a gaping maw that sought to devour. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars echoed from within the structure. Following this, a fleet of black warplanes shot out from the open base, racing through the sky like meteors. The Dragon Balls have reappeared. We are one step closer to world domination, in a spacious and brightly lit office. Mazida excitedly waved his hands, declaring, this time, we must gather all 7 Dragon Balls in the shortest time possible. In the central capital, within an underground mechanical factory, a voice called out, Lord Pilaf! Lord Pilaf! A dog clad in purple ninja attire scurried into the room on all fours. Palofu set down the wrench, his brow furrowed as he gazed at his partner, Ashu, who had barged in unexpectedly to disrupt his work. Ashu, what is it? Dragon Ball! Ashu, the eager canine, exclaimed. The Dragon Ball radar has suddenly detected a signal. What? Palofu was taken aback, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He took the Dragon Ball radar from Ashu's hands and, after a brief glance, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, suspecting he was seeing things. It had been over 20 years since he and his companions were transformed into infants by the eternal dragon. During these 2 decades, he had been relentlessly seeking the Dragon Balls to fulfill his grand aspirations. Yet the Dragon Balls seemed to have vanished without a trace. Today, just as he was preparing to don the battle suits he had developed for the West City Martial Arts Tournament, he unexpectedly learned of the Dragon Ball's reappearance. Quickly, inform Xiao Wu. A Dragon Ball signal is nearby. We must find it immediately. Palofu trembled with excitement, his laughter echoing throughout the underground factory. Yes. Ashu, the eager canine, immediately turned and dashed away. Karen Tower came into sight for Gavi and his companions. Once the temple was discovered, a fierce battle with Frieza and his son would be inevitable. The animosity Frieza bore towards Goku was profound, and he would not hesitate to eliminate those close to Goku. Should the 2 parties encounter each other, there would be no room for negotiation in such a scenario to protect the temple and Dandy. Everyone would undoubtedly fight to the death. Gavi and Bulma had already engaged in secret discussions, preparing for the final showdown. Despite the odds being overwhelmingly against them, the situation had reached a critical point where they had no choice but to fight desperately. This was a perilous battle concerning the survival of Earth. As Kurd gazed at the towering Karen Tower, he surprisingly set aside his usual arrogance and remarked, "I never imagined such a magnificent structure could be built on such a small planet." Frieza, without pausing for a moment, soared upwards at this juncture. Gavi quietly gathered energy within himself. Chapter 37. The tenacious Frieza Kurd seemed to sense something unusual nearby and inquired, "Gavi, what are you planning?" Gavi responded calmly, "This place often attracts powerful beings. I am concerned that Lord Frieza might be ambushed." That's so. Kurd's gaze turned sharp, fixating on Gavi's remarkably indifferent face, his body slightly tensing as if preparing for battle. At that moment, Frieza's sinister voice echoed from afar. "The one who revealed his aura has indeed departed." Gavi secretly sighed in relief and ascended along Karen Tower. Soon, he flew beyond the tower's pinnacle, arriving at the former location of the temple. However, the temple that should have been suspended, there was nowhere to be found. The area was utterly barren. Even the Rui Bang, which connected the temple to the top of Karen Tower, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that Dandy, upon becoming a celestial being, had concealed the temple once more, or had he relocated the entire temple to another place? Regardless, this time the crisis had been averted. Gavi thought to himself, slightly easing the immense weight that had burdened his heart. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution in future encounters with the king. This individual was not only difficult to deceive, but also possessed overwhelming power over the Earth Warriors. Gavi and his companions landed on the platform at the pinnacle of Karen Tower alongside Frieza. Frieza, with a smile, looked at Gavi. "Mr. Gavi, you and Miss Bulma seem to share a profound affection. Why does the king always use words that can easily lead to misunderstandings?" Gavi, failing to grasp Frieza's implication, was at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Bulma leaped out of Gavi's arms, addressing Frieza. "I exhausted all my energy with the previous energy blast and couldn't keep up with your speed. So I apologize that in truth, the energy blast Bulma had conjured had merely gone awry and had not drained her energy. Moreover, in terms of the artificial human's capabilities, both she and Gavi were currently operating at maximum output. Remaining in a state of infinite energy, Gavi understood. Bulma was likely feigning weakness to mislead the father-son duo before her. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Frieza's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a hearty laugh. "So that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood something. Oh ho ho ho." Bulma's ears appeared slightly flushed at Frieza's jest. Meanwhile, Kurd surveyed the platform and frowned. "There is nothing of value here. Since there is nothing, let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls," Frieza coldly declared, preparing to take flight. "Wait," Gavi suddenly interjected. "Why, Lord, shouldn't we scatter to search for the Dragon Balls more efficiently?" Gavi intended to seek an opportunity to escape. "Ditto, Mr. Gavi, how about we divide into 2 groups?" Frieza looked at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Seeing the king smile, Gavi felt an inkling of trepidation. This individual was as cunning as a fox, if he was not mistaken. Dividing into two groups would likely mean separating him from Bulma and pairing each of them with Frieza and his son. This was certainly not the outcome Gavi desired. My lord, you wouldn't intend for Bulma and me to team up with you, would you? Gavi brazenly stated. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Gavi, you are indeed far more astute than my foolish subordinates. Frieza narrowed his eyes, emitting a sly chuckle. Kurd wore a confident smile. Gavi, you are indeed different from those in our ranks. No wonder Frieza holds you in such high regard. However, you still need to demonstrate your loyalty through action. Frieza interrupted Kurd. Father, allow me to handle the affairs of the army. Kurd looked at Frieza with eyes filled with affection. I have long since retired. I entrusted the Kurd army to you over 50 years ago. Everything is, of course, under your command. Mr. Gavi, since you do not wish to part ways, let us proceed as a group of 4. Frieza proposed. Upon hearing this, Gavi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Opposing the king was exceedingly challenging. Frieza was no different from a true emperor, perhaps even surpassing one that he was meticulous and had peculiar ideas. Cold-blooded and domineering, yet exceedingly cunning. These traits had allowed Frieza to thrive in the universe's real estate business, expanding his empire rapidly to the height of his power. His influence encompassed much of the universe. Overseeing hundreds of civilizations, the king had a keen eye for talent, nurturing those of value, and was exceptionally accommodating towards useful individuals. For instance, he welcomed the uniquely talented Ginyu Force, heavily relied on the traitorous Vegeta, and offered generous terms to persuade Goku to defect on Namekusein as a notorious villain. Frieza possessed a certain charisma. Although this charisma inspired dread and fear, it also solidified his prestige among his subordinates. Unlike typical villains, he acted with purpose and principles, not killing for mere amusement. The only occasion he tormented an opponent was when the old employee, Betrayal Tower, had betrayed him, prompting him to teach the traitor a lesson. When confronted by the traitorous Scions, he ruthlessly eradicated them, while ultimately choosing to recruit 2 of their members. Had it not been for an error in the order of his killings on Namek, the Scions would have long been extinct, and the subsequent tales of Hair Dai would never have unfolded. Of course, Frieza was not perpetually domineering. He knew when to back down in the face of stronger entities. Whether confronted by Beerus, the god of destruction, the formidable Gogeta, or the expansion of the Moro galactic bandits, he opted for restraint. In summary, Gavi viewed Frieza as an exceedingly troublesome adversary. However, Gavi would not submit due to the opponent's might. Even if the hope of overcoming Frieza seemed bleak, he would endeavor to navigate through the circumstances. Having chosen to stand against Frieza, he was fully prepared for the conflict. Gavi was acutely aware of the danger posed by Frieza, which made each step he took cautious and deliberate. Although he had mastered instant transmission, the skill required a lengthy preparation time that if Frieza detected any anomaly during the use of instant transmission, he could easily interrupt Gavi. He dared not gamble. Even though he has now escaped from under Frieza's watchful gaze, the alteration in circumstances is futile. Goku and his companions have undoubtedly concealed their energy signatures long before the martial arts tournament commenced, rendering any chance of an encounter between the two parties virtually non-existent on the Dragon Ball front. Failing to acquire this particular Dragon Ball from Frieza renders the pursuit of the remaining 6 entirely meaningless. Moreover, possessing the Dragon Balls may inadvertently expose them to Frieza's radar, plunging them into dire peril. Gavin cast a glance at Bulma, his face betraying indecision. Bulma, let us accompany these 2 esteemed gentlemen. But Bulma's eyes were filled with trust as she gently nodded in agreement. Chapter 38. Return to West City Section 28. Gavin has abandoned the notion of utilizing instant transmission to flee. This pivotal skill, if prematurely revealed to Frieza, would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Consequently, attempting to leverage instant transmission for an element of surprise during their next encounter will become exceedingly difficult. Until Frieza's trump cards are fully revealed, Gavin plans to feign compliance and probe the depths of the king's strategy. After all, Frieza's son, Cooler, remains concealed in the shadows, an important figure capable of altering the course of battle. Gavin harbors no clear understanding of Cooler's current power level, which poses a significant risk to his typically cautious approach. While gathering intelligence in Frieza's vicinity, he might even seize the opportunity to snatch the Dragon Balls he has collected. The Dragon Ball radar is in Bulma's possession, making it quite challenging for Goku and the others to locate the Dragon Balls. The sole concern at present is Frieza assembling all 7 Dragon Balls in a remarkably short span to summon the Eternal Dragon. This matter, pivotal to their wishes, solidifies Gavin's resolve to remain close to Frieza. Yet Bulma's presence raises concerns for her safety. Bulma seemed to grasp Gavin's worries, her face breaking into a relaxed smile. "Gavin, I will certainly perform admirably in front of our esteemed gentleman." Indeed, Bulma's intelligence is exceptional. She comprehended his intentions with but a glance. Frieza, evidently in high spirits, chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Once you assist me in gathering the Dragon Balls, I shall reward you handsomely." Gavin and Bulma replied, almost in unison, "Thank you, Lord Frieza." The two truly share a remarkable connection. The king's words struck a familiar chord with Gavin. Observing Frieza soar ahead of the Korin Tower, Gavin ceased to ponder and immediately followed suit. A fierce wind howled as Frieza led the group swiftly toward the east. Gavin gazed upward at Frieza, his mind filled with questions. This fellow had a clear destination. Could he have already acquired the coordinates of another Dragon Ball? Among Frieza and his son, only Cooler sported a power-level detector. The king himself was devoid of any such equipment. Even the black cloak he initially donned had been completely incinerated upon contact with Bulma's energy blast. How then did he ascertain the Dragon Ball's location? After a brief journey, Gavin realized Frieza was heading directly toward West City. Could the Dragon Ball be located there? Gavin's expression grew increasingly grave. Soon, his suspicions were confirmed. The immense silhouette of West City emerged within their sights. The city, once shrouded in silence, now buzzed with activity. Gavin sensed a multitude of energy signatures, both strong and weak. Various modes of transportation flooded the abandoned city. Weaving through its streets and alleys, above the entire city, a colossal arena hung silently in the air. Frieza cast a casual glance at the arena, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk, merely the antics of a jester. Soon, the reputation of the Frieza force shall echo throughout the universe. Having spoken, Frieza's form gradually descended, bypassing several towering buildings before landing beside a massive saucer-shaped spaceship. With a resounding thud, the spaceship's hatch swung open, and a row of soldiers clad in Frieza Force battle attire poured forth. Kneeling before their returning emperor, "We welcome you back, Lord Frieza and Lord Cooler." Gavin and Bulma stood silently behind Frieza and his son, observing the scene before them. Everyone set forth immediately to search for the Dragon Balls. Frieza flicked his tail, striking the ground with a resounding crack, creating a sizable crater. "ASU command, Lord Frieza," with the sound of rustling. Soldiers scattered in every direction. Frieza turned to Gavin and Bulma, smiling amiably. "Let them handle the search for the Dragon Balls. You two are our main forces for the martial arts tournament. Simply rest well." Cooler displayed a hint of a cruel smile. "What you refer to as searching for the Dragon Balls is, in fact, a return to West City, where we shall await other factions seeking the Dragon Balls to come to us. Is it not? It seems Father is quite aware of my plans." Frieza strolled into the spaceship, elaborating on his strategy. "I've heard that Earth's inhabitants possess a radar capable of detecting Dragon Ball signals. Once those with the radar arrive here, we can seize that device. This approach is certainly more efficient than aimlessly searching like headless flies." Cooler regarded Frieza's retreating figure with admiration. Frieza paused at the hatch, suddenly turning to face Gavin and Bulma. "You two, come inside. If anyone causes trouble, I will require your assistance in dealing with them." Gavin and Bulma did not hesitate, nodding in agreement as they followed Frieza into the spaceship. Soon, the group arrived at the bridge of the spacecraft. "Lord Frieza, in half an hour, nearly 1,000 soldiers from 3 nearby star regions will arrive on Earth," reported a diminutive alien named Balibulu. "I understand. Thank you, Ms. Balibulu," Frieza replied, slowly levitating off the ground and settling into a floating chair. "Lord Frieza, who are these two?" Balibulu inquired, her gaze fixed on Gavin and Bulma with a smile. "They are recent additions to the force. Still unfamiliar with our operations. Please give them a tour of our battleship." With his back turned to the group, Frieza's tail swayed leisurely outside the chair. Why, Father and I have matters to discuss." "Lord Frieza, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve you." I shall take my leave now, Volibulus said, a smile gracing her face. She then turned to Gavin and Bulma. Please follow me. Gavin and Bulma exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of caution, yet they soon relaxed. Inside Frieza's spaceship, they realized that creating chaos within the cabin could provide an opportunity to escape Frieza at any moment. However, given the current circumstances, Gavin was reluctant to leave so soon. Preventing Frieza from acquiring the Dragon Ball radar was evidently a crucial task. Since they were already there, Gavin resolved to adapt to the situation. He considered himself quite capable of improvisation. Once they gained a deeper understanding of Frieza's corporate culture, it would surely become easier to devise a strategy against him. Perhaps remaining close to Frieza might even present an opportunity to betray the king. Gavin stroked his chin, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. Damn, the sixth one is actually me. Following Bulibulu out of the command room, they traversed a circular corridor. Gavin and Bulma involuntarily surveyed their surroundings. The corridor flanked by dozens of closed doors. After traversing the hallway, the trio arrived at a room that felt eerily familiar to Gavin. Bulibula halted, turning to Gavin and Bulma. This is the treatment room. Equipped with the latest healing pods, thanks to the relentless efforts of our research department, it can now achieve the regeneration of severed limbs. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Gavin's eyes brightened, revealing their keen interest. Chapter 39. Convergence of Major Forces, Regeneration of Severed Limbs. It is quite likely that this very technology has resurrected both Frieza and Kurd from the brink of death. The treatment room is spacious. Approximately 100 square meters, adorned with a minimalist industrial aesthetic. Clearly, practicality was the foremost criterion in its design. At the far end of the room looms a massive screen displaying an array of data pertaining to the medical pod. The spherical medical chamber is filled with a translucent liquid, within which a being with purplish-gray skin is undergoing treatment. Bulibulu introduced to Gavi and Bulma. The individual currently being treated is the Legion's foremost warrior. Tagma, that he has clawed his way back from the brink of death countless times, and now possesses not only formidable strength, but also an indomitable will. Tagma, Gavi murmured. Isn't he the one who served as Frieza's sparring partner during the Resurrection Saga? Tagma, as Frieza's training partner, endured a brutal and merciless regimen that rendered his existence a living hell. Ultimately, this individual experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength. If Gavi's memory serves him correctly, Tagma made his entrance by ambushing and severely wounding God Gohan, even breaking Piccolo's arm, and audaciously claimed he could single-handedly defeat all the Z fighters present. His power is nothing short of terrifying. Of course, Gavi speculated that he had not surpassed Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. One wonders how long he has been training with Frieza and his son this time, and whether he has achieved even greater breakthroughs in strength. Bulibulu cast a curious glance at Gavi. It seems you are acquainted? Gavi gently shook his head. No, Ms. Bulibula, I merely sensed an aura of strength emanating from this individual. In Gavi's perception, Tagma's aura surpassed that of the recently fused Piccolo, yet determining an opponent's strength solely by their aura is not entirely accurate. In the Dragon Ball universe, aside from transformations, individuals can also enhance their power through energy release. Many battles are often not decided by the sheer comparison of combat power. Bulibula nodded slightly, stating, Tagma is indeed powerful, but he possesses a solitary nature and rarely engages with others. Let us explore elsewhere and not disturb his recovery. Gavi nodded in agreement. The trio subsequently toured the dining hall, cryogenic chambers, training rooms, and other facilities utilized in their daily routines. Upon returning to the bridge, Gavi and Bulma each received a detector and a new combat suit from Frieza's army. It seems the treatment for Frieza subordinates is rather generous. Unfortunately, during this time, Gavi and Bulma had little opportunity for private conversation. Frieza gazed out the viewport at the cityscape, delicately sipping from a goblet filled with a vibrant red liquid. He casually inquired of those behind him. What do you think of this city? The city lay in ruins, streets devastated, buildings collapsed, and debris strewn across the landscape. Gavi furrowed his brow, puzzled by Frieza's inquiry. Bulibula stepped forward to answer. It may have once been quite beautiful, yet now it lacks the vitality of life that I suggest we simply obliterate it and allow the new inhabitants who purchased this planet to rebuild it themselves. Bulma's expression stiffened immediately. After all, there are countless innocent lives within the city. Frieza appeared to catch the astonished expression on Bulma's face. Ms. Bulma, we are merely respectable businessmen engaged in legitimate commercial activities, he remarked, gently placing his goblet down. Our task is to clear the refuse from habitable planets and offer them to the homeless. Bilibulu remained silent, quietly standing with a faint smile at the corners of her mouth that a research personnel reporting to Frieza nearby broke out in a cold sweat. Rendered speechless by shock, Kikono, do you have any objections? Frieza narrowed his eyes, a hint of a dangerous smile gracing his lips. The diminutive alien, whose head resembled that of an ant, immediately paled in fright. Shaking his head repeatedly, and no objections. His voice trembled, clearly betraying his intense anxiety. Frieza nodded with satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Bulma. I hope you both acclimate swiftly to the tasks under my command. Why, yes, my lord. Bulma managed to stammer. Indeed, Gavi responded naturally. He found himself genuinely intrigued by the research department of Frieza's army. Devices such as power-level detectors, spaceships, firearms, combat suits, and medical pods. These are all remarkable innovations. Scientific advancement necessitates a substantial accumulation of foundational knowledge across relevant disciplines to achieve breakthroughs. Otherwise, it remains but a castle in the air. Currently, Earth's technological level pales in comparison to Frieza's forces. If they could unearth even one or two talented individuals, it might very well usher in an era of interstellar warfare in the Dragon Ball universe. Of course, Gavi was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. The prevailing theme in this world forever remains that individual strength surpasses all. The power of technology may serve as an aid, but it is insufficient to determine the ultimate outcome. Just as Gavi was lost in contemplation, several black fighter jets suddenly swooped in at an angle. The roar of their engines filled the air, and the cannons unleashed blinding flames, instantly obliterating nearby structures. The spaceship trembled slightly. The enemy is firing upon us, Kikono shouted. Lord Frieza, shall we activate the ship's shields? Unnecessary. Frieza propped his chin on his hand, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It appears our Dragon Ball radar has been graciously delivered to us. Another volley of missiles whistled through the air, exploding with a resounding boom, scattering fiery debris, yet the interior of the spaceship only experienced a minor tremor. Recognizing the red double, our insignia on the attacking fighters, Gavi quickly deduced the identity of the assailants. However, they had gravely miscalculated their adversary by daring to provoke the king. Then my lord, shall we retaliate? Gavi felt compelled to voice his loyalty. Unnecessary. They are but insignificant minions, incapable of even scratching the paint on our vessel. Frieza interjected, surveying the front with a discerning gaze. After a moment, he raised a finger, declaring, Look, it seems they have finally dispatched some competent individuals. Gavi's eyes narrowed as he beheld two figures draped in cloaks, adorned with the insignia of the red satin ribbon corps, rapidly approaching. How can this be? In this timeline, how could these two Gamma-type androids possibly exist? Could it be that the monster known as Cell Max has also been created? Gavi's expression darkened, sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Although he had initially contemplated this possibility, the reality of his fears manifesting elicited a deep sigh from him. Earth is indeed fraught with challenges. Three forces capable of obliterating it emerged in succession. Now, West City had become a confluence of various factions. Perhaps it would not be long before this city was entirely erased from the face of the earth. Chapter 40. Frieza vs. Gamma. Gavi's gaze remained fixed on the two rapidly approaching Gamma androids. According to the narrative of the superhero movie, the strength of the Gamma androids is sufficient to overpower Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. And while slightly weaker than God Gohan, they could still engage in a fierce exchange. Therefore, Gavi surmised that these two possess combat power nearing that of Super Saiyan 3. Fortunately, they were not villains. Rather, they possessed a heart aligned with justice. In an instant, the figures of the two androids hovered above the spaceship. Gamma 2 dramatically tossed aside his cloak and confidently proclaimed, Surrender the Dragon Balls in your possession, and we shall allow you to leave unharmed. With a thunderous crash, The hatch at the top of the spaceship swung open, and floating seats rose into the air. "Who are you?" Frieza inquired with keen interest. "You need not know." Gamma 2 crossed his arms defiantly. Leaning back in his chair, Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile, his tone frigid. "Oh, I'm quite curious to see what grounds you have for such audacity." Frieza gently raised a finger, and a crimson beam of energy shot forth towards them. Gamma 2 disdainfully snorted, swiftly drawing his energy gun from his waist and aiming at Frieza, pulling the trigger. A pale blue energy orb erupted from the gun's muzzle, traversing several dozen meters in an instant, engulfing the red laser before striking its target. Boom! What? A voice filled with incredulity echoed through the air as Frieza let out a furious roar. The violent energy orb detonated with a thunderous explosion, sending forth an invisible shockwave that stirred up a massive wave. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble, causing the spaceship to sway violently. Gavi quickly took Bulma and flew into the air. Such overwhelming destructive power. Gavi gazed towards the center of the explosion, where clouds of dust swirled, revealing a gigantic crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Gould also flew to Gavi's side, his face a mask of disbelief. How could such a powerful being exist on Earth? Frieza's spaceship tilted precariously towards the pit, several massive mechanical arms used for support showing varying degrees of damage. Gamma 2 chuckled with pride, declaring, "This is the latest energy weapon developed by the Doctor. Its power surpasses any weapon I have ever wielded. It is all my fault for infusing too much energy. Inadvertently turning that little dwarf into ashes." "Little dwarf? You turned me into ashes?" As the dust began to settle, a figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the pit, his calm tone laced with a chilling undertone. "You will pay dearly for provoking me." Frieza began to ascend into the air, gathering energy. Observing Frieza, who remained unscathed despite taking a hit, Gamma 1 furrowed his brow. Yet Gamma 2 was elated, asserting, "Even if you miraculously survive this time." "What of it? I only need to fire 3 of these energy orbs, and you are undoubtedly doomed," Frieza coldly retorted. "I am curious. Who granted you the confidence to believe that 3 energy orbs are sufficient to eliminate me?" You overestimate yourself." Gamma 2 snorted and raised his hand, launching 3 energy orbs towards Frieza. In that instant, Frieza's body shimmered with a metallic sheen, a terrifying aura emanating from him. He did not evade. His palms shot forward like 2 colossal mountains, crashing down with a thunderous roar, shattering all 3 energy orbs. "It is time to put an end to this farce." Frieza scoffed derisively, in the blink of an eye. He vanished from his spot, reappearing before Gamma 2. Frieza swung his fist with ferocious power, seemingly tearing through space itself, striking towards Gamma 2's chest. Bang! Gamma 2 had no time to react as his chest caved in. His eyes bulging, without pausing his assault, Frieza's tail lashed out, delivering a vicious blow to Gamma 2's face. Boom! Gamma 2's body was sent crashing into the ground, splitting the earth and shattering stone, creating a bottomless chasm. The sound of electricity crackled as Gamma 2 lost all ability to move from that single strike. Gamma 1 stood frozen, astonished that before he could assist, his companion had already been incapacitated. "What kind of monster are you?" Gamma 1 exclaimed in shock. "Oh ho ho ho, a monster. I am no monster. I'm Emperor of Evil in the universe." Frieza laughed maniacally. "Emperor of Evil?" Gamma 1's expression turned grave as he glanced at his incapacitated companion on the ground. "If that is the case, I must unleash my full power." As he spoke, Gamma 1's figure abruptly vanished. The next moment, he appeared above Frieza, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Frieza's head. Gamma 1's speed was astonishing. Arriving before Frieza in the blink of an eye, Frieza's eyes narrowed icily as he raised his right arm to block Gamma 1's leg. Bang! A violent collision ensued, unleashing a ferocious shockwave that radiated outward. Gamma 1 was sent hurtling back. After tracing an arc in the air, he crashed to the ground, leaving deep, jagged fissures in the earth. Just as Frieza prepared to pursue, his pupils constricted. Gamma 1 drew his energy gun and began firing energy orbs relentlessly. One by one, the energy orbs surged from the ground at astonishing speed, hurtling towards Frieza's position. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously, thick clouds of dust billowing forth. The searing shockwaves swept outward, reducing the surrounding city ruins to ashes. The inhabitants of West City were left in a state of shock at the sheer magnitude of the battle. That wasn't an earthquake. As we're broken out, it must be bombs causing this. As they watched the thick smoke rise from the city, many were filled with dread. When the smoke finally cleared, Frieza remained standing, completely unharmed. However, his expression had turned exceedingly sinister. It was then that people noticed the two gamma androids had vanished without a trace. Frieza murmured, "Ah, so they deliberately unleashed a barrage of energy orbs to obscure my vision while they made their escape to save their companion, that I truly thought he was concealing his strength. They cannot have gone far. We will catch up?" Coold's face flushed with anger as he quickly pursued in a certain direction. Frieza paid him no mind, his gaze fixed ahead, a look of seriousness etched on his face. It seemed he sensed the approach of danger. Gavi remained still, his instincts telling him that someone lurked in the shadows. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air reached them. In the next moment, the very spot where Frieza had been standing collapsed entirely. Turning to dust and dissipating into nothingness, that Frieza's figure flickered in the sky, his eyes glowing crimson. "Who? Show yourself! Frieza, you shall die!" A shadow, radiating golden energy, descended from the sky, a chilling blade, slicing directly towards Frieza. The speed of the attacker was astonishing, their timing impeccable. Even Frieza could not evade this strike. Yet at that moment, a towering figure materialized before Frieza. The shadow roared, muscles bulging with explosive, terrifying power, just as a long sword was about to strike Frieza. A golden, robust hand seemingly appeared from thin air, firmly grasping the sword, rendering it immovable despite the attacker's desperate struggles. Gavi's pupils dilated in shock. Cooled had returned. He could even transform into a golden form. Moreover, it appeared he wielded this golden form with greater mastery than Frieza. A cruel smile crept across Coold's face as his other hand unleashed a beam of dark red energy. The energy wave, imbued with a destructive aura, surged towards the sword-wielding figure. The moment of imminent impact, the assailant swiftly abandoned the sword and fled. The dark red shockwave vanished from sight. Moments later, a glimmer of red light flashed on the horizon, followed by the emergence of a colossal mushroom cloud. Subsequently, the entire sky was painted a fiery red. "Father, you nearly destroyed the earth just now." Frieza narrowed his eyes, scanning for the assailant's figure. "Should that place have any Dragon Balls destroyed? My wish would be unattainable. My apologies, Frieza. I was merely concerned for your safety," Cooled replied gravely, retracting his golden form. "That aura just now belonged to a Super Saiyan, did it not? Those detestable Saions again." Frieza's expression darkened, starkly contrasting his usual elegance and composure. "Among the Saions we know, it seems none are adept with weapons." Cooled toyed with the long sword in his hand, which appeared exceedingly sharp. "A sword?" Gavi remarked, puzzled. While the Saions of this timeline also wield swords, their power should not be that formidable in that fleeting moment. He had not even discerned the assailant's movements. The aura of that figure bore a striking resemblance to Trunks, and the golden energy enveloping him was akin to that exhibited by Saions in their transformed states. Unfortunately, the assailant was completely shrouded, leaving Gavi unable to ascertain their identity. Are there other Saions in this timeline? Before Gavi could ponder further, Cooled spoke gravely. "It appears Earth harbors many powerful beings we are unaware of. Indeed, a year of surveillance is still too brief to gather all intelligence." Frieza nodded in agreement, a confident smile crossing his face. "This makes things even more interesting. I can hardly wait to meet them." "Gavi, as an Earthling, you should be familiar with some of these powerful figures, correct?" Kurd cast a penetrating gaze towards Gavi, his eyes shimmering with a menacing glint. "I presume those two rather unrefined individuals are not of this earth. Are they?" Gavi sighed inwardly, recognizing the cunning nature of the father-son duo, with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He forced a smile and replied, "Ah, indeed, they're my compatriots." "Oh," Frieza's interest piqued. He urged, "Do elaborate, that we are both artificial beings." Gavi carefully articulated, "Albeit with different creators." Kurd stroked his chin thoughtfully, inquiring creators. Precisely. My creator, along with Bulma's, is Dr. Gero, and our initial purpose was to defeat Son Goku. Gavi sighed again. Conversely, the creators of those two androids are the grandchildren of Dr. Gero. Such a remarkable family indeed. Frieza narrowed his eyes. Gavi quickly clarified. While they share blood, Dr. Gero's grandchildren do not endorse their grandfather's methods. Rather, they aspire to create superheroes that protect world peace. Mr. Gavi, so you were forged by Dr. Gero into a villain. Then, Frieza's lips curled into a grin. Seemingly approving of Gavi's origins, being deemed a villain by the king left Gavi feeling oddly uncomfortable. Kurd inquired flatly, where are Dr. Gero and his grandson? Dr. Gero passed away over 20 years ago. His grandson has since embarked on a perilous research project within the Red Ribbon Army. Oh, what project? Frieza asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Cell Max is a creature devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct. Should such a beast lose control, the obliteration of Earth would be but a moment away. In comparison to you and your father, Cell Max possesses greater strength and uncontrollability. If unleashed by the Red Ribbon Army, Earth may be annihilated before the martial arts tournament even concludes to safeguard the planet. Gavi felt compelled to enlist the aid of Frieza's forces to swiftly locate the Red Ribbon Army's base. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Dr. Gero's grandson is developing an ultimate android named Cell Max. This monstrous being is infused with the genes of numerous formidable races, including the Scionts, Namekians, and your own kind, my king. Once completed, the potential for it to devastate the entire galaxy, if not the universe, is significant. Our genes? Kurd queried, a hint of perplexity in his expression. The Red Ribbon Army once employed nanobots to collect blood samples from you both, which that grandson utilized for his experiments. That Kurd's expression darkened. Anger simmering beneath the surface. Dare use our lineage to create such a monster is the utmost affront. This organization must be eradicated, and that grandson as well. Frieza's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he questioned Gavi. If this grandson can produce creations mightier than myself and my father, why have you chosen to join my forces? Because Cell Max is yet to reach its perfect form, and to do so, it must absorb Bulma and me. Once awakened, it will inevitably seek to assimilate us under the compulsion of its evolutionary instincts. Gavi explained patiently, then added indignantly, to survive, Bulma and I had no choice but to flee from the Red Ribbon Army and escape that grandson's grasp. Is that grandson's creation truly as formidable as you claim? Frieza's tone still held a trace of skepticism. Though Bulma was unaware of Gavi's plans, she interjected intelligently. Indeed, that grandson is a scientific genius, far surpassing his grandfather, and the strength of Cell Max is incredibly potent. Gavi and I cannot hope to compete with it. Where's that grandson? I shall ensure his demise personally. Kurd's eyes gleamed with a dangerous crimson hue. Clearly unable to tolerate such an insult, that grandson operates with extreme caution, establishing the base for Cell Max's development in a highly secretive location, known only to him and Bulma. Gavi expressed with concern. I shall dispatch someone to locate that grandson immediately. Kurd's teeth ground audibly in frustration. Chapter 42. New allies. Frieza's demeanor darkened, yet his expression remained impassive. Father, as Mr. Gavi has indicated, that grandson is quite cunning. Recklessly searching for him may provoke unnecessary alarm. Clearing his throat, Frieza's icy gaze locked on Gavi. Mr. Gavi, why have you only now revealed such critical information regarding that grandson? Gavi's heart raced, and he replied earnestly. The creature that grandson has created is far too terrifying. I did not wish for your forces to become entangled in this. Furthermore, engaging in battle with them would surely result in catastrophic losses, potentially derailing your plans. Frieza scoffed, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. When the troops arrive, I will assign individuals to specifically investigate that grandson's whereabouts. As my father has stated, our kind shall not accept such an insult. Even at a grave cost, we must obliterate that grandson and his creation. Indeed, Kurd nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin. Mr. Gavi, please keep a vigilant eye on that grandson's recent activities. Should you uncover any leads, inform me promptly. Gavi and Bulma nodded in agreement. Frieza relinquished his golden form, descending into the spaceship with his hands clasped behind his back. Belial approached, casually inquiring, "Lord Frieza, shall we dispatch soldiers on Earth to apprehend those who attacked you?" "No need," Frieza replied, casting his gaze toward the floating arena above the distant city. "Both the scion who ambushed me and the Red Ribbon Army are likely to participate in this martial arts tournament. I shall grant them a swift end during the competition. I find myself increasingly eager for the tournament to commence at that moment. Less than 3 hours remained until the tournament began. Numerous survivors had already flocked to West City, preparing to register for the contest. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Gavy's mind. "Good morning, everyone. I am Babidi, the universe's greatest sorcerer. Earthlings, the martial arts tournament you have long awaited is about to commence. Have you seen the arena floating above West City? Contestants who succeed in the preliminaries will face off in the final showdown atop this floating platform. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, I have temporarily increased the registration locations, dispersed across the 8 directions of West City. As my time is precious, the preliminaries will adopt a team battle format. Each team may have up to 3 members. And as long as you eliminate any 3 opposing teams, you will advance to the elimination rounds. By the way, the entirety of West City serves as the venue for the preliminaries. When the time comes, you may fight freely throughout this city. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on each team's performance and magically project your names and scores into the sky. Remember, once the tournament concludes, I shall obliterate Earth. To survive, give your utmost effort for ultimate victory." The occupants of the spaceship exchanged glances, bewildered. Kikono felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his cheek. What manner of magic is this? It can directly communicate with my mind. Frieza narrowed his eyes. Merely a trivial trick. This jester will soon meet his end. Kurd's expression twisted in rage. Indeed, I shall ensure this braggart meets a fate worse than death. Frieza elegantly lifted a goblet from the table and addressed Gavy. "Mr. Gavy, you may proceed to register for the tournament." "Very well, my king." Gavy arched an eyebrow. By the way, Frieza sipped from his drink. "It appears you are still in need of a teammate. Feel free to select anyone from my ranks. He dispatching someone to monitor us." Gavy maintained a composed exterior, yet internally pondered reasons to decline. "No need. We actually have another companion." Bulma, seemingly reluctant to have one of Frieza's subordinates observe them, stepped forward to outright refuse. "Oh?" Frieza inquired, puzzled. "Where is he now?" "He has been with us all along," Bulma replied. "Who do you refer to?" Gavy questioned, glancing at Bulma's bulging capsule pouch. "You mean Android 16, Gavy recalled, regarding Bulma with admiration. A lifeless robot. It could indeed be stored in capsule form without activation. Does he possess strength comparable to yours? Kurd frowned, inquiring. Indeed, Gavy was exceedingly certain. According to number 17 in the Shala saga, the prowess of Android 16 surpassed his own by a considerable margin. However, due to 16's limited combat experience, he had not left a profound impression on Gavy. Had it not been for Bulma's reminder, he might have almost forgotten the existence of such a formidable force on his side. It remained uncertain whether 16 would consent to join him in the competition. Upon exiting the spacecraft, Bulma retrieved the capsule containing 16 and tossed it onto the ground. As the dust settled, a hibernation pod appeared where there had once been nothing. Inside, a burly man lay with his eyes firmly shut. "Gavy, should we awaken him now?" Bulma inquired, turning to Gavy. After a moment's hesitation, Gavy agreed. "Yes, let us rouse him." Bulma approached and pressed the button to open the hibernation pod. With a hiss, the pod gradually opened, and the man inside slowly opened his eyes, then climbed out, standing silently in place. Point 16, "Welcome back to consciousness." Gavy greeted. "Dr. Gero initially had no intention of activating you, but he is no longer among the living. After so many years, how does it feel to see the light of day again?" 16 silently surveyed his surroundings. Bulma, curious, asked Gavy, "Will he not speak?" "He can, but he rarely does," Gavy replied with a frown, contemplating how to persuade 16 to join their ranks. After a moment of reflection, Gavy posed a question. "You were created to eliminate Son Goku, were you not?" A flicker of emotion crossed 16's face as he turned to Gavy and replied, Indeed. Unfortunately, Son Goku is now deceased. Gavi expressed his regret, stating, as an android, we now have a new mission. Point 16 gazed at Gavi with confusion. Join me in forming a team to participate in this martial arts tournament. Gavi indicated, pointing to the arena above the city, that I refuse. 16's response was resolute and unyielding. Gavi was momentarily taken aback. Are you not passionate about nature? What does participating in a competition have to do with that? 16 questioned coldly. The situation is complex. In any case, please register for the tournament with us, and I will explain everything along the way. Chapter 43. Registration for the tournament. 16 nodded in agreement, and Gavi sighed with relief. There were many things he could not discuss in the presence of Frieza's group. After bidding farewell to the king, Gavi and Bulma flew toward the city center. 16 followed closely behind, curiously observing the desolate city below. What caused the city to become like this? 16 inquired. Gavi patiently explained the malevolent actions of two evil androids. They actually did such things? 16's previously indifferent demeanor showed signs of agitation. Indeed, Gavi affirmed. Furrowing his brow, 16 remarked, I had thought they were merely pitiful victims used by Dr. Gero, even if they were once innocent humans, after Gero's modifications. They have transformed into true demons. Bulma sighed. Were you not created by Dr. Gero? 16 asked, astonished. Not at all, Bulma responded, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Gavi briefly recounted his and Bulma's experiences as androids. What is the reason for your interest in having me join your team? 16 queried. The Earth is currently facing multiple crises, Gavi detailed, elaborating on their precarious situation. So, what is it that you need me to do? 16 asked, momentarily taken aback, then calmly stated, my strength seems insufficient to address the current predicament. Frankly speaking, Earth appears to be beyond saving. In times like these, every additional person adds to our strength that I will not give up. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, Gavi declared with unwavering determination. What do you mean by hope? 16 inquired, somewhat puzzled. Even Bulma looked at Gavi with keen anticipation on the planet Metamor. The inhabitants possess a secret technique that allows two warriors to fuse, Gavi revealed, explaining that this technique could enable the fusers to transcend their physical limits and attain immense power. With the martial arts tournament drawing near and a series of events unfolding, Gavi began to solidify his plan. The fusion technique represented one of the most significant methods of power amplification in the Buu saga. After a brief training period, Goten and Trunks fused, and Gotenks' power immediately reached the Super Saiyan 3 level, bridging a significant gap that had taken Goku over a decade of arduous training and countless life and death battles to achieve. That be why merely mastering the steps of the fusion dance, one could attain such a formidable enhancement. To call it divine technique would be no exaggeration. The only drawback was that the fused warrior could only exist for 30 minutes. If the battle did not conclude within that time frame, the situation would become increasingly dire. However, Gavi had contemplated this issue carefully. They currently possessed the most suitable candidates for fusion, Trunks and Gohan. These two had comparable strength and, having both experienced apocalyptic scenarios, exhibited a notably prudent approach to their actions. The personality of the fused entity would undoubtedly be reliable, unlike Gotenks, who tended to be rather reckless. Hence, the 30-minute combat time would surely be fully utilized. The uncertain factor remained what level of power the two would achieve upon fusion. Naturally, the primary positions would undoubtedly belong to them. That it would be even better if someone could fuse with Goku. However, in this timeline, there was no proud prince, and thus a suitable candidate with strength comparable to Goku was lacking for the execution of this technique. Currently, Piccolo's strength should be on par with Gohan and Trunks. Yet there were no suitable partners available for fusion. At this moment, Gavi could not sense the presence of any other companions. They had likely concealed themselves to avoid unnecessary conflict with Frieza, rendering it impossible for Gavi to inform Goku and the others of the plan in advance. He would have to wait until the tournament began to seek them out, as the registration points were dispersed across different locations, making it difficult for him to ascertain where his companions would report. Gavi intended to further elaborate on his plan, but was interrupted upon noticing the bustling crowd below. He immediately realized they had arrived at one of the tournament registration points. Hovering in the air amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Gaby turned to 16 and asked expectantly, "Have you made your decision?" With a sigh, 16 replied, "I never anticipated that our homeland would soon be destroyed. When that time comes, the nature I cherish will vanish as well, will it not?" Gaby nodded slowly, his expression grave yet resolute as he declared, "Indeed, but I refuse to accept that outcome. I believe that one day we will be able to rebuild our homeland." A gentle smile crept onto 16's face. Of course. Gaby lightly clenched his right fist and bumped it against 16's outstretched hand. "Then let us descend and register together." The three of them gently landed on the ground, causing a stir among the crowd. Soon, the throngs of people parted to create a pathway leading directly to the registration area. Gaby remained unfazed by the curious stares directed at him, as the Earthlings, lacking exposure, were astonished to see someone flying point 16 appeared indifferent to the attention and calmly walked toward the registration point. Bulma, however, seemed somewhat uncomfortable with the scrutiny and clutched Gaby tightly. He held her hand, guiding her to the registration desk. The registration area stood 2 rows of staff members clad in identical uniforms, including an elderly man who appeared to be the host. Upon seeing the trio approach, the staff quickly stepped forward to assist them. "Welcome. Please tell us your name and age." One of the staff members politely bowed. Gaby spoke first. "I am Gaby Loring, 23 years old. Here to register for the tournament." Bulma brief. 18 years old. Bulma added, on the 16th, at the age of 28.16. "What a peculiar name. Is it a stage name?" Someone nearby curiously inquired. Point 16 fell into silence, uttering not a word. The questioner was left awkwardly standing in place. After meticulously filling out the registration form, the staff member looked up and asked, "Are you all part of the same team? Please tell me the name of your squad." "Indeed, the 3 of us are partners." "As for the name of our team?" Gaby scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He turned to Bulma for assistance. Bulma gazed at Gaby with her bright eyes, and after a moment's pause, softly suggested, "Let's call it Hope." Gaby pondered over the word, and then, with a beaming smile, declared to the staff, "The name of our squad shall be Hope." The staff member was taken aback, and the surrounding crowd mirrored the same astonishment. The word seemed to resonate with something profound. Chapter 44. The arrival of Frieza's army participating in the martial arts tournament was not solely to reunite with companions. It was also to uncover Babidi's whereabouts. Before the resurrection of Majin Buu, they aimed to eliminate him. This would not only resolve the issue of Majin Buu, but also thwart the plans of Frieza and his son. However, the news regarding Frieza and Cell Max in possession of the Dragon Balls threw Gaby's plans into disarray. Although the information about Cell Max was not substantiated, Gaby had already sown discord between him and Frieza's group. This was as much as he could do. From here on, it was a matter of taking one step at a time. After a brief moment, the staff completed the registration. A designated attendant then guided Gaby and his companions towards the competitors' resting area. The attendant turned back to Gaby and Bulma, stating, according to the competition rules, "The use of weapons and armor is prohibited. The protective suits you are wearing are not allowed." Gaby glanced at the combat suits worn by himself and Bulma. The absence of armor would not significantly impact them. Thus, they could remove the outer armor and retain only the inner bodysuit. As Gaby shed the outer armor, the bodysuit perfectly accentuated the contours of his physique. However, how can this be? Bulma remained motionless, her expression quite flustered. Gaby, immediately puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Bulma?" "Gaby, I'm not wearing anything underneath the bodysuit," Bulma whispered shyly, leaning closer to him. "Really?" Gaby's eyes widened, realizing why he had previously noticed the remarkable movement of Bulma's softness. During their prolonged stay in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gaby and Bulma had long become accustomed to such awkward little matters. Accidental clothing mishaps were inevitable during their training. Although Gaby would often cover his face in embarrassment, he had never missed a single moment, whether it was inappropriate or not. For this, he had been reprimanded by flustered Bulma more than once. Nonetheless, their bond had never waned. Under the pressure of external crises, their revolutionary friendship remained remarkably pure. Thus, it was only natural for Bulma, to seek his help, confiding in him about her lack of clothing beneath the bodysuit. Even Gavi, with his extraordinary composure and disregard for trifles, found his mind momentarily boggled upon hearing this revelation. Yet he quickly regained his composure, suggesting, "Let us find a place to change." Just then, a commotion erupted from the registration area. Gavi and Bulma frowned simultaneously, directing their attention towards the noise. "This competition is about everyone's fate. Why can't we use mechas?" A clear female voice rang out. "Indeed, I spent 3 days and nights crafting these mechas," a male voice chimed in. "Are you all trying to waste Lord Pilaf's hard work? I refuse to accept this." "Absolutely not." Another excited voice echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Gavi's expression shifted. Sure enough, a woman, a man, and a dog were fervently arguing with the staff. 3 distinct mechas were stationed at the registration point. Gavi did not anticipate encountering the Pilaf trio in this location. With their abilities, they actually wished to involve themselves in this grand tournament. Gavi was quite intrigued by Pilaf's scientific prowess. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. No matter how brilliant Pilaf might be, he could not alter the current state of affairs on Earth in such a short period. Suddenly, several ominous disc-shaped ships swept across the sky, casting enormous shadows as they swiftly passed over West City. With a deafening roar, countless skyscrapers crumbled and collapsed as Gavi's pupils dilated. The reinforcements of Frieza's army have arrived on Earth. Moments later, numerous red streaks appeared in the sky, trailing long tails of fire as they descended beyond the horizon. Shortly thereafter, flames erupted on the horizon, even from the distance of the city's tall buildings. One could see the thick smoke and inferno rising into the air. Gavi recognized those red streaks as single-person spherical spaceships. Those who traveled in such vessels were typically elite members of Frieza's army. Far from the ordinary grunts, just by sensing their energy, one could tell they were 100 times stronger than regular soldiers. He turned to observe the surroundings. Many people were crouched on the ground, faces etched with terror. The earth trembled slightly, chaos ensued among the crowd, and various screams filled the air, plunging West City into turmoil. Amidst the chaos, the silhouettes of Frieza's soldiers began to appear in 2s and 3s in the sky. "Lord Pilaf, these aliens do not seem easy to deal with." The dog, Asu, trembled as he spoke, and oh worries. "Once I gather the Dragon Balls and realize my grand dream, they should all become my subordinates." "Right," Pilaf replied, albeit with some uncertainty. "But, Lord Pilaf, the positions of those aliens seem to be very close to the locations of the Dragon Balls indicated on the radar. How do we get there?" Little Wu asked, her voice quivering. Unbeknownst to them, the Pilaf trio had crouched behind Gavi, whispering and shaking in fear. Gavi's ears perked up, and he could hear their conversation clearly as, "Oh, these folks are also searching for the Dragon Balls?" Gavi was just about to ask Bulma to produce the Dragon Radar to confirm the locations of all the Dragon Balls when dozens of Frieza's soldiers flew towards their direction. With a series of thuds, the soldiers landed at the registration point. "We are here to participate in the tournament." The staff exchanged glances. One of the attendants, steeling himself, stepped forward. Weapon and armor usage is prohibited during the tournament. Please put away your gear. Oh, is there such a rule?" The leading soldier grinned wickedly. The attendant stammered. "How could I possibly abide by the decrees of a lowly planet like yours?" The soldier clenched his fist and swung it down hard. Smack! The leading soldier's punch was firmly caught by a hand. He looked up to see a sharply defined face with a cold demeanor, yet utterly expressionless. "Who are you?" The leader's face paled slightly as he hurriedly pressed the button on his battle power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power. 0. "Hey kid, are you looking for death?" The surrounding alien soldiers glared menacingly at the newcomer. "Let me tell you, we are subordinates of the Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frieza. Dare to oppose us, and I swear I will kill you right now." "You can certainly try," the man replied coolly, exerting a slight pressure with his fingers, and with a crisp snap, the leading soldier cried out in agony. Collapsing to the ground, clutching his wrist in pain, the leading soldier, he was naturally among the strongest of the alien soldiers, yet he found himself effortlessly subdued. All the surrounding soldiers were left dumbfounded, hastily drawing their weapons and aiming them at the man. "How dare you harm a member of Frieza's army?" You truly seek death. But I'm also a member of Frieza's army, the man casually replied while stroking his chin. One soldier suddenly noticed that the newcomer was clad in an old model of Frieza's army uniform. Moreover, he was toying with a detector in his other hand. May I ask which esteemed member of Frieza's army you are? Why are you wearing our old-style battle uniform? The soldier trembled as he inquired. I am no adult. My name is Gavi, a newcomer who has just joined the Legion. Gavi scratched his nose. The soldiers stood in bewilderment. Gavi? That name certainly has never been heard before, a newcomer. How could such an individual claim to be a novice? Chapter 45. The first Dragon Ball acquired Your Excellency Gavi. Please do not jest. The combatants of the Frieza force have always been ranked according to their strength. How could someone of your caliber possibly be a novice? Surely, you must be among the elite warriors. The soldier's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Gavi's expression darkened, as if no one had ever informed him of such matters. Noticing someone discreetly sending information via scouter, he chose not to intervene, wishing to observe how the king would handle the situation. Moments later, everyone witnessed a robust, dark red beam slicing through the sky. Boom! The combat arena suspended above West City instantly erupted into fragments. All gazes shot upwards in shock. There at the source of the beam, a dark, red energy sphere, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, slowly approached, as if bent on obliterating the world. Great, spare us. O king! The soldiers of the Frieza force were filled with terror, each prostrating themselves against the ground. However, the energy sphere soared directly over Gavi and the others, coming to rest beside the ruins of the arena. It radiated a searing heat, warping the very air around it, casting the surroundings in a crimson glow. Akin to a furnace, everything in the vicinity of the arena, including metal and stone, was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Like a tea that moment, Gaby heard Babidi's voice echo in his mind. Who has done this? What exactly do you intend to accomplish? A moment later, another voice responded. Oh ho ho ho, esteemed sorcerer, you need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely have a slight dissatisfaction with the rules of the competition you have set. The voice belonged to Frieza, who was engaging in a telepathic exchange with Babidi. How dare you meddle with my competition? I shall see you dead. Babidi seethed. How could this be? Why is my magic unable to kill you? Well, if you have any grievances, do voice them. Babidi hesitantly replied, his initial bravado having morphed into caution. I believe the rules prohibiting weapons and armor will render the competition exceedingly dull. Furthermore, I kindly ask that the restriction against killing be lifted. Although Frieza's tone was courteous, it bore an undeniable air of authority. Very well, as you wish. After all, these were merely rules I hastily adopted without much thought. I trust you all heard this conversation. Earthlings, weapons and armor may be utilized in the competition, and victory can be achieved not only by incapacitating your opponent for 10 seconds or forcing their surrender, but also by directly eliminating them. Fight with all your might. Hee. The voice in his mind abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the enormous dark red energy sphere gradually dissipated into nothingness. Excellent. Lord Pilaf, your mecha will finally have its use, exclaimed the dog-like figure clad in purple ninja attire. Brimming with excitement, but I have no confidence in battling these extraterrestrials. Pilaf's expression was one of despair, fearing they might be killed. Lord Pilaf, perhaps we should refrain from participating, suggested Mai. Yet if we do not compete, we will perish when the earth is destroyed, that we have no choice but to fight, Pilaf bitterly replied. Gavi, Bulma, and Android 16 exchanged glances. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot bring myself to harm others in the competition. Bulma stated, her voice heavy with regret. I apologize, Gavi. There is no need for apologies. If it were one of my kin, I too would doubt my ability to strike. Gavi reassured Bulma. It is an honor to be your teammate. Android 16 smiled faintly. In the competition, our only task is to defeat our opponents. What shall we do next? Bulma inquired. Gavi glanced at the Frieza 4 soldiers still lying on the ground and locked eyes with one. The soldier immediately rose, bowing deeply. Lord Gavi, we have received instructions from our commander. You are now the temporary leader of our small squad. Gavi raised an eyebrow. What is your mission? Reporting, my lord, after we register for the competition. We must search for the Dragon Balls and the Red Ribbon Army's base, and return here in time for the tournament. Dragon Balls? The trio of Pilaf gasped, immediately perking up to eavesdrop. Mai instinctively clutched her waist pouch. Gavi nodded, instructing, proceed according to plan. Do not concern yourselves with me for now. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. After watching the soldiers complete their registration and depart, Gavi turned to Bulma. Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Ball radar? Noticing Mai's peculiar behavior earlier, Gavi intended to clarify things. Bulma handed him a small, circular device, asking, do you know how to use it? Gavi replied sheepishly. Could you show me? As Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar. The trio of Pilaf immediately tensed. Lord Pilaf, the situation seems dire. Shu interjected, positioning himself protectively before Pilaf, paw on the hilt of his blade. Lord Pilaf, is this device you created reliable? Will it completely shield the Dragon Ball signals at such close range? Mai's voice was laced with anxiety as she leaned closer to Pilaf. Of course. My creations have never malfunctioned. Strange, the radar only displays signals for 6 Dragon Balls, Bulma remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Could the radar be faulty? The trio of Pilaf collectively sighed in relief. However, Gavi understood the reason. The radar is functioning properly. Bulma, please put away, he calmly stated. All right. Bulma complied, still puzzled as to why it only showed 6. Perhaps someone is using a special device to contain the Dragon Balls, thereby interfering with its signals? Gavi approached the trio of Pilaf, a smile gracing his lips. Pilaf immediately grew anxious. What are you staring at us for? You were eavesdropping on my conversation with Dr. Bulma, weren't you? Gavi teased. No, that is not the case. We will take our leave immediately. Pilaf hastily denied. Carrying the Dragon Balls is a perilous endeavor, should a villain come seeking them. Do you truly believe you could survive? Gavi admonished, we do not have any Dragon Balls. Shu quickly covered Mai's waist pouch, stubbornly insisting, by the way, please hand over your shielding device as well. Expressionless, Gavi continued. In exchange, I can ensure your lives are spared. The faces of Pilaf and his companions turned pale. This was an overt threat. They could not fathom how their shielding technology had been discovered. Aside from the 3 of them, no one else was aware of it. What do we do? Lord Pilaf. Shu's hand trembled on the hilt of his knife. Since we've been discovered, let us give it to him. Pilaf sighed helplessly as he watched Mai pass the box containing the Dragon Balls to Gavi. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Once the other party obtained what they desired, they would undoubtedly eliminate them to silence them. Shu, Mai, we shall meet again in our next life. Understanding dawned upon Shu and Mai, and the 3 of them embraced, weeping. Chapter 46. The Dragon Ball shielding device. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something. Gavi took a few steps forward, intending to clarify, when Shu suddenly drew his knife and charged at him. Lord Pilaf, Mai, run. Mai, hurry, Pilaf shouted. We will cover you. But Mai shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I will not abandon you. She pulled a dagger from her bosom and lunged at Gavi. They were no match for Gavi. The battle concluded in an instant, leaving Pilaf and his companions sprawled on the ground. Please do not kill us. We truly do not possess any Dragon Balls. They pleaded in unison. Gavi approached them, weighing the box in his hand. Rest assured, I am not a villain. But how is it that you find yourselves associating with those extraterrestrials? Pilaf asked cautiously. It is a long story. You need not know for now. Gavi, with a face devoid of expression, stated, given this, Your Excellency, might you allow us to depart? Wait a moment, he added, as he handed the box to Bulma. Inquiring of Pilaf, this container can only hold a single Dragon Ball. Do you possess any other boxes? No, none. Pilaf vehemently shook his head. Gavi furrowed his brow. If that is the case, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Pilaf's forehead as a sudden thought struck him. I could craft one for you on the spot. I have the necessary materials in my underground factory in central capital. Gavi felt a surge of hope, with a device capable of shielding signals. He could search for the Dragon Balls without the fear of being tracked. How long will it take to create the other 6 boxes? Gavi inquired in a low voice. After some contemplation, Pilaf responded, approximately half a day, including travel time. I assure you it can be completed within a day. Gavi's expression darkened. I cannot afford to wait that long. The trio instantly paled that if we merely create one box that can contain all the Dragon Balls, it would save considerable time, Pilaf exclaimed anxiously. How long would that take? For hours, he calculated with his fingers. No, 3 hours will suffice. Very well. Gaby nodded slightly. Upon seeing Gaby's agreement, all three of them exhaled in relief. Then we shall take our leave, Pilaf said, tugging at the sleeves of his companions as they slowly retreated. As the trio prepared to depart, Gaby called out to them. Please wait. Is there anything else you require? Your Excellency, they asked, you all must place your hand upon me. Bulma, number 16, you as well, Gaby instructed. Although Bulma was puzzled, she still linked her arm with Gaby's. Once everyone was huddled close, Gaby faced the center of the city, pressing his fingers to his forehead as he sought the life force of a being in that direction. Soon, his gaze sharpened as he locked onto a specific life energy. He had found it. In a flash, amidst the incredulous gazes of those surrounding them, 6 figures vanished without a trace. The next moment, Gaby and his companions found themselves in an unfamiliar scene. The surroundings were dim, accompanied by noxious odor. As if water was flowing nearby, they appeared to be situated within a sewer. What is happening? Where are we? Pilaf exclaimed. Gaby, what just transpired? Bulma asked, pinching her nose in confusion, amidst the panicked squeaks of rats. Gaby delivered a powerful punch to the overhead pipe. Sunlight poured in as he tossed Pilaf and the others onto the street. This is Central Capital, Gaby declared, taking in the dilapidated urban landscape before promptly explaining to Bulma. What I just performed is called instant transmission, a technique I learned on New Namek, though I have yet to master it. The trio remained in a state of shock. Pilaf, paling further, asked, Are you certain this is Central Capital? We arrived in an instant. Bulma and number 16 also found it hard to believe. Gaby nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we cannot waste any time. Lord Pilaf, please quickly inform me of your underground factory's location. Pilaf carefully examined the signpost before directing Gaby. In an instant, the trio felt their collars being grasped and the scenery before them blurred. The sound of rushing wind roared around them, making it difficult for Pilaf and his companions to even open their eyes. As they emitted terrified screams, they were acutely aware that they were being whisked through the city at breakneck speed. Moments later, they found themselves back on solid ground. Upon regaining their bearings, Pilaf and his group stared in astonishment. They had leaped over half of Central Capital's urban area, arriving at the entrance to the underground factory. Gaby released his grip. Have we truly reached our factory? Pilaf asked incredulously. We shall find out once we enter. Gaby suggested. Yes. Pilaf quickly rapped on the metallic cover of the ground. Shortly, the cover opened and a child peered out. Lord Pilaf has returned, the child exclaimed joyfully. Pilaf immediately welcomed Gaby and the others. Your Excellency. Welcome to my humble abode. Please come in. The group filed in. Pilaf's underground factory was quite rudimentary. One side of the floor was covered with bedding, yet it appeared clean and tidy. Over a dozen children were gathered around the beds, curiously observing Gaby and his companions. Their gazes were pure and clear, seemingly filled with joy and delight. Noticing Gaby's puzzled expression, Pilaf hastily explained, After my 2 companions and I ventured out from the orphanage, I could not stop worrying about the children inside. When the city was destroyed, I brought all of them along. Gaby silently marveled, surprised that Pilaf, a character typically considered villainous, had undergone such a significant transformation. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. I shall prepare food for you shortly, a girl named Xiaowu said, guiding everyone to sit and rest. There's no need. We are pressed for time. Let us commence the creation of the shielding device without delay. Gaby urged, waving his hand. Pilaf, suddenly invigorated, promptly instructed Xiaowu and Ashu to assist him. Several children, seeing the guests arrive, eagerly brought forth cups of water. Gaby took a sip from the cup and noted a faint bitterness in the water, likely due to its poor quality. This taste reminded him of the days when he had just crossed over, forced to drink the most inferior water available. Although that period lasted only 3 days, it had been incredibly arduous. He raised his head to observe Pilaf working intently on a computer. Xiaowu and Ashu were diligently adjusting the internals of a container according to Pilaf's specifications. It was evident they were taking the creation of a shielding device very seriously. Gaby's heart felt a slight sense of peace. He quietly closed his eyes, attempting to sense the presence of his other companions. I wonder how Goku and the others are faring. And what of Mr. Bobo? Have they made contact with Meru's? Chapter 47. The Search for the Dragon Balls. Gaby silently prayed that no mishaps would befall Meru's and that he would arrive on Earth without delay. Bulma watched the work of Pilaf's group from the side. After a moment, her eyes brightened. So that's how it works? I understand now. I can lend a hand. Gaby opened his eyes. Bulma, can you shorten the manufacturing period? There is less than 2 hours until the martial arts tournament begins. Under the current circumstances, the shielding device would not be completed before the tournament starts. Gaby planned to return for the device once it was finished. Yet he was apprehensive about Pilaf and his group potentially fleeing in the meantime, that if Bulma could assist in shortening the production time, it would provide an added layer of assurance, allowing him to join the competition for the Dragon Balls with greater peace of mind. Bulma nodded. I can give it a try. I have some superior materials. She retrieved a capsule kit from her waist, meticulously selecting from a multitude of well-stocked containers. This action caused Pilaf's eyes to widen in astonishment. Xiao Wu also paused, stunned at the sight. It wasn't until Ashu's wrench clattered to the ground that they all jolted back to reality. Ashu, am I dreaming? Pilaf rubbed his eyes vigorously, his expression one of disbelief. She possesses so many universal capsules. No, this isn't a dream. Ashu stood there in a daze, even forgetting to pick up the tool from the ground. Without comparison, there is no harm, Xiao Wu lamented. Lord Pilaf, when will you be able to provide us with a better life? Boo-hoo. Bulma cast a puzzled glance at the trio before tossing the selected capsules onto the ground. With a bang, a small warehouse materialized. Bulma quickly entered to begin selecting tools. Pilaf glanced at Gaby, noticing him observing them, and promptly pounded on the table. Xiao Wu, stop crying and quickly get to work for the master. Xiao Wu cast a furtive glance at her employer, instantly stifling her sobs and immersing herself back into her work. Bulma meticulously selected materials and tools before returning to her workstation, promptly engrossing herself in the creation of a shielding device. Her movements were deft and agile. Her fingers danced with the grace of a butterfly, making it hard to believe she was merely an 18-year-old girl. In less than a moment, she had completed the modification of a component. Xiao Wu and Ashio exchanged a glance, both feeling an impulse to revere one another. Ashio, what are you two standing there for? Pilaf exclaimed, noticing his companion's dazed expressions, a hint of urgency in his tone. The sooner they finished their work, the quicker they could send these troublesome guests away. Observing Bulma's swift transition into her work mode, Jave couldn't help but nod in approval. At this rate, it seemed likely that the crucial device could be completed before the martial arts tournament commenced. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air, and Jave turned to see number 16 amusing a group of children nearby. Watching this scene, he felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. Who would have thought that a killing machine engineered for world domination could possess a greater appreciation for life and nature than a normal human? Even more perplexing was how Pilaf, the villain who aspired to rule the world, could transform into such a compassionate individual because of a group of children. Hello, big brother. A timid child's voice broke Jave's reverie. A little girl with her hair styled in buns held out a half-eaten roasted sweet potato, her small hands stretching up to present it to him. Sister Xiao Wu said we should be warm-hearted guests. This is the best food we have here, for you to enjoy. Jave looked down, accepting the cold piece of sweet potato from the girl's hands. Lost in thought, he silently peeled away the skin and took a bite. Though cold, it was quite sweet. He finished the sweet potato in just a few bites. Big brother, you can eat the skin too, The girl urged, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Don't throw away the skin. It's fragrant and delicious. Her small finger pointed at the sweet potato skin on the table as she explained with care. Jave was taken aback. As a traveler from the gluttonous empire, he found himself being schooled by this world's little child about not wasting food. He picked up a charred piece of sweet potato skin and popped it into his mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, it was indeed crunchy and flavorful. Seeing the little girl, her mouth watering profusely, he decided to have another piece. As he indulged, the girl's face contorted in a mix of anticipation and distress. Yet her stream of saliva remained unabated. After enough playful teasing, Jave turned serious and said, You've treated me to something, yet I have nothing to offer you in return. Consider it a favor owed to you." Bulma, catching sight of this exchange, felt a warm smile spread across her face. She tossed Jave a universal capsule, saying, "Here, use this as a token of gratitude." Jave accepted the capsule and recognized it as one containing Bulma's cherished delicacies. Without hesitation, he crouched down and handed it to the little girl. "This is a gift from the lovely sister. Next time we meet, I'll bring you an even better present," he promised. "Thank you." "Big brother," the girl beamed, her face lighting up with joy as she scampered off to boast to her friends. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were diligently working on a shielding device, finding the waiting time rather tedious. Jave decided to seize the opportunity to venture out in search of the Dragon Balls. Once he had the box capable of shielding signals, it would be challenging for enemies to locate the Dragon Balls in his possession. "Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Ball radar?" Jave called out to her as she focused on her work. Bulma lifted her head, seemingly grasping Jave's intentions. She did not object, but offered a serious warning. "That's fine, but you must promise me to stay safe." "Understood." Jave nodded earnestly, taking the radar from Bulma's hands that he activated the device, closed his eyes, and selected a direction toward one of the Dragon Balls before teleporting away. With a whoosh, Jave's figure materialized in mid-air, seemingly stepping on a seagull below. According to the radar, one of the Dragon Balls lay in this particular sea area. Focusing intently, he sensed no unusual fluctuations in the surrounding atmosphere. So he proceeded to fly in the direction indicated by the radar. Beep, beep, beep. The radar's alerts grew increasingly urgent. Enveloped in an energy shield, Jave descended into the depths of the sea, after plunging several hundred meters deep. He spotted a glimmering light amidst a cluster of underwater rocks. The Dragon Ball emitted a faint orange glow, pulsating with resonance as Jave drew nearer. Elated, he swiftly approached to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Four-star ball. Within the crystalline sphere, 4 red pentagrams shimmered. After stowing the Dragon Ball in his backpack, Jave ascended back to the ocean's surface. Checking the radar once more, he selected the direction of another Dragon Ball and used his teleportation ability again. Swish! Fish scattered in a frenzy as he re-emerged in the ocean, but it appeared that the next Dragon Ball was located on a nearby island. Jave surfaced and scanned the area. After sensing no formidable creatures nearby, he felt a stroke of luck. However, when he checked the radar again, he discovered that this particular Dragon Ball seemed to be moving further away from him for some unknown reason. Could it be that someone adept at concealing their presence had already reached the Dragon Ball before him? A sense of urgency crept into Jave's heart. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball was still situated on the island. Unwilling to abandon the pursuit, he resolved to investigate discreetly to see who had acquired the Dragon Ball. To avoid alarming anyone, Jave chose to swim ashore. Soon, his feet made contact with the soft sand of the beach. Rather than recklessly venturing into the island, he observed the perimeter first, noting that the Dragon Ball remained within the island's confines. He cautiously delved into the dense foliage. Utilizing the trees and rocks for cover, Jave stealthily surveyed his surroundings, moving swiftly yet silently. Before long, he found himself tantalizingly close to the location of the Dragon Ball. Suddenly captivated by the sight before him, he noticed 2 dinosaurs facing off about 300 meters ahead. Hiding behind a tree, Jave quietly observed and was startled to discover that the signal from the Dragon Ball originated from one of the dinosaurs. "Turns out I was overthinking," Jave thought, feeling relieved. With a swift motion, he leapt forward and incapacitated both colossal creatures. Soon he caught sight of a flash of orange nestle between the dinosaur's teeth, the 3-star ball. Jave approached and extracted the Dragon Ball from the dinosaur's massive jaws, inspecting it before stowing it in his backpack. The process of locating these 2 Dragon Balls had gone remarkably smoothly, lifting Jave's spirits. However, upon checking the radar again, he found that, aside from his current location, 2 more Dragon Balls had congregated in another direction. Simultaneously, 2 Dragon Balls were rapidly approaching his position. Yet he sensed no powerful beings in the vicinity. Jave felt the situation grow increasingly precarious. It seemed there were at least 3 other factions searching for the Dragon Balls. He dared not act recklessly, nor could he afford to remain idle. Jave found himself in a quandary. Chapter 48. Attack on Kurd. Including the 3 Dragon Balls he possessed, All the Dragon Balls now had owners. It appeared he would soon face a struggle over the Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, Jave decided to leave the 2 Dragon Balls on the island and concealed himself. Moments later, a red beam sliced through the sky, heading straight for the island. Seconds later, a figure with crimson skin, Gamma 1, descended onto the beach. Gamma 1 proceeded with utmost caution, first surveying his surroundings to ensure no one else was present before lowering his guard and cautiously stepping onto the island. At that moment, a dark shadow descended from the sky, plummeting directly toward the heart of the island. The ground trembled as rocks shattered and countless clods of earth were sent flying, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of dust that obscured Gavy's vision. As the smoke began to dissipate, a colossal figure came into view. Though the newcomer was cloaked in black, Gavy instantly recognized him as Cooled. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Gamma 1 swiftly looked up to see Cooled approaching him with deliberate slowness. Without hesitation, Gamma 1 drew his weapon and aimed it at Cooled. Cooled regarded Gamma 1 with a mocking grin. "Little one, would you care to play a game with me? If you agree, I will wager this Dragon Ball." With that, he casually tossed the Dragon Ball onto the ground between them. "What game?" Gamma 1 asked, his demeanor tense yet composed. "You shoot me 3 times with that gun, that if I suffer injury, it counts as your victory." "What do you say?" Cooled proposed with confidence. "And if you remain unscathed?" Gamma 1 inquired calmly. "Then, in addition to taking the Dragon Ball from you, I shall claim your life," Cooled replied, a cruel smile dancing on his lips. A flicker of anger crossed Gamma 1's otherwise calm visage. "Since you are so arrogant, let us see if you can withstand my fire." With that, he pulled the trigger in rapid succession. 3 blazing energy spheres shot forth, instantly engulfing Cooled in a torrent of energy. "Now," Gavy thought, seizing the moment when Cooled's vision was obscured to unleash a powerful ki slice toward him, with the formidable cutting power of the ki slice. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Who dares? Amidst the violent explosion of energy, a tail soared high into the air, accompanied by Cooled's furious roar. Gamma 1 realized that this was not the time for niceties, and he continued to fire his energy weapon relentlessly. Meanwhile, Gavy unleashed a barrage of ki slices, raining them down upon their target. Flames and smoke erupted as Cooled's enraged growl filled the air. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me?" The island began to tremble under the relentless assault, with Cooled being suppressed by an unending barrage of energy blasts. It was at that moment that Gamma 1 spotted Gavy's silhouette. Seeing Gavy nod at him, he immediately understood. "I will keep him occupied from the front." Gavy quickly aligned his fingers on his forehead, channeling energy to his fingertips. Moments later, he unleashed the magic penetrating light cannon. A terrifyingly potent beam of energy coalesced and erupted forth with ferocity. The blast struck Cooled's frame, sending him crashing to the ground. Gamma 1 vanished from his original position, reappearing high above Cooled's head. A brilliant red plasma ball shot towards Cooled at a terrifying speed, enveloping him entirely. Ignoring the depletion of his energy, Gamma 1 unleashed a relentless torrent of energy spheres upon Cooled. Those struck. Cooled retained an astonishingly fierce fighting spirit. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson, and unleashed a thick, dark red energy beam from his mouth. Gamma 1 had anticipated this, transforming into an afterimage to evade the attack. However, at that moment, Gavy's second magic penetrating light cannon shot forth, striking Cooled in the back. The world seemed to be consumed by the orange glow of that singular energy beam. It radiated with a brightness that eclipsed even the sun, making it impossible to gaze directly at it. Its heat was akin to that of the sun, exuding an unparalleled intensity. The sea roiled, as the entire ocean was tinged with an orange hue. Boom! Cooled's chest was pierced, his flesh reduced to ashes. Yet his vitality proved remarkably resilient, as a golden aura began to emanate from his form. Gavy mentally counted down 3 seconds. If I cannot eliminate Cooled within this time, he will become unstoppable after completing his golden transformation. Another magic penetrating light cannon pierced Cooled's midsection. The golden glow surrounding Cooled intensified, nearly illuminating the sky. A maximum power energy blast enveloped Cooled. The island was utterly obliterated in the wake of the energy blast. The golden light surged skyward, as Coold's body, on the brink of collapse, began to solidify once more. Gavy's form flickered into the air, launching two key slices towards Coold's neck and torso. Just then, the golden light enveloped Coold entirely. His power surged dramatically, the oppressive force calming even the turbulent waves of the sea. The key slices collided with him, producing dazzling sparks, but ultimately only managed to slice through a thin layer of flesh before losing their energy and dissipating in that moment. Coold completed his golden transformation, and Gavy missed the opportunity to strike him down. Die! Coold bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury, as an immense dark red energy sphere coalesced above his head. Solar Fist. The entire space was filled with blinding white light, causing Coold's pupils to lose focus. Gavy's expression turned grave. He retrieved Coold's Dragon Ball along with the two previously buried ones, gripping the now exhausted Gamma 1 by the collar and utilizing instant transmission to escape the island. Boom! At the moment of their departure, a terrifying explosion obliterated the island, sending tsunamis soaring into the heavens. The two stood several kilometers away, gazing at the cataclysmic scene, exhaling deeply. Gavy, still shaken, remarked, "That was close." Thankfully, the Solar Fist bought us some time. Otherwise, Gamma 1, his face adorned with an expression of confusion, replied, "We are not acquainted. Why did you save me?" Gavy unabashedly stated, "Of course, it was for the Dragon Ball you possess. I can clearly see that." Gamma 1 mused, stroking his chin. "What is your purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls?" "To resurrect some very important individuals," Gavy replied solemnly. Gamma 1's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Even artificial beings have those they wish to revive. Gavy frowned, surprised that his identity was so easily discerned that he chose not to respond, instead cutting to the chase. "The Dragon Balls are in your possession, correct? Hand them over." Gamma 1 smiled as he placed his hand on his waist. "If you can retrieve the Dragon Balls from my lifeless body, they shall be yours." Chapter 49. Defeating the android Gamma 1 was utterly loyal to the grandson of Dr. Gallo, fundamentally rigid in his adherence. Gavy dismissed the concern, regardless, until we gather all the Dragon Balls, one here or there is of little consequence. Keeping it on my person will only attract trouble. Gavy analyzed coolly. You witnessed the enemies we just faced. They will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. It would be wiser to leave this burden to me. Gamma 1 shook his head. No, seeking the Dragon Balls is my mission, even at the cost of my life. I shall defend them and prevent them from falling into others' hands. Gavy sighed. In that case, let us engage in battle. Before he could finish his sentence, Gavy was the first to strike. Gamma 1 moved in tandem. His physical prowess surpassed Gavy's in every aspect, his speed astonishing. Boom! Their collision produced a thunderous roar. The intense shockwave rippled outward, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, even raising towering waves. Both Gavy and Gamma 1 staggered back 3 steps. Gamma 1's expression turned serious. "You are far stronger than I anticipated, especially with those energy techniques you wield. However, your physical prowess does not match mine. I will not allow you to create distance." "I am aware," Gavy replied nonchalantly. "Let's fight elsewhere." The distressed figure of Coold was now discernible, hurtling toward their direction at high speed. Without hesitation, Gavy grasped Gamma 1's shoulder and teleported them away. In the next moment, they found themselves in a sea several thousand miles away. Coold would not be able to disturb them for the time being. Gavy and Gamma 1 clashed once more in close combat. Boom! A fierce confrontation ensued. A formidable impact reverberated across the expanse. Gamma 1, relentless, denied Gavy a moment's respite, delivering a powerful kick to his waist. Gavy managed to block the assault with one arm, swiftly retaliating with his left knee aimed directly at Gamma 1's chest. The sound of impact echoed. Both combatants trembled at the force. Yet, it was evident that Gavy held the upper hand in this clash. A flicker of defiance appeared on Gamma 1's face as he launched another offensive. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange. Gamma 1's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, each move razor-sharp, targeting Gavy's vital points with deadly precision. It was no exaggeration to say that should he find an opening, he could inflict catastrophic damage upon Gavy. But Gavy, undeterred, stood firm against him. Their fists and feet collided incessantly, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. The surrounding waters churned violently, towering waves rising as if heralding the apocalypse. This level of close-quarters combat was an unprecedented experience for Gavi. The visceral clash sent his blood boiling, invigorating him entirely. In his training sessions with Mr. Popo, Gavi had grown accustomed to suppressing his strength, relying on technique to secure victory. However, at this moment, he abandoned all learned maneuvers, fighting purely on instinct. Unrestrained, he unleashed the power within, reveling in the exhilarating freedom that it was pure ecstasy. Gavi couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Gamma 1 was beginning to falter. Having expended a significant amount of energy during his battle with Kurd, he now felt his reserves dwindling that moment. As Gamma 1's focus wavered, Gavi, who had been in a defensive stance, suddenly struck back. Bang! The 36th strike, a devastating elbow, landed squarely on Gamma 1's face. Splash! Gamma 1 plummeted into the sea, creating a massive splash. Curse be it! Gamma 1 shot out of the water, only to feel an overwhelming sense of impending danger. Gavi hovered behind him, his fingertips poised dangerously close to Gamma 1's temple. This technique was known as the Demon Through Light Killer Cannon. The sheer magnitude of the energy resonated with an unparalleled intensity, causing Gamma 1's pupils to dilate involuntarily. Move! Make your move! Gamma 1 relinquished his resistance. Yet, the concentrated beam of light whizzed past him, piercing through a small island. In that instant, as the island erupted in an explosion, Gavi's fist struck Gamma 1's abdomen, forcing his back to arch. Cough! Cough! Gamma 1 gasped, a look of despair etched on his face. I cannot fathom why I would be defeated by you. In terms of physical prowess, I am inferior. Yet in technique, I am undoubtedly superior. Gavi's expression remained impassive as he stated, hand over the Dragon Ball. Gamma 1 forced a bitter smile, still the same old refrain. Unless you kill me, you shall never obtain this Dragon Ball. That's so. Gavi's palm began to coalesce energy, aiming directly at Gamma 1's chest. His demeanor was cold, devoid of any emotional tremor. Just as the energy wave was on the brink of release, Gamma 1's expression shifted. Wait just a moment. Gamma 1 strained to swallow. The doctor just sent word for me to hand over the Dragon Ball to you. Gavi nodded indifferently, accepting the Dragon Ball from him. Within the crystalline sphere, a pentagram lay quietly, radiating a crimson glow. Gavi now possessed 5 Dragon Balls. Only 2 remained before he could summon the Eternal Dragon. Stowing the Dragon Ball in his backpack, he averted his gaze from Gamma 1, preparing to journey to the next Dragon Ball's location. That site was in West City, where it was highly probable that the remaining 2 Dragon Balls had fallen into Frieza's hands. Please hold on, Gamma 1 called out to Gavi. Gavi halted his actions, turning back to face him. What is it? Dr. Hyde wishes to speak with you directly. Gavi's expression shifted. So the name of Jiro's grandson was Hyde. Indeed, Gamma 1 affirmed with a nod. What does he wish to discuss with me? Gavi inquired, pondering whether that grandson had indeed developed the monstrous Cell Max. If Cell Max were to awaken, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire planet. The power level of that beast surpassed even that of Golden Frieza. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to thwart this research project. Dr. Hyde has encountered difficulties and seeks your assistance. Gamma 1 replied. Could it possibly pertain to Cell Max? Gavi speculated. How do you know about Cell Max? Gamma 1 exclaimed, only to quickly realize, you are an android. However, our records contain no information about you. So, you were indeed created by Bulma, correct? Is that your inquiry, or are you posing on behalf of that fellow Hyde? Gavi's expression remained blank as he questioned. Certainly on behalf of Dr. Hyde. Gamma 1 responded. The doctor is now convinced that the person backing you is none other than Bulma. Only she could have stolen Dr. Hyde's grandfather's research to create an android of your caliber. Stolen? Gavi raised an eyebrow. Indeed. You also pilfered the completed cell. Gamma 1 continued, his indignation growing. The purpose behind the doctor creating Cell Max was to counteract your cell. It seemed there was a significant misunderstanding between the two parties. Chapter 50. Intercepting Cell MAX. It appears I must clarify matters to avoid unnecessary conflict. Dr. Hyde, you say? Gaby softened his tone. First, let me clarify something. The cell developed by Dr. Jero has successfully awakened and has utilized a time machine to escape this timeline. A time machine? Gamma 1's expression hardened. Indeed, Gaby continued to explain, driven by his evolutionary instincts, Cell must absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form, which is why he seized the time machine from Dr. Bulma and returned to the past. So, Cell was never under your control? Gamma 1 snapped back to reality, pondering whether Dr. Hyde had been deceived by the higher-ups of the Red Ribbon Army. That is indeed the case. The Red Ribbon Army was formed with the primary objective of world domination, and they would resort to any means necessary to achieve this goal. Gaby affirmed with a nod. He then added, they recognized Dr. Hyde's talents, but did not wish for the righteous doctor to uncover their ambitions. Hence fabricating such a lie. I see. Gamma 1 exclaimed, only to raise another question. If you were aware of the truth, why not thwart their ambitions? Gaby shrugged. We did intervene. Androids 17 and 18 were defeated by the control devices developed by Dr. Bulma. As for Cell, we truly did not anticipate this outcome. That I only learned today that the Red Ribbon Army still exists. Even if what you say is true, I have observed your dealings with Bulma, suggesting a collusion with extraterrestrials, as evidenced by your attire. Gamma 1 frowned. What I cannot comprehend is why you would save me from that monster. Gaby replied with a faint smile. Quite simple. We are not allies with them. The Frieza army once dominated a significant portion of the universe. Annihilating our planet would be a trivial task for them. I had no choice but to join their ranks, secretly searching for a way to save Earth. Gaby paused before continuing. Moreover, we are all residents of Earth, and I hope you can assist us. After a prolonged silence, Gamma 1 finally asked, Dr. Hyde has tasked me with inquiring what your intentions are. I am uncertain, Gaby sighed, suddenly shifting the subject. By the way, can Dr. Hyde perfectly control Cellmax? If Hyde could masterfully control Cellmax, it wouldn't be such a bad outcome. He is not an evil individual. In fact, he greatly admires superheroes. Perhaps we could gain a formidable ally for Earth. Gaby mused. Gamma 1's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head. I'm afraid not. Dr. Hyde's mental control device is still under development. Currently, Cell remains a creature acting solely on instinct. Otherwise, the doctor would have already employed this technology to eradicate the threat to Earth. Gaby's expression darkened. What is the current status of that monstrous development? Gamma 1 furrowed his brow and remarked, the research on the physical level has been completed. The power it now possesses is beyond even the doctor's estimation. A chill ran down Gaby's spine. A creature like Cellmax, if not properly controlled, could potentially lead to the destruction of Earth. What troubled him even more was the thought that if Frieza were to learn of this development, would he not send the Ginyu Force to seize Cellmax's body? Gaby took a deep breath. Once that monster awakened, Earth would face an unprecedented crisis. I acknowledge that Cellmax is formidable, but we possess methods to counter it. Gamma 1 candidly stated to prevent the uncontrollable rampage of Cellmax. The doctor left behind a flaw during its creation. Gaby understood what that flaw was. Yet he still inquired, a flaw? Indeed, it is the crystalline structure atop Cellmax's head. If we shatter it, we can directly eliminate him, Gamma 1 explained. Gaby nodded thoughtfully. To it seemed that to safeguard Earth, they must destroy the crystalline structure before Cellmax activated. Gaby's expression hardened with resolve. That, Mr. Gamma, please tell me immediately where Dr. Hyde is. Gamma 1 hesitated for a moment before answering. The doctor is en route to West City. West City? Gaby suddenly raised his head, his pupils constricting. Gamma 1 confirmed with a nod. The Red Ribbon Army is transporting Cellmax to West City. The doctor intends to stop them and is on his way. He added, the doctor's request for your assistance pertains specifically to this matter. So, Cellmax is about to be activated. Gaby forced himself to remain calm. What does the doctor need me to do? The doctor wants you and me to head there together and try to delay Cellmax's arrival at West City. Gamma 1's expression was grave. That he then elaborated. Through the battle footage transmitted by micro-robots, the doctor observed that the beam attack you executed has considerable power. IT might be capable of breaking Cellmax's weak point and preventing him from annihilating the world. Gaby's demeanor grew serious. As he quickly nodded, he grasped Gamma 1's shoulder and faced the direction of West City, using instant transmission. Outside West City stood a massive spherical incubation chamber. towering over the town streets. The enormous metallic shell obscured much of the sunlight, exuding a stifling atmosphere. The liquid within the chamber was a dark purple, reminiscent of flowing blood, emanating a bizarre odor that was nauseating to the senses. Inside lay a gigantic monster, coiled silently. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it remained utterly still, its expression seemingly pained. The creature's chitinous exterior outlined a physique that was almost humanly perfect. Bubbles gurgled as they escaped from its mouth and nostrils, confirming it possessed vital signs. Surrounding the incubation chamber were countless burning mechanical wreckages. Amidst the flames, both mechs and vehicles lay shattered into fragments. Among the debris, charred human bodies could be faintly discerned. Dozens of extraterrestrials treaded through the devastation, searching for any signs of survivors. Moments later, one of them bowed and reported, "Lord Frieza, the armed forces of the Red Ribbon Army have been completely annihilated." Oh dear, I expected this ambitious organization to have something special about them. A figure lounged in a hovering vehicle, flicking his tail and slowly swirling the wine glass in his hand, surprised at how easily they had crumbled. Chapter 51. Collaborating with Dr. Hyde, my lord. Just moments ago, Lord Kurd sent a message that he's been severely injured in a surprise attack by the Red Ribbon Army's androids and is now heading to the flagship for treatment. Not dead? That's good. A smile crept across Frieza's lips. With this lesson, perhaps Father's arrogant nature will be somewhat tempered. The others lowered their heads, seemingly oblivious to Frieza's musings. Babidi interjected, "My lord, Lord Kurd's injuries are grave. He may need to remain in the medical chamber for quite some time. Do not concern yourself with him." Frieza replied coldly, then inquired, "What of the Dragon Ball he possesses?" Babidi replied flatly, "It has been taken by the enemy." Frieza's expression darkened. A father who relies solely on strength has become a relic of the past. It won't be long before he is rendered obsolete by this and one dared to echo Frieza's sentiments. They all buried their heads even lower. Only Babidi smiled gently. "My lord, Lord Kurd's injury is a significant loss for us. Should we contact Lord Gula for assistance?" A glint of coldness flickered in Frieza's eyes. "Do you recall what my brother once agreed to with us?" Babidi nodded, smiling. "Of course, Lord Gula only expands our territory or suppresses rebellions in the border star regions. He can refuse your summons or Lord Kurd's." Frieza's gaze was as sharp as a blade. My brother seeks immense power, not authority. It seems there is nothing on this planet worthy of his intervention. You are Lord Gula's brother. If you make a request, he will surely comply with your wishes, Babidi added, narrowing her eyes. "To facilitate your current operation, did not Lord Gula specifically dispatch his special task force to Earth? They are among the elite troops in the entire universe." Frieza's eyelids twitched, and his expression turned peculiar. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Has Captain Jinyu adapted to his translator?" Babidi smiled and responded, "Captain Jinyu has become accustomed to it. With his exceptional combat talent, he merely awaits a suitable body to become a top-tier warrior under your command once more." At her words, Frieza's mouth twitched slightly, forcing a smile as he tentatively asked, "What do you think of Captain Jinyu's character?" Babidi praised, "He is very energetic, spirited, and possesses absolute loyalty to you, my lord." "Is that so?" Frieza's eyes flickered as his smile became strained. Babidi looked at Frieza with confusion. "What is it, my lord? Is there a problem?" Chapter 37. Nothing. Frieza drained the liquid from his glass, letting out a soft sigh. "My lord, how should we handle this incubation chamber we captured?" A soldier from Frieza's army inquired. The monster within the incubation chamber remained dormant, making no sound whatsoever. "Is this the cell max, mister?" Gavi mentioned. "I can indeed sense the aura of our kin emanating from it," Frieza remarked, narrowing his gaze. "Take it back for Jacono to study." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers began to transport the incubation chamber. Gavi, hidden among the clouds, looked down at the unfolding scene. Cell Max had fallen into Frieza's hands. He furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. Just then, soldiers from Frieza's army flew toward his direction, likely alerted by the Dragon Balls he carried. Gavi sighed softly, seized Gamma 1 by the collar, and teleported away. Guided by Gamma 1, Gavi successfully met with Dr. Hyde. Observing the round-faced little chubby man before him, Gavi frowned. Dr. Hyde, clad in a white lab coat over a tight-fitting suit that accentuated his plump figure, exuded an air of confidence. Gavy wasted no time with pleasantries. Dr. Hyde, Selmax has already fallen into the hands of Frieza's group. Our collaboration has failed. Hyde smiled confidently. Gavy, is it? You seem overly concerned about Selmax. Gavy responded solemnly. Perhaps you underestimate the terrifying power it possesses that I have already stated. This Selmax possesses strength without intelligence. And with the lethal weak point I designed, as long as your skill lands successfully, it is sufficient to kill it. Hyde's round face was brimming with assurance. But what if it gains intelligence? Once it possesses not only superior combat skills, but also the cunning of a sentient being. How shall we defeat it? Gavy calmly cautioned. How could that be possible? Heidel exhibited a hint of surprise, followed by a moment of contemplation, and solemnly remarked, if what you say is true, the situation could indeed become quite precarious. Very well, I shall dispatch 2 Gamma androids to assist you in your endeavors. Gamma 1, taken aback, questioned is Gamma 2's damage fully repaired. With a proud expression, Heidel responded, fortunately, during my time at the Red Ribbon Army, I managed to stockpile a considerable amount of spare parts, making the repairs quite effortless to that moment. A blue figure descended from the heavens. Gamma 1, all is well. Seeing me back in action must be quite a surprise, is it not? Gavy felt a twinge of astonishment upon witnessing the fully restored Gamma 2. Have you forgotten who nearly fell victim to our adversary due to carelessness? Gamma 1 chastised, though unable to conceal a flicker of joy at the corners of his mouth. Gamma 2 erupted into laughter. You know I was careless. Next time I encounter that little rascal, I shall exercise caution. He then patted Gavy's shoulder with a grin, adding, leave the perilous tasks to us. We were created to fight for justice. Gavy remained silent. His brief interaction with Number 6 had left him somewhat unable to discern the differences between mechanical beings and humans. Moreover, the 2 androids created by Dr. Heidel were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary individuals in terms of personality. However, he would not dwell on such matters. Gavy nodded with a faint smile, assuring, rest assured, I shall never gamble with the lives of my companions unless absolutely necessary. The addition of Gamma 1 and 2 provided Gavy with 2 formidable allies. Gamma 1, hurry and recharge. It appears we have several challenging battles ahead. Gamma 2 gently nudged one. Suddenly, several white streaks traversed the sky. How persistent! Gavy sensed the approaching presence of several Frieza soldiers heading in his direction. He wondered if Bulma had completed the shielding device. Only by concealing the Dragon Ball signal could he act without worry. Gamma 2 also detected the enemies soaring through the air. I shall take care of them. He volunteered immediately. Wait, Gavy interjected, we should leave directly. This place is too close to West City. If Frieza is hiding among the pursuing soldiers, we may find ourselves in grave danger. Gavy finished speaking and prepared to instantaneously transport the 3 of them away. A figure suddenly blocked the path of the soldiers in the distance. Without uttering a word, the figure unleashed a powerful energy wave, engulfing all the pursuers in its wake. Boom! A brilliant white flash illuminated the sky as a massive explosion engulfed the area. The battalion of soldiers was instantaneously obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Who is he? A flicker of astonishment crossed Gavy's eyes, momentarily halting his teleportation. The figure surveyed the battlefield before turning toward them. In that instant, their gazes locked. Gavy was taken aback to observe that the individual was entirely shrouded, with only a single lock of lake blue hair visible above a scarf obscuring his face. However, judging by his attire and silhouette, it was undoubtedly a male. This fellow ambushed Frieza in West City. Do you know him? Gamma 1 inquired curiously. Gavy snapped back to reality, uncertainly answering, perhaps, but it shouldn't be him, right? The mysterious figure nodded lightly at Gavy and then approached their group at a leisurely pace. The Gamma androids instinctively shielded Dr. Heidel in the center, with one warily asking, what do you intend to do? From a distance, the enigmatic figure spoke, I am in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Gavy grew wary. When he noticed the emblem on the figure's sleeve, his pupils constricted. It was a circular design encasing the letter C, the Capsule Corporation's insignia. The identity of the mysterious figure became apparent. Do you belong to the Red Ribbon Army or Frieza's forces? The figure landed before them, one hand gathering energy aimed at Gavi. Both organizations are our enemies, Gavi quipped, raising an eyebrow. Are you all androids? The mysterious figure scanned each of them, his voice grave. Indeed, Gamma 2 replied nonchalantly. The energy sphere coalescing in the figure's palm blazed intensely, poised for release. Gavi and the two Gamma androids erected a protective barrier, shielding Dr. Heidel behind them. I am Gavi. May I ask your name? Gavi inquired with keen interest, scrutinizing the figure. You need not know that, the mysterious figure replied coldly. Please hand over the Dragon Balls and do not resist unnecessarily. You must be Trunks, right? Although it was a question, Gavi's tone was imbued with certainty. The mysterious figure froze, pulling down the scarf covering his face. How do you know me? Indeed, it was Trunks. This revelation left Gavi even more perplexed. There already exists a Trunks in this timeline. I'm quite familiar with his energy signature, Gavi calmly explained. Your energy is remarkably similar to his. You have met Trunks? The mysterious figure furrowed his brow. Certainly, along with Goku, Bulma, and others. They are my companions, Gavi candidly stated. The energy sphere dissipated into nothingness, and the mysterious figure's excitement surged as he asked, The other me and my mother are still alive? Gavi lowered his protective barrier and, after a moment's thought, replied, Not entirely. The figure was taken aback. What do you mean? Goku and Trunks have perished, but to confront the crisis posed by Babidi and Frieza's faction. Bulma and I requested the fortune teller Baba to bring them back to the living for 24 hours. Gavi then succinctly relayed the information regarding the Dragon Balls and his allies to the mysterious figure. I am indeed Trunks. Hailing from an alternate timeline that has been completely erased, Trunks expressed, a pained expression crossing his face. That world was filled with despair. Gavi understood. The Trunks before him came from a future timeline and had experienced the Zamasu incident. Ultimately, his entire timeline was annihilated by Zamasu's actions at the behest of the Omni King. Then let us together protect this world, Gavi reassured. Trunks nodded earnestly and then inquired, What wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? Gavi was unsure of the current modifications the Dragon Balls had undergone. He pondered, It should be to resurrect our fallen comrades. Trunks suddenly had an idea. Perhaps we can use the dragon to locate Lord Beerus and seek his assistance in resolving the crisis on Earth. Lord Beerus no longer exists. Gavi sighed and promptly informed him about the demise of King Kai. A shadow of despair involuntarily crossed Trunks' face. It appears we need to exchange information, Gavi proposed. But it would be best to do so elsewhere. Everyone, hold on to my body. In the distance, a swarm of dark figures was approaching Gavi's group. Frieza's forces were mobilizing in large numbers. Upon hearing this, the others placed their hands on Gavi's back in unison. With a swish, they reappeared on soft, sandy shores. This came house, Gavi murmured to himself. Just then, a woman with flowing black hair dashed into Trunks' arms. Little Mai, we have new allies, and Mom is still alive. Trunks shared the good news with his beloved. Gavi officially introduced Trunks and Mai to his companions. The subsequent exchange of information was primarily articulated by Gavi. The details Trunks could provide were minimal and mostly already known to Gavi. Besides Babidi and Frieza's father-son duo, there were even more terrifying adversaries. Cellmax, Cooler, Broly, Moro. Trunks' brow furrowed deeper, eventually becoming numb. Mr. Gavi, have you uncovered any news regarding Zamasu? Whenever Zamasu is mentioned, Gavi finds himself plagued by a dull headache. Although this individual harbors no desire to obliterate planets, he is resolutely determined to eradicate all of humanity from the cosmos. He disregards even other deities, embodying the archetype of a completely unreasonable antagonist. Zamasu is inherently positioned as an adversary to the protagonists, with no room for negotiation. One wonders if this timeline, devoid of Beerus, might catch the attention of such a formidable foe. It seems that efforts must be made to resurrect Bycat in the near future. There is currently no news regarding Zamasu, Gavi stated gravely. Mr. Gavi, I truly admire your perseverance in the face of such adversity, Trunks exclaimed earnestly. Even Dr. Hito and the two Gamma androids were moved by Gavi's indomitable spirit. With a wry smile, Gavi sought to calm his tumultuous emotions and spoke resignedly. As I have mentioned before, My initial motivation was purely self-preservation. Pausing for a moment, his gaze resolute, he continued, just as you inscribed HOP upon the time machine, as long as there exists even a flicker of hope. No matter how infinitesimal, I shall persist until the very end. Mr. Gavy, what are your plans moving forward? Trunks inquired with curiosity. The arrival of Dieter was an unexpected boon for Gavy in terms of combat prowess. This Trunks was at least on par with Goku, if not slightly superior. Regardless, he had now become a key member of the primary team. Furthermore, his presence was not merely of a combat nature. He was also an apprentice Supreme Kai. Although he did not belong to this timeline, Trunks had assured that his healing abilities remained intact. Capable of both dealing damage and providing support, he was truly the linchpin of the team. Moreover, Gavy's previous consideration of a fusion partner for Goku could easily be fulfilled by the Trunks before him. The thought of Goku merging with Dieter filled Gavy with excitement. Next, I intend to regroup with Goku and the others. Gavy replied with a smile. I imagine you are equally eager to see them, are you not? Of course, I have long awaited the opportunity to reunite with Mr. Goku. Trunks' eyes glimmered with anticipation. Let us proceed to Corinne Tower, Gavy suggested. Without needing further prompting, the group placed their hands upon him. In an instant, the towering Corinne Tower loomed before their eyes. A startled squirrel remained frozen in place at the sudden appearance of the group. Gavy slightly bent his knees and, with a powerful thrust, propelled himself into the in less than 3 seconds, he found himself at the original site of the temple. Soon after, Trunks followed suit. Mr. Gavy, where has the temple vanished to? Trunks asked with curiosity. It does not appear to be cloaked. It has likely been relocated by Dandy, Gavy murmured. He then turned to Trunks. Trunks, release your energy at this location. It need not be too strong. It should simply be enough to catch Goku's attention. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately began to unleash his energy. Hiya! His disheveled blue hair stood on end, instantly transforming into a radiant gold. A brilliant yellow aura enveloped him, and a powerful energy surged around him. Witnessing the transformation into a Super Saiyan for the first time filled Gavy with envy. If only he too could become a Super Saiyan. After all, it had been his childhood dream to be a Saiyan. With the assistance of Bulma and Dr. Hito, acquiring Saiyan blood seemed feasible. However, all of this was contingent on overcoming the current crisis. There was no time to delve into Saiyan research just yet. A steady stream of energy emanated from Trunks, and his aura began to rise exponentially. Gavy could sense the terrifying power within. He remained fully alert, attuned to the life forces in the vicinity, prepared for any sudden attacks. Just then, whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared before Trunks. Gavy's expression sharpened as he recognized the character's martial arts uniform emblazoned with the symbol for Goku, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Mr. Goku! Trunks exclaimed, retracting his energy to greet him joyfully. Trunkskin, Goku scratched the back of his head in disbelief. Weren't you training in the temple? What happened? Gavy stepped forward and succinctly explained Trunks' origin to Goku. After listening attentively, Goku remained silent for a considerable time, unable to grasp the entirety of the situation, but content in knowing they were on the same side. This timeline's Goku had no prior interactions with the Dieter of this timeline, let alone the future Trunks standing before him. Goku extended his hand in greeting. Hello, Trunkson. I'm Goku. Once the two had completed their pleasantries, Gavy promptly interjected. Mr. Goku, could you please take these Dragon Balls to King Kai's planet for safekeeping? He retrieved the 4 Dragon Balls from his backpack. Originally, 5 had been collected, with 1 currently stored in a protective box in Bulma's possession. What do you mean? Goku inquired. The Frieza force likely possesses the means to detect the location of the Dragon Balls. Carrying them with us will only invite constant ambushes from Frieza's soldiers, Gavy explained. This way, other factions would struggle to locate the Dragon Balls in Gavy's possession, simultaneously averting the Frieza force's relentless pursuit. It would also provide Gavy with the space needed to better strategize. Understood. Goku nodded, accepting the Dragon Balls before vanishing from sight. Moments later, Goku returned to the vicinity of Corinne Tower. The Dragon Balls have been entrusted to King Kai for safekeeping. He has been monitoring the situation on Earth. Goku informed Gavy, landing beside him. King Kai asked me to express his gratitude for your efforts. That it is my duty, Gavi replied. The three descended to the ground, and Gavi introduced Goku to Mai, Dr. Hito, and the others. Please take us to the temple, Gavi calmly requested of Goku. In an instant, the group of 7 arrived at the temple. In the temple courtyard. Mr. Popo wore a simple smile. Piccolo, who had been sparring with Gohan, paused his movements, his previously stern expression softening slightly. Meanwhile, the Trunks of this timeline gazed in shock at the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Who are you? Hello. I am your future self. The future Dieter replied with a calm smile that I initially did not wish to disrupt your lives, but the future of this world is indeed worrisome. As the group exchanged greetings, Gavi approached the new Earth God. Dandy, what modifications have you made to the Dragon Balls? Dandy appeared somewhat anxious. Mr. Gavi, I have removed most of the restrictions on using the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Now, except for those who have been reincarnated or have died of natural causes, the Earth Dragon Balls can resurrect anyone. Is that true? Upon hearing this, future Trunks' eyes sparkled with joy, but he soon asked uncertainly, I heard that to resurrect someone, their complete remains must be preserved. That is no longer necessary. The Eternal Dragon can directly reconstruct the physical body, Dandy explained. How many wishes can be granted? Gavi pressed further. 3. I felt the crisis facing Earth was too great, so I took the liberty of increasing the number of wishes. Dandy cautiously glanced at Gavi. You have done well. Dandy. Piccolo's expression softened, revealing a hint of appreciation and kindness. Upon hearing this news, the group was instantly invigorated. Dandy, why didn't you mention such good news earlier? Goku exclaimed, enthusiastically pounding his fist together. I thought your modifications only included the removal of the resurrection restrictions. Faced with the group's eager gazes, Dandy felt somewhat bashful and guilty. I have only recently assumed the role of God. Taking such liberties is not ideal. Moreover, my inability to resurrect Mr. Goku with the Dragon Balls has left me feeling quite remorseful. Dandy, what you have accomplished is already remarkable. Gavi expressed his satisfaction with the outcome. He then planned to entrust Goku with teaching everyone the fusion techniques from the planet Metamor. Gavi pondered, stroking his chin. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls have fallen into Frieza's hands. Summon the dragon. One must reclaim the Dragon Balls from his grasp. That rascal Frieza far surpasses my strength. Goku gritted his teeth. A glimmer of defiance flashing across his face. Piccolo furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. Although we have more allies now, our combined efforts may still lack the odds of victory. Are we truly unable to defeat that little imp, despite our numbers? Gamma number 2 expressed incredulity. Future Trunks interjected solemnly. Let us not forget about Kurd. The strength of that father-son duo is quite comparable. Even one of them could easily vanquish us. I am sorry. It is all my fault. After defeating all the foes from the underworld, I have become somewhat complacent in my training. Goku lamented with a heavy heart. A wave of despair washed over the group. Gavi attempted to steer the conversation. Mr. Goku, have you heard of any skills in another world that could enhance our strength? Upon hearing this, Goku crossed his arms and pondered deeply. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, exclaiming, That's it. If we could use fusion. Fusion? Dandy asked, astonished. You know about fusion too, Dandy? Goku inquired in surprise. That I heard about it while on Namek. Dandy replied, excitement mounting. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand. I have heard that fusion is a proud technique of the Metamorans, allowing 2 individuals to merge into a single, powerful warrior. Indeed, a Metamoran I encountered in that world taught me this secret technique. Goku was filled with exhilaration. Really? Is this technique as formidable as you claim? Piccolo scrutinized him intently. The eyes of the others sparkled with anticipation as they gathered around Goku. It should be. I only learned the skill, but have not yet put it to use. I couldn't find anyone with a comparable strength in that world. Goku expressed uncertainty. He then promptly informed everyone of the conditions required for fusion. The 2 individuals must be of similar build. Their energies must harmonize, and they must perform a complete set of symmetrical dance movements without a single mistake. Otherwise, the fusion may fail or yield unpredictable consequences. Son, teach everyone quickly. All right, Goku nodded and reminded them. I took a week to master this skill. and time is of the essence now, so everyone must focus and learn diligently. The group was filled with determination as they surrounded Goku. Let me demonstrate the entire sequence first, Goku said with a serious expression. He extended his arms to the side, stood on tiptoes, and instructed like this, pay attention to the angle of my arms. As he moved one arm to the opposite side, he bent his legs and shifted his body with small steps. Remember, the distance covered during this movement is 3 steps. For the fusion, one leg must stand firm while the other leg is raised. At this moment, your fists must be clenched, and the angle of your feet is crucial. Like this, the 2 individuals' index fingers should be aligned. Once again, I emphasize be mindful of the leg angles. The outer leg must remain straight. Goku completed the entire sequence of movements while explaining. Do you understand? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. The others exchanged glances, perplexed. This, Dad, do we really have to perform this set of movements? Gohan hesitated to ask. Of course, Gohan. Goku affirmed with certainty. Chapter 39 soon. Noticing the odd expressions on everyone's faces, he scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? Did you not understand? All right, to make it easier for you, let Piccolo and me demonstrate together. Why must I be the one? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. You are the smartest among us. Goku looked at Piccolo with hopeful eyes, confident he would grasp it after one demonstration. Piccolo stood frozen, appearing to be in a dilemma. Gavi quickly encouraged. Mr. Piccolo, you are our finest teacher. Under your guidance, Gohan experienced remarkable growth. All right. Piccolo wiped the sweat from his brow and reluctantly agreed. Goku also encouraged his son. Gohan, your potential is the highest among us. After fusion, you might become the strongest warrior, so make sure to remember your father's movements well. Yes, Dad, Gohan replied with determination. Piccolo took a deep breath, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. So, shall we begin? Piccolo, there's no need to be nervous. Goku reassured him. Fusion. After completing the entire set of movements, Goku appeared relaxed and at ease, while Piccolo's face was drenched in beads of sweat. Piccolo, what's wrong? You must vocalize the movements as you perform them. Goku reminded him, then sighed, stating that the previous demonstration was not perfect and they would do it again. Piccolo's face turned pale and to have to shout as well. Uncle Piccolo, I believe you can do it. Gohan encouraged. The others cast supportive glances at Piccolo. All right. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Piccolo ultimately chose to comply. He then muttered to himself, trying to convince himself. This is just too embarrassing. Never mind, I'll have to get used to it sooner or later. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he bellowed, Son, we must hurry. Let us begin. Fusion. Before long, Piccolo, with a green visage, completed the entire sequence. Piccolo, you did splendidly, and your shouting was passionate. Has everyone learned? Goku inquired while giving Piccolo a thumbs up. Gavi, rubbing his cramping cheek, turned around, his expression calm as he remarked. Mr. Piccolo's movements were flawless. He then proposed groupings for the fusion participants. If we divide by strength levels, Goku and future Trunks will be one group, and Gohan and the Trunks of this timeline will be another. Does that sound agreeable? Everyone nodded in agreement. Mr. Piccolo, it seems you currently lack a teammate of similar stature. So please guide everyone through the movements. Number 1. Let us practice too. I find this sequence incredibly cool. Gamma number 2 exclaimed enthusiastically, nudging Gamma number 1's shoulder lightly. Gamma number 1 calmly analyzed. As androids, we possess no energy. We cannot perform this secret technique at all. Hearing their conversation, the group felt a sense of regret. Meanwhile, a hint of relief appeared on Gamma number 1's face. Glancing at the time, there was less than an hour until the martial arts tournament commenced. Gavi immediately inquired about Mel's from Mr. Bobo. Bobo lamented. No one has contacted us, and while I tried to reach out, there was no response. According to our agreement, Mel's should have arrived on Earth within 3 hours at the latest. However, he is currently unreachable, and Gavi had to prepare for the worst. He approached Goku. Mr. Goku, could you take me to King Kai's planet? It is possible, but what do you want to do there? I wish to learn the King Kai Fist. Chapter 55. Apprenticing with King Kai. Learning the King Kai Fist, I see. Then let us depart. Goku nodded in understanding and turned to future Trunks, saying, By the way, Trunks, you should practice with Piccolo for a while. All right, very well. Piccolo's eyes twitched slightly. Gaby placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Goku lowered his head to sense the energy. Whoosh, in the next moment. Gaby felt as though his entire body was being compressed, making it slightly difficult to breathe. Is this the tenfold gravity? He murmured to himself. If it were an ordinary person's body, they would likely be unable to endure it. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure and looked around. As soon as they arrived, they were met by a few approaching individuals. Yo, I'm back again. Goku greeted the crowd and then introduced Gaby. They are Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Poir, Mr. Barbaros, and Girigiri. Pausing for a moment, Goku then introduced with great reverence. Gaby, this is the king you were searching for. Gaby bowed respectfully, introducing himself. King Kai, my name is Gaby Loring. The King Kai gently stroked the whiskers on his face. Observing Gaby, he then spoke earnestly. I am already aware of your purpose for coming, but to learn the King Kai fist, you must become my disciple, and there are conditions for apprenticeship. Gavanton was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Just before his departure, he had inexplicably neglected to consider this crucial matter. It appeared that in order to become a disciple of King Kai, he must first amuse him with a joke that would provoke laughter, thereby earning his approval. However, Gavanton considered himself devoid of any comedic talent. For him, this was a grave oversight. Wukong, with a beaming smile, encouraged, Oh, King Kai, do not be so rigid. The Earth is currently facing a crisis. Yet, King Kai, with a serious demeanor and resolute tone, retorted, Rules are rules. One must adhere to them in all matters. May I inquire what the conditions are for becoming a disciple of King Kai? Gavanton asked. Simply tell a joke that makes me laugh, came King Kai's response, devoid of any hint of jest, although his gaze towards Gavanton brimmed with anticipation. Gavanton racked his brain, deep in thought. Fortunately, King Kai had a rather low threshold for humor, and it seemed he had a particular fondness for puns. Gavanton tentatively ventured, What do you call a boy who eats his classmates? After a thoughtful pause. King Kai inquired, What? A classmate-eating boy. Gavanton watched intently for any flicker of emotion on King Kai's face. King Kai stood still, pondering the joke, then suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, emitting a peculiar sound reminiscent of a duck's quack. Meanwhile, the others remained frozen in contemplation. After a moment, King Kai returned to his stoic demeanor, asserting, I did not laugh. That does not count. Tio further emphasized his point. He gestured towards the others. Look, they did not laugh either. This indicates that your joke was simply not amusing. The group exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. Clearly, this joke was too cold. Gavanton felt a twinge of disappointment, but then an idea struck him. One year, my classmates and I competed to see who could be more elegant, he began. And the result? King Kai inquired eagerly that we became the scion of elegance. This time, Gavanton barely finished his sentence before. Aside from King Kai, everyone else erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Some even fell to the ground, pounding it in mirth. Gavanton shot them a bewildered glance, quickly realizing they were supporting him. While touched, he couldn't help but criticize their exaggerated performances. After a moment of surprise, King Kai broke into a grin. Just when Gavanton thought he had succeeded in making him laugh, King Kai forcefully covered his mouth with both hands, struggling to utter, I didn't laugh, followed by more peculiar quacking sounds. Damn, King Kai is definitely targeting me. Gavanton realized, at such a moment, he knew he had to strike while the iron was hot and not allow King Kai to stifle his laughter. Why does Vegeta always lose first in a fight? Wukong, curious about the answer, immediately pressed on. Why? Because he aspires to be a speedster scion. Gavanton glanced at King Kai, noticing that he was trembling violently, struggling to keep his mouth closed. This fellow was nearly gasping for breath, yet still refused to acknowledge his humor. This ridiculous King Kai fist technique, perhaps at best left unlearned, Gavanton appeared genuinely angry. King Kai, you possess many admirable qualities, but you do have one flaw. What flaw does King Kai have? Wukong asked, scratching his head in curiosity. Gavanton stood coldly in silence, as if sulking. Yamcha sensed the tension in the atmosphere and stepped in to mediate. Gavanton, I truly cannot think of any flaw that King Kai possesses. Perhaps you could provide an example? Gavanton snorted coldly. No examples. With that, he turned on his heel to leave, and no examples. The group felt a wave of sympathy for Gavanton. Astonished by his level of frustration, it was evident that King Kai, who clearly held high hopes for him, was being rather difficult over such a trivial matter. With a collective sigh, they prepared to bid Gavanton farewell. Yet a peculiar feeling lingered in the that moment. Gavanton's response drew King Kai's attention. His face turned bright red, clearly straining to contain himself. Suddenly, the dam of laughter broke, and King Kai collapsed to the ground, convulsing with laughter. I concede. I recognize your talent. I never expected you to be a comedic genius. The others stood in stunned silence, a bit taken aback. Bulma innocently asked, Yamcha, what is King Kai laughing about? Finally, Yamcha realized, Bulma, this is something you need not know. In any case, Gavanton has successfully passed the test. The others gradually came to their senses, covering their mouths to suppress their laughter, mindful not to be too boisterous. Gavanton had played a clever trick on King Kai. Yet, for some reason, King Kai did not seem angry. Rather, he wore a look of immense satisfaction. Despite the jest, this joke was sufficient to allow me to regain some ground against my adversaries. At some point, King Kai had risen to his feet, adjusting his glasses, and said earnestly, Very well, Gavanton, you have passed the test. I agreed to teach you the King Kai fist. Gavanton felt a pang of regret. He hadn't anticipated King Kai to be so magnanimous, harboring no resentment for his offense. However, King Kai paused momentarily, noting that Wukong had taken 3 months to learn this technique, while Earth did not have that luxury of time. Time is indeed of the essence, King Kai, which is why I have decided to invite you to the hyperbolic time chamber to guide my training. Hearing this, King Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. As they prepared to part ways, the others rallied around Gavanton, offering their encouragement. Though reluctant, they acknowledged their current powers could not provide much assistance. It's up to you now, Gavanton. The Earth is in your hands. Go forth with determination. Rest assured, I will give it my all, Gavanton replied, gently ruffling Bulma's hair. With that, he and King Kai placed their hands on Wukong's shoulders, and in the next instant, the three of them vanished from sight. Chapter 56, Intent to Kill on Earth, in the sacred world of the Kais. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, King Kai and Gavanton stood facing each other. This time, the environment of the time chamber was slightly different from Gavanton's previous experience, with gravity adjusted to 10 times its normal intensity. Thanks to Gavanton's current physical prowess, he quickly acclimated to the change. King Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Gavanton as he asked, Gavanton, are you ready? Gavanton raised his eyes, nodding earnestly, Yes, I am ready. King Kai nodded in approval. Good. Next, you shall gather your energy in accordance with my teachings. Let us begin. As King Kai's words fell, a tumultuous flow of energy enveloped Gavanton's body, a manifestation of the King Kai fist in action. As the energy currents surged, a look of anguish gradually appeared on Gavanton's face. He was bearing immense pressure, which would only intensify with the increase of energy expenditure. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, when the swirling energy coalesced into a crimson flame surrounding him, Gavanton suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a roar, he exclaimed, King Kai fist. In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble with the force of his shout. The ground sank and countless fine cracks spread outward like a spider's web, covering the surrounding area. Gavanton remained rooted in place, eyes closed, diligently etching the changes in his body into his memory. Moments later, he opened his eyes to behold his form. His entire being was enveloped in fiery crimson light, resembling a war god, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. His right hand clenched into a fist, and with a gentle sweep, he summoned a scorching gust of wind. The ground before him erupted, creating a massive crater from the impact of his punch. As an artificial being, Gavi's baseline combat prowess had already reached an astonishing level. Additionally, he possessed an extraordinary rapid healing ability and near-limitless stamina, allowing his body to withstand the immense burden imposed by the Kaioken technique at higher multipliers. With the enhancement from the Kaioken, His actual combat power had evidently experienced a qualitative leap. More importantly, the Kaioken could perfectly adjust the strength of all his muscles, joints, and bones, rendering him in the most optimal state for battle. Sensing this formidable energy, the KO nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Gavi, your diligent training over the past half-month has borne fruit. Moreover, your innate talent is remarkable. I had underestimated you. However, he cautioned, to defeat that form of Frieza, you are still far from ready. Why not learn the ultimate technique I developed, the Spirit Bomb? The KO gently coaxed. Although the Spirit Bomb was indeed a godly technique capable of vanquishing Majin Buu, the original lore stated that only those with pure hearts could wield it as a time traveler. Gavi felt it unnecessary to attempt it. Thank you for your guidance, KO, but we must leave here tomorrow. There is no time to learn the Spirit Bomb. I shall continue to solidify my practice of the Kaio. Dashkin, yes, he spoke. Gavi's eyes sharpened. 3 times Kaioken, with a thunderous roar, a violent gust of energy surged forth, shattering the ground beneath him and creating a massive crater at his feet. Simultaneously, the KO was propelled backward by this force. KO, the air crackled as Gavi darted forward, instantly catching the KO and steadying him back to the ground. The KO appeared somewhat astonished. So swift, you transitioned from 2 times to 3 times in such a short span. Gavi, however, was not satisfied at my physical prowess has indeed increased, but my control over my movements has diminished significantly. I still need to adapt further. Good lad, the KO remarked, patting Gavi on the shoulder with a smile. Regardless, the improvement is markedly evident compared to what I initially anticipated. With that, the KO turned and retreated to a safe zone. Time flowed swiftly. Outside the temple, Goku and the others waited anxiously. Finally, Gavi and the KO emerged from the palace. How is it? Have you mastered the Kaioken? Goku inquired. Gavi nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have no issues now. Upon hearing Gavi's reassuring response, the group sighed in relief. Goku swiftly used instant transmission to send the KO back. Subsequently, the group gathered to discuss the final preparations. Fortunately, Gavi had already clarified the threats facing Earth, and they collaboratively devised a counterplan. Now, they awaited Gavi's return, after which they would all head to West City for the tournament. Aside from Dr. Hito, Bobo, Dandy, and a few others who remained outside the temple, the rest would proceed to West City. With only 5 minutes left before the martial arts tournament commenced, Gohan bashfully expressed, Uncle Piccolo, I still want to wear a martial arts uniform like yours. Piccolo furrowed his brow, glancing at Goku before lightly raising a finger. In an instant, Gohan's attire transformed to match Piccolo's style. Well then, shall we depart? Gamma 2 was already impatient. The 2 Gamma androids had recharged fully. Returning to their peak combat readiness, Goku, Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo were all eager to engage. Mr. Goku, please take them to registered. I'll pick up Bulma and join you shortly. Goku nodded. All right, let us go. With that, the group vanished from their location. Dandy, Mr. Bobo, Dr. Hito, please ensure your safety. Contact me immediately if you receive any news regarding Myrusu. After instructing all necessary matters, Gavi began to search for the energy signatures of Pilaf and his gang. Suddenly, a faint breeze swept through, carrying a subtle scent of blood. The air was filled with intermittent cries of anguish. Hey Ash, you must flee. I will hold them off, Gavi exclaimed in alarm, surveying his surroundings. Inside Pilaf's underground factory, numerous corpses lay scattered, blood pooling on the floor like a river. The ceiling of the factory had been utterly destroyed. By Gavi sighed. Pilaf held a gun in one hand while clutching Ash in the other. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu leaned against a crumbling wall, her lips stained with blood, her complexion pale as death, seemingly gravely injured. In the distance, Android 16 was engaged in a struggle with a diminutive figure, though this figure appeared weak. There was something distinctly unusual about him. Gavi, get away. Hearing this call, Gavi's heart raced. He quickly turned his gaze skyward. In the next moment, his eyes filled with blood. Bulma's neck was grasped by a shadowy figure, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. In an instant, the figure pierced her chest with a blade of energy conjured from its other hand. Blood trickled from Bulma's mouth, her gaze becoming vacant. Gavi, caught the falling woman, only to find his hands trembling with blood. An overwhelming urge for vengeance surged within him. How dare you harm her? Bulma opened her eyes slightly, worry flooding her gaze as she looked at Gavi. This indescribable sensation nearly suffocated him. Chapter 57. Gavi versus Zamasu. Gazing at the horrifying crimson wound on Bulma's body, an uncontainable killing intent enveloped Gavi, causing the temperature in the factory to plummet. He suddenly raised his head, fixing a fierce stare on the shadowy figure in the air. Zamasu, he uttered, his voice dark and foreboding. Oh, I did not expect a mere mortal to recognize a deity. Gavi's expression darkened to its lowest point as he slowly reached out, seizing Pilaf by the collar. In an instant, their figures vanished from that location, placing Bulma's body on the stone steps of the temple. Gavi coldly commanded, Dandy, heal Bulma first. Dandy, startled by the scene before him, dared not ask questions and immediately stepped forward to cast a healing spell. A gentle light radiated from his palm. In no time, Bulma's wounds ceased bleeding, and seeing her regain vitality, Gavi finally spoke. I apologize, Dandy. Please forgive my impulsiveness. I can no longer proceed as planned. What happened? Dandy asked in astonishment. However, he received no answer, as Gavi's figure had already vanished from sight. In the central capital, Xiao Wu found herself with a hand tightly clasped around her throat. She struggled desperately, yet could not break free. The very act of breathing felt impossible, as if drowning and unable to grasp a floating piece of wood. Coughing violently, she exerted every ounce of strength, but no sound escaped her lips. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sensed her heart seemingly ceasing to beat. Was death drawing near? She closed her eyes, awaiting its arrival. Just then, a flash of red light enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt the grip on her neck release. Startled, she opened her eyes. In her blurred vision, a figure emerged. Strands of hair clung to sweat, sticking to the figure's face, obscuring a sharply defined, cold visage. Zamasu's voice was hoarse, his icy gaze flashing with intense hatred and a frenzied, murderous intent. Xiao Wu realized with a jolt that the figure shielding her was none other than Gavi. Finally, with a quivering voice, she confronted the architect of the devastation within the underground factory. Why? Why did you kill so many innocent children? The figure, seemingly injured and clutching one shoulder, responded in a voice laced with cruelty. Wretched humans are all my targets. To me, there is no distinction between the small and the great. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom how this demon could commit such heartless acts. The visage of the demon became distinctly illuminated by the flickering flames. He was a figure with pale green skin and a striking white mohawk. His appearance was androgynous, with narrow, slightly squinted eyes and a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Xiao Wu's gaze toward Zama's was saturated with fury and hatred. She had never encountered such a cold-blooded individual. You fiend! Zama smirked slightly, revealing an intensely mocking grin. His eyes scanned the youthful couple before him. A devil? No, I am a god, a being of absolute authority and power in this realm. Zama's replied with indifference to him. The humans before him were merely insignificant insects, easily crushed underfoot, leaving behind not even a trace of dust. Xiao Wu, seething with rage, retorted, Someone like you is unworthy of calling themselves a god. Zama's let out a disdainful grunt, a cruel smile curving his lips. Insignificant humans should indeed be eradicated. His hand slowly extended behind him. Xiao Wu suddenly felt a chill creeping up her spine, the aura of danger intensifying. Instinctively, she retreated, only to find herself cornered against the wall with no escape. That moment, Zama's lunged forward. He struck with a sweeping motion, a potent, dark energy coalescing into a blade within his palm, ready to pierce Xiao Wu's body in the next instant. With a resounding smack, a hand enveloped in crimson light struck Zama's forearm forcefully. The sharp crack of bone echoed, piercingly loud, momentarily halting Zama's in shock. You dare to injure me? He exclaimed in disbelief, for he was a god. How could he be harmed by a mere human? Moreover, the other party exhibited not the faintest trace of a formidable presence. Xiao Wu was equally stunned. In that fleeting moment, She had believed her demise was certain. Yet, just as calamity loomed, that hand appeared, shielding her. The hand was stained with blood, yet it was elegantly long, with distinct knuckles. It radiated a thick crimson glow, akin to flames. Its owner had blood-red eyes and exuded a murderous aura, like a demon from ancient legends. He carried with him an energy of destruction. What of the divine? A flicker of terror crossed Zamazu's face, and he instinctively recoiled. How could a mere mortal instill such profound pressure? This was impossible. Zamasu gazed in horror at the figure that resembled a blazing demon. The other surged toward him, the crimson glow intensifying as Zamazu's pupils constricted, and he hastily raised his hand to shield against the impending attack. Ah! Zamasu cried out in pain as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Cursed foe! As his opponent pressed the attack, Zamasu dared not confront him head-on, hastily dodging. Yet it was too late. With a faint explosion, Zamazu's right arm was severed cleanly in two. His expression twisted in agony as his body was hurled backward, colliding with the wall and leaving a deep indentation. The adversary lunged at him once more. Zamasu immediately lifted his left arm to block, but his movements were a fraction too slow. Crack! Their fists clashed, shattering Zamazu's left arm. The crimson glow surrounding his opponent surged, enveloping him entirely. Then the right fist descended upon his head. Zamasu contorted his body, attempting to evade. However, he could not even discern the opponent's movements. Boom! The force of the punch was relentless and unyielding, striking him squarely in the face. Dazed and overwhelmed, a torrential barrage of attacks ensued on the 16th. The tone remained as calm and rational as ever. Without uttering a word, Gavi escorted the two individuals to the temple, before swiftly returning to the ruins of the underground factory. Amidst the remnants of crumbling walls, Gavi discovered a small hand tightly clutching a space capsule. Yet, the entire area had long since been stripped of any semblance of life, leaving only a ground strewn with corpses. Zamasu! A frenzied, killing intent flickered in Gavi's gaze as he seized Zamazu's hand and exerted a sudden force. Crack! The bones in Zamazu's shoulder were mercilessly crushed, eliciting a pained scream from him. This rogue was now gravely injured, having lost his ability to fight, yet his vitality remained terrifyingly resilient. Gavi hoisted him up, coldly locking eyes with his adversary. Where did the other Zamasu come from? What is your plan? Zamazu's expression twisted with malice, his eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. Cough, cough. You wretched humans, your doom is imminent. Gavi furrowed his brow and drove a knee forcefully into Zamazu's abdomen. Zamasu gasped in agony, his body convulsing in pain. Then, a trace of a twisted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fervent yet morbid, it matters not if I tell you. This world has already been marked by U.S. in the near future. More of my counterparts will converge upon this space-time, establishing it as our stronghold. By then, not only the 12 universes but all of humanity across every dimension will be eradicated. Upon hearing this, Gavi's pupils constricted sharply. This world has been marked by them? A chill surged within him. Zama's implication was unmistakable. His accomplices were not limited to the one who had just fled, but rather an unknown multitude of Zamasus from parallel universes. Zamasu sneered, "Foolish humans, what does it matter if you defeat me? Your future is destined to be shrouded in darkness." His gaze towards Gavi was filled with contempt and disdain. "Even if I perish, my comrades will return to this place. I shall be reborn. While you humans are fated to be annihilated, no one can thwart our plan for human extinction." Zamazu's voice grew increasingly arrogant, tinged with a sense of superiority and madness, as if he had already seized control of everything. "What now? Are you frightened? You pitiful humans, haha." Gavi's eyes turned icy. "Indeed, I do feel a hint of fear in this situation." Even as a traverser, Gavi could not conceive any means of prevention. Yet he would not yield. "But do you truly believe this universe is one you can toy with at your whim?" Gavi slowly extended his hand, removing the green earrings adorning Zamazu's cheeks, the patera earrings, symbolizing his status as a supreme Kai. "It seems you have officially ascended to the rank of a supreme K.A.I.T. appears my path of god-slaying begins with you." That a flicker of fear crossed Zamazu's eyes, that Gavi's expression remained tranquil as he gathered a brilliant white energy orb in his palm. The orb rapidly expanded, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction. Just as he prepared to strike, his wrist was suddenly seized, and a voice rich with personality echoed in his ear, "Oh my, Mr. Gavi, it seems I haven't quite grasped the situation yet." Chapter 59. The chaos of the martial arts tournament. A diminutive figure hovered beside Gavi, having appeared unbeknownst to him. The energy orb in Gavi's palm dissipated silently, the crimson glow enveloping him fading away. "Frieza, was that extraordinary spectacle in the sky related to the creature in your grasp?" Frieza squinted, a smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, my lord," Gavi replied, his expression darkening. The king had appeared without a sound. Catching Gavi entirely off guard, it seemed he had lost the opportunity to deal with Zamasu. A faint smile graced Frieza's face. "It seems you were discussing something about a supreme Kai earlier?" "Indeed." Gavi remained on guard. He was uncertain whether Frieza had discovered his ambush on Kurd. "Mr. Gavi, should you be present at the martial arts tournament?" Frieza inquired with a subtle smile. It appeared Kurd had not realized that the one who attacked him was none other than Gavi. "This matter pertains to all humanity across the universe." Gavi succinctly explained Zamazu's identity and plans that, "Oh, someone dares to unilaterally strip me of my right to exist." Frieza's smile widened, yet his eyes were chillingly cold. Gavi nodded, that the sense of alarm surged within him. If his instincts were correct, Frieza harbored a profound killing intent towards Zamasu. "Mr. Gavi, I am quite curious. How do you intend to eliminate Zamasu?" Gavi frowned. "I will blow him to pieces." Frieza gently shook his head. "I do not concur with your approach. Perhaps a more gentlemanly method should be employed for his demise." Gavi understood Frieza's violent nature, but he was certainly not reckless. Otherwise, he could not have ruled over a substantial portion of the universe. A more gentlemanly method. Gavi paused. "How about leaving him to me?" Frieza proposed with a knowing smile, his tone suggesting an air of command that brooked no refusal. "Then I must trouble you, my lord," Gavi conceded. Lacking the confidence to refuse, he released his grip, and Zamazu's body fell to the ground. A strange, inscrutable smile emerged on Frieza's lips. "Leave this to me. You may return to your own affairs." Understood. Gavi recognized that Frieza intended for him to swiftly head to the tournament grounds. He glanced at Zamazu's severed forearm in the distance, a glint of silver light flickering between its fingers. "That must be the time-space ring," he mused. "Unfortunately, it seems only deities can wield it. Mere mortals cannot traverse through time and space. If that object fell into Frieza's hands, would he discover a method to utilize it?" A sense of unease crept over Gavi. He was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Frieza's, making victory over him utterly implausible. Point 1. Can only hope the king does not exploit that item to venture into some alternate dimension for training. Frieza's tail gradually coiled around Zamazu's form. "Now, tell me everything you know, and I may alleviate some of your suffering." Gavi instantly grasped Frieza's intention to extract information from Zamasu. Regardless, he had to leave. Taking a deep breath, Gavi respectfully bid farewell to Frieza before turning to soar towards the West capital. Not long after, a shriek echoed behind him, the anguished howl of Zamasu, once beyond Frieza's line of sight. Gavi immediately employed instant transmission to return to the temple. Bulma and the others had already recovered from their injuries, rushing to greet Gavi upon his return. A somber atmosphere lingered among them. And Gavi understood it was due to the children. Zamasu truly deserves a fate worse than death, Gavi reassured them. "As long as we gather the Dragon Balls, we can wish for their revival from Shinron." Hearing this, their expressions brightened considerably. Bulma sighed. "It seems that is all we can do." Suddenly, Gavi coughed up a mouthful of blood, slowly bending over. "Gavi, what's wrong?" Bulma hurriedly supported him. "Cough, cough. It's merely a side effect of the Kaioken technique. I forced myself to use the 20-fold Kaioken during my battle with Zamasu, exceeding my body's limits. I will treat you." Dandy swiftly cast a healing spell upon Gavi. A warm current enveloped him, and the damaged cells within his body rejoiced and thirstily absorbed the healing energy like parched land welcoming rain. Moments later, Gavi discovered that his once heavy and rigid body had regained its lightness and agility. "So this is the unique ability of the supportive Namekians?" He found it truly remarkable. After his injuries had healed, Gavi solemnly inquired, "By the way, Bulma, how did you all attract the attention of that Zama's fellow?" Zama's? Everyone was taken aback, unfamiliar with the name. Gavi briefly clarified Zama's identity. Upon his arrival, he demanded the Dragon Balls from us, Pilaf replied. Gavi realized so was the Dragon Balls that had exposed their hiding place. But how did Zama's learn of their whereabouts? This left Gavi utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend the situation, he decided to cast it aside. Bulma retrieved a box containing the Dragon Balls from her waist. Fortunately, the individual known as Zama's did not know their precise hiding place, only their general location. Gavi breathed a sigh of relief, but then an idea struck him. He promptly took out the Dragon Ball radar to locate the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Indeed, those 2 Dragon Balls were still in West City. Meanwhile, Frieza was situated thousands of miles away in the central capital. Gavi immediately inquired, "Lord Pilaf, is the shielding device I commissioned complete?" Pilaf nodded vigorously. Thanks to Dr. Bulma's assistance, the storage box was prepared ahead of schedule. Ashu presented a basin-sized container. Gavi placed both the Dragon Balls and the container into his backpack. He then turned to the others. "Lord Pilaf, you shall remain here for the time being. Bulma, number 16, let us head to West City to reunite with our companions. With the mecha crafted by Lord Pilaf, we may yet be of assistance." Xiao Wu interjected. However, Pilaf turned pale with fright. "Xiao Wu, are you joking? My technological prowess is not yet sufficient to contend with those monsters. Do not underestimate yourself." "Lord Pilaf," Ashu replied, gazing at Pilaf with admiration, "your intellect surpasses that of all of us. I believe Lord Pilaf will not disappoint. You truly are reckless." Pilaf's face turned ashen, followed by a bitter smile. "Very well. If the world is on the brink of destruction, I shall indulge you in one last bout of madness." Gavi was both amused and exasperated. What use were these individuals' combat capabilities? Yet, their determination, despite being unaware of Gavi's true plan, perhaps indicated they were no longer the antagonists they once were. "Enough. We have devised a plan. Earth is not entirely devoid of hope." Gavi spoke solemnly. "Moreover, your presence here bears significant responsibility." "What responsibility?" "To safeguard the Earth's guardian," Gavi declared earnestly. Upon concluding, he, along with number 16 and Bulma, used instant transmission to depart. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, bringing with it the acrid scent of smoke. West City had been utterly transformed into a battlefield. Under the new rules, its inhabitants were engaged in a frenzy of slaughter. Armed individuals roamed the streets, firing indiscriminately. Tanks, warplanes, and mech traversed the urban landscape. Explosions erupted in every direction, with buildings collapsing, vehicles overturning, and despair looming everywhere. Structures lining the streets lay in ruins, littered with dismembered limbs. While the stench of blood permeated the air, the scene was reminiscent of a nightmarish Hell's Cape. The martial arts tournament had commenced for some time. Various factions fought fiercely for their right to survive. Chapter 60. The interruption by Tagma. Every individual understood that only by staying alive could one savor victory, and one desired death. Thus, despite being fellow Earthlings, when confronted with the imminent threat of mortality, they transformed into ferocious beasts, battling savagely. In such an environment, the martial arts tournament morphed into a brutal contest for survival. The thunderous roar echoed from afar. A skyscraper was blasted into the air, disintegrating into countless fragments. Following this, several more skyscrapers were reduced to rubble. Another violent tremor shook the ground, causing it to shudder slightly. Gavi gazed toward the distant battlefield, his expression profound as a dark well. This was the most terrifying competition he had ever participated in, and the bloodiest spectacle he had ever witnessed. In such a situation, even he, who considered himself psychologically resilient, could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze resolute. If he could gather the Dragon Balls, everything could be changed. Gavi lifted his eyes to the sky. Above central West City floated a colossal transparent sphere. Countless names of varying sizes flowed across its surface. Frieza's 7th Squad, Gula's Mecha Special Forces, Halo Squad, Red Ribbon Army Blue Team, demonized Team 3, and many others were represented by names of differing prominence. The larger the name, the more opponents that team had eliminated. Simultaneously, some names gradually faded, even vanishing entirely to the name disappearing perhaps signified the complete elimination of that team. Gavy's eyes fell upon the words Hope Squad, which were notably small and not transparent. Upon seeing Gula's mecha special forces, Gavy sighed inwardly. His suspicions had indeed been confirmed. It was possible that Gula had arrived on Earth, hidden from others' knowledge. This only made Frieza's faction more formidable at that moment. Number 16's voice broke through. Are those soldiers from Frieza's army? Upon hearing the question, Gavy turned to look. Indeed, he spotted a group of soldiers clad in dark green combat uniforms approaching. Even from a distance, their murderous intent was palpable. They formed a larger unit, brandishing various weapons and indiscriminately firing in all directions. Energy blasts shot out, creating chaotic explosions that stirred the streets. Those targeted by them fled in terror. Gavy glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, which indicated that the remaining 2 Dragon Balls were located near Frieza's flagship spaceship. The distance was short, yet Frieza's soldiers were everywhere in the sky. Watching, should they charge directly or continue to exploit their identities as members of Frieza's army? Bulma and Number 16 looked at Gavy simultaneously, awaiting his decision. Both choices bore risks. For now, we must avoid conflict with Frieza's army. Gavy decisively stated, our primary objective is to secure the Dragon Balls. The trio was not far from the Dragon Ball's location. With swift flight, they could reach their destination in no time. However, such speed would undoubtedly attract the attention of the soldiers. After all, Frieza's soldiers might already recognize Bulma and Gavy through their internal communication networks. This way, Gavy gestured toward a side path. There, he spotted another group of Frieza's soldiers and intended to test his hypothesis. Prepare for battle, everyone. Bulma and Number 16 nodded in agreement. Gavy led the way, with Bulma closely following him. Number 16 concealed himself in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Gavy turned toward the source of the blast, witnessing an energy blast detonating in the sky, striking the group of Frieza soldiers that had been mercilessly pursuing their prey. In the wake of the blinding light, that group of soldiers was obliterated. The energy blast had been fired from a direction opposite to Gavy's advance. Who could it be? Bulma wondered curiously. I do not know. Their aura was only present for a fleeting moment, and I could not pinpoint its source, Gavy replied, furrowing his brow. Perhaps it was Goku and the others, but their energy signatures are so well concealed that we cannot reunite with them for the time being. In Gavy's strategic plan, the foremost task was to locate Babidi and eliminate him to prevent the unsealing of Majin Buu. Thus, he instructed everyone to avoid combat unless absolutely necessary. If their identities were exposed to Frieza, they would likely face relentless pursuit at that point. The king might even choose to abandon his quest for Majin Buu and the Dragon Balls, opting instead to annihilate Goku, who had caused him 2 humiliations. The most prudent course of action was to eradicate Babidi's faction first, then seize the Dragon Balls, using Shenron's wish to alter the situation. In summary, it was not the optimal moment to regroup with their allies. The 3 continued their advance toward their destination. Soon, their figures came into view of the Frieza soldiers ahead. Who are you? A being of a purplish-gray hue immediately inquired with intensity upon catching sight of this individual. Gavy felt his pupils constrict in an instant, his entire body tensing as he prepared for combat. Tagoma, from what he understood, Tagoma was a formidable presence, second only to Frieza and Cooler, judging by the aura emanating from the opponent. It was evident that Tagoma possessed significantly greater strength, having served as a sparring partner for Frieza during his ascension to the Golden Form. One could only imagine the brutal training he had endured and the extent to which his power had grown. It was impossible to gauge an opponent's true strength solely based on their energy. In the world of Dragon Ball, aside from transformations, explosive energy could instantaneously enhance one's combat prowess. Gavy halted his steps, refraining from provoking the opponent recklessly. I am Gavy, a new member of the Legion, he replied coolly. Tagoma crossed his arms. You are among the artificial warriors that Lord Frieza recruited on Earth. He pressed a button on the combat scanner at the side of his face. And after a moment, he scoffed. Indeed, even the device cannot detect your true combat capabilities. Gavi furrowed his brow, sensing the heavy animosity lacing the other's words. Tagema lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. I have heard that you share some connection with the creature that Lord Frieza brought back. He was likely referring to Selmax indeed. Gavi nodded in acknowledgement. Tagema snorted disdainfully. You artificial beings are utterly repugnant. Daring to utilize Lord Frieza's cells to create such a monstrosity. Gavi frowned. What exactly are you implying? Tagema curled his lip in contempt. I hold those who gain strength through strange technology in the utmost disdain. Do you have any idea of the agony I endured to attain my power? You could never comprehend. He gritted his teeth. If it weren't for our shared status as Legion members, I would have killed you on the spot. A glint of coldness flashed in Tagema's eyes. I shall grant you the opportunity to engage me in a proper duel. Gavi's expression darkened. I have tasks to attend to and cannot afford to fight you. Chapter 61. Fierce battle with Tagema. Gavi had long believed that artificial beings were the answer within the Dragon Ball universe. Ascending genetically before training would indeed yield superior results. Had it not been for the absence of scion cells, he and Bulma might have directly become artificial scions. This was a source of regret for Gavi. However, once this series of crises concluded, enlisting the help of those top-tier genius scientists for further modifications would not pose a challenge. His attention returned to Tagema. Gavi was acutely aware of and empathized with the opponent's mindset. The strength Tagema had acquired was the result of enduring countless torments as Frieza's sparring partner. His role was to withstand various inhumane tortures. Wounded and on the brink of death by day, he would then lie in a healing pod by night, repeating this cycle for countless days and nights. Through this training, Tagema's growth extended beyond mere strength. His personality had transformed as well. It was no wonder that after being mercilessly pummeled by the tyrant daily, he had not succumbed to madness. Thus, upon hearing that artificial beings could acquire power so easily, he harbored deep resentment towards Gavi and his ilk. Tagema's eyes glinted with frenzied hatred. You have no right to refuse. We are both competitors now. If you wish to avoid elimination, you must fight me. If Gavi were truly a member of Frieza's Legion, he would be indifferent to the notion of elimination. In fact, he need not participate in this tournament at all. Yet, finding Babidi's whereabouts and advancing to the finals was a crucial pathway. He could not allow himself to be eliminated. Of course, Gavi truly did not wish to squander time on such matters. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly prove troublesome, and he lacked the confidence to defeat Tagema swiftly. He cast a disinterested glance at the opponent. I am not interested. With that, he strode past Tagema. His demeanor instantly enraged Tagema. The sound of rushing wind filled Gavi's ears as he swiftly ducked to evade a punch aimed at him. Subsequently, he retaliated with a kick. Tagema blocked the attack with his arm, but his robust left leg crashed into Gavi's waist. Gavi raised his knee in defense. The two forces collided, unleashing a thunderous boom. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, creating a massive crater in the surroundings. Nearby Legion soldiers were toppled by the sudden gust, their faces filled with terror as they scurried away from the two combatants. This clash was entirely unnecessary for Gavi. Time was of the essence. Frieza could return from the central capital at any moment. Once the tyrant returned to West City, acquiring the Dragon Balls would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he needed to resolve this quickly. However, the Tagema of this timeline was far stronger than he had anticipated. The two bodies remained locked in place, each vying for dominance. Gavi's gaze halted Bulma and Android 16 from intervening. How long have you undergone special training with Lord Frieza? Gavi inquired with indifference. Tagema scoffed. You are not worthy to know. With that, his muscles bulged, and he unleashed a mighty roar that echoed through the battlefield. Ha! Thunderous sounds reverberated, shaking the very ground. In an instant, tiny arcs of electricity danced around him. Tagema erupted with boundless energy, wild currents of power ravaging the area, clearing away the dust to reveal an open space. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Gavi. The force was akin to a thunderclap. Gavi's gaze sharpened as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. Gavi's body was sent flying, while Tagema remained steadfast, as unyielding as a mountain. Gavi crashed through a series of ruins, but quickly regained his footing, brushing dust from his attire. It is evident that you have endured an extensive period of rigorous training. Gavi murmured, his eyes growing colder. He raised his head to meet Tagama's gaze. Tagama grinned menacingly, exposing his sharp white teeth. You, who obtain power through underhanded means, shall be beaten back to your original form. You are not worthy to be my opponent. I can now reveal to you that I am the greatest combat genius within the Legion. In just half a year, my combat power has surged from 22,000 to over 10 billion. I am truly grateful for the special training provided by Lord Cooler and Lord Frieza. As his words fell, his figure vanished in an instant. Over 10 billion, Gavi's understanding of combat power within Dragon Ball had become somewhat hazy. If memory served him correctly, such power was sufficient to obliterate Dabra. However, Gavi narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting as he advanced rather than retreating. Bang! Gavi was once again sent flying by Tagama, crashing through a building before coming to a halt. His complexion turned pale, blood spilling from his mouth as his arms hung limply. Tagama approached Gavi, looking down at him. Now do you comprehend the vast gulf between us? He raised his fist, poised to strike Gavi's head. Yet at that moment, a flicker of crimson light enveloped Gavi's body, and he oddly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the attack, while simultaneously sweeping his left leg to strike Tagama's abdomen. Taken by surprise, Tagama was sent flying, landing in a rather disheveled manner. Damn it, you scoundrel, Tagama bellowed, charging at Gavi once more, concentrating a condensed energy blast in his palm, which he hurled fiercely at Gavi. This was his most potent move. The ultimate explosive ball compressed to its zenith, the terrifying energy sphere hurtled towards him. Gavi did not flinch. He had no intention of evading. All right, I have grasped your strength. I do not wish to waste time with you. So I shall conclude this battle immediately. As the words left his lips, Gavi's entire being erupted in radiant crimson light. His form appeared engulfed in flames. Fivefold Kaioken. Gai let out a low growl. In an instant, the air became distorted, forming a massive, visible wave of energy that spread outwards. He swung his arm like the wind, deftly slapping the incoming energy blast back. Tagama's expression changed drastically as he immediately raised his arm in an attempt to block the terrifying energy sphere that Gai had sent back. However, it was to no avail. Bang! In a mere moment, the energy blast propelled Tagama backwards, crashing heavily into the earth. Boom! An incredibly dazzling light shot up into the sky, resembling a splendid and resplendent firework. Is he truly so weak? Gai murmured softly, a flicker of concern for the safety of Earth crossing his mind. Fortunately, the tremors of the ground did not last long before they ceased entirely. And as the smoke cleared, a bottomless pit was left in the city. Gai exhaled gently, subsequently releasing the Kaioken state. The fivefold Kaioken he had just used was far from his limit. He had not placed any burden on his body. In fact, the energy consumed was less than what he had replenished. Perhaps in the future, he could attempt to maintain the Kaioken indefinitely. With this thought, Gai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Chapter 62. The location of the last two Dragon Balls, bonus chapter. P.S. For loves to eat fragrant braised noodles, bonus chapter. Lord Tagma. A group of Frieza 4 soldiers lay nervously at the edge of the deep pit point. One small commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead incessantly. If Lord Frieza were to discover the internal strife within the ranks, he would surely vent his wrath upon them. The king values talent and would not harm Tagma or Gai, but he is merciless towards useless subordinates. He is still alive. Gai murmured softly as he descended to the bottom of the pit. Tagma's battlesuit was severely damaged, and he had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Lifting Tagma, Gai returned to the surface. Upon witnessing this scene, every soldier present felt as if their hearts were in their throats. Gai-sama, Tagma-sama is the most valiant warrior in the Legion, the small commander cautiously advised. You all serve under him? Gai asked indifferently. Hearing this, the group trembled violently and knelt on one knee in unison. Yes. Yes, we are commanded to obey his orders, but now. At this point, the small commander dared not continue. Gai remained silent for a moment, a sudden thought crossing his mind, and he spoke slowly. I will take him for treatment. As for you, since you have wasted my time, You shall be completely obliterated. Guy slowly raised a hand towards the group on the ground, his expression cold. "My lord, spare us." The crowd, faces filled with horror, stood frozen, their eyes pleading. Suddenly, the small commander had a flash of inspiration. "We are all participants in the tournament. We concede. We concede. You cannot kill us under these circumstances. Babidi, Lord Babidi, please teleport us out of the arena." In the next moment, a circular hatch of a spaceship suddenly appeared in the ground. Guy blinked. The soldiers of the Frieza force, along with the hatch, vanished without a trace. Guy looked at the empty ground, sensing that the situation was somewhat dire. That Babidi fellow can monitor every corner of the arena and effortlessly teleport away a large number of personnel right before his eyes. The thought that Babidi could control his movements sent a chill down Guy's spine. He was certain that if any intention to locate Babidi's whereabouts was revealed, the other party would react immediately, denying any opportunity for a formidable foe to approach him. The plan to search for Babidi had encountered serious obstacles. Looking up at the enormous sphere of light in the sky, Guy noticed that the name of the Hope Squad had grown significantly larger, having qualified for the elimination rounds. Bulma and number 16 caught up to Guy. "Guy, did you truly intend to kill them just now?" Initially, Guy had only intended to force the soldiers to surrender, but he was taken aback by the teleportation magic demonstrated by Babidi. Such an ability was enigmatic and unpredictable. He calmly explained, "That Frieza fellow does not favor lenient subordinates. If necessary, I would undoubtedly kill them." Then, Guy glanced at the barely conscious Tagma in his arms and remarked, "Now, we have a justified reason to board Frieza's spaceship." Upon hearing this, Bulma scoffed. "Guy, did you plan all of this before the battle even began?" "I worried for nothing." Guy rubbed his nose. "I actually wanted to glean information about Frieza and his father's strength from him. Alas, though it was entirely in vain, the very least, I learned that they have undergone intense training for half a year. This somewhat eased the anxiety that had been plaguing Guy's heart. In half a year, Frieza and his father had mastered the golden form. It was likely that no other race in the universe possessed greater innate talent than them. If they were to train hard for another 2.5 years, Guy would truly be rendered powerless against the current situation. As it stands, the only individuals on his side who could contend with the golden Frieza father and son were the fused warriors. The three made their way toward the flagship spaceship. Along the way, the Frieza soldiers they encountered bowed respectfully upon revealing their identities, as if they were all aware of Guy's recent victory over Tagma. Guy and his companions smoothly landed before Frieza's spaceship. Guy had secretly confirmed with his radar that the Dragon Balls were stored within the ship. The soldiers guarding the vicinity of the spaceship immediately parted to the sides and bowed upon seeing Guy's return. "Guy-sama, Bulma-sama, number 16, Sama, congratulations on qualifying for the elimination rounds." One by one, the Frieza soldiers flattered Guy and his companions with their congratulations. Guy and number 16 nodded calmly in response, while Bulma gazed at everything around her in wonder. "Guy-sama, you can leave Tagma-sama to the personnel below. Would you like to enter the lounge to recuperate? I will arrange the finest relaxation activities for you immediately." Guy waved his hand gently, replying nonchalantly, "No need. I will personally escort Tagma to the treatment chamber." But a soldier stepped forward to lead the way, but was rejected by Guy. Guy took the lead, with Bulma and number 16 closely following him. They traversed several circular corridors, eventually arriving at the door of the chamber at the top of the spaceship. The soldiers stationed there opened the door, allowing the three of them to enter. This is the medical chamber, in the center, a familiar figure curled up within a spherical treatment pod. Two medical staff stood outside the treatment pod, attentively monitoring the various vital signs displayed on the screens. Upon noticing Guy and his companions enter, they immediately approached Tagma. "Please place Tagma-sama on the bed. The rest is up to us." After settling Tagma, Guy stood before the treatment pod, quietly observing Kurter. His entire body was filled with tubes, an oxygen mask on his face, and he was submerged in a nutrient solution. Kurter had his eyes closed, breathing steadily and deeply, appearing to be recovering quite well. The wounds around his waist and abdomen had completely healed, leaving only his tail yet to regrow. Suddenly, Kurter seemed to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes and locking his gaze on Agai, who was now in close proximity. Agai instantly tensed on guard. Then, a chilling smile spread across Kurter's face. Agai silently stepped back 2 paces, positioning himself in front of Bung T that moment. Kurter's gaze shifted away, looking towards a corner of the room. After a moment, he slowly nodded at Gai before closing his eyes again. Seeing this, Gai exhaled softly. Just now, he feared that Kurter had recognized his identity as an ambusher and would make a move against him. If that were the case, he would likely be unable to escape the fate of being hunted by the Frieza force, which would further complicate the situation. Thankfully, Kurter's focus was not on him, but rather on something else. Following Kurter's line of sight, Gai noticed a lavish and exquisite tray placed on a table in the corner of the treatment room. The tray was covered by a gem-encrusted lid, obscuring the appearance of the items within. However, through the gaps of a lid, he could faintly see a flicker of orange light, pulsing rhythmically. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls are indeed within this room. And guarding them is Kurter, Chapter 63. Hope reaches the summit. Kurter had placed them here undoubtedly to ensure the safety of the Dragon Balls. Gavi discreetly surveyed the layout of the room. This was the treatment chamber, with medical pods tightly aligned against one wall. Apart from that, there was nothing superfluous, and soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Attempting to seize the Dragon Balls under Kurt's vigilant gaze seemed an insurmountable challenge. A heaviness weighed upon Gavi's heart. Although acquiring the Dragon Balls might justify the risk, it would irrevocably sever ties with Frieza's faction if the wrathful king were to unleash his fury upon Earth. Its annihilation would spell doom for everything, and the Dragon Balls would cease to exist with Dandy's demise. Gavi suddenly realized that even if they gathered all the Dragon Balls, it might not fully resolve Earth's crisis. What this planet lacked was a warrior of absolute power. Power. Gavi yearned desperately for immense strength. Regrettably, time for training was far too scarce. Their hopes always seemed so faint. With a sigh, Gavi turned to find Bulma and Android 16 gazing at him, awaiting his decision. "Let us depart. We must not disturb Lord Kurt's rest," Gavi said with a hint of detachment. Remaining in this place for too long felt inappropriate. The 2 nodded and followed him out of the treatment chamber. Once outside, Bulma whispered, "Gavi, you noticed the Dragon Balls too, didn't you?" "Indeed, but do not worry. I will find a way to acquire them," Gavi reassured softly. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that even if we obtain the Dragon Balls, we won't be able to change the situation." Android 16 voiced his inner turmoil. "There will surely be a way," Bulma replied with unwavering resolve. Glancing at Gavi, "We have already made so many efforts. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I believe we can succeed." Although deep down she recognized that such hope was exceedingly slim, perhaps even negligible, as the trio traversed the corridor, Gavi abruptly halted. Through the porthole, he spotted a colossal spherical incubation pod outside. This was the exclusive pod for Cell Max. Gavi immediately became alert, exchanging a knowing glance with the 2 beside him. "What is that?" Bulma gasped softly. "The creature within is known as Cell Max, the ultimate bioweapon crafted by the Red Ribbon Army." Utilizing their dwindling resources, Gavi continued to walk nonchalantly while explaining to his companions. "Are you saying that what you claimed before Frieza was all true?" Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. "But how do you know all this?" Gavi shook his head. "Now is not the time for such discussions." Bulma bit her lip, but her interest in Gavi's true origins seemed to intensify. The 3 swiftly navigated through the corridor, making their way toward the spaceship's exit. "Esteemed sirs, will you not remain aboard the spaceship for further recuperation?" A soldier at the entrance inquired respectfully upon their arrival. Gavi paused, turning to regard the soldier. "Lord Frieza's time is precious. I believe we should expedite the proceedings." The soldier's face glistened with cold sweat. "What do you mean, sir?" "Naturally, it means to clear out the riffraff on the battlefield," Gavi replied ominously. With that, Gavi promptly led Bulma and Android 16 toward the heart of the city. Section 46, a dozen soldiers exchanged glances in confusion. Once they had distanced themselves from Frieza's army's line of sight, Gavi descended to the ground. "Gavi, what do you intend to do?" Bulma inquired, her expression one of uncertainty. "Although this decision is somewhat perilous, I plan to create a bit of chaos for Frieza's army and seize the Dragon Balls amidst the turmoil, Gavi explained, having quietly sensed the presence of several Frieza soldiers. Once the situation became chaotic, he could teleport in an instant. So, you plan to make an appearance elsewhere first? Bulma deduced astutely. Precisely. To avoid provoking Frieza's wrath and risking Earth destruction, we cannot confront him directly, Gavi said solemnly. We will eliminate other competitors with a degree of flair. Gavi intended to secretly detonate Cell Max's incubation pod, unleashing the beast. This would not only disrupt Kurd's healing process, but might also provide an opportunity to snatch the Dragon Balls amidst the ensuing chaos. Bulma's eyes brightened. While the plan had its flaws, having a strategy was certainly better than having none. By the time Frieza returned, the opportunity might be lost forever. After agreeing on a rendezvous time near Frieza's flagship spacecraft, the trio parted ways. Gavi's figure transformed into a streak of light, zipping through the cityscape. Whenever he encountered other competitors, he struck without hesitation, incapacitating them before swiftly moving on. Within mere minutes, he had eliminated over 100 contestants. Hovering above, the name of the Hope Team grew increasingly prominent, occupying a vast expanse of the sky. This signified the sheer number of teams they had dispatched, just as he paused for a brief moment. The name of the Hope Team expanded significantly once more. It appeared that Bulma and Android 16 were also making commendable progress. The audacious actions of the Hope Team swiftly attracted widespread attention. Below, within the colossal spaceship, Babidi gazed intently at the crystal ball before him, the tendrils beneath his chin quivering with excitement. This individual's power is formidable. Once I absorb his energy, I shall have him serve under me. He cackled. Babidi-sama. This individual's strength may very well rival mine. Collecting his energy could prove challenging. I recommend you subdue him directly and make him a valuable member of our ranks, Dabra suggested, frowning. You make a compelling point, Dabra. It is my great honor to devise strategies for you, Babidi-sama. Dabra replied with a respectful bow. Meanwhile, a blue-skinned bullfrog perched atop the saucer-shaped spaceship, thoughtfully listening to the discussions of other soldiers. I heard that Lord Dagoma was defeated in a single strike by Lord Gavi and was left gravely injured. What a disappointment. After all the king's meticulous training, he couldn't even measure up to a newcomer from Earth. Lord Gavi's Hope Team has also claimed the top spot, far surpassing the other competing teams. It seems that the title of Frieza's foremost warrior will soon belong to him, after the baptism of Gavi. The number of teams circulating within the luminous sphere has significantly diminished in this small city. During this time, Gavi's actions were not merely limited to eliminating opponents. He secretly committed to memory the essence of those participants who were teleported away, hoping to use this knowledge to locate Babidi's hiding place. Unfortunately, his efforts proved fruitless, as if these individuals had never existed on Earth. Chapter 64. The whereabouts of the Guardian of the Corinne Tower have been revealed. Among the opponents Gavi eliminated, the majority were Earthlings competing for the right to survive. Naturally, this group included soldiers from the Frieza force, whom he found particularly distasteful. When confronted, they would often plead for mercy upon hearing his intentions. However, what concerned Gavi more were the participants adorned with the demonic insignia. These individuals seemed to possess an immortal quality, able to rapidly recover even after having their necks snapped. Gavi quickly deduced their identities. They were the demonic beings enslaved by Babidi. He glanced upwards at the luminous sphere, noting the presence of numerous teams bearing the numbers of these demonic beings. They were likely the expendable pawns sent by Babidi to seek out prey in his quest for energy. Gavi had previously tracked these individuals, hoping to discover where the energy-gathering demons would lead him, thus finding Babidi's lair. Regrettably, they too departed through teleportation, rather than flying back to Babidi's spaceship as depicted in the original story. Their essence vanished without a trace, akin to stones sinking into the ocean. Most of these demonic beings were of mediocre strength, posing little challenge for Gavi. However, this was a relative assessment. The power of the demonic beings overwhelmingly surpassed that of the majority of Earthlings. In a remote corner of the city, a rotund man found himself encircled by several demonic beings. "I've already conceded to you monsters. Why won't you spare me?" he pleaded, his face ashen, legs trembling, and his grip on the katana shaking uncontrollably. The demonic beings wore sinister smirks. I recall your energy has already been extracted once, haven't we? To our surprise, you recovered so quickly. Now, once again, offer your essence to Lord Babidi. They cackled, after draining your energy this time. We'll capture you alive and thoroughly examine your body. With a furious yell, the rotund man swung his sword. Thwack! Blood erupted from one demonic being's neck instantly. However, the blood was thick and dark, quickly coagulating. Immediately after, the demon retaliated with a powerful punch to the man's cheek, sending him crashing into a wall. After struggling for a moment, he managed to rise from the ground. The other demonic beings, witnessing this, grinned menacingly and prepared to pounce. Enough playing around. Let us get on with it, commanded a leader amongst them coldly. The group of demonic beings stiffened. One of them brandished a container with a large needle, aiming for the rotund man's waist. The man's strength rapidly drained away, his pupils dilating. Trembling, he reached into his bosom with his left hand and pulled out a verdant bean. Just as he was about to consume it, a figure appeared beside him, effortlessly sending the attacking demon flying with a gentle flick of his hand. The rotund man stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar face. The man had a stern visage, sharply defined features, and gave a slight and "Oh, you know me?" The rotund man asked, puzzled. The stranger smiled faintly, his tone calm. "I do not." The rotund man paused momentarily, then turned to survey his surroundings. He saw the nearby demonic beings charging at him in a furious frenzy, only to be effortlessly kicked to the ground and rendered unconscious by the man. Subsequently, the stranger extracted the syringe-bearing container from his waist, examined it for a moment, then shattered it. Breathing a sigh of relief, the rotund man expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. My name is Yachirobe." The man replied calmly. As Gavy's name echoed, he placed a hand on Yachirobe's shoulder. In the next instant, Yachirobe found himself in an entirely altered scene. "Where is this?" he exclaimed. "The Palace of the Gods. What happened? Why is it in such disarray?" Gavy rubbed his nose, hastily shifting the topic. "Is the guardian of the Corinne Tower still alive?" Yachirobe nodded, explaining that the guardian had been searching for the next deity of Earth, but had abandoned his quest before the martial arts tournament, stating he needed to return to Corinne Tower. The survival of the cat guardian meant that the sacred beans could be replanted. While this was promising news, it did little to alleviate the immediate crisis. The sacred beings would not be making an appearance in this perilous situation. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the two figures, the individuals in the temple were taken aback before quickly surrounding them. "Mr. Gavy, is this person your friend?" asked Dandy curiously. "You could say that, Dandy. Please attend to him." Gavy then turned to Yachirobe to introduce him. "This is the new deity of Earth. It should be relatively safe for you to stay here." "A new deity? So Earth once again possesses a god?" Yachirobe asked in astonishment. "Indeed, and I hope to play a significant role for everyone," replied Dandy, somewhat bashfully. After ensuring Yachirobe was settled, Gavy prepared to depart. "Wait, take this." Yachirobe tossed a bean to Gavy, cautioning, "Don't underestimate this. It's called a sacred bean. Eating one not only sustains you for 10 days without hunger, but also heals injuries and restores stamina." Gavy caught the sacred bean, his expression slightly perplexed. "Only one left? Hey, this is a precious item. Treat it with respect and cherish it. It could save your life in a critical moment." Yachirobe seemed genuinely concerned that Gavy did not grasp the importance of the small bean. "Thank you," Gavy calmly expressed his gratitude before vanishing from sight. Yachirobe gazed at the spot where Gavy had disappeared, pondering, "This guy is really cool, reminiscent of my old friend Goku." This thought made him nostalgically reminisce about Goku. Upon returning to West City, Gavy glanced at the time. The moment to rendezvous with Bulma and the others was drawing near. Just as he was about to take action, a commotion nearby caught his attention. Frowning, he turned the corner of the street towards the source of the noise. He beheld a crowd of people surrounding a cloaked figure, repeatedly shouting, "Mr. Mark! Mr. Mark! Mr. Mark is surely going to win the martial arts tournament again. Just like last time, right? Of course, Mr. Mark has won 3 consecutive championships already. He is the strongest of all the competitors. Mr. Mark, you are Earth's last hope. You must defeat that demon Babidi and save our planet." Absolutely, Mr. Mark's strength is beyond question. Chapter 47. Mr. Mark, the strongest martial artist on Earth. Mark? Gaby squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the cloaked figure. This man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a sturdy build and a hefty golden belt around his waist. His voluminous, frizzy hair exuded a sense of masculinity, though his balding scalp was somewhat unfortunate, shining under the light. The man named Mark wore a confident smile, and the cheers and praises from the crowd only heightened his exuberance. He made a V-sign gesture, declaring his victory. "Dear friends, please remain calm. I shall defeat that scoundrel Babidi." He laughed heartily. Gaby blinked, suddenly recognizing the man's identity. Isn't this the same guy who was utterly defeated by him? Chapter 65. Awakening. Max Gaby recalled that the real name of Satan was Mark. Mr. Satan was merely his stage name in the martial arts world. This guy was not only weak, but also craved the spotlight. To think he had managed to survive until now was truly a testament to his status as a chosen one in the Dragon Ball universe. In the protagonist timeline, Mr. Satan has remarkably endured the Cell Games and the Majin Buu incident, managing to maintain an unbroken record of survival. This alone signifies a stroke of fortune far surpassing that of the main cast. It wasn't until the Resurrection Saga, when Frieza obliterated Earth, that Satan finally succumbed to the cataclysmic explosion. However, his demise lasted less than 3 minutes. Shortly thereafter, due to the intervention of the angel Whis, his death was reversed, leaving no memories of his mortality. Although Satan's personality may not endear him to many, he has inadvertently saved the Earth on 2 occasions, almost as if he possesses a cheat-like ability. Yet, Gaby has no intention of engaging with him at the moment, regardless of how luminous the protagonist's halo may shine. It is insufficient to alter the current state of affairs on Earth that he harbors no belief in esoteric theories. Returning his gaze, Gaby pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, searching for a presence. In the next instant, he materialized at the opposite end of the city, in close proximity to the designated coordinates. Upon his arrival at the meeting point, Bulma and Android 16 were already awaiting him. Let us commence. The group sought a concealed location with an excellent line of sight. 8 miles ahead lay the incubation chamber of Max Bulma. Let us utilize Piccolo's technique together. Bulma understood immediately, placing her fingertips to her forehead to gather energy. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gaby and Bulma had diligently trained in most of the practical energy wave techniques. Bulma's proficiency in energy blast was on par with Gaby's. Within mere seconds, 2 beams of terrifying destructive energy surged forth towards Max's incubation chamber. The beams traversed the vast distance in an instant, striking the chamber with a resounding impact. A tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring high, while the fierce gusts of energy sent surrounding spaceships tumbling. The deafening roar reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Amidst the thundering noise, the massive incubation chamber was blasted away several hundred meters. Dark purple liquid splattered from the breach created by the onslaught. Witnessing the successful strike, Gaby immediately used instant transmission to relocate the 2 of them. He then covertly observed the movements of Frieza's ship. The entire vessel had been turned upside down by the shockwave, with numerous Frieza soldiers frantically scurrying about in disarray. The colossal incubation chamber, however, lay silent after its forced descent to the ground. Gaby anxiously awaited, glancing periodically at the Dragon Ball radar. The position of the Dragon Balls remained unchanged. Yet, why was there no response from Max? Could it be that it had been vanquished? Moreover, what if cooled? Gaby pondered numerous scenarios, even suspecting that the Dragon Balls were a trap, with Frieza and his son lying in wait for their adversaries to make a move. Just then, 3 radiant orange fireballs erupted at the site where Gaby had unleashed his energy wave. The flames spread like a deluge, consuming everything within a radius of several miles, turning the area into a sea of fire. Boom! The muffled explosions rang in Gaby's ears, were it not for his instant transmission. Escaping such a vast blast radius would have been near impossible within such a brief span. Cooled's energy surged, rapidly expanding as he searched the skies for the source of the attack. This farce needed to come to an end. Cooled, his body enveloped in a metallic sheen, roared in fury, unleashing a thick beam of energy that pierced through the entire West City. The path of the beam was as if plowed through, leaving behind a deep, bottomless trench. The powerful shockwave swept across a vast area, causing skyscrapers to collapse and buildings to topple. Countless debris were lifted by the gusts, swirling like a tempest, shrouding the battlefield in dust. Gould was enraged. Just as he prepared to annihilate the entire city, to force the ambushers into the open, a sudden flash of purple-black light shot skyward nearby. A colossal creature, measuring several dozen meters in height, slowly rose from the ruins, its crimson eyes now wide open. Those eyes were filled with boundless malice and madness, resembling that of a demonic deity. Cell Max had awakened. Its aura was dark and chaotic, seemingly brimming with an unfathomable power. Cell Max was enveloped in dark purple plasma. Boom! 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 The destructive plasma coalesced into spherical forms, detonating in layers around its center. The ground sank, dust billowed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The earth beneath Cell Max had completely vanished, transformed into an unfathomable pit. This overwhelming presence was far more intimidating than Frieza's golden transformation. Even from a distance, Gavi felt a tremor in his very soul. Whether unleashing this monster was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Gould was equally taken aback by the aura emanating from Cell Max. How was this possible? How could a mere low-level civilization at the edge of the universe create such a monstrosity? He charged forward, forcibly penetrating the energy plasma surrounding Cell Max, and delivered a punch to its crown. Bang! Following the deafening sound, a violent wind erupted. Cell Max roared, and the dark purple plasma expanded once more. Enveloping a significant portion of the city, all matter within that plasma was obliterated. Crackling sounds resonated as Gould's body was instantly charred, sent hurtling backward. Plumes of black smoke emanated from him, akin to a downed aircraft crashing to the ground. Cursed be this! A flicker of trepidation flashed in Gould's cold eyes. What manner of creature was this? He had never anticipated that such a being could exist. Lord Gould, several Frieza soldiers hurriedly rushed to his side. Lord Gould, are you injured? Is it serious? Suddenly, a massive foot descended from above. Boom! The ferocious force obliterated dozens of nearby buildings, leaving a gaping pit several hundred meters deep in the ground. The soldiers were torn to shreds by the powerful gust before the foot even landed. Even with all his strength, Gould was still driven into the earth by Cell Max's stomp. Dust and debris mingled, filling the battlefield. I could see that moment. Gavi sensed Frieza's energy rapidly approaching West City. The king must have detected Cell Max's presence and was rushing back at full speed. Time was of the essence, and Gavi made a swift decision. This was their final opportunity to seize the Dragon Balls. He quickly pinpointed one Frieza soldier's energy signature. This individual was located within the flagship spaceship, dangerously close to the Dragon Balls. I cannot allow you to take such a risk alone. But at that moment, Bulma seized Gavi's arm. With a sudden realization, Gavi steadied himself and discovered a Frieza soldier lying unconscious on the ground. This individual must have sustained a head injury when the ship overturned. After glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, Gavi reproached, "What are you doing in such a perilous place? I could have managed this alone." Chapter 66. Gavi transforms into a frog. However, Bulma remained resolute. No. What if there's danger? I can still assist you, Gavi sighed, fully aware of Bulma's steadfast nature. Once she had made up her mind, convincing her otherwise would be an arduous task. Moreover, they were already present here. Given the circumstances, their only course was to locate the Dragon Balls as swiftly as possible and then depart together. Inside the spaceship, significant damage had been inflicted. Electrical currents crackled, and flames flickered in numerous areas. I believe the medical bay should be this way. Bulma exhibited remarkable spatial awareness, guiding Gavi through the tilted ship. Before long, they arrived at the medical bay. Gavi concentrated energy into his palm, blasting open the door. Tagoma and two medical personnel lay unconscious within. A faint glimmer of light illuminated Gavi's gaze. Two Dragon Balls rested quietly in the corner of the medical bay. Gavi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly approaching to collect the Dragon Balls and place them in the containment box, at last, all 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered. However, he currently only carried 3. The remaining 4 had been entrusted to Goku for safekeeping on King Kai's planet. To make a wish, he would need Goku to retrieve those Dragon Balls from King K. Gavi placed the box in his backpack. Bulma walked beside him, linking her arm with his "Let's go." Suddenly, Gavi froze. An energy beam hurtled towards him at close range. "It is Tagoma." Gavi and Bulma swiftly separated, evading the attack. This fellow, oblivious to when he regained consciousness, launched a surprise assault without uttering a word. Gavi's reflexes were impressively quick, yet still a beat too late. Blood gushed forth, leaving a crimson mark upon his visage. Tagoma sneered repeatedly, unleashing another energy blast towards Gavi. "Be careful," Bulma exclaimed in alarm. With remarkable agility, she deflected the energy orb and charged furiously at Tagoma, delivering a powerful punch to his nose. Boom! Tagoma's body was struck, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. He was propelled back, crashing into the wall, while the energy blast detonated within the medical room, igniting a conflagration. "Are you insane? Why attack Gavi? Are we not all soldiers of Frieza's army?" Bulma demanded vehemently. Tagoma clutched his injured nose and burst into laughter. "You wretched androids were never meant to exist in this world. If I eliminate you, Lord Frieza shall surely favor me above all others." "Gavi even saved your life," Bulma seethed, her chest heaving with fury. "Don't be foolish. During my training with Lord Frieza, I learned the ways of ruthlessness and cruelty. I am no longer the gentle, timid soul I once was." Tagoma's expression twisted, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "You all shall perish." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Gavi's eyes, his body radiating a fierce red aura. In the next moment, his fist collided with Tagoma's abdomen. Boom! Tagoma's form shattered through several layers of bulkhead, plummeting into the void of space. Already gravely injured and lacking stamina, he stood no chance against Gavi, who was even capable of easily overpowering Bulma. Gavi pursued, halting at the edge of a spaceship, his fingertips coalescing a destructive energy, just as he concentrated, preparing to unleash the devastating Kamehameha. A figure leapt from the ground, their blood-red eyes locking onto Gavi's. "Exchange." A cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated in Gavi's ears. An orange light flashed, striking Gavi. He felt as if his very soul was being rent asunder. After a dizzying whirl, Gavi finally regained his senses. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the visage of his own face. This countenance, chiseled with sharp lines, radiated an unsettling yet captivating smile. The smile was slightly sinister, exuding an aura of malevolence. Gavi stood in shock, a wave of panic surging within him. Hastily, he glanced at his hands. No. Claws! In that instant, realization struck him. His body had been swapped with that of Jinyu. A chill ran down his spine. He had important items stored within his own body. The Dragon Balls were of utmost importance. Should Jinyu discover them, his identity would be exposed, and his life would be forfeit. "Captain Jinyu, what do you mean by this?" Gavi suddenly realized that his voice sounded foreign, transformed into an electronic synthetic tone. He was nearly driven to madness, his teeth clenched in fury against Jinyu. Jinyu appeared oblivious to his words, surveying his newly acquired body with increasing satisfaction, a smile growing ever wider. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. "Ooh, after all these years, do you know how I have endured?" "Ha ha!" Jinyu's laughter echoed, tinged with profound sorrow and bitterness. Abruptly, he ceased his maniacal laughter, his tone shifting to one of fervor. "I have finally transformed from a frog back into a human. What a flawless vessel this is, such a delightful sensation. No wonder it can defeat Tagoma. I shall cherish this body dearly." Observing Jinyu's ecstatic and frenzied demeanor, Gavi felt utterly bewildered. He cautiously advised, "See, congratulations, Captain Jinyu." "But please calm down." Jinyu cast a glance at the frog that was once Gavi. "Gavi, I'm grateful to you. Rest assured, since you refer to me as Captain, I shall protect you. But remember, you must remain loyal to me." Gavi swallowed hard, nodding with great difficulty. "Understood." Jinyu smiled approvingly. "I have high hopes for you. Your pre-battle dance was quite impressive. However, it still lacks the perfection I envision. From now on, Stay close and learn from me. I shall seek a suitable body for you. Thank you, Captain. Gavi felt utterly stiff, as if his entire frog existence had turned bleak. Gavi. Just then, a voice filled with concern reached him, with a swift motion. Jinyu seized the frog Gavi, clutching him tightly and concealing him behind his back. Gavi instantly felt breathless, unable even to utter a word. Jinyu whispered a warning. If you want that woman to remain unharmed, behave yourself. Moments later, Bulma arrived at their side. Let's depart quickly, she urged. Very well. We shall proceed as planned, Jinyu replied calmly. Gavi was engulfed in dread. This scoundrel Jinyu intended to completely usurp his identity. However, as Bulma approached Gavi, her expression tightened. By the way, Gavi, Lord Frieza instructed you to deliver this item to him. What item? Jinyu inquired curiously. In the next moment, Bulma retrieved a small remote from her waist pouch. Just as Jinyu reached for it, she pressed one of the buttons. Z. Jinyu froze, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 67. Jinyu unable to usurp Cell. Gavi was utterly astonished, quickly breaking free from his constraints and leaping from Jinyu's grip. Damn it, this method of movement is so awkward. Gavi was nearly driven mad by Jinyu, wishing to stomp on his face. Wait! Suddenly, Gavi realized that harming Jinyu meant harming his own body. How frustrating. Having his body stolen by Jinyu had completely derailed his plans. His original body, when utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, possessed a battle power equivalent to Super Saiyan 3 at the very least. Having finally become a key member, he had not anticipated being swapped out. I was careless. That scoundrel Jinyu ambushed me. Following this, Gavi leapt onto Jinyu's face, gripping his mouth and incessantly repeating, "Exchange, change, orange juice." Bulma, initially quite worried, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the frenzied frog spinning in circles. Gavi, I completely understand your current feelings, but please do not panic. Let's discuss this once we are safely away from here. Bulma gently grasped the frog and hoisted Gavi's original body, swiftly fleeing the spaceship. It was only after she had taken Gavi far from Frieza's colossal vessel and ensured their surroundings were secure that she sighed in relief. Phew, we have finally escaped that wretched place. Bulma exhaled softly. She glanced down at the frog in her hands. Res sources. Small. Say. Medium transfer. Skirt. 2. 0.6. 8 foot. 5, 6, 0.05. 3. The frog gave a stillborn expression of fury, seemingly unwilling to accept the grim reality. That despicable Jinyu. How dare he seize my body? What a cowardly act. Gavi fumed. He could barely fathom how dire the situation would have been had Bulma not been by his side. Then again, I am somewhat relieved you came along. Otherwise, so do not be stubborn. Allow me to assist you from time to time. Bulma gently set Gavi down, speaking earnestly to Gavi's body, stiffened momentarily. Curiously, he asked, by the way, Bulma, how did you uncover Jinyu's true identity? After all, you did not witness the body swap. Even when Jinyu spoke, he had imitated Gavi's usual tone. Did I take a guess? Bulma replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it's because I've spent so much time with you that I've become familiar with everything about you. Gavi found himself momentarily stunned, taking a brief moment to regain his composure. The indignation that had initially consumed him began to subside. He reflected on the various moments shared with Bulma within the hyperbolic time chamber. Their spirited debates over scientific inquiries often escalated into heated arguments. During their training sessions, their desire to outdo each other had led to numerous falling outs. Particularly memorable was the time when she, upon discovering the truth of his origins, expressed her fury at having been deceived. Though they frequently exchanged barbs, engaged in physical confrontations, and indulged in witty repartee, those interactions were also interspersed with tender moments. As such memories flooded his mind, Gavi's heart grew heavier. For now, he was but a mere frog. All of this was Kinu's fault. In a fit of rage, Gavi leapt onto Kinu's face, shouting, Bulma, wake him up. Bulma pressed a button on the remote. Moments later, the unconscious Kinu stirred groggily. He found himself immobile, yet able to open his eyes and speak. Why can't I move my body? Kinu strained to turn his gaze toward Bulma. Muttering, You vile woman, what have you done to me? Ignoring him, Bulma silently awaited Gavi's next move. Captain Kinu, please revert our bodies back. Kinu retorted angrily, you wretched Gavi. After all my faith in you, you dare to betray me? To seize my body without consent, do you have any justification for that? Gavi threatened with menace. Refuse, then I shall end your life immediately. Kinu scoffed, fool, this is your body that if you kill me, you shall remain a frog forever. Gavi, feeling utterly helpless, realized that Kinu had him at a disadvantage, rendering his threats ineffective. Observing Gavi's silence, Kinu grew increasingly arrogant. What now? Ha ha! I know you cannot bear to harm your own body, and if you kill me, you'll be doomed to live as a frog for all eternity. So, Gavi, it would be wise to release me. Perhaps I may return your body once I find a better one, Kinu boasted confidently. Gavi seethed, you cannot possibly harness the full power of this body. If you do not take care, you might embarrass yourself before Lord Frieza. Kinu laughed derisively. My loyalty to Lord Frieza is as bright as day. He is well aware of that. Moreover, I am a crucial element of his plans, far more significant than your role. As Gavi witnessed Kinu's arrogance, he felt utterly defeated. Yet at that moment, the ground trembled violently. Gavi lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face filled with disbelief as he gazed skyward. He beheld a dark purple sphere, more radiant than the sun, hovering above the city. The entire sky was bathed in a violet hue. The orb radiated an overwhelming aura of destruction, as if it could obliterate the world at any moment. With no one to rein in the rampaging Selmax, it seemed poised to annihilate the entire planet. Gavi's heart raced, and he felt a chill sweep over him. This was a sense of oppressive power he had never experienced before. If unopposed, it seemed likely that everyone on Earth would perish under Selmax's onslaught. Damn it! Kinu! Gavi leapt onto Kinu once more, vigorously shaking his head. Oh, you see that? That body is immensely powerful. It is the true target for our exchange. Kinu's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? How could such a terrifying creature exist on Earth? As the sphere began to descend, Gavi urged, you see it now, don't you? Hurry, unleash your abilities against it. We must protect Earth at all costs. Kinu, filled with trepidation, replied, it's impossible. The distance is too great. Furthermore, my exchange ability requires eye contact with the target to activate. Then you can exchange with me first, and I can instantly bring you before it. Gavi proposed urgently. In a way. Kinu vehemently refused. I would rather die than revert to being a frog. Gavi, disheartened, resigned himself to a low murmur. Then you may join us in our demise. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity reached Gavi's ears. He glanced down, only to find Kinu had once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Gavi, do not give up hope until the very last moment. And remember, we still have the Dragon Balls, Bulma said calmly. Her words sparked a realization within Gavi. Until that point, he had been trapped in a mental blind spot. He could revert their bodies by making a wish to the dragon. The abruptness of Kinu seizing his body had struck a severe blow to his morale. Gavi's gaze gradually hardened, and his rationality returned. Bulma, remove everything from Kinu. Chapter 68. Frieza protects Earth again. The entire West City was suffused with a purple hue from the energy sphere of Selmax hovering high above. The chaotic winds surged, sending the frog Gavi soaring through the air. Fortunately, a warm hand firmly grasped him. The frail and diminutive form of the frog would have surely been torn to shreds had the winds been even slightly stronger. The winds grew increasingly tumultuous, causing the ground beneath them to crack. Gavi felt a dull pain coursing through his body, unable to even open his eyes. Gavi gathered everything back. What do we do next? Bulma inquired anxiously. Find Goku. Before he could finish, Gavi could no longer hold on and slipped into unconsciousness. Damn it. I told you, only I can destroy Earth. Zhao. Gavi was unsure how long he had been unconscious when a furious roar jolted him awake. Blinking his eyes open, he felt warm and comfortable. He soon spotted the colossal, dazzling purple-black plasma sphere suspended in the sky, along with a golden figure opposing it. Gavi's eyes widened in disbelief. The king had once again come to protect Earth? What on earth was happening? Gavi turned his head, concerned for Bulma's safety, searching for her. Suddenly, a delicate hand pressed gently down on him. "Gavi, please, stay still." Bulma's voice reached his ears, close enough to provide some comfort. Gavi attempted to turn to look at Bulma, only to realize he was enveloped in something. The sensation surrounding him was soft and warm, making him feel as if he might moan in pleasure. How strange! What was happening? Where was he? A faint fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating him and piquing his curiosity. Had Bulma placed him in her pocket? Yet the battle suit had no pockets. Gavi curiously prodded at the material encasing him, which felt like fluffy cotton candy, yet was also elastic. Bulma's fingers promptly seized Gavi's restless paw, scolding, "Gavi, behave yourself! Do not touch!" Gavi was momentarily stunned before realizing that his body had been tucked into the armor of Bulma's battle suit. Although separated by a thin layer of spandex, he felt as if he had turned to stone, his entire being rigid with embarrassment. His paws found no refuge and instinctively shielded his eyes. "I can't bear to look. My mind has gone blank." After a moment, he regained his composure. He spotted Kinu lying at Bulma's feet, alongside the mysterious figure of Android 16, who had joined them unbeknownst to him. "Bulma, please let me out. This spot is far from the battlefield and should be safe," Gavi urged. However, Bulma appeared concerned. "Frieza seemed to be searching for Kinu. If he sees you, we might risk exposing our identities." So that was it. To protect herself, Bulma had no choice but to hide him. But why not place him in her backpack? Time was of the essence, and Gavi refrained from delving deeper into that thought. Immediately asking about the battle status. "By the way, Bulma, how is the situation? Have you found Goku and the others?" Sun Jun and the others have yet to make their appearance, while Kurt has already been vanquished by Shalmax. Only Frieza remains steadfast. Bulma swiftly began to explain the battle situation to Gavi. From Bulma's account, Gavi learned that he had not been unconscious for long during her escape from Shalmax's attack range. Frieza had managed to return to the battlefield just in time that he successfully drew Shalmax's ire, buying precious moments to delay the monster's plan to annihilate the Earth. However, at this moment, the king appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Frieza's stamina was severely depleted, and Shalmax's offensive was becoming increasingly formidable. They seemed to be approaching this way. Just as Gavi issued the warning, a figure descended with blinding speed, crashing into the ground beside Bulma. Boom! The earth split open, creating a chasm as wide as a canyon. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, a golden figure slowly rose. "Frieza, Lord Frieza, are you injured?" Bulma inquired with concern. Gavi quietly retracted his head. Completely hiding his froggy form within the chest armor, Frieza's dark gaze swept across the group, and when it landed on the fallen body of Jinyu, his eyes momentarily froze. "What has happened to Mr. Jinyu?" Bulma sighed helplessly. "He attempted to rush in to assist you, but was knocked unconscious by the shockwave from your battle with Shalmax. I brought him back." Number 16 added, "We intended to help, but we couldn't even get close to the battlefield's periphery. This level of combat. You truly cannot intervene," Frieza replied, his eyes cold and his tone tinged with irritation. He commanded, "You must find Jinyu and have him switch bodies with that monster immediately." "Yes, my lord." As soon as the words left his lips, a massive crimson figure appeared in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying. The violent shockwave propelled Bulma and the others away. Fortunately, Shalmax's focus was not on them, allowing them to narrowly escape disaster. Frieza climbed out of the crater, spitting out a mixture of blood and mud. He wiped the grime and blood from his cheek and looked up at the monster. "You have truly enraged me," Frieza sneered. With that, he charged towards Shalmax. The two engaged in a fierce battle once more. From a secure position, Gavi cautiously peered out again to observe the clash between Frieza and Shalmax. The power possessed by Shalmax was simply overwhelming. The version of Shalu created by Dr. Gero, even in its complete form, was not on the same level as the Shalmax before them. Were it not for Shalmax's lack of rationality, acting purely on instinct, Frieza would likely not have been able to endure this long in combat. Watching the king fight with all his might, even Gavi couldn't help but exclaim, "Frieza is truly tenacious. He could easily allow Earth to perish, as his race can survive in the vastness of space, and the destruction of planets would not threaten his safety." It is evident that he possesses an incredibly strong sense of pride. He must fulfill what he has proclaimed. His dedication is truly admirable. Gavi also found it puzzling that, despite the overwhelming sounds of battle, Goku and the others had yet to appear at this moment. Earth could only rely on Frieza for protection. Bulma, we must hurry to find Goku. Frieza can hardly hold on much longer. Bulma clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Shalamax was far too powerful. If Frieza, the one capable of countering it, were to be defeated, Earth would likely face imminent destruction. Chapter 69. Meeting with Goku just as Frieza charged toward Shalamax. He was swiftly stomped into the ground. The two figures vanished into the unfathomable pit. Boom! The city crumbled, countless buildings collapsing under the immense force. The earth, angered by the assault, erupted with streams of lava that shot skyward, painting the heavens a deep crimson. Subsequently, it transformed into a rain of fire that cascaded upon the city, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Watching the inferno consume the city ruins, Gavi, now a frog, felt utterly insignificant in the face of Shalamax's destructive power. Even if he wished upon the dragon to regain his original form, he could not alter the course of events. Bulma guided him along the fringes of the battlefield, searching for Goku and the others. Number 16 carried Gavi's original body, following closely behind. Whoosh! A beam of light suddenly shot towards Bulma. Watch out, Gavi shouted. Bulma reacted swiftly, raising a protective shield while swiftly maneuvering to evade the attack. However, she did not anticipate that the enemy's beams would be relentless, ultimately striking her with a powerful blow, sending her flying like a cannonball. Bang! The resounding crash echoed far and wide as Bulma's body smashed through a building before finally coming to a halt. That was close. Bulma held her arms tightly across her chest. Had it not been for the protective shield deflecting the attack, Gavi, in his froggy form, might have sustained severe injuries or even faced death. While Gavi remained unscathed, he was drenched in cold sweat from the scare. Number 16 reacted quickly, engaging the assailant in combat. The attacker was Dabra. Be cautious of his saliva attacks, Gavi said gravely. Number 16 nodded, acknowledging the warning, and gently tossed Jinyu to the ground before preparing to confront the opponent with all his might. However, Dabra's strength was beyond what either number 16 or Bulma could contend with at this moment. Even with Bulma's long-range support, they were still at a disadvantage in a 2-on-1 fight. After a brief yet intense exchange, number 16 found himself in dire straits, his body sustaining multiple damages. Miss Bulma, quickly take Gavi and leave this place, number 16 urged calmly. Bulma gritted her teeth. But what about you? For the first time, a smile appeared on number 16's face. Do not worry. Once you are far away, I will deal with him. Gavi, witnessing this, paused momentarily before exclaiming, Number 16, the bomb within you has already been disarmed by Bulma. Number 16 was taken aback by the revelation, then smiled in relief. It's all right. Hurry and escape. You are the hope of this world, and you must not come to any harm. Hee. None of you will escape. Dabra sneered, his mouth stretching into a sinister grin as soon as he finished speaking. A spear formed in his palm, which he hurled at Bulma with great force. The spear flew like lightning, closing in on her in an instant, even though Bulma tried her best to evade. She was still struck by the spear. It pierced through her shoulder, emerging from her back. Staggering, Bulma leaned against the wall to steady herself, clutching her bleeding wound, her face pale. Don't worry about me. Just go. Number 16 rushed to intercept Dabra's pursuit. You think you can stop me? Dabra scoffed. With that, he struck number 16 in the chest. Boom. Number 16's chest caved in as he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Dabra closed in on number 16's figure. Such feeble strength dares to play with me. He cast a contemptuous glance at number 16 and, as he passed by, spat out a glob of saliva. Slap! The petrifying saliva landed on number 16's shoulder. Number 16's expression turned to one of shock before he discovered that one side of his body had become immobile. Ultimately, his face froze, and he transformed into a stone statue. You two truly share a deep bond. Dabra coldly regarded Bulma and the Gavi she held, his eyes filled with chilling malice. Let me send you on your final journey. He conjured a spear in his palm once more. swiftly aiming it at Bulma. As the spear approached its limit, a fist suddenly struck out at it. Bang! In the moment when the fist collided with the long spear, an astonishing sound erupted, deafening and overwhelming. The spear shattered under the immense force. Simultaneously, a powerful rush of air surged outward from the point of impact, wreaking havoc in all directions. Dabra staggered back several steps, his chest heaving violently, unable to conceal his astonishment. Upon seeing the character Wu emblazoned on the back of the intruder's martial arts uniform, Gavi and Bulma were filled with immediate delight. The one who had come to their rescue was none other than Goku. Such a malevolent aura, indeed, is not that of a good person. Goku murmured softly at that moment. Arcs of electricity crackled around him, and a fierce golden aura compressed the surrounding air, creating a series of sharp sounds. A deep voice emanated from his mouth, declaring, "You are no match for me. Leave at once." Hearing this, Dabra's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "How dare you underestimate the king of the demon realm?" With that, he swung his arms violently, summoning two long knives into his palms, gripping the handles tightly as he slashed towards Sun Wukong. The assault of the long knives was extraordinarily fierce. Goku's eyes sparkled with intensity as he executed a sweeping kick with his right leg. Bang! The two long knives shattered into several pieces. Dabra's pupils constricted. From their previous encounter, he felt a subtle numbness in his arms, and the palms of his hands had even split open, casting a wary glance at his opponent. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "Humph! Don't celebrate too soon. The entire universe is already in Lord Babidi's grasp." With that, he swiftly retreated. "Mr. Goku, you cannot let him escape. Number 16 has been petrified by Dabra's abilities, and only by eliminating him can we restore him," Gavi urgently reminded. Goku's expression darkened. He did not know number 16, nor was he aware of the voice that had alerted him. Yet his actions were remarkably decisive. His feet slammed against the ground, causing the buildings in the vicinity to tremble violently. His speed was astonishing, swiftly crossing dozens of meters to stand before Dabra, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! Another deafening thud resonated. Dabra was sent crashing into the earth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened in terror. How could this be? He had been defeated without even a chance to retaliate. What kind of monstrous beings are hidden on this insignificant little planet? "Lord Babidi, please teleport me away," Dabra shouted hoarsely. Just as his words fell, the scenery beneath him shimmered, revealing a circular hatch of a spaceship. Just as Goku's energy wave was about to strike him, Dabra's figure vanished without a trace. Along with him, the body of Gavi, which had been taken over by Jinyu, disappeared as well. Goku immediately pressed his fingers to his forehead. Searching for the energy signature of his opponent, at that moment, Gavi spoke up to stop him. "Do not pursue him for now. We have gathered all the Dragon Balls." Goku halted, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. He turned to Bulma, asking in confusion, "Bulma, what is the situation with this frog?" "It is Gavi." Chapter 70. How to use the Dragon Balls. Bulma's face flushed as she lifted Gavi entirely. How could this happen? Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. Let's return to the Divine Temple first. The incident of Gavi being swapped with Jinyu left him feeling quite frustrated. The group brought the petrified number 16 back to the temple together. Goku. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of figures in the square, Yachirobe's expression turned ecstatic. He had learned from Dandy about the return of his old friends. At that moment, he still found it hard to believe. "Miss Bulma, I have come to heal you." Noticing someone was injured, Dandy rushed over. Everyone gathered around, momentarily stunned upon seeing Gavi's current appearance. Gavi, feeling helpless, quickly explained the entire situation to everyone. They then inquired about the current state of affairs. Even those far from the battlefield could sense the strange occurrences enveloping the entire planet. An apocalyptic atmosphere loomed over everyone's hearts. "Our enemies are far too powerful," Gavi remarked, as he recounted the pressing issues they faced and his next course of action, while waiting for Goku to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Although Frieza was currently holding off Cell Max, he was nearing his limits. Once the king faltered or ceased to obstruct the foe, Earth would likely face immediate destruction. It was imperative to find a way to assist Frieza or contain Cell. Moments later, Goku returned from North Kai's planet, successfully retrieving the remaining Dragon Balls. Gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls, now glowing with an orange light, Pilaf and his trio were filled with mixed emotions. So these are the Dragon Balls? Dr. Hito expressed immense curiosity. Can these orbs truly grant any wish? No, not exactly. Dandy quickly clarified, wishes that exceed the creator's capacity may not be fulfilled. What do you mean? Hito inquired with curiosity. That it means we cannot directly wish for the dragon to eliminate those villains seeking to destroy Earth. Yachirobe responded. Gavi remained silent, quietly observing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground as if deep in thought. At that moment, everyone held their breath, striving to contemplate. After a brief pause, Dandy anxiously asked Mr. Gavi, "What should we do? We need to prevent Cell Max from annihilating Earth, and at the same time, we must resolve the threats posed by Frieza and Babidi in one fell swoop." Gavi replied solemnly, "Then how about our first wish be to teleport these villains away from Earth?" Yachiro proposed. This indeed seemed like a viable solution to the current crisis on Earth. Then the remaining 2 wishes could be used to resurrect the deceased and to restore the planet. Goku's spirits surged. In that case, we must send them far away into another star system. Otherwise, if they return, Earth will still be in peril. Hito pondered aloud. No. Bulma immediately objected. If that happens, Gavi will have to wait a year to become human again. She firmly stated, "He has done so much for us. I believe one of the wishes should be to restore his body." Everyone fell into silence. Gavi was momentarily taken aback. He rejected Bulma's goodwill, saying, "There's no need to consider me. If we can resolve the crisis on Earth in one go, then being a frog temporarily is really no issue at all. If we can use the Dragon Balls to swap bodies. Returning to my original form would seem excessively selfish. Moreover, it would not bring about any positive change to the situation." Naturally, Gavi also disagreed with the proposal of simply teleporting the enemies away. This does not address the root of the problem. Focusing solely on the immediate crisis without considering the potential developments afterward is not feasible. After finally gathering the Dragon Balls, it was essential to deliberate thoroughly before making any wishes. The adversaries on Earth were just one aspect of the problem. In the universe, there were still several formidable entities of unknown strength. Without mentioning the ambiguous situation surrounding Broly, merely using the Namekian Dragon Balls to enhance Moro, who had already made 3 wishes to bolster himself, posed a significant future threat, a being that had existed for millions of years. Moro possessed an extraordinary ability to sense energy, and he might have already taken note of the life energy gathering on Earth. It was entirely possible that just as they had teleported Frieza and the others away, Moro would invade Earth, draining all the energy from the planet's living beings. If the Dragon Balls were still in their cool-down period by that time, Earth would have no hope of turning the tide. Moreover, Zamasu had issued a ruthless proclamation stating that he and his associates intended to eradicate all humanity across time and space. This individual could almost limitlessly utilize the Super Dragon Balls for various parallel universes to create countless powerful dark beings. He was practically an existence akin to a bug. These enemies were truly a monumental headache. Gavi sighed inwardly, glancing at Bulma. Her gaze remained fixed on him, seemingly concerned for his well-being. "Gavi, what are your plans?" "I plan to wish to swap bodies with Cell Max." He replied that Gavi's heart was steeped in bitterness. In order to survive, he had no choice but to forsake his humanity, if given the chance. He would undoubtedly wish to reclaim his own body. Yet alas, fate had other plans. The others were initially taken aback, but soon their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if they found merit in this approach. With the power of Max at their disposal, they could effortlessly eliminate the threats posed by Babidi and Frieza's minions. However, only Bulma furrowed her brow in concern, questioning, "Why would you want to become a monster?" "No," Gavi replied solemnly. "I am merely considering my own safety. Do not misconstrue my intentions. This is merely the price for acquiring power." "What about the second wish?" Dondi inquired promptly. "For the second wish, let us use it to resurrect Lord Kaioshin." Lord Kaioshin? The group was momentarily stunned, uncertain of whom Gavi referred to. Indeed, Lord Kaioshin, the deity who stands at the pinnacle of the universe. Gavi refrained from exposing the symbiotic relationship between Kaioshin and the god of destruction in front of so many people. Thus, he merely emphasized the significance of Kaioshin and assured them that once he was resurrected, he would surely come forth to protect Earth. Gavi was uncertain whether Earth's Dragon Balls could indeed revive a Kaioshin. However, he speculated that it should not pose much of a problem. After all, during the Buu saga, Earth's Dragon Balls had successfully revived the trainee Kaioshin, Kibito. Furthermore, at the beginning of Super, the Namekian Dragon Balls had resurrected the former Kaioshin. Once the current Kaioshin was brought back to life, it was highly likely that the god of destruction would follow suit. As for whether Beerus would ultimately be willing to intervene to safeguard Earth, Gavi was not overly concerned. After all, as long as Kaioshin could show a bit of goodwill and adopt a stance of self-sacrifice to protect Earth, Beerus would have no choice but to act in defense of his own life. As for the third wish, feel free to use it as you see fit, Gavi stated. What if we use the third wish to resurrect everyone? Bulma proposed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Upon noticing Android 16's petrified form, Gavi proceeded to explain his circumstances. The issue concerning Android 16 was exceedingly complex. Apart from defeating Dabra, there existed no alternative means of resurrection. Thus, he specifically instructed Mr. Popo to preserve Android 16's statue diligently. At that moment, Gavi heard a familiar voice in his mind. It was indeed the voice of Lord Kaioshin communicating with him telepathically. He promptly responded, "What is it, Lord Kaioshin? Majin Buu is on the verge of awakening." "What?" Gavi exclaimed, taken aback. Logically, the energy dissipated from the battle should only be absorbed by Buu's egg in proximity to Babidi's spaceship. Has Babidi made a move? The Kaioshin explained, Dabra's attack on you is aimed at your body. Babidi is currently siphoning energy from your original form. That Dabra's sudden assault was indeed purposeful. Realization dawned upon Gavi, but the deluge of bad news left him numb. There is little we can do about it now. Our immediate priority is to hastily exchange bodies with Sheramax. However, you must exercise caution regarding Babidi. He has already taken control of Kuririn and is attempting to dominate the monstrous Sheramax. The voice of the Kaioshin warned gravely. What? Gavi's heart sank. Just when they thought they had reached a critical juncture, another unexpected complication arose. Moreover, this new predicament seemed far more dire in Gavi's eyes. Targets controlled by Babidi would experience a significant enhancement in strength that, in the original story, Vegeta had exploited this very fact, intentionally allowing himself to be controlled by Babidi to elevate his own power. How powerful would the now-controlled Kuririn become? The most pressing concern was that if Babidi succeeded in controlling Sheramax, the situation could spiral into even more unpredictable chaos. This revelation caused Gavi to hesitate regarding the plan to exchange bodies with Sheramax. Regardless of whether the mark of corruption bound the body or the soul, the body swap carried considerable risk. He was not entirely confident that he could fully resist the encroaching influence of Babidi's magic post-exchange. "Wait, Dondi, do not summon the Eternal Dragon just yet," Gavi quickly interjected. "What is it? Has something happened?" Dondi halted his actions, looking at Gavi in bewilderment. "Babidi is very likely to take control of Sheramax." Gavi spoke with a grave tone. "How could that be?" Everyone gasped in shock. Gavi took a deep breath. Babidi possesses the magic to control hearts, as long as there exists any malevolent thought within. His magic can infiltrate and seize control, ultimately turning one into his puppet. Resisting his magical encroachment is no simple task. Heidi pondered aloud. Logically, Sheramax has no rationality. Can Babidi still exert control over it? "I'm uncertain about that," Gavi admitted, a hint of doubt emerging. "Are you worried that you might be controlled by Babidi after exchanging bodies with Sheramax?" Heidi identified the crux of the issue. "Precisely," Gavi acknowledged. "I underestimated Babidi. I never anticipated that his troubles would be no less formidable than Sheramax's." "Gavi, you cannot blame yourself. You have already done so much," Bulma gently reassured him. "There is no need for you to feel guilty." Others nodded in agreement. "Oh no." Dondi suddenly realized something, exclaiming that wicked Frieza will undoubtedly become a target for Babidi's control as well. Everyone shuddered at the thought. If even Frieza could not escape, Earth was truly doomed. How troublesome. Goku scratched his head, but soon his expression turned resolute as he declared, "In that case, we must first defeat Babidi." Just as Goku prepared to take action, Gavi suddenly perceived a blur before his eyes. Moments later, Babidi's voice echoed in his mind. Hee. Earthlings, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. This journey to Earth has yielded great rewards for me. My spirits are exceptionally high. So now, allow me to savor the most riveting competition among you participants. Ha! Listening to Babidi's triumphant words, Gavi felt an ominous premonition rising within him. He quickly took in his surroundings. There were many people nearby, including several of his comrades and acquaintances. They appeared to be in a sealed chamber, spacious enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 individuals. Before he could further assess the situation, he was suddenly seized by a figure covered in scars and bruises. That Frieza? Gavi thought, his heart racing. Frieza's face was a mask of fury and hatred, his eyes bloodshot and menacing, contorted into a horrific grimace. Gavi, momentarily dazed, instinctively called out, "Your Majesty? Captain Ginyu, I've been searching for your whereabouts." Frieza's expression was grim, as if he were ready to devour someone at any moment. "Where were you during my battle? I am not Ginyu. I am Gavi. After Captain Ginyu seized my body, he vanished without a trace." Gavi explained, feeling genuinely frustrated. Frieza's gaze sharpened. "What happened?" Captain Ginyu could no longer endure the life of a frog. Gavi recounted the events briefly, ultimately leading to the current situation. I see that Frieza's brows furrowed as he released his grip on the frog. With a soft thud, Gavi fell to the ground, instantly drawing the attention of many nearby, who curiously turned to look. "Uncle Piccolo, the frog seems a bit familiar," Gohan whispered. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his keen hearing allowing him to catch the exchange between Frieza and Gavi. "Despite the distance, Your Majesty, I can take care of Gavi," Bulma interjected as she approached Frieza and picked up the frog. Frieza nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes. Miss Bulma and Mr. Gavi share a bond stronger than gold. Gavi felt helpless. Why did Frieza always have to say things that could be easily misconstrued? He is just a frog. However, it is rather astonishing to Gavi that Frieza has yet to fall under Babidi's control. It was only after being cradled in Bulma's arms that Gavi was able to carefully observe the surroundings. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo, having overheard the dialogue between Bulma and Frieza, seemed to grasp something significant. He discreetly communicated with his companions, including Gohan. "Earthlings, the elimination rounds of the martial arts tournament have commenced. There are no rules for the match. Unleash your fury and determine the ultimate victor." Babidi's voice echoed ominously in their minds once more. Chapter 72. Goku and the King unite, engage in battle to your heart's content. I shall ensure that the last survivor among you becomes my subordinate. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously scattered individuals within the space swiftly coalesced into 5 distinct factions: the Demonized faction, the Red Ribbon Army, and other Earthlings led by Satan. Goku's companions constituted the smallest group, comprising only 7 members: Trunks, Piccolo, Gohan, Gamma 1, Gamma 2, Goku, and future DZ. In contrast, Bulma and Gavi aligned themselves with Frieza's army. Standing alongside the king, it appeared that Piccolo had discreetly informed his comrades about Bulma's situation, and at this moment, they all feigned ignorance of both Bulma and Gavi. Just then, Babidi's minions, the demonized beings, launched a sudden assault, leaping towards the remaining individuals with wild abandon. Before contact could be made, a flurry of red beams pierced through the bodies of all the demonized beings. A thunderous explosion followed, reducing them to mere dust. The demonized faction was utterly annihilated. Satan watched in stunned disbelief, even allowing his nose to run, oblivious to his own state. Frieza, with a nonchalant flick of his smoking fingertips, wore a bemused expression. Yet in the next moment, his gaze froze. "Son Goku," Frieza sneered, "I never expected you to still be alive. You have been on my mind for quite some time." Goku and Future Des stepped forward simultaneously. "I am technically already dead. I can only return to the realm of the living for 24 hours, Goku said, pointing to the halo above his head. He then continued solemnly, "Frieza, I know you harbor a deep hatred for me, but we should cooperate to deal with Babidi. Oh dear, you, who consider yourself a paragon of justice, dare to suggest collaboration with a villain like me? How ludicrous, Frieza retorted. Regardless of your admission, we are currently no match for Babidi. Goku's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. Babidi has already taken control of your father and is now attempting to dominate that monster, Max. And what if I refuse? Frieza inquired with keen interest. Then you shall forever be unable to control the entire universe and become the true emperor of the cosmos. Frieza paused, sneering. Humph. With your current strength, do you truly believe you are worthy of my partnership? Care to find out? Goku smirked. Frieza narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Witnessing the shift in their expressions, Gaby felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Engaging in battle with the king was hardly a prudent choice. Just as Gaby was about to persuade Frieza, Babidi's voice rang out once more. Why are you still hesitating? Get moving. My time is exceedingly precious. All present hesitated, seemingly still reeling from the sight of Frieza's instantaneous obliteration of the demonized beings. Enough, Frieza suddenly waved his hand, unleashing an energy blast that pierced the ground. With a resounding explosion, everyone staggered, struggling to maintain their footing as the dust settled. They discovered a gaping hole below them. It turned out they were aboard a colossal spaceship. Gaby's eyes lit up. They were now perilously close to Babidi, presenting an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Suddenly, Frieza charged at Goku. Section 53. The two figures collided instantaneously. Bang! Frieza's fist slammed into Goku's chest. Simultaneously, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. Goku's knee had sunk into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza smirked and launched another assault. The rapid succession of punches echoed throughout the spaceship, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Frieza moved with blinding speed, each strike imbued with terrifying force. Goku matched him blow for blow, his techniques seasoned and composed, successfully blocking Frieza's attacks while also inflicting damage. Gaby observed with a sigh of relief. Neither had transformed, seemingly testing each other's strength. Clang! A dull thud resounded as both fighters were forced to retreat several steps. Humph! Your power does indeed astonish me, Frieza remarked darkly, but I have yet to unleash my true strength. I feel the same, Goku grinned. The two stood their ground, appearing to have no intention of continuing the conflict. Moments later, Babidi's exasperated voice echoed again that if you do not commence fighting soon, I shall destroy the Earth. Surely the Earth holds great significance for you. Goku and Frieza exchanged glances, simultaneously narrowing their eyes. Whether the Earth is destroyed or not is of no concern to me. Frieza smirked. However, I detest being threatened. In that case, let us temporarily ally, Goku proposed earnestly. With a swift motion, Frieza surged forward. His body shimmered with golden light, his speed multiplying several times over, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Goku. Goku quickly raised his arms to block. Smack! Frieza's fist struck Goku's wrist, sending him flying. Oh ho ho ho! Son Goku, this punch is merely a return of interest. Once I eliminate that little jester, you shall suffer greatly. As his words fell, Frieza darted downward towards the spaceship. Boom! 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 Fiery explosions erupted in the eyes of the onlookers. While the Z-fighters held no affection for Frieza, the current situation clearly favored Babidi. Goku and his companions quickly grasped the implication behind Frieza's previous words, signifying an agreement to cooperate. Thus, they all flew downward towards the lower levels of the spaceship. It seemed there was a unique bond between Goku and the king. Gaby mused to himself. The king's agreement to collaborate was a most unexpected delight for Gaby. Once Frieza and the others successfully eliminated Babidi, he could confidently allow Dandy and the others to wish for a body swap with Max. In doing so, the only adversaries left to contend with would be Frieza and his father. The salvation of Earth was now one step closer, just as Gaby prepared to communicate telepathically with King Kai, urging him to inform Dandy to be ready to summon the Eternal Dragon. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon them, akin to a mountain pressing down. Everyone was immobilized, since you do not wish to engage in battle amongst yourselves. Let us see if you can escape my grasp. A figure enveloped in a purplish-golden aura descended from above, the demonized version of Gold Curd, An M-shaped mark protruded from his forehead that Kurd's lips curled into a cruel smile. Exuding malevolence, confidence, and dominance, that overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanated from him. Gavy's heart sank. He could distinctly feel Bulma trembling violently in his embrace. Such immense pressure was enough to instill unease even in those rushing towards the lower levels of the spaceship. Chapter 73. Complete Cell Max. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fiery explosions erupted below. The fierce battle occurring in the lower levels of the spaceship seemed to have completely escaped Kurd's attention, and a cruel smile danced on Kurd's lips as he abruptly raised his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of energy blasts flew towards everyone in the lower section of the spaceship. Bulma immediately erected a protective shield, deftly tucking a certain frog into her embrace, seeing the oncoming barrage of energy blasts. Gavy's body stiffened, exclaiming, "How ruthless!" Yet at that moment, several figures soared from the lower level, intercepting all the energy blasts. Babidi was not aboard the spaceship. Wukong spoke in a grave tone. The entire spaceship shook violently with a resounding roar. Kurt's expression turned serious as he suddenly burst through the upper layer of the ship, vanishing without a trace. Dreadful! That scoundrel Frieza intends to obliterate the entire vessel. Wukong's gaze sharpened. I will hold back this shockwave. You all evacuate the others first. Upon glimpsing the sky outside, the Z warriors felt a momentary sense of relief. They quickly plunged into the crowd, rescuing batches of remaining contestants from the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Frieza's soldiers fled in disarray. Bulma also assisted a woman. Thank you. My name is Babidi. You're welcome, Bulma replied nonchalantly, immediately searching for the whereabouts of her other companions. Seeing that everyone was safe, she exhaled softly. With a hum, as the last figure departed the ship, flames erupted skyward from the spacecraft. Those nearby felt their hair singe under the intense heat. Mr. Wukong, Trunks shouted. However, what answered him was a more terrifying explosion. Babidi's spaceship had been utterly annihilated from within. Whoosh! Two figures soared into the sky. Frieza, should you dare to commit such atrocities again, I shall not let you escape. Wukong declared solemnly, Ho ho ho. Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly. You do not think that my agreement to cooperate signifies my renunciation of evil, do you? Dreadful. You wretch. Wukong clenched his teeth in frustration, just as the two were about to clash in a fierce battle. A towering purple beam of light erupted from the horizon, casting the entire sky into shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All warriors immediately soared towards the origin of the beam. Moments later, they arrived at the site of the incident in West City. West City had been completely erased from the Earth, replaced by an unparalleled colossal P.I.T. the center of the pit. A massive figure furrowed its brow, gazing down at the churning lake of molten lava below. Its skin was a fiery red, with an exoskeleton as hard as iron, and a tremendously thick tail with a pendulum-like appendage, exuding an aura of endless intimidation and shock. This being radiated an extraordinarily powerful energy. Its face flickering ominously in the firelight. As it continuously observed its own hands, it realized this power. It was the force capable of dominating the entire universe. Gavy looked at the scene before him, his heart racing, sensing an ominous premonition. Wukong's eyes widened. This energy felt distinctly different from the previous Cell Max Frieza. Witnessing this spectacle, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. This monster possessed cognitive ability. The mindless Cell Max had overwhelming strength to crush him. Yet now, a truly sentient Cell Max was a terrifying prospect. He could scarcely fathom it. Cackling with a sinister glee, the enormous figure raised its gaze toward a specific direction, revealing a gluttonous expression. Following its line of sight, the others discovered a figure. This figure seemed to have gone mad, incessantly firing energy blasts in all directions while emitting unintelligible roars. All roar. Upon seeing the figure, Bulma's heart trembled, muttering, Gavy, how could this be? As she witnessed the frenzied energy discharge, she understood everything. It appeared that Jinyu had exchanged bodies with Cell Max. Gavy's eyes shimmered. The control device has a range limit. Bulma immediately produced a small remote control and directed it towards Gavy's original body. Hearing the exchange between Gavy and Bulma, Frieza frowned slightly. He swiftly propelled himself forward, arriving before Cell Max Captain Ginyu. "You have done well." Upon hearing the voice, the monster turned its head. Frieza was taken aback. On Jinyu's forehead, the conspicuous M mark pulsated with dark energy. "My lord, be cautious. Captain Ginyu has been controlled by Babidi," Gavi warned. "Master Frieza," Ginyu murmured, and his consciousness seemed to sink further, clutching his head. "That I shall forever be the most loyal subordinate of Master Frieza." Ginyu howled, "My lord, flee." Accompanied by these words, an earth-shattering surge of energy erupted from Ginyu. Boom! Damn it! Frieza's face bore an expression of disbelief. He exerted every ounce of strength to resist this force, yet his body was still propelled into the molten lava below. The spot where Frieza was struck churned with magma, consuming him entirely before falling silent. Occupying Cell Max's body, Ginyu cast a glance at the warriors at the edge of the battlefield, refraining from making an immediate move. Instead, he charged straight for Gavi's body. Whoosh! In an instant, Ginyu severed the path between Bulma and Gavi's original form. The massive, pendulum-like tail unfurled like a blooming flower, drawing Gavi's body into its grasp. "It's over." Gavi suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. Bulma, her eyes reddened with urgency, wept bitterly. The tail's end slowly closed, with Gavi's original body writhing within, soon swallowed entirely by Ginyu. Ginyu abruptly lifted his head at a grotesque, sinister smile spread across his hideous face, seemingly savoring the moment. Then his visage began to transform slowly, gradually adopting a human appearance while exuding a hint of ferocity. His body proportions became increasingly akin to those of a human, with muscular contours aligning more closely with human aesthetic ideals. As he turned his colossal form, Ginyu radiated an overwhelming aura of oppression and death. It that moment. Gavi glimpsed the monster's face. It was sharply defined, coldly stern, and bore an unsettling resemblance to his own. This countenance was that of perfect Cell. Gavi's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "Bulma, run!" Gavi had come to a realization. The physical form of Cell Max, upon its creation, had not achieved its ultimate state. It still needed to absorb the bodies of the androids to undergo its final evolution. This moment, having absorbed Gavi's original body, it displayed an expression of dissatisfaction. This indicated that Ginyu had yet to complete the next phase of evolution. Gavi had always believed that Cell Max was in its final form at birth, only to discover that that appearance was merely the starting point of its evolution. "Please, my lord, endure for 30 more minutes." Upon hearing the reminder, Bulma realized she needed to distance herself from the looming monster. Yet it was already too late. She had no time to evade. Jinyu's tail once again opened a massive maw. Descending upon Bulma, boom! A deafening sound erupted. The giant tail was struck back by a powerful punch. Gavi stared in astonishment at the diminutive figure standing before Bulma. "Miss Bulma, please step back with Mr. Gavi," Frieza said calmly. He then gently added, "Be careful not to be absorbed again." In the next moment, a chilling glare emanated from Frieza's eyes. Have forced me into such a position. I shall demonstrate the true power of Golden Frieza." The golden aura surrounding Frieza ceased to swell and instead solidified at his surface. This form, I shall name Full Power Golden Frieza. Even a genius like me has yet to fully master it. Frieza delivered a punch to Jinyu's chest. Bang! Jinyu's body was sent flying. "Master Frieza, I am despicable." Jinyu held the sky. "How could I strike at my most revered Master Frieza?" As the words left his mouth, the clarity in Jinyu's eyes vanished entirely. He lowered his head, murmuring, "Master Babidi, rest assured, I shall eliminate all obstacles for you." Jinyu clenched his fist and charged forward, colliding with Frieza's incoming punch. The violent energy surge propelled vast quantities of lava into the air. A rain of fire fell from the sky, resembling a natural disaster. The two figures refused to yield in mid-air, vying for supremacy and strength. In the next instant, Jinyu's spotted skin radiated a blinding purple light. The light condensed into tangible energy beams, numbering in the thousands, sweeping in all directions. As the purple light made contact with Frieza's body, a portion of the tail tip was sent flying far away. "Damn it!" Frieza's pupils dilated. Just as his body was about to be severed by a beam of energy, a hand grasped his wrist. "Follow me, Frieza!" In the blink of an eye, Frieza found himself distanced from the center of the battlefield, narrowly escaping the barrage of blinding light. He then beheld a face he utterly despised. "Frieza, you should learn to trust your allies occasionally." Goku grinned widely. Frieza forcefully shook off Goku's hand, squinting his eyes. "Umph." Goku, now wearing a serious expression, urged, "We cannot shoulder everything alone. We must unite to defeat Babidi and his crew." Frieza slightly shifted his gaze, crossing his arms. "Oh, I am all ears. You see, we possess a secret technique that allows two individuals to merge into a formidable warrior." Goku explained, "When the time comes, there will be two fighters of comparable strength to you, fighting alongside you. Whatever your plans may be, implement them swiftly." Frieza's expression was one of utter disdain. His icy eyes scanned the battlefield. "That monster is approaching us." "Understood," Goku replied, then turned to Frieza. "Please, just hold him off for a moment." At that moment, Bulma descended beside Frieza. "Miss Bulma, I kindly ask you to endure for a while and collaborate with these bothersome earthlings," Frieza stated as he gradually ascended into the air. Gavi and Bulma exchanged glances, and in unison, they responded, "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, on the side of Earth, all capable warriors had gathered. Gohan and Trunks, Goku, and future Trunks stood side by side. The fusion warriors were about to make their appearance. They exchanged glances, assumed their stances, and swiftly attuned their energies to synchronize. Without wasting any time, the four immediately began the dance of the fusion technique. The fusion boom, the fully realized Cell, Jinyu, clashed with Frieza high in the sky, instantly creating a massive storm. The sky erupted in flames, and the earth trembled violently. Piccolo furrowed his brow in concern. "Ha!" Accompanied by the final roar of the four, two incredibly radiant beams of white light flashed. The strongest fusion warrior was born. Gavi silently cheered within. "Oh, Shrimp! The most stable scion in history is about to emerge before my very eyes." Gavi was filled with excitement. Bulma frowned slightly, her hand struggling to contain the restless frog in her arms. As the light receded, two figures, one stout and one slender, appeared in the spot where the four had vanished. In that instant, the light in Gavi's eyes completely vanished, as if all his strength had been drained. Is this the strongest fusion warrior? A stout figure with a tuft of purple hair on either side incredulously examined his body. "I'm neither Goku nor Trunks. You may call me Kudo." "Huh." The other slender figure, frowning, felt his bony frame. "I am both Gohan and Trunks. You may call me Fanty, and I look forward to your guidance." The two exchanged determined glances, igniting their fighting spirit. In unison, they declared, "Then, let us proceed." "Wait," before Gavi could warn them, Piccolo, with a grim expression, interrupted them. "Kudo, your fingers were misaligned during the final step. Fanty, the angles of your outstretched arms were inconsistent." "Huh." The stout one paused, seemingly recalling the previous scene. "Oh no, there was indeed a problem." The slender one's expression turned grave. "I tried to take a couple of steps, and I felt utterly drained." "What now?" In that moment, everyone felt utterly helpless. Gavi answered weakly, "We can only wait half an hour for the fusion to automatically dissolve." Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to the center of the battlefield. Observing the figures struggling fiercely, Frieza was once again plunged into the magma lake by Jinyu. Yet he surged forth, defiantly standing before Jinyu. Witnessing their king's desperate battle, the group fell into silence at that moment. Four figures entered the battlefield. Babidi had finally made his appearance. Beside him were three powerful guards, Majin Buu, Dabra, and Guldo. Jinyu's movements immediately halted. Frieza finally caught a moment to breathe. He shouted in frustration, "Are you all ready yet?" My apologies, Frieza, but could you hold on for another 30 minutes? Just 30 minutes. Kudo sheepishly scratched his head. Frieza instantly turned to glare at Kudo, wiping the blood from his lips as he roared in fury. "What kind of joke is this?" As they observed the four formidable bosses surrounding Babidi, Gavi truly felt despair. The Earth warriors wore expressions of trepidation. Majin Buu, please restore Guldo's stamina first. The damage from Cell was no trivial matter." Babidi commanded with delight. Majin Buu hummed cheerfully, curiously surveying his surroundings, seemingly in high spirits. Dabra sneered, "Lord Babidi, with warriors as powerful as us, why do you still concern yourself with this weakling?" "No, it took me decades to lift Majin Buu's seal. His power will not disappoint me," Babidi replied with conviction. "From any angle, he appears to be nothing but a foolish weakling. His energy is clearly less than half of mine." Dabra scoffed at Majin Buu. "Nonsense. Majin Buu is the strongest in the universe. Is that so? Lord Babidi, allow me to test whether his power is as formidable as you claim." Dabra raised his palm, summoning a long sword. "Stop. Dabra, are you attempting to defy me?" Babidi exclaimed, agitated. "No, Lord Babidi, I mean no such thing. However, I believe this disobedient individual deserves a lesson." Dabra replied respectfully. "What do you intend to do?" Babidi asked cautiously. "If he can withstand my strike, I will acknowledge his strength." Dabra tightened his grip on the sword, revealing a menacing expression. Babidi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. During their exchange, Majin Buu was merrily swimming in the magma pool. "Ah, I like it here. It's warm, a splendid place." Majin Buu reclined comfortably in the searing lava. A cold gleam flashed as the long sword sliced through the air. Swish! Majin Buu's body was cleaved in two. "Majin Buu! My Majin Buu!" Babidi stared in disbelief at the severed form. "Hee, is this what you call the strongest in the universe? Pathetically weak." Dabra sneered. "Lord Babidi, you have truly overestimated him." No, this cannot be true." Babidi struggled to accept the reality before him. "How dare you harm my most important Majin Buu?" "Lord Babidi, do you now believe my words? I told you, he is merely a useless waste." Dabra's eyes were filled with disdain. Just then, a figure surged from the magma. Smack! A hand landed forcefully on Dabra's face. Boom! Dabra was sent flying, crashing into a solid stone wall. Babidi stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Then his face lit up with joy. "Majin Buu truly is the strongest." "Go Buu!" Dabra clawed his way up from the stone wall, his eyes fixed intently upon the demon Majin Buu. The once bisected form of Majin Buu exhibited an astonishing elasticity, swiftly rejoining as if endowed with a will of its own. Like modeling clay reformed, he returned to his original state. Subsequently, Majin Buu patted his belly, exclaiming his hunger. He turned his head, searching for something delectable to consume. Babidi, witnessing Majin Buu's antics, felt a mix of surprise and delight. "Dabra, though you may have outlived your usefulness, given your loyal service over the years," Babidi grinned sinisterly, "I shall grant you a swift death. Majin Buu, kill him." Dabra exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, cautiously glancing at Majin Buu. He noted the rotund creature showed no intention of attacking, but he hastily urged, "Lord Babidi, a creature like Majin Buu will not remain loyal to you. One day, you will lose control, and he will bring you ruin. We must deal with him now, or face endless repercussions." "Silence, silence, silence!" Babidi shrieked, interrupting, and issued another command. "Majin Buu, I command you, swiftly kill him." Majin Buu regarded Dabra with a puzzled look, then glanced at Babidi, suddenly pulling a face and exclaiming, "Uft, you insufferable fool!" Babidi seethed. "If you disregard my command, I shall unleash a spell to seal you back in your egg. Surely, you do not wish to return to that prison." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu hesitated for a moment before floating to Babidi's side. Feigning obedience, I want to eat him." Majin Buu grinned wickedly. "Do as you please. Just ensure Dabra is dead." Babidi remarked dismissively. "Now that you've been revived, Dabra is of no further use." Dabra gazed incredulously at the master he had served for so many years. His body trembling, he could hardly believe that after his unwavering loyalty, he was met with betrayal. "Lord Babidi." Dabra's voice was laced with bitterness. "Ain't tea that moment." Majin Buu gleefully shouted, "Turn into cookies." A beam of pink light surged towards Dabra. He barely managed to evade it and hurriedly fled, not daring to look back. Babidi laughed maniacally. "Majin Buu, pursue him." However, at that instant, a powerful wind swept past Babidi. "Who goes there?" Babidi spun around in a mix of surprise and fury. only to find Frieza standing before him, a finger poised against the back of his neck. "Oh ho ho ho! Lord Babidi, you have been exceedingly careless." Whoosh! A crimson beam flickered, piercing through Babidi's chest. His body drifted down like a rag, ultimately sinking into the lava pool. The enraged Majin Kurd launched into battle with Frieza, while Jinyu charged fiercely at Frieza. In an instant, the king found himself at a disadvantage, receiving a thrashing that left him bruised and battered. Gavi suddenly sensed something amiss. That scoundrel Babidi was still alive. Just as he was about to alert everyone to finish him off, Babidi's voice echoed. "Majin Buu, hurry and save me. I am dying." Babidi clutched his chest, his body floating on the surface of the lava lake, encased within a green energy shield. "Come quickly and rescue me, or I shall seal you again with a spell," Babidi cried out anxiously. Majin Buu frowned slightly at this, reluctantly flying to Babidi's side. With a slight forward motion of the antennae on his head, a surge of emerald light enveloped Babidi. In mere moments, Babidi's wounds were healed. Observing this, Gavi and the others wore grim expressions. Alas, they were too far from the epicenter of the battle to intervene. Meanwhile, Frieza, caught between two transformed warriors, was already gravely injured, on the brink of death. "Who would have thought I would fall on Earth once more?" Frieza roared in futile rage as he plunged into the lava. This time, he was defeated by his own father and his most loyal subordinate. Chapter 76. The Ultimate Golden Cooler. As everyone on Earth watched Frieza descend into the fiery depths, their expressions were a complex tapestry of emotions. Babidi's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Is this how he dies? How disappointing. I had hoped to control him." Kurd wore a look of smug pride. "Lord Babidi, our race's vitality far exceeds your expectations. Frieza is merely exhausted. Such injuries do not threaten his life." Babidi trembled with excitement. "Excellent. Kurd, bring him to me. It seems I shall acquire another capable subordinate." Using Earth as my final destination was indeed a wise choice. Kurd moved swiftly, returning in an instant with Frieza's body from the roiling lava. One of Frieza's eyes was completely blind, while the other glowed with rage and resentment, the flames casting an eerie light upon him. Kurd gripped Frieza's head tightly, coldly stating, "Frieza, as my favorite child, I find it hard to bring myself to kill you." Frieza could barely muster the strength to move a finger. Struggling to speak, his voice was hoarse. "But it's infuriating. I underestimated you, Babidi." Babidi chuckled sinisterly. "You shall soon be my slave, my loyal servant. In your dreams, I am the mighty emperor of the universe." "Frieza," he retorted through gritted teeth. "The emperor of the universe as my subordinate. How amusing." Babidi guffawed heartily. He then began chanting incantations, employing mental magic to cast a soul-controlling spell. In the next moment, Frieza trembled violently, bloodshot in his remaining eye. "We must stop Babidi. We cannot allow him to control Frieza." Gavi urgently warned the others that on Earth, only a handful remained capable of fighting. Gamma 1, Gamma 2, Piccolo, and Bulma. Apart from them, the portly Khotan could barely be considered a meat shield. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation and collectively unleashed energy waves and blasts towards Babidi's group. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of energy rays surged forth. But they were effortlessly deflected by Jinyu. Just as everyone believed all hope was lost, a golden beam sliced through the void, descending with a tremendous force into the lava pool. Boom! The resounding crash echoed through the heavens, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward, causing all to stagger and struggle to maintain their footing. The lava pool erupted in colossal waves, molten rocks swirling violently. Everyone instinctively turned towards the dazzling figure amidst the flames. A voice, both chilling and commanding, resonated. "Who dares to enslave Frieza?" As the flames dissipated, the newcomer bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, yet was taller and more well-proportioned, his entire being glimmered with a radiant golden light. As if clad in a layer of metallic armor, he floated gracefully from the magma pool, standing proudly before Jinyu. Gavi's pupils constricted. That golden cooler." Babidi, initially taken aback, quickly exclaimed in disbelief, "How can there be so many powerful beings on Earth?" Cooler's gaze locked onto Babidi, his tone indifferent. "Aside from me, there are no strong beings on this planet. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly?" Babidi retorted, his anger flaring as he commanded. "Majin Buu, kill him!" Majin Buu tilted his head, studying Cooler, then narrowed his eyes, finding it intriguing to fight a strong opponent. With an enthusiastic howl, Majin Buu swung his fist at Cooler, moving with astonishing speed. Cooler scoffed, effortlessly catching Majin Buu's fist with one hand while delivering a powerful blow with the other. Bang! Majin Buu's cheek caved in, and his head exploded. "No! Majin Buu!" Babidi screamed. Before he could finish, the energy blast coalescing in Cooler's palm detonated, obliterating Majin Buu's form. This display of strength utterly crushed Majin Buu. "This scrap dares to be my opponent." Cooler coldly regarded Babidi. "Allow me to be your adversary, Lord Cooler." In the depths of Jinyu's gaze burned a frenzied, fighting spirit. Coldly, Gula cast a glance at Jinyu and slowly approached him. "It was evident that you possess great strength, a worthy opponent indeed." Thus, ha ha ha. The golden Gula's muscles swelled, his body expanding significantly. The four corners of his head elongated backward, and his mouth was obscured by a mask. The armor on his shoulders rose, and two sharp angles protruded from his back, while two bone blades extended from his wrists. In an instant, Gula completed his transformation into his ultimate form. Unlike Frieza's transformations, Gula's metamorphosis did not evoke any unusual phenomena, nor did it exude the violent aura characteristic of others' transformations. Even Frieza had not reached such a level. Gula explained coolly, raising his right hand to condense a dark red energy sphere in his palm. "Now, let the battle commence," Gula barked, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The next moment, his palm pressed against Jinyu's head. The small energy sphere erupted with a thunderous blast, dazzling like the sun and casting a crimson glow all around. The dark red flames of intense heat swiftly engulfed the gigantic monster. The sound of searing flesh echoed across the area. Almost instantaneously, anguished roars resonated from within the flames. Soon after, the dark red glow receded rapidly. Jinyu sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Gula's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised to find that there truly existed a formidable presence on Earth worthy of his attention. In the next instant, Jinyu lunged toward Gula. Their massive silhouettes intertwined in midair. The two top-tier warriors clashed fiercely once more. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds of explosions resonated continuously. The two figures danced through the air, leaving chaos in their wake as the ground shattered and the clouds dispersed. The turbulent airflow spiraled, creating fierce tornadoes. Their fierce battle showcased a power that could shake the very heavens. Witnessing the ultimate form of Golden Gula holding off the fully transformed Jinyu, the warriors of Earth seized the opportunity to launch long-range attacks on Babidi. No one hesitated to expend their energy. Each unleashed their most potent techniques. Only Kurd remained to guard Babidi. Boom! Boom! Waves of shock tore through the air, carrying an aura of destruction toward Babidi. His expression shifted drastically as he hastily commanded Kurd to block the incoming attacks. Turning to gaze at Jinyu in the distance, he muttered, "Damn, why hasn't that guy dealt with his enemy yet?" Boom! Continuous bursts of dazzling white light surged around Kurd, and it seemed the resilient warrior was on the verge of succumbing. Just a little more effort, and Kurd would be defeated. But at that moment, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Babidi's face. "Excellent. I have successfully controlled Frieza." An M-shaped mark slowly materialized on the forehead of the king. Chapter 77. Babidi's pinnacle moment. The hint of joy appeared at the corner of Kurd's mouth as he released his grip on Frieza. Immediately, his eyes turned cold, and he charged toward the Earth warriors who had attacked him. Frieza barely steadied himself in midair, squinting at Babidi. "Master Babidi," he chuckled, "very good. Frieza, you are indeed a remarkable warrior." Babidi nodded in satisfaction, then added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity my Majin Buu is dead. Otherwise, he could heal you." Frieza smirked. "Master Babidi, Majin Buu will not die so easily as long as even a single cell remains. He can regenerate." Babidi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? My Majin Buu is truly still alive?" Frieza replied with a grin. "If you threaten him with the prospect of being resealed, he will surely reappear." "Is that so?" Babidi asked, half convinced, then tentatively commanded, Majin Buu, come out and protect me. If you don't show yourself, I will seal you back in your egg. A pink mist gradually coalesced in a form. Boom! A muffled sound echoed in the air. Majin Buu appeared before Babidi with an unwilling expression that, ah ha ha ha. So it's true. Majin Buu, you are still alive. Babidi rejoiced, dancing with glee. But he quickly realized, you clearly didn't die. Instead, you've been hiding away. Are you hoping to watch me perish at the hands of those despicable earthlings? Majin Buu pouted, lowering his head, ignoring Babidi. Humph. If you continue to disobey me, I will truly seal you away. Majin Buu nodded obediently at once. Seeing Majin Buu's demeanor, Babidi felt immense satisfaction. Very well. I command you to restore Frieza's strength. Majin Buu tilted his head, his antennae lifting slightly as he focused on the smiling Frieza. The surge of emerald green, healing energy enveloped Frieza completely. Immediately, a tremendous and terrifying wave of energy radiated outward from Frieza. The warriors engaged in battle with Kurd instantly felt a chill. Frieza's power had increased once again. They were already struggling against a fatigued Kurd. Facing a fully rejuvenated Frieza would surely leave them with no chance of escape. Currently, the plump Goku had yet to revert from his fusion form. He lacked even the energy to use instant transmission. Despair filled the hearts of the warriors, yet their eyes remained fixated on Frieza, hoping for a miracle. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, his crimson depths flickering with a cold and ruthless light. He raised his right arm and extended a finger. A violet beam of death shot forth directly ahead. Whoosh! The beam raced toward Golden Gula. Frieza, how dare you strike at me? Gula exclaimed, swatting the beam aside, both shocked and furious in his battle against Jinyu. Gula had gradually found himself in a disadvantageous position. Had Jinyu been more familiar with the fully transformed Cell Max body, he might have already met his downfall. Now, with Frieza's interference, Gula felt the situation had grown precarious. I merely became a bit too emotional after not seeing my brother for a long time and accidentally slipped. Oh ho ho ho! Babidi, observing the scene before him, nodded in satisfaction and then commanded, Majin Buu, let us go restore Jinyu. He chuckled mischievously as they spoke. Majin Buu and Babidi prepared to fly toward Jinyu. Frieza, however, blocked their path. Master Babidi, it would be better to restore Kurd first. The battlefield with Jinyu is rather perilous. Very well, it matters not, Babidi agreed. As the trio rapidly approached, the Earth Warriors braced themselves for the impending threat, retreating in haste. What should we do, Gai? For some time now, Gai had become the cornerstone of hope for everyone. What can I do? I'm just a frog. Gai thought frantically, contemplating strategies that it seems we must rely on the Dragon Balls to resolve this situation. Utilizing the Dragon Balls could indeed swiftly address the current crisis. Whether to summon Merus or to teleport away the enemy, there were numerous possibilities. All could temporarily safeguard the Earth. But what then? Once the Dragon Balls entered their cooldown phase, they would truly have lost all their trump cards. Seizing the body of Cell Max was the optimal method for maximizing benefits. But currently, Jinyu was occupying that very body. The wishes granted by the dragon could not exceed the capabilities of their creator. However, until the final moment, Gai would not concede defeat. Majin Buu, you possess immense power. Why do you obey someone like Babidi? You relish your freedom. Why submit to him as your master? Gai suddenly inquired. Chapter 57. Majin Buu's expression darkened, and his actions to restore Kurd's strength faltered. He is my servant, of course. He must obey my commands, Babidi exclaimed, as if it were a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu immediately furrowed his brow, silently gazing at Babidi. What are you looking at? Am I wrong in what I said? It was I who released your seal, so you should listen to me. Otherwise, I shall reseal you, Babidi menacingly threatened, his face awash with madness. The gaze of Majin Buu towards Babidi subtly bore a hint of ferocity. Hurry up and heal Kurd, or I shall recite the sealing incantation. Babidi seethed with fury. Regardless, I have other powerful warriors at my disposal. I do not require a disobedient pig like you. Pig? A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Majin Buu's face, yet was skillfully concealed, Gavi observed with cold detachment. Taking note of Buu's changing expressions, execute the order at once. You wretched pig, Babidi bellowed in exasperation at Majin Buu. Majin Buu cast a dispassionate glance at Babidi, uttering no further words. Silently, he turned away and unleashed a healing spell upon Kurd. Gavi felt it imperative to seize this opportunity to sow discord between Babidi and his minions that, My Lord, do you truly intend to hand over the painstakingly constructed cosmic empire to Babidi? Gavi inquired of Frieza. With all due respect, Babidi is hardly a fit ruler. To Frieza's cold eyes sparkled with amusement. You have a point, Mr. Gavi. However, I could manage these tedious affairs on behalf of Lord Babidi. Gavi was slightly perplexed. Frieza's response was unexpected. Babidi, however, screamed in a tremulous voice, You detestable frog! Silence yourself. Frieza, I command you to kill it at once, just as Kurd's injuries healed and his strength returned to its prime. The hearts of the Earthlings sank. Babidi had reached his zenith, utterly unstoppable. The cackling laughter of madness echoed. Mr. Gavi, your concerns are rather unwarranted. How could such a buffoon as Babidi possibly control me? Frieza's smile widened. I merely intend to use him for my own advantage. Chapter 78. The fall of Babidi. Babidi's expression momentarily froze, only to erupt in a furious rage. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Frieza, I command you to eliminate this bothersome frog immediately. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Frieza's face. He pressed his temples, and his expression swiftly regained its composure. You wish for me to obey your command? In a flash, he vanished, and the next moment his fist pierced Babidi's chest. This cannot be happening. Babidi's eyes bulged in disbelief as he gazed at the traitorous subordinate. At that moment, Kurd roared and charged at Frieza. Frieza swiftly retreated, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy beams that pierced Babidi's form. Swish, 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 swish! Babidi's body flew back like a severed kite. Majin Buu, quickly save me! Babidi, barely clinging to life behind his protective shield, struggled to issue commands. Majin Buu instantly appeared beside Babidi, a broad grin plastered on his face. With a swift motion, Majin Buu seized a substantial portion of Babidi's head. That I despise you. Majin Buu narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile spreading across his face. If you cannot speak, you cannot recite the incantation to seal me. Can you? Hee. Babidi's mouth was covered by Buu's enormous hand, and terror etched across his features. He struggled desperately, but it was futile. Transform into a cookie. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. To the astonishment of all present, Babidi's body was magically transformed into a giant cookie. Crunch, crunch. Majin Buu stuffed the entire cookie into his mouth, chewing voraciously. This spectacle caused Frieza's eye to twitch at that moment. The demonic symbols on the foreheads of Frieza and Kurd erupted, vanishing without a trace. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza's triumphant laughter rang out. My power has significantly increased once more. Meanwhile, the conflict between Jinyu and Gula had completely ceased. Lord Gula, please forgive my previous insolence. Jinyu respectfully apologized to Gula. Gula snorted coldly, crossing his arms, floating silently in the air. After apologizing, Jinyu flew to Frieza's side, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Lord Frieza, I can finally serve you once more. Frieza nodded slightly, offering comfort. You have endured much hardship, Captain Jinyu, during your years on Earth. For Lord Frieza, I would endure any amount of suffering, Jinyu declared with unwavering spirit. Frieza displayed a satisfied smile, preparing to encourage his longtime subordinate. However, he noticed Jinyu preparing to perform, his face earnest. Lord Frieza, I can hardly wait to showcase the dance I have developed over these years. Frieza's eye twitched. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Captain Jinyu's spirit soared, his face brimming with ecstasy. Please follow me, Lord Frieza. The entire West City had utterly vanished, and even the ground had sunk several hundred meters. Beneath the feet of the crowd lay a lake of fiery magma, devoid of any solid footing. Scorching currents of air surged around them. Had it not been for Bulma's energy shield, Gavi would have been cooked to a crisp. The situation had taken a swift turn, reaching the zenith of his ambition. Babidi had not yet realized his desire to dominate the universe before meeting his untimely demise. Instead, Frieza and his cohorts emerged as the greatest beneficiaries. Both Frieza and Kurd had not only fully restored their strength, but even experienced a notable enhancement. Including Jinyu, who had assumed the form of perfect Cellmax, they had undoubtedly become the most formidable force on Earth. To obliterate this planet would be a trivial task. Gavi, acting as a mediator for King Kai, discreetly communicated with Dandy, urging him to prepare for the immediate use of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Frieza's expression turned peculiar. "Please wait a moment, Captain Jinyu. I have matters to attend to." "Of course, my lord." Jinyu straightened his posture, an eager expression on his face. Frieza then turned to Majin Buu, inquiring courteously, "Mr. Buu, I would like to invite you to join my army. What do you think?" Majin Buu, contentedly patting his belly, looked at Frieza with confusion. "Are there any delicious foods?" Frieza's expression faltered for a moment before he replied amiably, "In my army, there should be some excellent chefs who prepare delightful dishes." Majin Buu's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, clapping his hands. "Oh ho ho, delicious, delicious." With that, he happily followed Frieza. Kurd furrowed his brow at the sight. "Frieza, are we not proceeding as originally planned?" Their original plan was to have Jinyu seize Majin Buu's body. However, due to the emergence of Cellmax, the situation had evolved into its current state. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly. "Let us observe for a few days." He then cast a cold glance at the Earth warriors, inquiring, "Where has Son Goku gone?" An oppressive aura, as heavy as a mountain, descended upon the Earthlings. Their fragile alliance had crumbled. Piccolo stepped forward. "Frieza, if you wish to see Son Goku, you will have to wait at least 20 more minutes." Frieza's eyes glinted with malice as he looked at Goku and Goten, sneering, "Is this the caliber of fusion warriors that are said to be on par with me?" Goku's face flushed with indignation. "Once I successfully fuse, I will demonstrate the power of fusion warriors to you." Frieza smirked coldly. "Very well, for so many years, I have yearned to exact revenge upon Son Goku, since the opportunity has presented itself. What is another 20 minutes? Gula coldly interjected. "Frieza, you are still so naive. Don't say I didn't warn you. You might find yourself at the mercy of these scions once again. That I support Frieza. Our race must reclaim this humiliation." Kurd, with a grim expression, cast a cruel glance at the Earthlings. "You shall not escape. Remain here obediently. If that Son Goku does not appear in 20 minutes, I shall annihilate every last one of you." A multitude of warriors floated in the air, their fists clenched tightly. Yet Gavi saw an opportunity within this chaos. He immediately alerted Goku through King Kai, instructing him to prepare for the transfer of his companions and the Dragon Balls to King Kai's planet the moment their fusion was undone. Thus, even if the Earth were ultimately to face annihilation, the Dragon Balls could restore it. As Frieza concluded all matters, Jinyu promptly descended onto the ground of the battlefield's periphery. The remnants of the cities on the land had long since vanished, leaving behind a desolate expanse of charred wasteland. Jinyu, brimming with eagerness, proclaimed, "Lord Frieza, may I present to you the dance of my subordinates." Chapter 79. The king schemes. Frieza, with a somewhat stiff nod, halted beside Jinyu in a vacant space. Cooler, on the other hand, compelled the inhabitants of Earth to descend nearby. Jinyu's colossal form began to move slowly, his arms outstretched and bent, before swiftly thrusting forward. His entire right leg shot upward and extended, the foot reaching straight back as his body leaned forward, standing on one leg. He then remained motionless, seemingly waiting for something. The Earthlings gazed in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Jinyu's intention behind maintaining such a challenging pose. Even Cooler and Guldo were left in a state of confusion. It seemed only Frieza grasped Jinyu's thoughts. That Frieza's eye twitched slightly. A faint flush appearing on his cheeks, he gently applauded, revealing an unnatural smile, and encouraged, "Captain Jinyu, you are doing splendidly." Jinyu remained silent, yet his face could not conceal his delight. He promptly showcased another series of movements. Again holding the pose without a hint of motion, Frieza's smile grew somewhat warped as he continued to praise. "Very good. Exceptionally well done." Jinyu demonstrated yet another sequence before once more maintaining his stance. Frieza's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately stating, "Captain Jinyu, please complete all your combat dances in one go." Cooler and Guldo exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. Section 58. After a moment's hesitation, Cooler spoke up, "Frieza, how about I seek out the Dragon Balls first?" Frieza's countenance darkened slightly, his tone becoming more frigid. "No need, father. After we have enjoyed Captain Jinyu's performance, we shall proceed to search." Meanwhile, on the side of Earth, apart from Goku, who was utterly astonished, the others were equally perplexed. Encouraged by the king's affirmation, Jinyu was now greatly motivated, dancing with increasing fervor as though reveling in the moment. His movements grew more exaggerated with each sequence, the difficulty escalating sharply. By the end, beads of sweat began to form on Jinyu's forehead, and he executed each pose with utmost caution, fearful of making a misstep before his esteemed lord. As time passed, the earthlings stared vacantly, simultaneously marveling at Jinyu's multitude of poses while feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Goku had initially expected Jinyu to complete the pre-battle dance in mere minutes as usual, yet he had taken a full 15 minutes. Even now, Jinyu showed no signs of repetition, offering no indication of nearing an end. Fortunately, Goku had not been idle during this time. He utilized the connection with King Kai to engage in telepathic communication with his companions. He first outlined his rough plan and then advised everyone to remain prepared for contingencies. Since Jinyu had not recognized Bulma's identity, both Goku and Bulma found themselves in a relatively safe position, able to continue their charade as members of Frieza's army by staying close to the king. Goku glanced at Bulma's wristwatch, his expression darkening. The time agreed upon with Myers had already arrived. Yet, there was still no word from Myers at the temple. Could something have happened to Myers? If such a scenario were true, Goku would lose his greatest support. Was he truly left to rely solely on himself? With these thoughts, Goku inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Just as he pondered his strategies, Jinyu's immense form suddenly ceased its movements. In the next moment, Jinyu turned his gaze towards Frieza's location and raised his arms. "Jinyu!" he exclaimed, followed by a respectful bow. "Lord Frieza, these are all the combat dance poses I have painstakingly created over the years." Frieza's expression elongated,